To avert the night of annihilation, Kagami Uchiha had exerted tremendous effort. Yet, alas, the presence of too many formidable figures around him rendered his endeavors futile. A completely brainwashed and utterly foolish weasel, Obito the circus golden clown, Danzo, a shadowy reptile who had only half learned from the Second Hokage, the aging Hiruzen, Sarutobi, playing the role of the incompetent husband in a tragic drama. Given these circumstances, Kagami could only focus on preserving himself, serving as the Tsuchikage's proxy for Deidara. The Great Ninja War. The four Thunder siblings, archivals of the Iwagakure, bellowed. What do you mean you have a young man who can open dust release with one hand? Deep within the forest, outside of Konoha, moonlight sifted through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Tonight's blood moon was especially eerie, its crimson hue staining the entire sky as if a curtain had been washed in blood. In a forgotten corner of the forest, a meticulously concealed entrance lay hidden behind gnarled ancient trees. A staircase descended from the hiding place, leading to a cramped space of fewer than 10 square meters. Kagami Uchiha stared at the display screen, sighing still haven't succeeded, huh? The cold glow from the screen illuminated his youthful, yet remarkably composed face. On the screen, the Uchiha clan's stronghold had been transformed into a living hell, where blood, silence, and the blood moon intertwined. Uchiha clan members lay strewn across the cobblestone streets, their blood flowing like rivers along the stones. Occasionally shadows would collapse, felled by kunai or ninjutsu, launched from the darkness. The scarlet glow of Sharingan eyes flickered repeatedly in the night. Most heart-wrenching were the children Uchiha boys and girls as young as Kagami, or even younger, who never had the chance to comprehend what was happening before being dragged from corners by their assailants and closing their eyes forever. In one corner of the screen, Kagami spotted a familiar neighbor, Tetsuka Uchiha, the jonin who always smiled and offered him dumplings. Now 3 kunai pierced his chest, and the Sharingan in his wide-open eyes had lost its luster. Several years ago, Kagami had crossed over from Blue Star to become a member of the Uchiha clan, the same age as Sasuke. Since then, he had strived to prevent the night of annihilation, to convince Konoha's leadership that the First Hokage's plan was viable. Kagami played the role of a good person. Other Uchiha clan members were aloof and arrogant, even looking down on their own comrades. But Kagami maintained kindness toward everyone, forging friendships with the 12 strong in the ninja academy, earning a reputation as a social butterfly, and often helping elderly women cross the street. He had attempted to influence attitudes within the Uchiha clan, but was insignificant among them. He tried anonymously to inform Hiruzen Sarutobi of everything, but the latter remained silent, like an incompetent husband. He attempted to sway Uchiha Itachi through psychology, but Itachi was too deeply brainwashed and had become a weasel. He even endeavored to make Danzo truly comprehend the Second Hokage's political intentions. But Danzo was a half-baked student who only learned how to suppress the Uchiha from the second. Except for the elusive Obito, Kagami had tried almost every conceivable means to warn or change the protagonists of the Night of Annihilation. All in vain. The event still unfolded. Had he arrived a few years earlier, with ample time to prepare, perhaps maybe a different outcome could have been achieved, because Kagami possessed a system, but its benefits required time to accumulate. The system had only one function: linear potential. Effort yields reward, and your potential knows no upper limit or bottleneck. If Kagami had been several years older, or even the same age as Itachi, he would have possessed enough strength to alter everything. Frowning, Kagami fixed his gaze on the screen as cameras were discovered and destroyed one after another, turning his view into snowy static. Shadows began to stir within the hiding place. Several black feathers materialized out of thin air, coalescing into a humanoid silhouette. The feathers faded away, revealing the attire of Konoha's Anbu. Within a pair of crimson eyes, 3 tomo connected in a peculiar formation, slowly rotating. Uchiha Itachi appeared without warning in the confined space. His crow clone allowed him to phase through all physical defenses, like a specter. He stood precisely blocking the soul exit, his figure casting a long shadow under the instrument's indicator lights, enveloping Kagami completely. You really aren't dead, the voice suddenly whispered in Kagami's ear, rational and unmistakably familiar. Tears stained the corners of Itachi's eyes, but his voice remained calm. Completing the Ninja Academy's curriculum in just 1 year, graduating early, and attempting to accept mission Saul to create the illusion of a staged death during a mission, thereby distancing myself from the Uchiha and Konoha. Kagami exhaled, swiveling his chair toward Itachi, his expression betraying no hint of nervousness. You still went through with it. You truly are incorrigible. A trace of madness flickered in Itachi's eyes, but was swiftly drowned by reason. Is this your calmness, due to a shadow clone? Kagami clasped his fingers beneath his chin, demeanor and tone utterly unlike that of an 80-year-old. Time will prove how foolish your choice was. Forgive me. Itachi's mind and spirit teetered on the edge of collapse. You are gifted, meticulous in thought, and your ideas were good, but time does not permit the village to make mistakes. Itachi felt an overwhelming sorrow. If Kagami had appeared a few years earlier, in any case, the story had reached its conclusion. Either the village would purge the Uchiha tonight, or the Uchiha rebellion would strike the village tomorrow night. But no matter what, the fate of the Uchiha was sealed. Kagami did not conceal his disdain for Itachi. Among Jonin reconnaissance theories, there is one about deducing the approximate location of the original by observing subtle reactions of clones. Now, the remaining Uchiha no longer pose any real threat to the villages. It really necessary to be so absolute. Itachi's Mangio Sharingan scrutinized Kagami, but he failed to glean any useful information from the reconnaissance method. However, Itachi retorted, they are physically unable to threaten the village. My orders are to kill everyone to avoid public controversy. Kagami's lips curled into a slight smile. Everyone. Itachi. Kagami raised his index finger, gently, subtly channeling Chakra to dispel the shadow clone, leaving behind one sentence. I will help you complete the mission thoroughly. At that instant, Sasuke's smiling face flashed through Itachi's mind, and the Mangekyo spun rapidly. The moment Kagami's clone vanished, Itachi detected the chakra within it, drifting northward. Simultaneously, the sound of a detonating tag burning reached Itachi's ears. His body transformed into a black crow and flew outside the hiding place, attempting to transmit the information. But time had already run out. The blaze obliterated the entire underground hideout, and the crow dissipated into white mist amid the explosion. Outside the hideout, Obito activated his intangibility to evade the blast's aftershock. He failed to receive any intelligence transmitted by Itachi's shadow clone. The dust settled not far from Obito. A large tree's branches were blasted apart by the aftershock, revealing a concealed surveillance camera. A faint red glow stood out strikingly against the night as Toby turned his head towards the surveillance monitor, muttering displeasedly in a low voice, useless. In the next moment, the monitor was shattered by a kunai. In the northern forest, beyond Konoha, a boy with short black hair stood silently upon a tree branch, his gaze fixed on the flames ignited by a detonating tag deep within the thicket. After receiving the memories relayed by his shadow clone, he turned and melted into the deeper darkness. The heavy stone door behind him closed slowly, emitting a muffled thud. The Tsuchikage's office was far more austere than Kagami had imagined, yet it radiated an undeniable aura of authority. At the center of the room stood a broad stone desk, its surface neatly stacked with scrolls and documents. The third Tsuchikage Onoki was seated in the high-backed chair behind the desk. The elderly man was short in stature, but exuded a chakra pressure as weighty as a mountain. The office's sole window was on the east side, through which slanting morning light poured, casting a narrow beam upon the floor, where dust particles drifted slowly within the shaft of light. We haven't had any conflicts with Konoha for quite some time. Onoki raised his eyelids, his cloudy yet piercing gaze pressing down upon Kagami, as if tangible. His voice was low and steady, each word laden with the gravitas of a long-standing leader. What is your purpose in appearing at the border? Kagami produced a dossier from his backpack and handed it to the nearby Iwa shinobi. Perhaps you will find these of interest. He had already been searched upon entering, so this gesture elicited no reaction beyond expectation. The Iwa shinobi delivered the documents to Onoki. Onoki took the scroll, unfurled it, and began to read. As he delved deeper, his eyes narrowed gradually. The scroll recounted the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and Kagami's subsequent flight. Upon finishing, the old man rolled the scroll back up and placed it on the desk, remaining silent for a few seconds before emitting a cold chuckle. Ha, Konoha, he shook his head, the so-called greatest village in the shinobi world. Yet it cannot even hold the sharpest blade within its own ranks. Uchiha, such a pity. Anoki then looked at Kagami. So you have come to seek refuge with Iwagakure. Why us? Kagami replied calmly. This is the result of my comprehensive consideration. Among the great shinobi villages, only Iwagakure can provide what I require. Anoki's interest was piqued. Oh, the Uchiha clan's renown shakes the ninja world. I presume more than just ourselves would welcome your allegiance. Explain to me the difference. Welcome your allegiance. The moment Anoki uttered those words, Kagami felt a slight relief. He elaborated. Tsuchigakure's Tsuchikage rasa is in his prime, but the village's strength is comparatively weak and close to Konoha. Moreover, they have a history of betraying allies. An outsider like me would likely be treated as a mere tool. Uchiha is fiercely martial and has an almost fanatical pursuit of Keki Genkai. It is a fine destination, but once I mature, if my strength does not reach a certain level, I risk being treated as a mere breeding machine. By then, revenge aside, surviving exhaustion would be a blessing. In truth, a little hardship is tolerable. The real problem lies with the people there, though some are decent. But if I am picky, wouldn't I be accused of being a book thief who picks his pages? Kirigakure is isolationist and requires crossing the sea. If discovered at sea, there would be nowhere to flee. In reality, this was because Kirigakure harbored traces of to-be-going. There would be walking into a trap. As for Iwagakure, the Tsuchikage is formidable and experienced. The land of earth lies far from the land of fire, facilitating information containment. Its overall strength rivals Uchiha and even Konoha. Here, the only thing I need to do is earn your trust. After all, the third great ninja war ended not long ago, and all nations are recuperating. In my situation, no matter which great village I go to first, I will be suspected as a spy. Anoki reclined in his chair, scrutinizing Kagami carefully. Those black eyes held no fear, only an analytical calmness taken to the extreme. Every comment struck the core, and the assessments of the major villages were so precise, it was unlike a mere genin who had just fled Konoha. The old man nodded inwardly. Courage, intellect, clear understanding of the situation, these qualities far exceeded his years. More remarkably, this analysis objectively stated pros and cons without belittling Iwagakure or seeking to flatter. Anoki found himself increasingly approving of this Uchiha orphan. Iwagakure needed geniuses, and geniuses with brains. Anoki's fingers lightly tapped the stone desktop. You survived the night your clan was annihilated and fled all the way to the border of the land of earth, which shows you have a clear plan for your future. Then, why not contact us earlier? Kagami shook his head. At that time, I was still a genin of Konoha. Contacting a foreign village before the massacre would be considered treason. A flicker of admiration crossed the old man's eyes. When Onoki spoke again, his tone softened. You are correct. Only after a period of observation can I be certain you are not a spy. Although the Uchiha suffered persecution from Konoha, Uchiha Itachi's actions prove Konoha's brainwashing methods should not be underestimated. I must also rule out the possibility that you are the same kind of person as Itachi Uchiha. Kagami had been waiting for this very statement. He produced a small metal tube from his bosom. I managed to acquire some chemical substances called truth serum from Konoha's research division. You may have trusted subordinates. Test its effects first, then use it on me. Anoki raised an eyebrow. Oh, truth serum. Kagami handed a vial of liquid to the nearby Iwa shinobi, who then passed it to Anoki. Anoki summoned an Iwa shinobi and instructed him to send the vial for analysis. About an hour later, the report was returned. The composition and effect matched Kagami's description, but would cause irreversible neurological damage. No need to use the truth serum. The elder put down the report and looked at Kagami. I have other means to verify your sincerity. There is no need to inflict permanent harm on a genius youth of Iwagakure. Kagami was slightly taken aback. Do not be nervous, Anoki's voice softened. If you genuinely wish to join, I will naturally consider your welfare. But until matters are settled, you must obey my arrangements completely. Kagami relaxed. I understand. Anoki said then, for the time being, you shall reside in my home. Kagami nodded. Anoki summoned the Anbu to bring a registration form. Kagami filled in the basic information. Uchiha Kagami, 7 years old, former Konoha genin. Chakra, nature, fire, wind, earth. For experience, he wrote only survivor of Uchiha clan annihilation. After completing the form, Onoki levitated effortlessly and led Kagami out of the Tsuchikage's office to a modest stone house. In the courtyard, a black-haired girl was practicing earth release rock fist technique with a tall, sturdy figure standing nearby overseeing her. Onoki and Kagami's arrival caught their attention. The tall figure turned to face Onoki father. The girl paused her training and wiped the fine sweat from her brow. Grandfather. Fefty pointed towards Kishin and spoke. This is Uchiha Kyoshin. From today onward, he will be residing with us temporarily. The two of them began to scrutinize Kyoshin. Kaido, Uchiha, someone from Konoha. However, Kuroto's attention was focused elsewhere. Those delicate features and serene black eyes compelled her to take a few lingering glances. With a mischievous grin, Kuroto approached and ruffled Kishin's hair, saying hello, their beautiful little sister. Kishin.
Kuratsuchi, you shall first escort Kagami to familiarize him with our household. Onoki's aged visage remained taut as he issued the command to Kuratsuchi, then turned to Hodo, saying, You come with me. Swiftly, Onoki made his way toward the Tsuchikage's office. Once at a distance from home, he instructed Hodo, Inform all the senior officials. I am to convene an urgent assembly. Hodo acknowledged and departed promptly. Onoki returned to his office with haste, his form drifting silently inside. The heavy stone door sealed behind him, muffling all sounds from the outside world. Approaching the stone table, he picked up the brief registration form. His gaze locked unyieldingly on the characters Uchiha. The old man's fingers clenched involuntarily around the paper, knuckles paling slightly. That surname itself bore the imprint of an era, a symbol of a power that stirred dread. Onoki closed his eyes, and before him re-emerged the image of that man, Madara Uchiha. It was at the first 5 Kage summit back when he was still the second Tsuchikage Mu's bodyguard. Madara merely stood there, yet the chakra radiating from him was like tangible darkness, suffocating in its weight. It was a terror beyond mere individual strength, akin to a calamity of nature. The Uchiha clan was a race born for battle. Sharingan illusions, insight, replication, each ability enough to make any ninja village covetous, and any opponent tremble. Deep-seated wariness etched into their very bones. Yet now, an orphan of the Uchiha, a mere 7-year-old child, had voluntarily come to Iwagakure. The old man opened his eyes, refocusing. He seated himself slowly and began to analyze every word Kagami had spoken today, every expression. His analytical prowess was cold to the point of ruthlessness, with a precise grasp of the major ninja village's political landscapes, and an unyielding composure in the presence of the Tsuchikage himself. Could such sagacity truly reside in a child of 7? Unconsciously, Onoki compared Kagami to the rumors surrounding Madara Uchiha's youth. Madara's arrogance and domineering nature stood in stark contrast to Kagami's calm and rational demeanor. No, it was not merely a difference, it was something far more profound. Onoki keenly sensed within Kagami an even more formidable trait, an absolute mastery over his own emotions and desires, a strategic, almost panoramic vision beyond his years. Madara's power erupted like a volcanic explosion. Kagami's potential resembled an undercurrent beneath the ocean, seemingly serene, yet harboring immeasurable energy. More importantly, the Uchiha represented an extremity of love, often prone to falling into its opposite. Yet Kagami's mindset and rationality left no room for such a downfall. For one so young, it was perhaps even more extraordinary than Madara's youth. Onoki murmured hoarsely to himself. This realization sent a shiver through him. He bit down hard on his molars, the line of his jaw taut as he strove to suppress the surge of excitement within his chest. Iwagakure, if it could truly claim its own Uchiha, entirely loyal, a prodigy with potential to surpass even Madara Uchiha, what would that signify? The strength of Iwagakure would ascend to unprecedented heights. The balance among the 5 great nations would be irrevocably shattered. Yet all this depended on Kagami's sincerity. Onoki's gaze dropped once more, settling on the line at the bottom of the registration form. Chakra nature, fire, wind, earth. Fire, wind, earth. Dust release. The word thundered through Onoki's mind like a sudden storm. Dust release, the bloodline limit transcending Kekkei Genkai, formed by the fusion and transformation of 3 chakra natures: earth, fire, and wind. It was Onoki's signature jutsu that had secured his dominance across the ninja world, and one of Iwagakure's most guarded secrets. An Uchiha, naturally possessing the fundamental and most precious innate qualities necessary to cultivate dust release. All restraint, all reason, shattered utterly in that moment. With a sudden movement, Onoki rose from the stone chair, hands braced against the table's edge, trembling slightly from the force exerted. He laughed heartily, the sound echoing through the chamber. Ha 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 ha. Raising his head, the wrinkled visage split into a grin that nearly stretched to his ears, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. Uchiha Kagami. His laughter faded, but the fervent gleam in his eyes remained undiminished. Excellent. This old man, shall wager everything. Hodo moved swiftly. The core senior officials of Iwagakure soon assembled in the Tsuchikage's office. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Inoki wasted no time. Uchiha Kagami is within our village. Uchiha? Several gasps arose as faces paled, mingling fear with apprehension. Inoki briefly outlined Kagami's circumstances. Upon hearing the chakra nature, the senior officials' breaths grew heavy, and they momentarily lost composure. We must verify his sincerity, the head of intelligence exclaimed, voice charged with urgency. If true, we shall devote all resources to his cultivation. The Minister of Education's eyes shone brightly. A loyal Uchiha prodigy holds immense significance. The meeting's direction was clear. Confirming loyalty was paramount, for once established, he would become a core strategic asset. Bloodline succession must be preserved, but with caution. One of the ministers speculated on the reasons he did not proceed to Kumogakure. Everyone is well aware. After a few years, they would create a fortuitous opportunity. Silent consensus followed. A covert observation plan was then formulated. Experts from the interrogation and intelligence departments were dispatched discreetly to observe and analyze Kagami comprehensively, without arousing suspicion. The testing commenced quietly. Kagami's life in the Inoki household was disciplined and rigorous. Daily training included shuriken throwing, ninjutsu, and chakra refinement. When chakra reserves were ample, he would employ shadow clones to subject himself to Sharingan illusions, reliving scenes of terror. Each confrontation with fear, each forced escape, toughened his will and sharpened the prowess of his Sharingan. He devoted considerable time to training, scarcely engaging in unnecessary activities. All of this was meticulously recorded by the hidden observers. 1 week later, the reports unanimously concluded. Kagami possessed a resilient spirit, clear objectives, and utmost sincerity. Inoki's doubts were dispelled. He convened the senior officials once more. The atmosphere was buoyant. The observation period has ended. Although daily training limited the volume of analyzable data, Uchiha Kagami is trustworthy, Inoki declared, invigorating the assembly. A development plan was drafted. The Minister of Education took the lead. Development of the Sharingan should not be rushed. Another minister added, we lack experience in that area. And dust release, Inoki spoke deliberately, silencing the chamber. Do not forget his chakra natures. The significance of dust release to Iwagakure needed no elaboration. It was arguably the foundation upon which successive Tsuchikage had built their dominion. Yet, due to dust release's immense difficulty and stringent prerequisites, Inoki remained the sole wielder in the village. Considering Kagami's diligence and progress over the past week, if Inoki personally guided him, an Uchiha capable of dust release? The morning mist had yet to dissipate when the training ground echoed with the rhythmic whoosh of shuriken slicing through the air. Kagami stood 10 meters from a wooden target, his wrist steady as he launched 3 shuriken in a pinwheel formation, each embedding within 3 inches of the bullseye. He retrieved the shuriken and returned to his stance, repeating the precise motion. This was no mere display, it was fundamentals. He needed every muscle in his body to memorize this sensation. Physical conditioning followed immediately thereafter. Squats, push-ups, frog jumps, weighted sprints circling the training ground. Sweat swiftly soaked through his garments. Yet he did not cease until his body teetered on the brink of exhaustion. This was a world where individual martial prowess could surpass the collective. It adhered to a twisted, erroneous logic. The strong are inherently justified, the weak inherently guilty. To envision a prosperous future, one must inevitably expend an equivalent measure of sweat. Fortunately, Kyoshin possessed the system function known as linear potential. He had no bottlenecks, no upper limit to his potential. Every effort bore its reward. Not a single drop of sweat would fall into the hands of capitalists. Could this possibly fail to fuel his determination? Upon concluding physical training, chakra refinement was an indispensable daily ritual. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the flow of energy within. Chakra was extracted from his cells, gradually converging along the meridians. The process was tedious and prolonged, yet he could distinctly perceive the slow accumulation of his total chakra. The most extraordinary training occurred in the afternoon. When his chakra had been restored to its optimal state, Kyoshin formed a seal and created a shadow clone. Both the clone and the original Sharingan eyes ignited with a crimson radiance. The single tomo rotated slowly. Genjutsu initiated. The night over the Uchiha clan's land, strewn with corpses. Every detail was magnified, every ounce of fear relived. Kyoshin remained lucid within the illusion. He forced himself to confront those heart-wrenching agonies head-on. Throughout this ordeal, the pent-up emotions, channeled through his Uchiha bloodline and fused with his own chakra, transmuted into a unique energy that gathered like a gentle stream at the crown of his head. The Sharingan rotated slowly, and under the influence of this energy, his ocular power silently strengthened bit by bit. The illusion shattered, and the genjutsu training concluded. Kyoshin gasped for breath, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Then he froze. The world through his eyes became unprecedentedly vivid. The spiderweb in the corner of the training ground, the fissures in the distant rocky cliffs, the wing-beat frequency of insects in the air, no detail escaped his gaze. More importantly, the tomo in his Sharingan had multiplied from 1 to 2. The 2-tomo Sharingan. His ocular power had ascended by more than a single grade. Kyoshin felt this newfound strength. The enhancement in his abilities was so tangible, so genuine. Kyoshin. A crisp female voice called from behind. Kyoshin dispelled his shadow clone and turned around. Kuratsuchi stood at the edge of the training ground, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Grandfather asked me to call you home for dinner. Since learning Kyoshin was a boy, Kuratsuchi's demeanor had shifted subtly. Simply put, she was more enthusiastic. Kuratsuchi approached, clad in the black and red training attire common in Iwagakure. Even at her young age, her astonishingly perfect body proportions were evident. Her jet-black eyes fixed on Kyoshin as she smiled and advised, "Don't overexert yourself during training. Remember to rest." "Thank you," Kyoshin nodded, though inwardly he analyzed the change. Perhaps it was merely the natural attraction between the sexes. The two walked side by side back home, where the dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Inoki sat at the head, Tsuchido beside him, and Kuratsuchi naturally took her seat next to Kyoshin. The atmosphere was considerably more relaxed than before. Inoki looked toward Kyoshin. The observation period has ended. Kyoshin set down his chopsticks and straightened his posture. Inoki's expression softened. "Welcome to Iwagakure, Uchiha Kyoshin." Tsuchido smiled, and Kuratsuchi's eyes brightened. A weight lifted from Kyoshin's heart. After the meal, Inoki rose. "Follow me." In the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki approached a stone table and retrieved an official registration form. "Fill in your detailed information." Kyoshin took the form, completed it item by item, then handed it back. Inoki examined it carefully before drawing from a drawer a forehead protector bearing Iwagakure's symbol. "From today onward, you are a ninja of Iwagakure." Kyoshin accepted the protector. Its metallic touch was cold and solid. He solemnly tied it around his forehead. Inoki observed his gesture, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. "The village senses your sincerity, and sincerity is reciprocal." He produced a bunch of keys and placed them on the table. "You've probably noticed the row of detached houses beside my place. The one on the left is now yours." Before Inoki could finish, he added, "Every month you will receive a stipend of 10,000 ryo." Honestly, considering the ninja world's cost of living, 10,000 ryo was not much. But what if that were merely pocket money? Inoki continued, "Within Iwagakure, in every shop selling ninja-related goods, you can freely take whatever you need. Just have the shopkeepers send the bills to the Tsuchikage's office." Kyoshin was utterly stunned. This far exceeded his expectations. This was not mere acceptance. It was a wholehearted investment in his cultivation. Yet it was not over. Inoki went on. "The secret vault storing ninjutsu scrolls is open for your reference. If you wish to specialize in a particular jutsu, bring the scroll to me. I will assign a teaching mission to a jonin familiar with that technique. Of course, you are still young, and some jutsu may be too perilous for you now. Don't complain if your grandfather is overly cautious." Kyoshin took a deep breath. Having endured the harsh realities of the ninja world, having suffered under the combined harshness of Konoha and the Uchiha, he understood the weight of this benevolence. "Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama." He spoke with complex emotion. Inoki waved his hand. "Go explore your new home. You are a child with strong self-discipline. Your training methods do not require further supervision, so I have not assigned a mentor. No one to monitor him. Damn, what more is there to say? What is Konoha? Completely unfamiliar. From this moment forth, I am an Iwagakure ninja, and that will never change." Kyoshin pledged as he turned to leave the office. Outside, the sunlight was just right. He gripped the keys tightly, feeling the weight of the forehead protector on his brow. Iwagakure, Uchiha Kyoshin. A new identity, a fresh beginning. A detached residence with 2 stone floors, a dedicated training ground in the courtyard. Inside, as Inoki had promised, Every piece of furniture was in place. Bedroom, study, bathroom, kitchen. The training room held various apparatuses. Wooden dummies, sandbags, shuriken targets. Kyoshin pushed open the second-floor window, gazing upon the panoramic view of Iwagakure in the distance. The streets bustled with passers-by. Ninjas hurried along. Shop signs gleamed under the sunlight. Morning light streamed through the Ninja Academy's windows into the classroom. Sakura Haruno stood beside Sasuke's desk, her eyes brimming with concern. Sasuke had not attended school for a week, but today he had finally appeared in person. She softly inquired where he had been all these days. Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on the desk, saying nothing. In the opposite corner of the classroom, Ino Yamanaka glanced repeatedly toward the door. Her eyes scanned the room, searching for that familiar figure. Kyoshin had graduated a year ago, yet she habitually sought him out. Ino bit her lip. Recently, she had visited the vicinity of the Uchiha compound near the village several times, only to be stopped each time by Anbu operatives. They declared the area off-limits, forbidden to outsiders. Unease grew in her heart. Could something have happened to Kyoshin? This notion rendered her restless and uneasy. Ino finally mustered the courage to approach Sasuke. Her footsteps were hesitant, yet she came to a halt before him. Sasuke. Ino's voice quivered slightly. Do you know where Kagami is? I haven't seen him for several days. That name suddenly silenced the classroom. Several classmates turned their gazes in their direction. Sasuke lifted his head, his obsidian eyes calm and unruffled. Meeting Ino's expression, a mixture of hope and fear, he spoke slowly. Kagami is dead. The color drained swiftly from Ino's face. Don't joke around. Didn't they say he was just on a mission and hasn't he returned yet? Perhaps she had yet to hear that Kagami had died during a mission, a fabricated tale woven to distance him from the Uchiha clan and Konoha's facade. In the back row, Naruto Uzumaki suddenly stood up. He had long watched Sasuke with envious eyes, but now those blue orbs brimmed with shock and fury. That's nonsense. Kagami can't be dead. Sasuke, you bastard. Naruto stormed forward, seizing Sasuke's collar. Kagami is my best friend. He promised to teach me shuriken techniques. Sasuke shrugged off Naruto's hand, his expression still cold. I never lie. Naruto spun around and dashed out of the classroom. Sakura Haruno watched Ino, who appeared utterly distraught, struggling to find words. Shikamaru Nara leaned against the window frame, sighing deeply, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Sasuke lowered his head again as if nothing had transpired, yet his clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within. The door to the Hokage's office was abruptly flung open. Naruto burst in, tears still staining his cheeks. Third Hokage. Naruto called out anxiously. What exactly happened to Kagami? Sasuke said he is dead. That can't be true. Can it? Hiruzen Sarutobi set aside the documents in his hands and lifted his gaze, meeting the panic and hope in Naruto's eyes. The portraits of the successive Hokages on the wall quietly overlooked the scene. Naruto, the third Hokage's voice was hoarse. Are you keeping up with the Ninja Academy lessons? Don't change the subject. Naruto raised his voice. Tell me where Kagami is. Yes, my only friend. A complex emotion flickered in Sarutobi's eyes. That particular Uchiha boy, Kagami, truly was unlike any other Uchiha. Ninjas have their fate, the third Hokage finally said. Naruto, you should return to class. But Naruto seemed poised to say more. That is an order from the Hokage. Sarutobi's voice bore an unyielding authority. Go back. Naruto looked at the third Hokage, whose kindly face was now solemn. Tears welled anew in his blue eyes. No matter what happens, one day I will uncover the truth. Turning away, Naruto left the office, his shoulders sagging in defeat. Sarutobi picked up the documents again, but not a single word registered. He walked to the window, gazing at the streets of Konoha. Where was that boy now? That question lingered relentlessly in his mind. Memories surged like a tide. Sarutobi recalled the first time he met Kagami. Unlike other Uchiha children, who bore innate arrogance, Kagami always wore a smile. He could befriend anyone, from the Hyuga clan, the Yamanaka family, to ordinary children. His dedication to training exceeded that of any other. Shuriken, taijutsu, ninjutsu, each discipline he mastered with distinction. The instructors hailed him as a prodigy, yet he bore no pride. Instead, he often helped struggling classmates, patiently explaining difficult points. Kagami had become a legend at the Ninja Academy, not merely for his prowess, but for his character. A kind-hearted Uchiha was a rarity in Konoha's history. Sarutobi had secretly kept an eye on this boy. He witnessed Kagami forge a friendship with the lonely Naruto. Kagami had become one of the most outstanding ninja students in recent years, graduating ahead of schedule. Yet later, Reports arrived claiming Kagami had perished during a mission, leaving no remains. That day, Sarutobi sat alone in his office for a long time. After the night of the Uchiha massacre, Itachi Uchiha's report brought forth a new truth. Kagami was not dead. He had escaped during the mission and left Konoha. Sarutobi's emotions grew complicated. On one hand, he felt a faint relief that Kagami was alive. On the other, he sank into profound worry. From Itachi's speculation, Kagami knew the secrets of the Uchiha, understood the decisions of Konoha's higher-ups. Should he reveal these truths to the public, Konoha's reputation would be utterly ruined. The delicate balance among the 5 great nations was already fragile. If Konoha were to lose its credibility and descend into chaos, the consequences would be unimaginable. Other ninja villages would seize the opportunity to strike, and war could erupt once more. The sorrow of the past gradually gave way to the anxiety of the present. Kagami was no longer the kind-hearted boy of memory but a potential threat. A threat capable of destroying decades of Konoha's hard-earned prestige. If he was a threat, then he must be dealt with. This was why Sarutobi had concealed the truth from Naruto. He knew Naruto's nature well. If he learned Kagami was alive, he would likely throw Konoha into turmoil. Sarutobi sighed and spoke into the air. Summon advisor Danzo. Minutes later, a concealed door to the office slid open, and a figure entered. Danzo Shimura leaned on his cane. His right eye and arm swathed in bandages, his expression cold, the lone eye scrutinizing sharply. Regarding Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi began slowly. This matter requires urgent resolution. A sardonic curve lifted Danzo's lips. You speak so delicately. Sarutobi, you're still the same. Trying to accommodate everything, yet ending up with nothing settled. Danzo, the third Hokage's voice hardened. I know what must be done. Danzo turned toward the door. You always stand in the sunlight, while I am destined to act in the shadows. This time is no different. The dirty work is mine. The hidden door closed, and silence returned to the office. Outside, Konoha basked in radiant sunlight, children running and playing along the streets. This was the place he had sworn to protect with his life. Even if the cost was bearing guilt once again. Even if the price was the permanent loss of the child who once filled him with pride. The responsibility of the Hokage outweighed all else. Personal feelings must yield to the village's welfare. This was the lesson learned from the first and second Hokages. Yet why did his heart remain so heavy? The streets of Iwagakure were livelier than Kagami had imagined. Stone-paved roads flanked by houses built against the mountains, their gray-white rocky structures glowing warmly beneath the setting sun. Villagers wore earth-toned clothes, ochre and deep brown, blending seamlessly with the village's hues. Kagami carried the recently procured supplies on his way back to his new home. A cloth bag in his left hand held vegetables and dry provisions. His right hand bore training equipment. Shuriken and kunai were wrapped in thick cloth, and a 10-kilogram weight was fastened around his waist. Upon arriving home, he set down the supplies and began to organize. He sorted the food meticulously, storing it according to type, and placed the training gear in the corner of his bedroom. The shuriken and kunai were cleaned thoroughly, the steel wires carefully coiled. The 10-kilogram weight was not immediately needed, but he had to be prepared. Outside, dusk deepened, and the lights of Iwagakure gradually flickered on. Kagami stepped out, heading straight for the Tsuchikage's office. Konoha would not relent. People like Danzo would undoubtedly marshal every resource to track him down. Though Iwagakure was remote, it was by no means entirely safe. He required a more thorough concealment. The Tsuchikage Tower stood as the emblematic edifice of Iwagakure. More rugged and substantial than the Hokage Tower, it resembled a mountain rising majestically from the earth. The guards at the entrance recognized Kagami Kokoshin, nodded in acknowledgement, and allowed him passage. Anoki's office was situated on the top floor. When Kagami knocked, a familiar voice called out, "Come in." Upon entering, he beheld the third Tsuchikage seated behind a broad, stone desk. Kagami, Anoki looked up. "Coming at such a late hour, is there something you wish to discuss?" Kagami approached the desk. "Lord Tsuchikage, as long as I am alive, Konohagakure will remain uneasy." Anoki set down his pen. That is something I have long considered." He retrieved a document from the drawer and pushed it toward Kagami. "This is a confidential plan I prepared some time ago," Anoki explained. "It includes the establishment of a new identity, guidelines for daily conduct, and contingency measures for potential risks. Take a look." Kagami untied the ribbon and unfurled the scroll. The plan was more detailed than he had anticipated. Every aspect was meticulously accounted for, clearly the handiwork of a seasoned veteran like Anoki. Noticing Kagami's astonishment, Anoki remarked, "When a young soul like you arrives in Iwagakure, I naturally must consider all contingencies. There is one more thing. I have devised a temporary new name for you to use. What do you think of Kinto? The name was simple, even somewhat rustic, yet it conformed to Iwagakure's naming conventions, especially following the Inoki lineage, sounding as if he were a native born and bred. Kagami pondered. Among his peers, he was already exceptional, but across the entire shinobi world, he was still frail. Changing his name could indeed avert many complications. I shall follow the Tsuchikage's arrangements entirely. Ha ha ha, Kinto, from now on, do not address me as Lord Tsuchikage. That feels too formal. You are the future of Iwagakure, just like Kuratsuchi. Call me grandpa, yes? Or grandfather will do. Midway through his speech, Inoki seemed to recall something and abruptly amended his words. At the same time, in the root organization base within Konoha, Danzo Shimura stood in a dimly lit underground chamber before 3 kneeling root operatives. According to intelligence analysis, the most probable escape route leads to the land of Earth. Danzo's voice echoed through the stone chamber. Iwagakure is remote and conducive to concealment, and its relations with Konoha are delicate. It is not like those minor nations. That old man Inoki would never permit Konoha shinobi to enter freely. He moved to the desk, picked up a pen and letterhead. The pen scratched softly on the paper, each word carefully chosen. The letter was a formal diplomatic document addressed to the third Tsuchikage Inoki. Polite in tone, yet its intent was unmistakable. Danzo, as a member of the Konoha elders and head of root training, requested permission for a small squad to enter the land of Earth on a mission to locate a missing genin. Though unnamed, those in the know would understand whom he meant. After finishing, Danzo sealed the letter with his personal stamp, placed it in an envelope, and secured it with wax. The letter was to be delivered personally to the third Tsuchikage in Iwagakure. He handed the envelope to a ninja clad in black. Remember, be respectful in demeanor but resolute in stance. This is the third Hokage's directive. The 3 root operatives bowed simultaneously. Understood. 3 days later, in Iwagakure's Tsuchikage office, Inoki sat behind his desk, the letter from Konoha held in his hand. The messenger remained standing in the room's center, maintaining a respectful posture but with unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes. Danzo? Inoki said after reading, placing the letter on the desk. Since when has he had the authority to conduct diplomatic negotiations on behalf of Konoha? The messenger lifted his gaze. Lord Danzo is a key member of the Konoha elders with the authority to handle such matters. Moreover, this is a routine request for international cooperation. Konoha harbors no other intentions. No other intentions? Inoki rose to his feet. Though diminutive in stature, the aura he exuded at that moment rendered the room heavy with tension. I have no interest in Konoha's petty affairs. Konoha is not the shinobi world's police force. You cannot simply come and go as you please. If Hiruzen Sarutobi truly wishes to enter the land of Earth to conduct a search, let him come in person bearing sufficient sincerity to speak with me, rather than sending a shadowy figure to probe Iwagakure's boundaries. Inoki's weathered eyes narrowed. Should you trespass without permission, I shall not hesitate to engage in combat for another 10 or 20 years. Though severe in tone, the core of Inoki's words never focused on the so-called missing genin. From a diplomatic perspective, he gave no indication of knowledge regarding Kagami's existence. He was merely seizing an opportunity to extract benefits from Konoha. The messenger fell silent for a moment before bowing deeply and departing. Once the office door closed, Inoki approached the window and gazed upon Iwagakure's vista. The grayish-white structures appeared solid and steadfast beneath the sunlight. Sarutobi, you have finally reached this point, Inoki murmured. Not sparing even a child, this is your Konoha will of fire? He shook his head and ceased pondering further. Turning back to his desk, he resumed attending to his documents. Among them was a progress report on the settlement of Kinto, the new villager. Inoki picked up the report and examined it carefully. Kinto, the child he personally named, was gradually integrating into Iwagakure. Though still somewhat unfamiliar, he was striving to adapt. The performance must be complete. Kinto was to be treated as any other Iwagakure shinobi. All necessary records and credentials were in place without omission. Satisfied after reading, Inoki nodded, his heart filled with anticipation for the future. Konoha, oh Konoha, who would have imagined that in such a short time, you would degenerate to this extent, daring to relinquish your sharpest blade so easily. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Before him lay the latest route report analyzing Uchiha Kagami's probable escape route. The third Hokage sighed and retrieved a sheet of letterhead from the drawer. He personally took up the pen to write to Inoki. In the letter, He expressed concern over the missing genin and requested permission for a Konoha squad to enter the Land of Earth to conduct a search. To demonstrate sincerity, he pledged 5 million ryo as compensation for any inconvenience caused during the mission. The letter was swiftly dispatched to the local authorities. Back in Iwagakure's Tsuchikage office, Inoki's gaze flickered between the letter and the messenger's face, deliberating carefully. A direct refusal might lead Konoha to suspect that Iwagakure had harbored Kagami. Inoki's waist ached faintly, but what troubled him more was this seemingly gentle yet pointed diplomatic document. After a moment's thought, he took up his pen to compose a reply. In his response, Inoki acknowledged Konoha's concerns regarding the missing genin but proposed amended conditions. Konoha was to pay 10 million ryo in exchange for permission to dispatch a small squad into the Land of Earth. The squad was limited to 3 members, each subject to comprehensive evaluation by Iwagakure, none exceeding the rank of elite chunin. The squad was forbidden from approaching Iwagakure itself and could only conduct searches elsewhere within the Land of Earth, with a time limit of 15 days. Concurrently, Iwagakure would dispatch a team to cooperate with the operation. Firstly, to prevent the complexities of the terrain from hindering the progress of the search. Secondly, to avoid inadvertently entering perilous areas that could result in casualties or trespassing into forbidden zones that might ignite greater conflicts. Inoki handed the letter to the messenger. This was the final response from Iwagakure. After the messenger departed, Inoki began drafting a letter to the daimyo. The content roughly stated that the search operations conducted by Konoha needed to be reported to the daimyo's office, as a matter of diplomatic protocol. Yet, Inoki did not mention the existence of Kyoshin in the letter. He chose his words with caution, ensuring no information that might arouse suspicion was leaked. The letter soon returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. Hiruzen fell silent. 10 million ryo was no small sum, but it was still within Konoha's capacity. The crux of the matter lay in those restrictions. Limits on squad size, caps on strength, prohibition against approaching Iwagakure, and coordinated searching. Each condition seemed meticulously crafted as a defensive line. Inoki's stance was firmer than he had anticipated, yet still left some room. The other party had not outright rejected the proposal but instead presented terms that preserved their sovereignty while being barely acceptable to Konoha. Such political maneuvering was indeed characteristic of Inoki's style. 18 days later, the search came to a complete halt. Konoha returned empty-handed. Both Inoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen were seasoned foxes. Inoki did not reveal the discord between Konoha and the Uchiha. Konoha's reputation remained untarnished for the time being, but they had failed to glean even an approximate location of Kyoshin based on public opinion, simply because there was no public discourse at all. Hiruzen analyzed the search results and deduced 2 possibilities. First, Kyoshin had not gone to Iwagakure, and the traces leading to the Land of Earth were merely a ruse. Second, Kyoshin was indeed in Iwagakure, but Inoki was holding public opinion as a trump card, using it as Iwagakure's ace in the information war against Konoha. In any case, no matter what choice Konoha made next, it would no longer affect Kyoshin. Iwagakure. As night fell, Kyoshin concluded his day's training, sweat soaking through his clothes. He walked to a bench at the edge of the training ground, sat down, and took a few sips from his water flask. In recent days, he felt his progress keenly. Closing his eyes, Kyoshin summoned the attribute panel in his mind. Host. Uchiha Kyoshin Bloodline. 2 Tomo Sharingan Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique. Clone Technique. Transformation Technique Genjutsu. Sharingan. Illusory Magic Naraku Kenjutsu Taijutsu. Konoha Ryu Swordsmanship Chakra. 8 Combat Power. 17 System Ability Linear Potential. Effort yields reward. Your potential now knows no limits or bottlenecks. A typical Genin-S chakra level was 5. Previously Kyoshin was at 6, now elevated to 8. A normal Genin-S combat power was 5. Kyoshin had been 9 before, now surged to 17. This increase in strength was tangible. He could feel the chakra flowing more smoothly within him and his taijutsu movements becoming more precise. While resting, Kyoshin contemplated his current situation. The acceptance from Iwagakure was genuine, and Inoki's protection was solid. Yet Kyoshin understood that such guardianship was not without cost. He needed to demonstrate sufficient growth to maintain the village's resource favor. But how was he to manifest this growth? As he pondered, a figure approached from the training ground's entrance. Kuratsuchi was dressed in a deep brown training suit this evening. Her short black hair neatly gathered at the nape of her neck, carrying a lunchbox. Her steps light as she came before Kyoshin. Kanetsuchi, still training this late? She asked. No, I finished, he replied. Kuratsuchi placed the lunchbox on the bench and opened the lid. Inside was a steaming serving of Iwagakure's specialty cuisine. Iwayaki meat and rice from the Land of Earth. The aroma wafted around, stirring Kyoshin's hunger. She sat beside him, casting a wistful glance his way. Her eyes mingled helplessness with a hint of complaint. You know, ever since you arrived, Grandpa's demands on me have suddenly become much stricter. Before, although he supervised my training, it was still somewhat gentle. Now, he checks my progress daily and has increased my training volume. I guess it's because you're so outstanding that Grandpa's expectations for me have risen as well. Kyoshin savored the meal, the rich meat fragrance pleasing his palate, and responded, if it helps improve your strength, that's good. Kuratsuchi sighed. I understand all these principles, but it's really exhausting. In 3 days, I have to take the early graduation exam for ninja trainees. Grandpa said if I don't pass, my training will double. Though her expression bore complaint, there was a glimmer of hope in her eyes. I hope you can come watch. Your strength is formidable. Maybe you can give me some advice. Kyoshin nodded. I will be there. A smile blossomed on Kuratsuchi's face. Settled then. 3 days from now. In the morning, at the ninja school's examination grounds, don't be late. With that, she left the training field with a brisk step. Kyoshin watched her retreating figure. The graduation exam in 3 days was indeed worth attending. It might be an opportunity not only to observe the strength of Iwagakure's younger generation but also to further integrate into life here. More importantly, demonstrating his growth potential appropriately would reassure Iwagakure's leadership. Kuratsuchi's invitation was likely not just her personal decision. 3 days later, in the morning, at Iwagakure Ninja School's examination grounds. The venue was a circular area enclosed by rocks, approximately 30 meters in diameter. The stands were filled with dozens of people, mostly teachers and some trainees who had come to watch. Kyoshin stood behind Inoki, his gaze calmly fixed on the center of the arena. Kuratsuchi stood on one side of the field, her deep brown clothing clinging to her figure, eyes focused, lips curved with a trace of confident smile as she waved to Inoki and Kyoshin. The examiner was a middle-aged Iwagakure chunin who stepped into the center of the field. Kuratsuchi, you are familiar with the rules of the early graduation exam. You need to fight a genin opponent. A draw or victory will pass you. Your adversary is, he pointed to the other side of the arena, where a ninja who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old stepped forward. The battle commenced. The genin launched the first attack. After forming hand seals, he pressed both hands to the ground, causing several stone spikes to erupt and surge toward Kuratsuchi. She leapt sideways, evading the spikes while quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Her movements were faster and more precise than her opponent's. Earth pillar technique. A thick pillar of rock shot up from the ground, heading straight for the genin. He hurriedly dodged, but Kuratsuchi's assault did not cease. She continued forming seals rapidly, causing multiple rock pillars to rise and force the opponent steadily backward. The genin attempted to form seals for a counterattack after evading, but Kuratsuchi's speed was superior. Seizing the brief interval during his hand seal formation, she swiftly closed the distance. A ring of rocks enveloped her right fist and forearm, and she delivered a powerful punch. The genin was struck solidly and collapsed to the ground, a kunai held by a small hand pressed against his neck. The examiner nodded approvingly and loudly declared, Kuratsuchi, you have passed the exam. Applause erupted around. Kyoshin quietly observed from the stands. Kuratsuchi's strength was indeed commendable. Her tactical execution was sound and her movements fluid. More importantly, the calmness and judgment she displayed in combat surpassed the level of an ordinary genin. Inoki's rigorous training had truly borne fruit. The atmosphere at the scene was quite lively. Among the gathering ninja trainees, a blonde-haired boy unexpectedly raised his hand. I want to graduate early too. Yes. Yes, yes. All eyes turned toward him. A golden-haired youth stood there, appearing 1 or 2 years older than Kuratsuchi. His long golden hair concealed one eye, while the visible eye sparkled with excitement. Deidara strode boldly into the examination arena, completely indifferent to the gazes of the crowd. He carried a small pouch filled with clay. I want to graduate early so I can have more time to create art. Yes. The examiner furrowed his brow and glanced toward the audience. Inoki's expression was grave. He knew this boy's personality all too well. Deidara was obsessed with explosive art. If allowed to graduate early and granted more freedom, he would undoubtedly become even more unrestrained. Who knew what kind of trouble he might cause then? Inoki pondered for a moment before speaking. Deidara, you may graduate early, but the examiner is tired and needs to be replaced. Deidara raised an eyebrow. Then who will be my examiner? Inoki's gaze shifted to his side. Kinto, you will be Deidara's examiner. All right. Kinto rose from the audience and walked toward the examination field. All eyes fixed on him. A new face, wearing a genin forehead protector, But among the prodigies capable of early graduation, was he one of them? Many IWA shinobi watched with curiosity. Beside Inoki, Kuratsuchi shouted loudly, "Little brother Kinto, beat him up. Hit him as hard as you can." Humph. Deidara glanced disdainfully at Kuratsuchi. Troublesome fellow. But then he scrutinized Kinto. Kinto? Huh? Younger than me and already a genin? Well, in the face of my explosive art, everything is fragile. Kinto stepped to the center of the arena and stood opposite Deidara, calmly watching him. Deidara rubbed his hands together excitedly, seemingly unaware of what awaited him next. With the examiner's announcement to begin, Deidara took clay from his pouch. His fingers nimbly kneaded it, swiftly molding several spider shapes. Then he infused chakra into the clay. The spiders came to life, crawling on his palm. "This is my artistic, explosive spider. Let me show you." He hurled the spiders toward Kinto. Kinto's calm black eyes tracked the spider's trajectory as he reached into his ninja tool pouch. Almost instantly, several shuriken flew out from his hands, tracing winding arcs through the air, precisely striking each clay spider. Bang, bang, bang. Simultaneous bursts of moderate flames erupted. This move drew astonished murmurs from the surrounding IWA shinobi. That throwing skill doesn't seem like a genin. Where did he come from? I've never seen him before, but his strength seems formidable. Deidara was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he is a jonin disguised as a genin to prevent my graduation? This boy was somewhat reckless, utterly failing to consider they were mid-battle. While Deidara was doubting, Kinto had already brought his kunai before him. "You lost." Deidara looked down, then glared at Kinto. "You cheated." Kinto replied, "Not really, dude. SNT sneaking attacks what ninjas do." The examiner declared, "Deidara, you have failed the assessment." Unwilling to accept defeat, Deidara retorted, "This doesn't count." "Yes. Next month, I will apply again for early graduation, and I want to designate you as my chief examiner. I will prepare seriously then, so get ready to become my defeated opponent." "Yes." Kinto offered no response, only signaling subtly toward Inoki with his eyes. Such a straightforward guy. Deidara sneered at Kinto, then shifted his gaze to Inoki. Inoki pondered quietly for a moment before nodding. This suited him perfectly. Deidara was among the most outstanding young ninja trainees, yet he had not seen Kinto exert his full strength. Next month, Deidara would surely be defeated and would challenge again. This way, having Deidara challenge Kinto every month would both curb Deidara's arrogance and test Kinto's growth. Killing two birds with one stone. "Very well," Inoki said. "But before you graduate, do not cause any more mischief." Deidara grinned broadly. "No problem. I will definitely defeat him, yes." 1 month later, in the same examination arena, Deidara once again stood before Kinto. During the past month, he had trained his taijutsu relentlessly, refined his control over the explosive spiders, and developed new clay creations. He was confident he would win this time. But once the battle began, Deidara realized he was mistaken. His clay was too slow and could be intercepted by ninja tools. His rigorously practiced taijutsu was insignificant before Kinto, who seemed to anticipate his next moves. The dust raised by the clay explosions provided cover for Kinto, who closed in and used his kunai to knock away Deidara's kunai. Then the battle was over. At the IWA village training ground, the morning sunlight bathed the rocky terrain. Inoki stood at the edge of the training ground, his gaze fixed on Kinto. Kuratsuchi stood beside his grandfather, curiously observing the two in the arena. Atsuchi was also watching. Akatsuki stood in the center of the training ground. Tall and robust, a gentle smile graced his face. Opposite him stood Kinto. Inoki's voice resonated. "Kinto, you have consecutively defeated Deidara, which has piqued my curiosity about your true strength. Today, you will spar against Akatsuki to assess your level."
Kinto nodded, understood, Tsuchikage-sama.
The atmosphere in the training ground grew tense. Akatsuki was a jonin of IWA, Inoki's disciple, possessing tremendous brute strength and undeniable prowess. This match was a genuine test for Kinto. Kuratsuchi furrowed her brows and said to Inoki, "Grandpa, Akatsuki-senpai is a jonin, but Kinto is only." Inoki raised his hand to stop her, his eyes deep and filled with profound curiosity. From the beginning, Inoki had known Kinto was a prodigy. But after the two challenges against Deidara, Inoki realized that Kinto's actual strength might differ somewhat from his initial assessment. The match began. Kinto took the initiative, bending low and charging swiftly toward Akatsuki. Akatsuki raised his right hand. The earth beneath them rose, forming a wall that blocked Kinto's path. Kinto sidestepped, simultaneously throwing 3 shuriken. The shuriken flew precisely toward 3 vital points on Akatsuki. Having witnessed Kinto's exquisite throwing technique before, Akatsuki was prepared. He formed hand seals, and the earth wall split into 3 segments, blocking the shuriken. Kinto closed in, his taijutsu fluid and his punches and kicks tightly coordinated. Akatsuki blocked several moves, forming an assessment in his mind. This boy's taijutsu is almost at Chunin level. More importantly, something about his physical strength seemed unusual. After blocking for a while without using chakra, Akatsuki felt a sudden ache. He clearly saw that Kinto had training weights strapped to both his calves and arms. If those weights were removed, this boy's speed and taijutsu power would increase even further. Tell me, for heaven's sake, is this really an 8-year-old? Akatsuki began his counterattack, his fist wrapped in rock, delivering a powerful punch. Kagami narrowly evaded, the heavy gust of the punch grazing his cheek, bringing a sharp sting. He hastily retreated, his hands deftly forming seals as he exhaled a stream of fire, conjuring a fireball 2 meters in diameter before him. Akatsuki pressed both hands against the ground, and a wall of earth rose to shield against the fireball. Flames erupted against the earthen barrier, smoke billowing forth. Amidst the dust, a faint crimson glimmer emerged. Akatsuki immediately averted his gaze. As a jonin, he was well aware of the danger posed by the Sharingan. Direct eye contact was forbidden, lest he fall victim to genjutsu. Yet his vigilance bred a new predicament. Without looking at the face, he could not anticipate Kagami's shuriken. Seizing the opportunity, Kagami unleashed a flurry of shuriken, each following a different trajectory, yet all precisely aimed at Akatsuki's vital points and probable escape routes. Akatsuki drew his kunai, forced to rely solely on his hearing and intuition to evade, the pressure mounting instantly. One shuriken grazed his arm, tearing through his clothing. Akatsuki frowned. This could not continue. Earth release. Earthquake core. The ground trembled violently, a large crater forming in the center of the training field. Kagami lost his footing and tumbled into the pit. Onoi was about to intervene. This match was merely a test of strength, not a fight to the death. But before he could speak, an anomaly occurred. The falling Kagami suddenly dissipated into white mist. It was a shadow clone. Akatsuki immediately sensed the danger, but Kagami's true form appeared behind him. Sensing peril, Akatsuki instinctively turned around. Their eyes met. Akatsuki's body stiffened, his gaze unfocused as he sank into an illusion. Within the genjutsu, he witnessed the training grounds collapsing, rocks burying him. The suffocation felt terrifyingly real. Onoi's voice echoed, match over. Kagami dispelled the illusion. Akatsuki snapped back to reality, his look toward Kagami laden with complexity. The genjutsu had been incredibly realistic. Had Onoi not called a halt, he might have suffered serious injury. Onoi strode into the arena, his lips curling into a lotus-like smile. He inwardly rejoiced. This Uchiha prodigy now belonged to Iwagakure. The advantage of the Sharingan in battle was so evident, combined with Kagami's tactical mind, his potential was immense. Onoi was certain that Sarutobi Hiruzen, that cunning old fox, had long noticed Kagami's talent. Yet that man had hesitated to nurture and protect him simply because of the Uchiha surname. Now, the truth was clear. Kagami had long since seen through Konoha's ugly facade and had defected. Onoi's mood was like winning the lottery, a fortune fallen from the heavens. He chuckled softly. Akatsuki rubbed his temples. Kinsu, how much chakra do you have left? That fight lasted a while, yet you managed to use genjutsu on me. Kagami evaded the question, replying lightly, that was only possible because Senior Akatsuki hesitated to strike me seriously, and due to the special nature of genjutsu. In a real life-or-death fight I would have already lost. You need not save face for me. Akatsuki shook his head. You have not yet shed your burdens. Considering the genjutsu, your calm mindset, and meticulous tactical thinking, you are fully capable of battling a jonin. That is high praise indeed. Kuratsuchi ran into the arena, her eyes shining brightly. Kinsu, you're amazing. Onoi observed Kuratsuchi's reaction thoughtfully. The granddaughter's attitude toward Kagami had shifted significantly, from curiosity to admiration. That concludes today's assessment, Onoi announced, smiling at Kagami. Though I know your nature is excellent, I must still warn you against pride. Kagami responded respectfully, I understand, Lord Tsuchikage. After training ended, the four departed the training grounds. Kuratsuchi stayed close to Kagami, asking incessantly about the Sharingan tactics and training methods. Kagami answered patiently. Akatsuki walked behind, whispering to Onoi, his tactical thinking is unlike that of an 8-year-old. He is far too mature. I know, Onoi said solemnly. Those who have weathered storms tend to mature early. Besides, he is now one of our own, and will become a pillar of the village in the future. The tragedy of the Uchiha must never repeat. We must not harbor suspicion, but rather provide him with a true home. Hearing this, Kido, who had remained silent, instinctively glanced ahead at the girl walking beside Kagami. Kuratsuchi's gaze toward the boy was filled with admiration, her questions unending. Crucially, the boy bore no airs of a master, patient as a caretaker. For some reason, Kido's heart ached faintly. Is this perhaps too soon? Onoi noticed the scene and shot Kido a sharp look. What are you thinking? They are only 8 years old. That is merely friendship between children. Can you not be so cruel? You're even more impatient than this old man. Several days later, Kagami arrived at Iwagakure's secret repository. The archive lay deep beneath the Tsuchikage's tower, guarded by a massive stone door. 2 jonin stood watch at the entrance. Upon seeing Kagami, they nodded in acknowledgement. Onoi had already given notice. Kagami had permission to enter and select ninjutsu. The stone door slowly opened, and Kagami stepped inside. The interior was vast, rows of stone shelves lined with scrolls. Each scroll bore inscriptions of the ninjutsu's name, rank, and nature. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and ink. Kagami walked along the shelves, his eyes scanning the scroll labels. He needed to choose ninjutsu suited to himself, as a supplement beyond the Sharingan. Based on his chakra nature, Kagami selected several low-rank ninjutsu scrolls. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall, a defensive technique, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, an area disruption jutsu. Wind Release, Wind Cutter Technique, a slashing offensive jutsu. Kagami obtained copies of the chosen scrolls, then left the repository to report his selection to Onoi in the Tsuchikage's office. These ninjutsu are fine choices, suitable for your current study, Onoi said, seated in his office, eyeing the scrolls in Kagami's hands. To resist the temptation of high-level jutsu and proceed step by step, that is commendable. I will arrange for jonin instructors to guide you, ensuring you master them properly. Kagami was about to express his gratitude, but was cut off by Onoi's raised hand. Recognizing his own fussiness, Onoi cleared his throat and waited patiently. Soon, Onoi gathered several jonin, assigning them their task. Your mission is to teach Kintsu these ninjutsu within 7 days. Thus, Kagami accompanied the jonin to the training grounds. That night, the jonin returned to the Tsuchikage's office, submitting their mission reports. Kagami had learned all the ninjutsu. Though not yet proficient, he had genuinely mastered them. Only further training was needed to use them flexibly. Onoi read the report describing Kagami's learning process and sighed in admiration. Truly a clan blessed by the heavens. Meanwhile, at Kagami's home, after bidding farewell to the temporary instructors, he entered the bath. Warm water enveloped his body, washing away the fatigue of the day. Kagami closed his eyes, pondering profound questions. Iwagakure had given him shelter, resources, and a new identity. Such blessings demanded reciprocation, something every decent person must consider. Otherwise, to be ungrateful, could one still call oneself human? Would that not make one akin to a treacherous wretch who murders his master? However, rewards require strategy and long-term planning. At present, Kyoshin's strength is rapidly increasing, yet numerous shortcomings remain overall, making it impossible to accomplish anything earth-shattering. Thus, the plan must begin with short-term goals. In the original narrative, nearly every village harbors its own regrets. Konoha with the Uchiha clan, the Hitaki lineage, and the Fourth Hokage's progeny. Sunagakure with its geographic disadvantages. Kirigakure's upper echelon. Kumogakure's bloodline limits. As for Iwagakure, originally given scant attention, the only notable issue Kyoshin could identify was Deidara's defection. The artistic yet temperamentally flawed individual. Without proper guidance, his defection and eventual joining of the Akatsuki were inevitable. Kyoshin could not allow such an event to recur. Deidara was a prodigy of Iwagakure. His departure represented a loss for the village. Although others had never seen the so-called Naruto original work and were unaware of Deidara's defection, if through Kyoshin's efforts Deidara did not defect, no one would credit him with merit. Yet this was the tangible achievement Kyoshin could currently attain. Yes, the decision was made, attempt to change Deidara. The following month, at the examination grounds, Deidara once again applied for early graduation. Standing at the center of the field, clutching clay in his hands, his expression was more focused than before, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fire. Over the course of the month, he improved his exploding spider technique and developed new clay formations. Kyoshin approached him calmly, meeting his gaze. Seeing that face, Deidara could not help but grow angry, grinding his teeth as he declared, "This time, I will win. I've refined my art. Prepare to witness it. I refuse to accept defeat. The battle commenced. Deidara launched his exploding spider once more, this time with increased speed and more cunning trajectories. He also introduced leaping exploding frogs, attempting to encircle Kyoshin from multiple angles. Kyoshin employed his usual tactic, observing the movement patterns of the spiders and frogs, analyzing Deidara's strategic intent. Then he began moving with precise steps, evading each explosion cleanly. After 3 minutes, Deidara was defeated once again. Kyoshin's kunai pressed firmly against his throat, the motion swift and decisive. Deidara's eyes burned with unwillingness. Why? I clearly made improvements, why do I still lose? Kyoshin sheathed his kunai, but this time did not immediately depart. Instead, he wore a contemplative expression. Your art has potential, but your tactical application is flawed. What? The youth dared to instruct him. But no, that was wrong. Kyoshin was stronger, so perhaps he had a different perspective? Deidara's gaze blazed as he fixed his eyes on Kyoshin. What problems? Kyoshin analyzed. First, the forms you mold. Both spiders and frogs are ground-based creatures with limited mobility. Why not experiment with flying creatures? This would expand your strike range and reduce the chance of interception. Deidara snorted lightly. I thought as much. You think I haven't tried? It's just too difficult. Then this might help you. Kyoshin smoothly retrieved a scroll from his ninja tool pouch, as if anticipating Deidara's reply. Deidara's eyes widened. Huh? What's this? Kyoshin answered earnestly, insights and training methods to enhance chakra control. Swallowing hard, Deidara snatched the scroll, suddenly finding Kyoshin's face more agreeable. Good. What else? Kyoshin continued. Second, your throwing technique. You simply hurl your explosives and rely on their own movement. Why not accelerate them? Use miniature explosions to propel them, increasing flight speed and hit rate. Deidara was stunned. This novel concept had never occurred to him. To prevent the miniature explosions from affecting the main explosives, only some form of partition was needed between them. After a brief silence, Deidara suddenly grinned broadly, slapping Kyoshin's shoulder with force. Thanks. But aren't you afraid I'll surpass you if you tell me all this? The real issue is this. We are both members of Iwagakure and should assist one another. Kyoshin replied with a diplomatic tone, then added, though your chances of surpassing me are slim. What? Deidara was indeed angered. On what grounds do you say that? Just wait until I blast you away. Then we'll talk. He turned and ran off, eager to refine his art. Kyoshin watched his retreating figure and nodded slightly. This was good. Give Deidara a target. Let him use Kyoshin as a testing ground for his art. As long as Kyoshin remained in Iwagakure, Deidara would want to continue sparring with him. Failing and not being killed meant he could not leave the village. This was only the first step. He needed to appropriately instill a sense of honor and disgrace, guiding him toward the righteous path. Time passed. 1 year elapsed. In a rocky region outside Iwagakure, merchants hawked loudly along the roadside, with a bustling crowd visibly excited. 15th time. Opening the market. An outsider merchant, puzzled by the prosperity, tugged at a passerby and inquired, Hey, what's going on here? Didn't they say too many rocks made development impractical? I haven't been here in 2 years, and now it looks like this? The passerby, red-faced and flustered, snapped, Don't drag me into this. I'm in a hurry. The merchant released his grip helplessly, watching the other's hurried retreat. Curiosity piqued. He followed the flow of people to a crowded spectator stand. An observant bystander exclaimed, Look, Deidara's here. The crowd stirred in excitement. Judging by the scene, this time he was sure to win. Deidara, win for me. I've lost to you 10 times already. I beg you, make a comeback. I'll keep betting on Kinto. Before the great Kinto-sama, Deidara doesn't stand a chance. On the rocky outcrop, 2 figures appeared and took their positions atop separate boulders, staring across the distance. Deidara's face twisted in a grimace as he shouted, 15th early graduation application. Let the exam begin. Their farcical rivalry was so tiresome that even Inoki neglected to intervene. There was no referee, usually Deidara himself. Kinto, Deidara glared at the young boy ahead. This time, I will defeat you. I will defeat you. Throughout the year, he had relentlessly challenged Kyoshin, only to be defeated each time. Meanwhile, Kyoshin deliberately fostered the illusion that with just a bit more effort, Deidara could overcome him. Under this prolonged, arduous training, Deidara's mindset subtly shifted. His passion for explosions waned, supplanted by a growing desire to triumph over Kyoshin. 15 times. A full 15 times. If he failed to defeat Kyoshin and graduate early, he would be forced to graduate normally. Opposite him, Kyoshin wore the Iwagakure Anbu mask, beneath which he strained to maintain a composed expression. Show me your progress. Such an admonishing tone from an elder to a junior instantly riled Deidara, his forehead visibly steaming with frustration. Kyoshin was 9 years old. Deidara was nearly 12. Being spoken to in this manner was unbearable, truly unbearable. The battle began. The battle ended. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, was it still impossible to succeed? Deidara lay sprawled upon the ground, his expression vacant as he gazed blankly at the sky. Kinkaku approached, as was customary, to offer him consolation, even feigning heavy breaths as he spoke. Ha! You almost pulled it off. How many times had it been almost now? Deidara's gaze sharpened, focusing on the fox mask before him, his tone steady. See you next month. He rolled over and departed. Kinkaku waved at him amicably. Keep at it, Deidara. You're just a hair's breadth away from becoming Iwagakure's greatest prodigy. In the distance, Deidara's pace faltered for a fleeting moment.
Top.
A soft footstep sounded. A member of the Anbu appeared before Kinkaku. Kinto, the Tsuchikage summons you. Kinkaku nodded and followed the Anbu toward the Tsuchikage's tower. He could roughly guess the reason. Deidara's growth over the past year had been so conspicuous that Inoki must have devised a plan. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki spoke with a tone of admiration. Kinto, I have witnessed your progress over this past year. Kinkaku responded calmly. It is thanks to the Tsuchikage and the nurturing environment of Iwagakure. Inoki shook his head. No, this is your own effort. Iwagakure merely provided the environment. True growth depends on you. He paused briefly before continuing. Your abilities have reached a certain threshold. I am considering beginning instruction in dust release. Kinkaku's eyes flickered. Dust release, the bloodline limit technique synonymous with Inoki. The transmission of such a high-level jutsu indicated that Inoki truly regarded him as a worthy successor. I shall obey your arrangement, Kinkaku replied. Inoki nodded with satisfaction. He drew 6 scrolls from a drawer and placed them upon the desk. But before learning dust release, you must prepare yourself mentally. The study of dust release may prove exceedingly difficult, perhaps even ending in failure. Bloodline limits are no ordinary jutsu. They demand extraordinary talent and relentless effort. Kinkaku picked up the first scroll and opened it, then the second, the third. After perusing all 6 scrolls, he fell silent. Tsuchikage, what of dust release itself? There is no mention of it here. Inoki softened his tone as much as possible. These are foundational prerequisites for training dust release, not the direct methods of training dust release itself. Kinkaku summarized. The 6 scrolls correspond respectively to the training methods for the morphological transformation of fire-natured chakra, the alteration of fire-natured chakra's properties, the morphological transformation of earth-natured chakra, the alteration of earth-natured chakra's properties, the morphological transformation of wind-natured chakra, and the alteration of wind-natured chakra's properties. If we were to rank the difficulty of mastering ninjutsu from D to S, with the Flying Thunder God technique rated S, then mastering dust release would be 4 times as difficult, Kinkaku continued. To put it more plainly, when Naruto trained in the original story, he posed a question. This technique is so hard, it's like having one eye looking upward and the other looking downward. Dust release is akin to having one eye looking upward, one eye looking downward, and a third eye looking straight ahead. Inoki observed Kinkaku's stunned expression and hurriedly added, Don't be too burdened by pressure. Just give it a try. These are merely prerequisites. Even if you cannot master dust release itself, this training will immensely benefit your future. Kinkaku nodded. I will do my utmost. Inoki nodded in return. Good. When you have mastered these, come to me. I will formally begin teaching you dust release. After leaving the Tsuchikage's office and returning home, evening gradually descended. As Kinkaku bathed, he opened his attribute panel. Host. Uchiha Kinkaku Bloodline. Mangekyo Sharingan with 3 Tomo Ninjutsu. Great Fireball Technique, Clone Technique, Transformation Technique, Substitution Technique, Body Flicker Technique, Earth Wall, Great Breakthrough, Wind Cutting Technique Genjutsu, Sharingan. Illusory Netherworld Technique Taijutsu, Leaf Style Swordsmanship Chakra, 388 Combat Power, 155 System Capability Linear Potential. Effort yields reward. Your potential is boundless and without ceiling. This was the fruit of a year's training. The 3 Tomo Mangekyo Sharingan had fully stabilized. Chakra capacity had reached 388, and combat power stood at 155. On paper alone, his combat power was nearing the 200 mark typical of a jonin, while his chakra approached the 500 mark characteristic of an elite jonin. This was not due to Kinkaku's innate constitution alone but owed greatly to the system's linear potential. He employed the training method Naruto used in the original series, training through shadow clones. When shadow clones refine chakra, the total chakra pool increases. Upon their dispelling, the accumulated chakra returns to the original body. Refining chakra through shadow clones accelerates the main body's chakra growth. The greater the chakra reserves, the more shadow clones one can maintain. The more clones, the faster the training progresses. It was a virtuous cycle. He could now sustain 20 shadow clones simultaneously for daily training. The price was that at night, upon dispelling the clones, the accumulated fatigue and experience from the day flooded his mind, causing him to collapse straight onto his bed. This had effectively resolved his insomnia. Moreover, Kinkaku noticed that his body's recovery speed from training fatigue was increasing, likely due to the combined effects of bodily resilience and linear potential. His wounds healed at an astonishing rate. He had tested himself. A half-centimeter cut could completely heal within 2 days, leaving no trace of a scar. Having bathed, Kinkaku returned to his bedroom, lay upon his bed, and formed hand seals. His externally training shadow clones were dispelled. Kinkaku kicked off the bed covers and collapsed flat onto the mattress. Next door, Katsuchi skillfully pushed open the door, lifted Kinkaku, and placed him into a pre-prepared medicinal bath. The gentle herbs slowly restored Kinkaku's body. An hour later, Katsuchi set him back on the bed and tucked the covers neatly. The tall man, as usual, offered a teasing remark. Stronger than yesterday, still so stable, a real freak. The following day, Kinkaku dispatched shadow clones and commenced studying the 6 scrolls Inoki had given him. 1 month later, Tsuchikage Tower. Kinkaku's footsteps echoed against the stone walls. The guarding ninja nodded in greeting upon seeing him. Inoki's office door stood open. Kinkaku approached and knocked. "Kinto, come in," Inoki called, lifting his head and smiling upon seeing him. "Have you encountered any difficulties? Don't be discouraged. I understand it is hard." Kinkaku cleared his throat. "I believe I have mastered the prerequisite training for dust release." Inoki's expression turned serious. Though he knew Kinkaku's talent was exceptional and that he had shadow clones assisting him, he had estimated it would take at least half a year to master these prerequisites. This was the shortest time frame he could realistically expect. "I do not doubt you, but seeing is believing," Inoki said gravely. 10 minutes later, training ground. Inoki watched as Kinkaku sequentially demonstrated the results of his training, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his emotions. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, did you foresee this outcome?" Inoki produced a scroll and handed it to Kinkaku before beginning his explanation. Dust release is a bloodline limit technique that fuses earth, wind, and fire nature chakra. The principle involves blending 3 types of chakra in precise proportions to forge a stable chakra structure. This formation possesses the property of decomposing matter, capable of breaking down the target to an atomic level. Kagami listened intently, unwilling to miss a single word. Inoki spoke of the training method. Cultivation is divided into 3 stages. The first stage requires simultaneously manipulating the 3 chakra natures while maintaining balance. The second stage involves attempting fusion with the correct proportions and structure. The third stage is about stabilizing the output, thereby forming the dust release ninjutsu. You are to begin with the first stage now, simultaneously controlling the 3 chakra natures. It is exceedingly difficult, as the distinct properties of each will interfere with one another. You must find the equilibrium point to allow them to coexist harmoniously. Kagami sat cross-legged and commenced the attempt to simultaneously manipulate the 3 chakra natures. Earth, wind, and fire chakra were drawn inward, converging toward the palm. However, the proximity caused immediate interference among them. The balance was shattered almost instantaneously, and the chakra descended into chaos. Bang! The miniature explosion that erupted from the chakra flow Kagami had just condensed in his palm dissipated into a white mist in midair. Inoki, witnessing this familiar yet strange scene, comforted Kagami as his former master once comforted him. "Do not be in a hurry. There is no shortcut to dust release. From the moment I learned the prerequisites to my first successful use of dust release, it took me 5 years and nearly 100,000 failures. Experience accumulates gradually." Kagami showed no discouragement and immediately began a second attempt. Inoki nodded with satisfaction, a faint mist rising in his eyes. "If I could witness even a single use of dust release by the youth of Iwagakure, even once, I could peacefully close my eyes." Having trained in dust release with unwavering dedication for 5 years, Inoki was not lacking in patience. Yet he had waited too long. He was old, and an accident could come at any moment. Within the village, not to mention others capable of dust release, there were scarcely any ninjas who even met the prerequisites, and those who did had barely reached the level after accumulating over 50 years of experience. Kodo's talent was not lacking, but he was still very far from dust release. Kuroto and Deidara were much better than Kodo, But being too young with a single chakra nature, they first needed to master the prerequisites, attempting to draw out and familiarize themselves with the other two hidden chakra natures within their bodies. Now, seeing Kagami genuinely training in dust release, Inoki was deeply moved. Kagami's heart trembled. The weight of the emotions behind those words was immense. It was the expectation of inheritance, the trust of an elder. Kagami spoke earnestly. Lord Tsuchikage, this will not take long. Moreover, you will surely live a long life and witness Iwagakure grow stronger. This was no mere consolation, for Inoki was indeed destined for longevity. Inoki laughed heartily. If only that were true. But I appreciate your kind words. I will strive to live until that day. When the laughter subsided, his expression turned serious once more. There is one more thing. Your strength has reached a certain level, but isolating yourself is not the way. A ninja requires real combat experience and mission practice. Kagami listened quietly. Though he had joined the Anbu, he had yet to undertake any missions. Inoki continued. Considering that Konoha's actions against you have significantly diminished, and their presence near the land of Earth has been sparse for some time, I intend to assign you to an Anbu team of 3. The other 2 members are seasoned elite jonin. They will guide you through mission procedures and enrich your experience, for a duration of 1 month. However, this is not urgent. Your teammates have not yet been finalized. Focus on your dust release training first, that is paramount. Should you encounter a bottleneck, taking a break to clear your mind might yield unexpected results. The morning sun had just illuminated the rocky peaks of Iwagakure as Kagami stepped out of his stone dwelling to begin his routine morning training. Having just completed a basic taijutsu set, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Well, up early, little genius. Kuroto leaned against the stone wall by the door. His short black hair shimmered faintly in the morning light, and a radiant smile adorned his face. Kuroto, Kagami nodded in greeting. What brings you here? I heard you have an Anbu mission today. Kuroto stepped forward and produced a small pouch from his bosom. Here, specially made ration pills. I added honey and herbs, so they should taste better than the usual. Don't forget to replenish your energy during the mission. Kagami accepted the pouch with a smile. Thank you. After all this time, you're still so polite? Kuroto tilted his head and leaned in closer. You're easy to get along with, but why does it feel like your progress is so slow? Kagami's eye twitched slightly. You should read fewer of those inexplicable books. Forget it. Forget it. Not bringing that up. Just promise me you'll be careful. Though I know you're strong, Anbu missions are not like training. Her scent was faintly fragrant, close enough for Kagami to see the trembling of her eyelashes. I understand. Kagami took a half step back. That's good. Kuroto patted his shoulder. Good luck on your mission. I'll be waiting for your return. She waved and turned away, her steps light and full of vitality. Kagami watched her depart, carefully stowed the ration pill pouch, and then proceeded toward the Tsuchikage's office. The Anbu base of Iwagakure was concealed deep within the village, connected to the Tsuchikage's office by a single secret door. Kagami changed into the standard Iwagakure Anbu uniform, a black tight-fitting suit overlaid with a light gray vest, and a fox mask covering his face, with only 2 narrow slits for limited vision, completely concealing his features. Inoki floated before him, arms crossed, wearing a stern expression. Ketsukin, your teammates have been chosen. 2 figures emerged from the shadows. On the left stood a tall male ninja, appearing to be around 30 years old. He wore a wolf-shaped mask, broad-shouldered, standing steady as a mountain, breathing so evenly it was almost inaudible. On the right was a slender, agile female ninja wearing an owl mask, her presence nearly imperceptible. Ishimin, elite jonin, adept in earth release and tactical command, Inoki introduced. Yakage, elite jonin, reconnaissance and assassination specialist. He added. Both inclined their heads slightly toward Kagami, their movements crisp and efficient, devoid of any superfluous gesture. Clearly, they had already received detailed instructions from Inoki and understood the nature of this mission. Your first mission has been assigned. Inoki produced a scroll from his bosom and handed it to Ishimin. Class C Bandit Suppression Mission. The target is a band of mountain brigands entrenched in the land of Earth, numbering about 20, suspected to include rogue ninja. Complete annihilation is required, no survivors. Ishimin accepted the scroll, glanced through it swiftly, and looked up. Understood. Inoki nodded, then turned to Kagami. Ketsukin, this is your first Anbu mission. Your 2 seniors will not intervene. This is a trial for you alone. Understood. Kagami's voice emerged muffled through the mask. The 3 bowed simultaneously to Inoki before turning away from the training ground. They advanced at the rapid pace standard to Anbu forced marches, swiftly leaving behind the rocky peaks and canyons surrounding Iwagakure. 8 hours of continuous travel ensued. The scenery gradually transformed from the relatively fertile environs near Iwagakure to barren wastelands and precipitous mountains. On the fringes of the land of Earth, far removed from the reach of Iwagakure's influence, lawlessness reigned supreme, a haven for mountain bandits and rogue ninjas alike. Guided by the scroll, the trio located their mission's destination, a concealed valley. The valley's entrance was narrow, flanked on both sides by precipitous cliffs soaring dozens of meters high. Within the valley stood makeshift wooden huts and tents. Wisps of smoke curled into the air as roughly 20 bandits busied themselves preparing their evening meal. The three concealed themselves atop the rocky cliffs overlooking the encampment. At the center stood several larger wooden structures, surrounded by scattered tents and encircled by a rudimentary wooden palisade. 2 sentries lounged lazily at the entrance, evidently dismissive of any threat of attack. The most conspicuous sight was a small shed, inside which several men and women, their faces vacant and despairing, were bound with hemp ropes. Clearly the bandits' captives. Target confirmed. 23 in total, whispered Ye. 3 exhibit chakra signatures, likely rogue ninjas. Their strength ranges between genin and chunin levels. The camp layout is loose, defenses weak. Ishimin stretched his shoulders as he rose. Ye's voice sharpened. Captain, what is it? Came Ishimin's lethargic, muffled reply beneath his mask. Our mission is to familiarize Shigane with the procedure. I only need to instruct him on what to do. Shigane, under no circumstances should you expose yourself like I tend to. That is all. Go now. Rest assured. With us here you won't die. These were 2 elite jonin, counted on one hand across the entire planet 20 years past and 20 years hence. The total number of elite jonin barely filled a few sheets of A4 paper. Were it not for Chishin, such a novice village mission would never be entrusted to elite jonin. To put it bluntly, even if Danzo himself came intending to eliminate Chishin, he'd need to warm up first. Chishin nodded, drawing a deep breath and closing his eyes to steady his breathing. Chakra began to flow within him, the Sharingan quietly activating beneath his mask, the crimson eyes peering through the narrow eye slits to survey the camp below. It was his habit never to underestimate any foe. With a single leap, Chishin descended from the cliff. The 2 sentries at the camp's perimeter simultaneously drew their blades. Alarmed. Who goes there? Chishin formed hand seals swiftly.
Shadow clone technique.
Bang! 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 A series of white smoke bursts erupted, conjuring 10 shadow clones around Chishin. Ninjas! 1 sentry recoiled in terror and turned to flee. 2 shadow clones surged forward instantly, their kunai slicing through the air with icy arcs. The sentry barely uttered a short, sharp scream before collapsing, blood gushing from his throat. The 10 shadow clones plunged into the camp, sowing panic among the bandits. Enemy attack! Ninjas! Amidst the chaos, 3 rogue ninjas with chakra signatures burst from the largest wooden hut, their reflexes far swifter than common bandits. 1 bald man immediately formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. The ground surged upward as a thick earthen wall rose, blocking a volley of ninja tools hurled by the shadow clones. Yet 3 shadow clones circumvented the wall, flanking from both sides to engage in close combat. Leaping high, a shadow clone delivered a crushing kick. The bald man raised his kunai to block. Clang! The heavy-weighted leg struck the kunai. Seizing the moment, 2 other shadow clones plunged their blades into his chest. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. A blazing orb 2 meters in diameter erupted from the crowd, roaring toward Chishin's original body. The air distorted, waves of heat rolling outward. Chishin clapped his hands to the ground, forming seals simultaneously. An earthen wall rose before him. The fireball collided with the wall with a thunderous impact. Chishin shifted his weight downward and circled to a vantage point with a clearer view, continuing to form hand seals. Spotting the ninja, Chishin swung his arm, unleashing a swift wind blade. The man's eyes widened in shock, seemingly unprepared for someone to perform 2 consecutive ninjutsu in such rapid succession. He barely dodged the wind blade, only to find Chishin had suddenly closed the distance. Thud! Chishin drew his kunai from the man's flesh. Simultaneously, the last rogue ninja was eliminated by the shadow clones. Within scarcely 2 minutes, the entire camp had transformed into a battlefield of carnage. Blood stained the earth. Corpses lay scattered in disarray. 1 shadow clone approached the palisade, unfastening the bonds of the captives. Chishin stood in the camp's center, his breathing calm beneath the mask. Surveying his surroundings to confirm no survivors remained, he dispelled his shadow clones, the battle experience returning to his original body. Ishimin and Ye leapt down from the cliff, landing beside Chishin. Ishimin's voice bore less of its usual laziness. Not your first kill, is it? Chishin answered, encountered numerous bandits on the way to Iwagakure. Alright, Ishimin scratched his head. But during the mission, try not to reveal too much about your past. You only needed to answer yes just now. Mission accomplished. Let us return. By the time the three returned to Iwagakure, night had fully descended. They proceeded to the Tsuchikage's office to report. Inoki regarded Chishin with a satisfied smile. Well done. Rest now, Shigane. Yes, sir. Chishin saluted before turning to leave. Inoki looked to the other two. How did he perform? Far beyond expectations, Ishimin replied slowly. He has seen blood before. We should increase his training intensity. Inoki shook his head gently. Progress must be gradual. You should both rest as well. At dawn, the desolate mountains on the land of Earth's border exuded a grim solemnity. The wind whispered through crevices, emitting mournful howls, stirring dust that cracked and popped softly against the dark cliffs. Ishimin stood atop a towering rock pillar, his wolf-shaped mask's eyes scanning the valley below. Ye lurked 10 meters to his left within shadows, her owl mask revealing only half her face, blending almost seamlessly with the stone. Chishin crouched to Ishimin's right, his youthful features concealed beneath a fox mask. Their target stronghold lay 300 meters ahead in a mountain hollow. Ishimin's voice echoed directly into their minds via chakra transmission. According to intelligence, 23 bandits occupy the camp, 5 suspected rogue ninjas with faint chakra signatures, likely genin level. The rest are common criminals. Chishin's Sharingan beneath his mask slowly rotated. Through the narrow slits, he clearly saw smoke rising from the valley and faint sounds of commotion. Where are the hostages? His voice was cold. 7 villagers kidnapped from nearby settlements, 3 women for men, are held in the wooden hut on the eastern side of the stronghold. Ishimin answered, our primary objective is to rescue the hostages, then annihilate the bandits. I will launch a frontal assault to draw their attention. Infiltrate to free the captives and eliminate the outer sentries. Shigane, use your Sharingan to observe the battlefield. Promptly dispatch any stragglers, and remain vigilant of our surroundings. Understood. Chishin nodded. Ishimin reminded Chishin, Shigane, this is a tactical coordination exercise. Focus on your assigned role. Chishin acknowledged silently. Otherwise, a squad of Chunin would have been assigned. Ishimin leapt from the pillar, forming hand seals midair. Earth release. Rock pillar jutsu. A colossal rock pillar 3 meters in diameter erupted violently from the ground, crashing directly into the center of the bandit stronghold. Crash! Half of the wooden hut collapsed, dust billowing thickly. The terrified shouts of the mountain bandits erupted instantaneously. Enemy attack! Ninjas! Draw your weapons! Shifeng landed, his hands swiftly forming hand seals once more. Earth release. Earth flow wall. 3 sturdy earthen walls surged from the ground, sealing off all 3 exits of the stronghold. A whistling crossbow bolt came flying. Shifeng casually swung his ninja blade, effortlessly deflecting the projectile. The battle had officially commenced. Yang's silhouette flickered within the shadows. Her speed was astonishing, like a gray phantom, nearly invisible to all as she closed in. Kyujin stood atop a high vantage point, his Mangekyo Sharingan granting him a crystal-clear view of everything. 2 elite jonin accompanied a group of worthless novices playing at make-believe, deliberately letting 5 mountain bandits escape. The 5 bandits fled chaotically toward the valley's edge. Kyujin hurled 5 shuriken, tracing eerie arcs as they collided midair, changed course, and ultimately struck precisely at the napes of the fleeing bandits. Simultaneously, Yang rescued the hostages. Shifeng found himself besieged by both bandits and 5 rogue ninjas. The situation appeared precarious. Wait, this was undoubtedly a test of his own mettle. Elite Jonin versus a band of mountain bandits and 5 rogue ninjas. Yet the elite Jonin seemed to be in jeopardy? Beneath his mask, Kyujin's expression grew contemplative. Rather than a mission, it felt more like a trial. If his teammates were not Yang and Shifeng, if the enemies were even stronger. His task was to handle any stragglers and maintain vigilance over the surroundings. But with his comrades in peril, he could neither abandon his post nor turn a blind eye. How should he confront this predicament? If he joined the battle personally, it would surely breach protocol. Deploying a shadow clone to fight? That would diminish his own combat strength. If enemy reinforcements arrived then, he would be powerless to respond. Soon, Kyujin made his decision. He drew several kunai from his ninja pouch, attaching steel wires to their tails and affixing explosive tags. After lighting the fuses, he hurled them into the enemy ranks surrounding Shifeng. Boom! Hello! Shifeng leisurely dodged the attacks while keeping an eye on Kyujin's choice. Upon seeing the explosive tags, a look of admiration flickered beneath Shifeng's mask. The explosive tags would effectively disrupt the enemy, support his embattled comrade, require minimal chakra, and allow the unit on duty to maintain their position. I still have comrades. Kill him first. One rogue ninja shouted. Oh, kill whom? Now that Kyujin had penned the answer to this test, Shifeng saw no reason to hold back. His figure vanished in place as he used body flicker technique to exit the enemy formation, raising his hands to form seals. Earth release. Rock mountain overlap. Shifeng's chakra rapidly spread across the ground through his hands, almost instantly covering half of the bandit camp. Boom! Two small hills rose on either side of the camp before violently crashing into one another. In the blink of an eye, wooden huts, stones, saplings, and enemies were all trapped within this man-made mountain. The reporting room of the Anbu base was spacious and uncluttered. A map of the land of Earth hung on the rocky wall, while a chakra lamp in the corner cast a steady white light, illuminating the entire room. Shifeng stood before the map, briefing Anoki on the mission details. Yang leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Her owl mask was removed, revealing a delicate yet cold visage. Kyujin sat at the long table, a cup of hot water before him. Mission complete. Shifeng concluded his report. 23 mountain bandits annihilated, including 5 confirmed dead rogue ninjas. All 7 hostages rescued and escorted back to the village by follow-up forces. No casualties on our side. Regarding the true mission, the choice of Ketsukin was absolutely correct. Anoki nodded, turning his gaze to Kyujin. Ketsukin, how do you feel after these past few days? Kyujin answered honestly, not bad. Yang suddenly spoke. Fearful? Kyujin? Meeting the gazes cast upon him, Kyujin was first taken aback, then immediately understood why they asked. In that moment, he felt as though he faced a group of caretakers, offering psychological support no less. Ahem. Kyujin cleared his throat. I know what I fight for. Shifeng recounted his own experience. I killed my first person at the age of 12. During a border patrol mission, I encountered a reconnaissance squad from the Cloud Village. They struck first. I retaliated. My kunai pierced the heart of a young ninja. I stared into his eyes for a long time until his pupils fully dilated. His voice was calm, as if recounting someone else's story. Later, I understood. I killed him not because I hated him, nor because I relished killing, but because if I didn't kill him, he would have killed my comrades and threatened my village. That is the logic of a ninja, simple and brutal. Yang, acting as the political officer, added, the Sharingan lets you see death clearly. Then look closely, see the fragility of life, the cost of violence, and make your choice. When to kill, when not to kill. That is true control. Kyujin pondered but showed no sign of struggle. Ha ha ha. Anoki drifted before him, placing a hand atop his head. It seems we underestimated Ketsukin's resolve. This counseling session was one that should never have been initiated. Shifeng yawned. So, is class dismissed? It would be wonderful if the new generation in the village were all like this. Yang sighed in agreement. Anoki waved his hand. You two should get some rest now. The pair took their leave. Kyujin understood the purpose of this lesson. It was meant to guide his inner world. Yet he was clear-headed. He knew the path he walked, knew his enemies and knew what he must do. But others did not know. Lord Tsuchikage, Kyujin spoke candidly. I understand my situation and why I kill. My mission is to protect Iwagakure and to exact revenge. Revenge.
À péril utopique.
Anoki cautioned. Though you are a very rational person, anyone's mindset tends to waver when speaking of revenge. What I want you to know is this. Before you have absolute certainty, do not recklessly place yourself in danger. Your talent is exceptional, and with the Sharingan, your future will be formidable. Revenge will then be merely a natural consequence. There is no need to rush. Faces flashed through Kyujin's mind. Uchiha Weasel, Uchiha Shasiai, Shimura the old rascal. None to be trifled with. Few in the ninja world truly understand their cards. Kyujin is one of them. Compared to his peers, Kyujin was indeed strong. But next to these figures, he was still too inexperienced. He was not the Weasel's younger brother. Challenging him with the Mangekyo Sharingan would only earn him the status of a roadside dog. Take a rest. The next mission will be more demanding. Anoki patted Kyujin's shoulder. Kyujin responded with a grunt and left the Anbu base. The sky had darkened, and the streets of Iwagakure were illuminated with lights. He followed a familiar path toward the training grounds. Sure enough, that figure was there as well. 2 years remained before the story began. Every second counted. Kuratsuchi's hands enveloped the rugged stone, each swing of her fist slicing through the air with a whistling roar, striking the specially crafted wooden stakes with a heavy, resonant boom. Her short hair, dampened by sweat, clung in strands to her fair cheeks, swaying gently in rhythm with her movements. She noticed Kagami's arrival, paused, and turned to face him. Is the mission complete? She inquired, her voice tinged with the breathlessness of exertion. Was it successful? Successful. Will you train with me a while longer? All right. The two widened the distance between them. Kuratsuchi formed hand seals with both hands. Earth release. Earth spear. 3 sharp stone spires erupted from the ground, launching at Kagami from different angles. Kagami activated his Sharingan, effortlessly discerning the trajectories of the stone spears and evaded them. He charged toward Kuratsuchi, his speed moderate but his steps precise. Kuratsuchi met him head-on, swinging her rock-hard fist. Kagami ducked beneath the blow, his right hand forming a twin-finger strike like a blade, thrusting toward her ribs. Kuratsuchi blocked with her left hand. The collision between stone and flesh echoed with a dull thud. From then on, they ceased using ninjutsu, engaging solely in hand-to-hand combat. After 10 minutes, Kuratsuchi halted, panting heavily. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her training attire, the fabric clinging tightly to her skin, revealing every contour of her physique. The rise and fall of her chest was pronounced, and the muscles of her waist and abdomen gleamed under the sheen of perspiration. Kagami averted his gaze. That felt refreshing. Kuratsuchi pulled a towel from her pocket, wiping her face and neck before casually leaning in to gently dab at the non-existent sweat on Kagami's forehead. Her movements were natural, as if this were the most ordinary of acts. The towel bore her warmth and a faint scent of sweat. Her fingers occasionally brushed against Kagami's skin. Kagami's body stiffened momentarily. I can manage myself. Relax. I'm not going to eat you. You're so hard to handle. I told you to stop reading those nonsensical books. But they're really interesting, though the reality is a bit tougher. According to our storyline, you should be blushing, tsundere, and heartstruck right now. Seeing the slight twitch at the corner of his lips, Kuratsuchi laughed heartily. I'm going to shower. I smell like sweat all over. You should get some rest, too. She left the training ground, her figure vanishing into the night. Kagami watched her departure, then settled cross-legged, beginning to practice dust release. The power of dust release was indisputable. No sacrifice was too great for it. During missions, Kagami assessed their difficulty. If he could return to Iwagakure that day, he dispatched a shadow clone to refine Chakra, though only half the usual number compared to normal training days. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki held a border patrol report. Ishimin and Yagami stood before the desk, having just completed their mission briefing. Kagami stood beside them. After Ishimin concluded, he stepped forward.
Tsuchikage-sama.
There is something I wish to report. Inoki looked up. What is it? It concerns intelligence on Uzumaki. Kagami paused to organize his thoughts. On my journey from the land of fire to the land of earth, I stopped in a small town near the border of the land of grass to resupply. There, I overheard some rumors. Ishimin and Yagami simultaneously turned their gaze to him. Inoki gestured for him to continue. The rumors say that Uzumaki recently took control of a mother and daughter from the Uzumaki clan. Kagami said, the mother's name is Chika Uzumaki, and the daughter is Karen, approximately 10 years old. Inoki's eyes narrowed. The Uzumaki clan, the bloodline nearly wiped out. Is this intelligence reliable? I heard it from several merchants chatting idly. They claimed it was information circulating within Uzumaki itself, Kagami replied. Considering the Uzumaki clan's unique value, I deemed it necessary to report this to you. Ishimin asked, why reveal this only now? Previously, I was uncertain about the veracity of the intelligence and whether Iwagakure would be interested, Kagami candidly explained. However, through recent Anbu missions, I've learned the village places great importance on valuable talents and bloodlines. The Uzumaki clan is indeed precious. A trace of excitement entered Inoki's tone. Their sealing techniques, their formidable vitality and chakra, these are invaluable assets to a ninja village. If this mother and daughter are truly oppressed in Uzumaki, rescuing them aligns with both morality and Iwagakure's interests. He turned to Ishimin and Yagami. What are your thoughts? Ishimin pondered for a few seconds. Uzumaki is a minor ninja village with limited strength. If we act cautiously, the difficulty should be manageable. The key concern is their placement afterward. Should Uzumaki discover our involvement, could spark diplomatic disputes. Yagami's voice carried skepticism. Do they have the audacity for that? Ishimin shrugged. After all, they're barefoot. Then it's settled. Inoki declared decisively. Your next mission. Infiltrate Uzumaki and extract the Uzumaki mother and daughter. Mission rank, S-class classified. Do not reveal Iwagakure's identity, and leave no evidence behind. Yes, sir, the three responded in unison. Prepare thoroughly before departure, Inoki added. Though Uzumaki is weak, It remains foreign territory. Proceed with caution. Understood. 2 days later, in the land of grass, Kagami and the others concealed themselves atop a hillside, overlooking Kusagakure below. The village was modest in size, its buildings primarily wooden, encircled by simple walls and watchtowers. Night had fallen. Only a few scattered lights flickered within the village, most of it shrouded in darkness. Based on their inquiries over recent days, the pair were likely confined near the medical center on the village's eastern side. Ishimin whispered, "We need to move quickly. The land of grass is at war, and they might be relocated to the battlefield at any moment. Yagami, scout the exact location." Yagami nodded, melting into the shadows as she silently slipped toward the village. Kagami and Ishimin remained behind to wait. Half an hour later, Yagami returned. Her voice, muffled beneath her mask, carried a note of gravity. "Located it. There is indeed a standalone building on the village's eastern side resembling a medical center. For concealed sentries patrol around it. The interior's condition is unknown. I sense 2 distinct chakra signatures. One very faint but resilient, the other unique, vibrant but completely untrained. Those must be them." Ishimin outlined the plan. "I will create a diversion to draw attention. Yagami will neutralize the sentries. Kagami will infiltrate to rescue them. Once successful, we withdraw immediately and rendezvous at the designated location. Remember, no Earth release and do not reveal the Sharingan. Avoiding Earth release prevents them from identifying this as Iwagakure's operation. Concealing the Sharingan protects Kagami's presence. The Uchiha clan is scarce in the ninja world today. Should news of a Sharingan surface here, Konoha will eliminate other suspects and focus on this location, potentially uncovering detailed information about Kagami." Kagami nodded. Understood. Commencing operation. Ishimin was the first to descend the hillside, his figure swiftly maneuvering to enter the village's western perimeter. In the next moment, agonized screams echoed through the night sky, instantly alerting all of Kusagakure. Enemy attack. West side. Intruders. The villagers awoke from their slumber, rushing toward the source of the commotion. Searchlights from the watchtowers swept across the western area as alarms blared. Amid the chaos, Yagami and Kagami infiltrated the eastern side. They evaded patrols, slipped through narrow alleys, and soon stood before the isolated building. It was a 2-story structure, modest in appearance, with windows boarded up. No guards stood at the entrance. Evidently, the grass ninja deemed the covert sentries sufficient. The silhouette of Nightshade melded seamlessly with the darkness, eliminating targets one by one. Meanwhile, Kagami circled to the rear of the building, discovering a small ventilation window. He carefully pried open the wooden boards and slipped inside. The interior was dimly lit, with only a solitary oil lamp at the corridor's end casting a faint glow. The air was thick with an odd mixture of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood. Advancing down the hallway, his Sharingan provided crystal-clear vision amid the shadows. The first floor contained several vacant rooms, stacked with medical equipment. Sounds emanated from the second floor. Kagami ascended the stairs silently. The second floor housed 3 rooms. 2 doors were firmly shut, while the third stood ajar, a sliver of light leaking through the crack. Approaching cautiously, he peered inside. The room was modest and sparsely furnished. A red-haired woman sat beside the bed, clad in a tattered white patient-esque gown. Several tubes were inserted into her arm, connected to machines beside her. Her complexion was pale, her eyes weary, yet traces of former beauty lingered. Her crimson locks cascaded over her shoulders, the ends brittle and split. This was Chika Uzumaki. Next to the bed sat a young girl, roughly 10 years old, with equally vibrant red hair. Frail and slight, her gaze bore a melancholy beyond her years as she quietly fiddled with something. This was Kurin. Kagami inhaled deeply and pushed the door open. Both Chika and Kurin looked up simultaneously, stunned upon seeing him. Kagami still wore his fox mask and the ANBU uniform, radiating a chilling and perilous aura. "Do not be afraid. I have come to rescue you," he said in a low voice. Chika's first instinct was to shield Kurin behind her, eyes filled with suspicion. "Who are you? Another test from the grass ninja?" "No," Kagami shook his head. "I am from another shinobi village, sent to take you away from here. Are you willing to come?" A flicker of hope sparkled briefly in Chika's eyes before dimming again. "No, we will not go. Never. What if we promise not to force you into anything against your will?" Kagami interrupted gently. "Time is short. Chaos has already erupted outside. This is your chance. Why should we trust you?" Chika's gaze remained wary as she tightly guarded Kurin. The little girl clutched her mother's gown, her wide eyes filled with terror yet tinged with a glimmer of hope. "Mama," Kurin whispered, "I want to leave this place. They keep drawing your blood. Kagami removed his mask, revealing a kind countenance. Exactly. A tree that stays rooted dies. A person who moves thrives. No matter how bleak it seems, cannot be worse than this. Give us a chance to prove our sincerity. As Chika hesitated, footsteps and shouts echoed from downstairs. Medical center. Hurry. Check on them. The grass ninja had arrived. Fear flickered instinctively in the mother and daughter's eyes. Chika turned to Kagami, demanding, "Prove you are not one of them." The triple Tomo Sharingan blossomed in Kagami's eyes. Chika's eyes widened in recognition. The knowledge base of the former Iwagakure was extensive, familiar with bloodline limits. She understood that the Sharingan, like the Byakugan, could not be controlled if it was not part of the body's original tissue. Kagami was an Uchiha. There was no time to consider further. Chika swiftly tore off the tubes attached to her arm. In the next instant, Kagami seized both Chika and Kurin, hoisting them onto his shoulders. With a powerful kick, he shattered the window and vaulted through. This way, Nightshade's voice called from the edge of the woods. She had already cleared the guards in the backyard and was waiting to assist. Kagami dashed into the forest with Chika and Kurin in tow. Behind them, the grass ninja burst into the medical center and, finding no one, immediately began a search. Kagami and Nightshade swiftly guided the mother and daughter toward the designated rendezvous point. Half an hour later, the four arrived at a concealed cave. Kagami and Nightshade gently set down the pair, while Nightshade employed the medical supplies prepared in advance to tend to Chika's wounds. Kurin sat beside her mother, her small hand gripping Chika's tightly, her gaze drifting toward Kagami. Kagami offered her a reassuring smile before turning to stand guard at the cave's entrance. Soon, footsteps approached from outside. Ishimin returned, his massive frame stained with blood and gore, his clothing and shinobi tools splattered with remnants of flesh. Cursing under his breath, he grumbled, "Damn it, so frustrating, not allowed to use Earth style. Almost got killed by those rotten fish." Seeing him, Chika and Kurin paled with fright and instinctively huddled closer to Nightshade and Kagami. Ishimin paid no mind. "Everyone S here, right? Let us move out." The wasteland along the border of the land of Earth appeared especially desolate at dawn. Kagami and the others stood atop a rocky hill, glancing back toward the land of grass. Dense forest lay beyond that way, while familiar barren mountains and cliffs stretched before them. Ishimin quickly assessed the situation. The grass ninja 1T give up easily. They send tracking squads. We must return swiftly to Iwagakure. He looked to Nightshade and Kagami. "I'll handle covering our tracks. You two take care of the mother and daughter." Chika's face remained pale. Prolonged captivity and flight had drained her strength. Kurin clung tightly to her mother's hand, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. Nightshade approached Chika, her eyes beneath the owl mask scanning the girl's condition. "Get on," she instructed. Hesitant for a moment, Chika eventually settled onto Nightshade's back. With practiced ease, Nightshade adjusted her posture to avoid aggravating any injuries. Kagami lifted Kurin onto his back as well. The girl's light frame made it effortless for him to rise, supporting her legs with both hands. "Move out," Ishimin commanded tersely. The group set off. Nightshade led with Chika on her back. Kagami followed carrying Kurin, and Ishimin brought up the rear, erasing footprints and other traces as they advanced. The rugged terrain of the wasteland posed no challenge for these seasoned ANBU operatives. Kagami maintained a steady pace while vigilantly observing the surroundings. Initially tense, Kurin gripped Kagami's shoulder tightly, but after a while, she relaxed, resting her head against him. In a soft voice muffled by the mask, she murmured, "What should I call you?" "Call me Ketsukin," he replied. "Ketsukin brother?" she asked tentatively. "Thank you for saving us, brother." Kagami's explanation to Inoki regarding the mother and daughter's circumstances was intended solely to bolster the future core strength of Iwagakure. Though he had not contemplated it deeply before, Kagami now realized how crucial this was for them. The team pressed on swiftly across the wasteland. Ishimin's experience ensured that their passage left no lasting marks, as the earth naturally reclaimed any disturbances, erasing all evidence of their presence. By midday, they paused briefly in the shadow of a rocky cliff. Kagami lifted the lower half of his mask and popped a ration pill into his mouth. The taste was hardly pleasant, but it rapidly replenished his stamina and chakra. He then distributed one to each of Chika and Kurin. Kurin examined the pill in her hand, then mimicked Kagami's small bites. Her face immediately contorted in displeasure. "So bitter. Bear with it," Kagami advised. "Drink some water after. These ration pills aren't tea food, they're serious strategic supplies, designed for rapid energy restoration in critical moments." Taste was never a consideration in their development. Chinatsu also consumed the soldier's ration pill, Her complexion improved slightly, as the formidable vitality of the Uzumaki clan swiftly restored her strength. Kyoshin settled against the rocky wall. Karin nestled beside her mother and asked with curiosity, "Brother Chikane, does your name hold any special meaning?" To be honest, it sounds rather eerie. However, having witnessed Kyoshin's benevolent countenance and knowing he was their lifesaver, Karin mustered the courage to inquire. "It relates to my Kekkei Genkai and strategic role," Kyoshin replied accurately, though the other party might not fully grasp the explanation. Karin nodded, evidently a bit bewildered. After 5 minutes, the group resumed their journey. To everyone's astonishment, Chinatsu was already able to move about normally. Is this truly the Uzumaki clan? In the brief respite of a single breath, she had restored half a tube of her blood merely by taking one soldier's ration pill. Terrifying, indeed. The afternoon's trek progressed even more smoothly. They had ventured deep into the heartland of the Land of Earth, significantly reducing the risk of being tracked by the grass ninja. Ishimin's skills were exceptionally refined, leaving no trace of their passage. Even if the grass-hidden village learned the retreat direction of those who had abducted the Uzumaki mother and daughter, they would never dare to pursue them into the core of the Land of Earth. The silhouette of the Iwagakure village emerged within their sight. Countless stone houses clung to the mountainside, layered upon one another, as if sprouting organically from the rock face itself. The Tsuchikage's headquarters at the village center stood out prominently, its emblem gleaming under the sunlight. "We have arrived," Ishimin announced, a trace of relief in his voice. Chinatsu gazed at the village ahead, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of anticipation, anxiety, and a hint of incredulous joy. Karin slid down from Kyoshin's back, her large eyes unwaveringly fixed on Iwagakure. "Is that our new home?" "Yes," Kyoshin nodded. "Iwagakure village." Chinatsu glanced at Kyoshin, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her eyes. "Sharingan. SNT that's supposed to belong to Konoha?" Yet she asked no questions. He had rescued them, and his explanation was reasonable. After all they had endured, could things truly worsen? Ishimin led the way at the forefront, followed by Yagakage and Kyoshin carrying Chinatsu, with Karin trailing behind. The village guards at the entrance recognized Ishimin and Yagakage and immediately granted them passage. They traversed the outskirts of the village, advancing toward the Tsuchikage's headquarters. Villagers and ninja alike cast curious glances along the way. 2 unfamiliar red-haired women returning with an Anbu squad was an unusual sight. Upon arriving at the Tsuchikage's building, Inoki was already waiting. The venerable Tsuchikage hovered in the air, arms crossed, his expression stern yet gentle. "Mission accomplished," Ishimin reported. "Uzumaki Chinatsu and Uzumaki Karin have been safely returned." Inoki nodded and turned his gaze to Chinatsu and Karin. "Welcome to Iwagakure. From this day forward, you are villagers here. The village will provide housing and all necessities. Regarding your abilities, with your consent, we will reasonably utilize and study them. Are you willing?" Chinatsu bowed deeply. "Thank you, Lord Tsuchikage, for your hospitality." "No need to thank me." Inoki waved his hand dismissively. "Express your gratitude to Chikane instead. He was the first to learn of your situation." Chinatsu looked at Kyoshin, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Karin also turned to Kyoshin, tilting her head up toward the fox mask. Thank you, brother." Kyoshin nodded gently. "Live well." Observing the scene, Inoki's eyes flickered with a trace of satisfaction. "Very well, you should settle in now. Akatsuki will escort you to your accommodations." Akatsuki entered from outside. This burly jonin offered a warm smile to Chinatsu and Karin. "Follow me. Your quarters are ready." Chinatsu and Karin followed Akatsuki away. After a few steps, Karin glanced back at Kyoshin, who waved in return. Once Chinatsu and Karin departed with Akatsuki, Kyoshin removed his fox mask, inhaling the familiar dry air. The office now held only Inoki, Ishimin, Yagakage, and himself. "I have reviewed the mission report," Inoki remarked as he sat back down. "Well done. Not only was the mission successful in rescuing the Uzumaki orphans, but the likelihood of detection by the grass-hidden village is minimal." "That is what we are duty-bound to do," Ishimin replied. "I will handle matters with the grass ninja," Inoki continued. "Even if they become aware, they would not dare to demand the children openly, at most resorting to covert schemes, which Iwagakure is prepared to confront. Regarding their placement, I have already made arrangements. Chikane, the vacant house to the left of your stone dwelling will be their new home. They require someone familiar to assist them in adapting to their new environment, and you are the most suitable caretaker." Kyoshin nodded. "Understood." Inoki dismissed them with leave. "Thank you all for your efforts. You may return and rest for a few days." The 3 took their leave. Ishimin and Yagakage departed, while Kyoshin proceeded to the medical unit, eager to check on Chinatsu and Karen's condition. The medical unit, located on the eastern side of the village, was a 3-story stone structure. Upon entering, Kyoshin saw Karen seated on a bench in the corridor, her small feet dangling as she swung them gently. Noticing Kyoshin, she immediately jumped down and ran over. "Brother Chikane, have the examinations finished? Mom is still inside." Karen pointed toward the adjacent treatment room. "The doctor said Mom needs to rest quietly for a few days, but she will recover soon." Her expression was earnest, as if faithfully reciting the doctor's words. Kyoshin felt reassured. "That's good. You must behave well these days and not worry your mother." "Okay." Karen nodded vigorously, then grasped Kyoshin's hand. "Brother Chikane, will we really be able to live in Iwagakure village from now on?" Indeed. At that moment, a familiar voice called from the doorway, "Brother Chikane, you've finally returned." Kyoshin turned to see Kuratsuchi briskly entering the medical unit. Her gaze swept between Kyoshin and Karen before settling on their joined hands, raising an eyebrow. "So this is the little girl you rescued?" Kuratsuchi approached Kyoshin, smiling warmly at Karen. "Hello, little one. What is your name?" Karen shyly hid behind Kyoshin and whispered, "Karen." "Karen, what a lovely name." Kuratsuchi straightened and looked at Kyoshin, a sly smile tugging at her lips. "Brother Chikane, you've accomplished great deeds this time and even gained a little sister. I hope you won't grow tired of her so quickly." Her breath brushed Kyoshin's ear, carrying a faint, delicate fragrance. Kyoshin took a step back, creating distance. "Enough teasing. Karen and her mother have just been through a lot and need care." All right. Kuratsuchi waved her hand, then gave Karen a friendly smile. "Karen, I'm Kuratsuchi, a friend of Brother Chikane. If you ever have questions or someone bullies you in Iwagakure, you can come to me." Kuratsuchi ruffled Karen's hair, causing the girl to instinctively retreat behind Kyoshin. "Thank you, Sister Kuratsuchi." It seemed Karen preferred her brother, Kuratsuchi observed, her tone normal but tinged with a hint of jealousy. Just then, the treatment room door opened. Chinatsu emerged, her complexion much improved, the bandages freshly replaced. Seeing Kyoshin, a smile illuminated her face. "Lord Chikane, and who might this be?" "I am Kuratsuchi," she introduced herself proactively. "Welcome to Iwagakure village." "Thank you," Chinatsu replied somewhat reservedly. Kyoshin inquired, "Has the examination concluded? If there is nothing else, let us return together. It happens to be on the way." Chinatsu nodded. "Very well, the inspection is complete. I shall accompany you as well." Kuratsuchi said, "It's a good opportunity to see how your stone hut is coming along." The four departed from the medical unit, making their way toward Kagami's stone hut. The setting sun stretched their shadows long, casting them upon the streets of Iwagakure. Meanwhile, certain subtle emotions quietly began to take root. At the borderlands between the land of earth and the land of grass, the terrain gradually transitioned from dense forests to desolate rocky mountains. This area was scarcely visited by humans. Only weathered rocks and dry riverbeds remained, with the occasional cluster of tenacious thorns. Kagami and his 2 companions lay in ambush beneath the shadow of a rocky peak, having waited for 2 hours. Their mission was to intercept a group suspected of disguising themselves as wandering shinobi. According to intelligence, the group numbered 8 and was advancing from the land of grass into the land of earth. Yumio's sensory perception was the first to detect the anomaly. They are approaching 8 individuals from the southeast. Their chakra fluctuations are deliberately suppressed, yet they are well-trained, not ordinary wandering ninjas. Ishimi nodded, his eyes beneath the wolf-shaped mask sharp as an eagle's. "Maintain concealment. Wait until they enter the ambush zone." Kagami activated his Sharingan. The crimson pupils pierced through the rock and distance, revealing the chakra flows of the 8 with crystal clarity. Organized, efficient, imbued with a certain ruthless discipline. Their equipment was also uniform, though worn in appearance, the standard issue of their weapons and armor was discernible. Konoha style, root, or another covert division of Konoha. Regardless of who they were, infiltrating the land of earth would never bode well. The 8-man squad entered the valley cautiously. 2 scouted ahead, 4 occupied the middle, and 2 brought up the rear. Each step was placed on the safest spots, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Their professionalism was excessive. "Engage," Ishimin whispered. Yumio's figure vanished into the shadows, reappearing the next instant behind the 2 rear guards. Beneath the owl mask, his eyes were ice-cold, both hands thrusting kunai simultaneously. But their opponents reacted swiftly. One instantly sidestepped, the kunai grazing his rib, drawing a streak of blood. The other snapped out a ninja blade to parry Yumio's second strike. The clang of metal echoed sharply in the silent valley. "Enemy attack!" The lead ninja shouted, his voice calm and steady, betraying no hint of panic. The 8 immediately formed a back-to-back defensive formation. Their movements were synchronized, clearly the product of long-term training. Ishimin leapt from the rocky peak, forming hand seals midair. Earth release. Rock pillar technique. 3 colossal pillars erupted from the ground, splitting the 8 apart. The lead ninja formed seals with both hands. Wind release. Great breakthrough. The violent gusts collided with the pillars, sending flying debris scattering. Seizing the moment, he leapt backward and called out, "Groups of 3, scatter and break through." Highly trained, tactical clarity. Kagami appeared from another side. His Sharingan locked onto the nearest group of enemies. 3 individuals, all of Chunin level, with chakra natures of fire, wind, and earth respectively. Upon seeing Kagami, they immediately changed course to rush him, evidently intending to eliminate the seemingly weakest target first. Kagami split off 2 shadow clones, the Sharingan spinning rapidly in their eyes. The original and clones simultaneously formed hand seals, mastering fire, earth, and wind chakra natures and their transformations. For the first time he unleashed a technique akin to a Kekkai Genkai. A massive fireball spewed from the original S mouth, 3 meters in diameter, radiating intense heat. The clone projected an earth flow wall directly in the fireball S path. But the earth wall was not a solid defense. It was porous and loose rock. Boom! As the fireball struck the earth wall, countless tongues of flame penetrated the pores. The fire burned inside the rock, expanding and rapidly raising the temperature. The minerals within the stone were heated to their limits. The final clone unleashed wind release. Great breakthrough, dispersing the scorching, fragile earth wall and imparting terrifying kinetic energy. Then bang, bang, bang! The earth wall exploded. Countless burning fragments of rock shot out in all directions, each piece carrying scorching heat and immense momentum. The 3 ninjas had intended to attack Kagami, but upon witnessing this unusual jutsu combination, they evaded, scatter and find cover. Yet the scorching rain of debris covered a wide area, the wind nature extending the flames on the stones by several meters. These 3 ninjutsu combined formed an impenetrable net. The strands were tongues of fire. The knots were shards of stone, moving with remarkable speed, able to reach even behind cover. The screams were brief and piercing. When the dust settled, only 3 charred corpses remained, their bodies pierced by burning shards of stone. Nicely done. Ishimin's voice came through. He had already dealt with the lead ninja, his blade piercing the man's chest. Yumio's battle was also over. She bore several shallow wounds, but all opponents lay defeated. The valley returned to silence, broken only by the crackling of burning rock and the wind moaning through fissures. Search the bodies, Ishimin ordered in a low voice. Confirm identities. The trio began their inspection. Kagami approached one corpse and opened the ninja tool pouch. Inside, besides the usual kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags, there were several peculiar items. A bottle of maintenance oil etched with the Konoha emblem, a mission briefing written in Konoha's cipher code, though the content was encrypted, the format was unmistakably root style, and finally a specially crafted kunai. The handle bore a subtle groove, a unique design of Konoha's standard kunai for mounting explosive tag triggers. A standard Konoha weapon. Yumio approached, holding an identical kunai. These people are Root. Kagami's eyes narrowed slightly. Root, the direct subordinate force of Danzo. What was their purpose infiltrating the land of Earth? Were they targeting him, or did they have other objectives? Dispose of the bodies and bring back all evidence, Ishimin commanded. This mission report must be detailed and submitted to the Tsuchikage. Yumio nodded and began sealing the bodies with a scroll. Kagami gazed at the Konoha kunai in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the rocky peaks, reflecting coldly off the blade. Konoha had not given up. Or rather, Danzo had not yet relinquished hope. He stowed the kunai back into his pouch and turned to assist with the cleanup. The wind continued to blow, stirring sand and dust across the ground, concealing the traces of blood and battle. The atmosphere in the Tsuchikage's office was more formal than usual. Inoki sat with his hands clasped upon the desk, wearing a grave expression. Ishimin, Yumio, and Kagami stood before him, having completed their detailed mission report. On the subject of Root's infiltration disguised as wandering ninjas into the land of Earth, Inoki listened intently but showed no particular surprise. I understand. Inoki spoke slowly after hearing the report. That old Danzo still won admit defeat. However, losing 8 Root operatives this time should temper his ambitions for a while. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 covert operatives before resting on Kagami. Chikane, your performance within the Anbu has been outstanding. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Kagami lowered his head slightly, It is thanks to the captain and vice-captain's exemplary guidance. Ishikami shook his head. It is your own diligence. To display such prowess at such a tender age. After all my years in the Anbu, this is the first time I've witnessed such talent. Although Yagami remained silent, he gave a subtle nod in agreement. Owanaji smiled faintly before adopting a serious tone. Therefore, I have decided that the Anbu squad shall be officially disbanded today. A brief silence fell over the office. Disbanded? Ishikami inquired. Indeed, Owanaji replied. Chikane has already demonstrated the capability to undertake missions independently and has amassed sufficient combat experience. Continuing to confine him within the Anbu squad would only hinder his growth. From this day forward, he will enter a period of autonomous cultivation, focusing on chakra accumulation and dust release training. He turned his gaze to Ishikami and Yagami. As for you two, new missions and new teammates await. Thank you for your efforts during this time. Ishikami and Yagami saluted in unison. Understood. Kagami also saluted, a complex surge of emotions rising within his heart. Life in the Anbu, though tense and perilous, had indeed provided him with exceptional comrades and mentors. The experiences of this period deepened his understanding of the ninja profession. Very well, you may leave now, Owanaji said, waving his hand. Chikane, stay behind. I have some matters to discuss with you. Ishikami and Yagami exited the office. Once the door closed, Owanaji floated over to Kagami, placing a hand gently on his shoulder. Do not be too sentimental. The Anbu was merely a stage in your path of growth. The true beginning lies ahead. I understand, Kagami nodded. Any new progress in your dust release training? Kagami replied. It has been rather slow. Normal, Owanaji said with a satisfied smile. With missions to execute and a reduced training regimen, any progress at all is commendable. Remember, do not rush. You have ample time, and Iwagakure has abundant patience. What we seek is not a hastily trained dust release user, but a genuine powerhouse capable of bearing Iwagakure's future. Kagami clenched his fist. I shall not disappoint you. I believe in you. Owanaji then brought up another matter. Chinatsu Uzumaki's injuries have nearly healed. She came to me, expressing a desire to contribute formally to the village. I arranged for her to join the sealing technique research class. Her knowledge and experience are invaluable to the village. Kagami nodded, then inquired, and what of Kaori? The expression on Owanaji's face grew somewhat peculiar. That young girl constantly talks about becoming a ninja, about protecting her mother, about catching up to you. I had Akatsuki arrange for her admission into the ninja academy. She is your age but started too late. So far, only her sensory abilities have been identified as a talent. After graduation, she may consider specializing in that direction. Kagami smiled. Kaori certainly possessed a stubborn streak. All right, you should return as well, Owanaji said. Starting tomorrow you will be free. The training grounds, the secret vault, how you train yourself is up to you. However, avoid leaving the village for missions recently. Root did not intervene through official channels this time, yet they evidently still suspect you are in the land of Earth. Kagami nodded. Understood. As he departed the Tsuchikage building, twilight had already descended. The streets of Iwagakure glowed with lamplight, and the scent of evening meals wafted through the air. Kagami followed the familiar path toward his stone cottage. Upon reaching his doorstep, he froze. Two figures stood there. Kuratsuchi held a food box in each hand, her face radiant with a bright smile, her entire presence in the dusk like a blazing flame. Kaori wore the Ninja Academy uniform, her red hair tied into a neat ponytail. She carried a small basket, her face shy yet expectant, her large eyes shifting between Kuratsuchi and Kagami. Big brother Chikane. Kaori immediately ran over upon seeing Kagami, her face blossoming with a smile. Congratulations on finishing your Anbu missions. Kuratsuchi also stepped forward. Raising one of the food boxes, we heard you graduated from the Anbu. Kaori and I specially prepared some food to celebrate. Kagami looked at the two of them, then at the boxes and basket in their hands, a sense of contentment from a peaceful life stirring within him. Yet why did an ominous premonition linger? Thank you. He opened the door. Please come in. Kagami tidied the table as Kuratsuchi and Kaori placed the food boxes and basket upon it and opened them. The aroma instantly filled the entire room. Inside Kuratsuchi's box were traditional dishes of Iwagakure, roasted Iwa lamb, a stew of earthy root vegetables native to the land of Earth, and a plate of golden, crispy fried rock insects. Kaori's basket held simple snacks, handmade rice balls adorned with seaweed cutouts forming cute smiling faces and several pieces of assorted colorful candies. Did you make all this? Kagami asked Kuratsuchi with surprise. He knew Kuratsuchi could cook but had not expected such skill. Of course, Kuratsuchi said proudly, tilting up her chin. I put thought into it. Kaori whispered softly. I helped too. I made the rice balls. Meeting the eager eyes of the two girls, Kagami picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of roasted lamb. The meat was tender and juicy, seasoned perfectly. A truly delicious taste. Delicious, he said sincerely. Kuratsuchi's smile grew even brighter. She pulled out a chair and sat down, naturally placing a fried rock insect into Kagami's bowl. Try this too. Then she added a serving of vegetables. These help with chakra recovery. Eat more. Next came the soup. Drink some soup to warm your stomach. Within less than a minute, Kagami's bowl piled into a small mountain. Kaori watched Kuratsuchi's actions, blinking, then carefully picked up one of the rice balls she had made and placed it in Kagami's bowl. Big brother Chikane, try this too. Her movements were gentle, her voice barely audible, but the expectation in her gaze was no less than Kuratsuchi's. Looking at the rice ball in his bowl and the dishes Kuratsuchi had added, Kagami suddenly felt this meal might prove more arduous than he had imagined. Noticing Kaori's gesture, Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow slightly but said nothing, continuing to add food to Kagami's bowl. Little brother Chikane has been training hard lately. You must eat more to replenish your strength. Here, this lamb was freshly slaughtered this morning, especially fresh. Kaori was not to be outdone, adding a piece of candy beside Kagami's hand. Big brother Chikane, eat candy to sweeten. Kagami lowered his head to eat, striving not to look up at their expressions. He sensed a subtle tension in the air, though neither girl showed hostility. The faint yet unmistakable sense of rivalry reminded him of some awkward moments from his previous life. This was harder than dealing with Root, he silently grumbled. The meal proceeded amid an eerie atmosphere. Kagami kept his head down, eating diligently, occasionally uttering delicious or thank you, careful not to say a word more. At last, concluded. Are you full? Kuratsuchi asked, rising to begin cleaning the dishes. Yes, Kagami nodded, indeed quite full, even a little stuffed. Kaori helped with tidying, clumsy but earnest. She repacked the leftover snacks and placed them back into her basket. Big brother Chikane, keep these for when you're hungry. Thank you. Kagami stroked her head. Kaori squinted her eyes and nuzzled his hand like a kitten. Kuratsuchi observed this quietly, pursing her lips but saying nothing. She meticulously washed and tidied the bowls and chopsticks, then turned to Kyokushin and said, We shall depart for now. Rest well. Tomorrow marks the beginning of a new chapter in your training. Karen also waved her hand, bidding, Goodbye, Kinto and Ai-san. Farewell. The two of them left the stone hut. Kyokushin closed the door behind them and leaned against it, exhaling a long, relieved breath. The early morning at the training ground was unusually tranquil. The sun had just risen beyond the eastern rocky peaks, casting golden rays upon the smooth stone floor, dispelling the lingering chill of the night. Standing at the center of the field, Kyokushin closed his eyes to steady his breath. He could feel the chakra within his body flowing steadily through his meridians, like a vast and profound river. Through continuous cultivation during the Anbu missions and the refinement method of shadow clones, his chakra reserves had stabilized at approximately 420. Yet, this was far from sufficient. Dust release demanded an immense reservoir of chakra as its foundation. Anoichi had once said, Chakra is the root, dust release is the blossom. Without a deep and sturdy root, no flower, however beautiful, can bloom. What Kyokushin needed now was to deepen those roots. He opened his eyes and formed hand seals. Boom! 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 A series of white smoke bursts erupted, like fireworks blooming in the crisp morning air. 1, 10, 20, 30, each identical to him, clad in the same black training attire, bearing an expression both calm and resolute. The shadow clones simultaneously sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began refining chakra. Kyokushin himself also sat down. He continued his attempts to cultivate dust release. Each failure deepened his body's familiarity with the memory of chakra flow. The systematic, linear growth gradually advanced his dust release training progress. Time passed moment by moment. Kyokushin felt sweat trickling down his forehead, dripping onto the rocky ground. Anoichi had endured nearly 100,000 attempts. Much like Kyokushin's use of shadow clones for training, combined with the relentless consumption of military rations, this would yield a training speed multiple times faster. Yet Anoichi also emphasized that the village did not require shortcuts, but rather strong individuals who steadily and methodically improved. The total amount of chakra was of paramount importance. Presently, Kyokushin's chakra reserves were still insufficient. Thus, he refrained from hastening his dust release training, choosing instead to have his shadow clones engage in a virtuous cycle of cultivation. Day by day passed. Kyokushin could distinctly perceive his total chakra reserves growing at a visibly noticeable pace. Although each clone's refining efficiency was inferior to his own, the cumulative effect of dozens of clones was staggering. It was as if dozens of small streams simultaneously merged into a great river. Though each was slender, their combined volume was enough to raise the river's water level. During this time, Kyokushin's days were extremely fulfilling. Training, sleeping, occasionally visiting Keirin at the Ninja Academy, and dropping by to see Kuratsuchi. Since Kyokushin's arrival in the Iwagakure village, Kuratsuchi had taken great care of him. It was like visiting relatives. You cannot always expect others to come to you without reciprocation. One-sided efforts cannot be sustained for long. Besides, Deidara's monthly challenges against him had never ceased. That boyish hatred toward Kyokushin was palpable. He spent his days scheming how to defeat him, gathering intelligence, tailoring his clay bombs to exploit Kyokushin's traits, and relentlessly honing his taijutsu to avoid being instantly defeated upon close contact. Unfortunately for Deidara, he always fell just short of victory. Early one morning, after dispatching a shadow clone to refine chakra, Kyokushin headed directly to the Iwagakure Ninja Academy. He had been invited to observe the graduation examination of Deidara's cohort. The graduation exam at Iwagakure Ninja Academy was livelier than usual. The stands were filled with instructors, the parents of graduating students, and several Iwagakure jonin who came to observe. A circular area with a diameter of 50 meters had been cleared at the center of the field, its surface paved with specially crafted seismic-resistant stones, surrounded by protective barriers. Indeed, protective barriers. Thanks to the intervention of Keirin's mother, the research division had achieved significant breakthroughs in sealing techniques and barrier jutsu. Kyokushin sat in the front row of the audience, flanked by Inoichi, Kuratsuchi, Keirin, and Chinatsu. Deidara had been awaiting this day for a long time. Kuratsuchi remarked with a hint of emotion, "It seems you have become that fellow's nightmare." Among the examinees was 13-year-old Deidara, who had grown considerably taller than the year before. His golden hair was tied into a high ponytail, with bangs concealing one eye. He wore the standard Iwagakure ninja uniform, customized with embroidered explosion patterns on the cuffs and pant legs, and a specially designed clay pouch hung at his waist. At this moment, Deidara's eyes were wide, fixed intently on Kyokushin, his gaze tinged with a trace of grievance. How many times had it been? How many times? Deidara had applied for an early graduation exam but was repeatedly defeated by Kyokushin. That person was indeed stubborn. With his strength, had the examiner been anyone else, Deidara would have graduated long ago and perhaps even attracted the attention of the Akatsuki. Kyokushin commented, "Deidara has great talent but is somewhat impetuous. Without setting him an unavoidable goal, his mischief will only escalate." Inoichi wholeheartedly agreed. He has indeed been much more well-behaved these days. Graduation exam. Third round. The examiner's voice echoed across the field through a projection jutsu. Examinee Deidara. Supervised by Jonin Ishikawa. Deidara nearly fainted upon hearing this, eyes rolling back, and shouted at the examiner, "Hey, why are the others genin, but I get a jonin as my supervisor?" Humph. The examiner cast him a glance and uttered words that immediately deflated Deidara's spirit. "If you hadn't stubbornly insisted on challenging Kinto, you would have graduated by now. Your jutsu's power is too great. Ordinary genin opponents pose too much risk." Deidara's expression shifted. He grinned broadly. "Ha ha ha. So my art has been widely recognized. Huh? Humph. Everyone else graduates with genin exams, but I graduate with a jonin." Saying it out loud, although it doesn't sound as refined as early graduation, sure looks better for show. Beaming with delight, Deidara strode onto the stage. Opposite him stood his opponent, Ishikawa. Ishikawa was an experienced special jonin, proficient in earth release defense techniques. He nodded to Deidara asking, "Ready?" Deidara opened his eyes, the excitement shimmering in his blue irises. "Ready to start any time." "Humph. Then begin." The examiner's voice signaled the commencement. Deidara sprang into action. His hands delved into the clay pouch at his waist, fingers swiftly kneading and molding. In less than 2 seconds, 10 white clay spiders appeared in his palms, each about the size of a fist, their abdomens slightly swollen, filled with compressed clay and chakra. "See one spider swarm." Deidara scattered the spiders into the air. They extended slender legs, moving with the agility of living creatures, crawling and leaping from various directions toward Ishikawa. Unfazed, Ishikawa formed hand seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. A sturdy earthen wall rose from the ground, blocking the spider's advance. Yet the corner of Deidara's mouth curled into a smile. Boom, 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 boom. 10 spiders detonated simultaneously, their explosive smoke instantly enveloping the entire arena. Ishikawa immediately retreated, yet from within the smoke burst forth one. No, a swarm, a multitude of white bees and small birds. Each clay bird was closely followed by a bee, the bees raising their forelimbs to hold up a shard of metal. Ha! Deidara shouted loudly. Bang, bang, bang. Miniature explosions echoed through the air. The dense swarm of bees generated a powerful wake, propelling the birds forward, which skillfully adjusted their wings using this force to surge toward Ishikawa at a terrifying velocity from all directions. A gasp arose from the spectators. To create such delicate and stable flying clay creatures, Deidara's control had already surpassed the level of a chunin by far. Ishikawa was forced to employ comprehensive earth-style techniques to defend and evade. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out continuously around Ishikawa. Though each bird's individual power was modest, their sheer numbers exacted a considerable toll. Ishikawa's defenses began to show cracks. Stop! The examiner called out. You have graduated, Deidara. Deidara retracted his clay birds and laughed heartily. In truth, the assessment was merely a formality. Everyone was aware that his strength far exceeded that of a genin. He had only failed to graduate earlier due to his stubbornness. Basking in the applause, Deidara then lifted his gaze toward the stands, his eyes locking directly onto Kagami. In that look, there was no arrogance, no boastfulness. Only a pure, earnest anticipation. He was awaiting Kagami's evaluation. After stepping down, the trainees gathered around to congratulate Deidara. The instructors discussed his recent performance, their words brimming with admiration. Yet Deidara only gave perfunctory replies before squeezing through the crowd and heading straight toward Kagami. Kuratsuchi raised an eyebrow. Looks like he came for you. Kagami rose to meet Deidara in the corridor beneath the stands. The two encountered each other there. Deidara fixed his gaze on Kagami and asked plainly, "How was it?" Though his tone was calm, Kagami could discern the underlying tension. This proud youth deeply cared about his opinion. Kagami smiled. Quite good. Deidara's lips twitched upward briefly but soon fell back down. But, Kagami paused. There's room for improvement. Damn it! Why so euphemistic? Deidara grumbled, grinding his teeth, though the irritation born of Kagami's roundabout phrasing was soon eclipsed by his eagerness to learn. Tell me, come on. Kagami offered. The bees provide propulsion for the birds, but the energy utilization is too inefficient. The bird's speed is about 20 meters per second, which is certainly faster than simply throwing them, greatly reducing the enemy's reaction and evasion time, but it's still isn't fast enough. Deidara frowned. So, I need to improve energy efficiency? Exactly, Kagami replied. You could use hardened clay or even a sealed steel tube, with the bees below and the birds above, completely enclosing the internal space. When the bees explode, this sealed chamber would rapidly expand, but because the clay or steel tube is immovable, all the energy would be channeled into propelling the birds. In simpler terms, he continued, it's akin to the principle behind firearms from my previous life, albeit with some differences. Deidara felt a surge of excitement course through him. Unable to contain himself, as he dashed outside, he called back, "See you next month." His tone was earnest, utterly devoid of jest. Kagami smiled. I'll be waiting. 1 year later. Training ground. The chakra lamps fixed to the rock face had long since extinguished, and the entire site was shrouded in profound darkness, save for a faint yet pure white light illuminating the central area. Kagami sat cross-legged at the heart of the glow, his hands weaving a complex seal before his chest. His brow was slick with fine beads of sweat, his breathing slow and deliberate. Between his palms, 3 chakra spheres rotated languidly. Crimson fire, pale gray wind, and earthy ochre. The 3 hues intertwined and permeated one another, striving to merge into the legendary pure white capable of decomposing all matter down to atomic form. But every time the fusion neared completion, equilibrium shattered. The chakra spiraled into chaos, and the light flickered. Then bang! A soft explosion echoed as the 3 spheres simultaneously dissipated, their chaotic currents brushing against Kagami's cheek. A trace of weariness flickered in Kagami's scarlet Sharingan. Let us call it a day, he murmured. His chakra reserves were ample. What he lacked was experiential refinement. 2 months prior, Kagami had begun training dust release using shadow clones. Counting the repetitions provided by his clones, he had attempted this step nearly 200,000 times. Kagami's talent stemmed entirely from the system's linear potential. In terms of innate shinobi aptitude, he was far inferior to Inoki. Rising, Kagami returned home and prepared to lie down. Upon dissolving his shadow clone, his legs stiffened, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The following day, the same training ground, Kagami inhaled deeply and formed the seals again. 3 chakra spheres, 3 origins, 3 natures. He resumed his attempts at fusion. Each day, Kagami's comprehension of dust release steadily deepened. This time, he pursued precision rather than speed. Every energy flow, every equilibrium point, every millisecond of change was calculated and adjusted with meticulous care. Earth and wind met first. Ochre and pale gray interwove, beginning a gradual fusion. This was no mere mixture but a synthesis at the elemental level. Earth's weight granting substance to wind, wind's sharpness bestowing edge upon earth. The light shifted, transitioning from 2 colors into a faint grayish white. Kagami's breathing slowed further, nearly ceasing. His entire focus centered between his hands, sensing the subtle point of balance. Then he introduced the fire chakra's nature transformation. The crimson glow, like a slender thread, cautiously seeped into the grayish-white amalgam. Within the pale light, a faint red hue began to surface. The 3 colors no longer remained distinct but interpenetrated one another, each containing the other, inseparable. Kagami maintained this exquisite control. The fusion ratio of the 3 chakra types approached perfection. Earth comprised 40%, providing a stable foundation. Wind formed 30%, delivering incisive decomposition. Fire accounted for 30%, supplying annihilative heat. They no longer repelled each other but began to genuinely unite. The light's color grew ever paler, ever purer. From gray-white tinged with red, to light gray to near transparency until finally, a slender ray of pure white light ignited between Kagami's palms. The glow was faint, scarcely larger than a fingernail, flickering like a candle's last flame in the breeze, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet it undeniably existed and was gradually, steadily growing. The radiance of dust release. Kagami's pupils contracted. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly. He could perceive that within that faint white light, the 3 chakra natures had utterly vanished, replaced by an entirely new, pristine form of energy. It was neither hot nor cold, neither sharp nor heavy, yet wherever it touched, even the air subtly warped, as if space itself were being disassembled. This was the power born of bloodline refinement. Kagami maintained this state, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The white light remained steady for 5 seconds before its radiance dissipated. Could this be deemed a success? Although it lasted merely 5 seconds, though it was only the size of a fingernail, and though it fell far short of a true dust release ninjutsu, he had indeed touched that realm. Ha 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 ha! A burst of aged yet exhilarated laughter echoed from the edge of the training ground. Kagami turned his head and saw Inoki hovering there, seemingly having observed for an indeterminate length of time, with the towering Akatsuki standing behind him. The 3rd Tsuchikage's face was awash with tears. Do you see it, Akatsuki? The true light of dust release. He descended from the air and staggered over to Kagami, crouching down and fixing his gaze intently on Kagami's hands, as if the faint glow just now still lingered upon them. Only 2 months, Inoki murmured, from when you began cultivating dust release until now. I spent 5 years, 5 whole years, to reach the level you just achieved. Tsuchikage-sama, Kagami rose to his feet. This is only the beginning. I still have a long journey ahead before mastering a genuine dust release ninjutsu. I understand, Inoki nodded vigorously, wiping the tears from his face. Next, you must continue to stabilize this state, prolong its duration, expand its scale, and then learn the specific jutsu structures. Realm separation technique. Limit separation technique. There are myriad techniques to master. So much to learn. 1 month later, Kagami had fully mastered dust release. Though he had yet to engage in actual combat, this mastery bestowed upon him a profound sense of security. Henceforth, his training entered a smoother phase. Every day, he could dispatch 50 shadow clones for cultivation, half dedicated to chakra refinement, the other half to addressing Kagami's present weaknesses. His proficiency in Bunshin no Jutsu, substitution jutsu, and body flicker technique grew ever more refined. The foundational and intermediate ninjutsu of wind, fire, and earth chakra natures, combined with his near-perfect subtle chakra control, rendered his training remarkably fluid. Moreover, there was Inoki's Juryoku Iwa no Jutsu and Kaju Iwa no Jutsu. No breakthroughs, no sudden epiphanies, only steady progress, like a gentle stream gradually accumulating in strength. Most critically, Kagami's cultivation of the Sharingan progressed. Unlike other ninjutsu, the Sharingan is a Kekkai Genkai, distinct from the physical body type Kekkai Genkai resulting from the combination of 2 chakra natures. Chakra serves merely as a foundation in Sharingan cultivation. The true determinant of advancement lies in the user's mental fortitude. Currently, Kagami had but one method to enhance his dojutsu's power: having his shadow clones cast genjutsu upon the original body. This demanded immense mental strength. So much so that Kagami appeared listless every day, as if afflicted by Kakashi's dead fish eye syndrome. Half a year passed. Once Kagami had remedied his shortcomings, he began seeking the upper limits of his combat power. Impatient with the Sharingan's slow progress, he turned to other avenues. Conveniently, within Iwagakure, there existed a highly suitable direction for training. At dawn, Kagami dispatched his shadow clones as usual to undergo chakra refinement. Meanwhile, his original self proceeded to the village's research department. Located in the southwestern corner of Iwagakure, the department occupied a modest two-story stone building. Its exterior was unassuming, with a simple wooden plaque hanging at the entrance, inscribed with Research Department. Kagami ascended directly to the second floor. Upon entering, the unique atmosphere was immediately palpable. The walls were etched with various sealing jutsu formations. A faint chakra aura permeated the air. Bookshelves were piled with ancient scrolls and documents, casting the entire space in a solemn and mysterious ambience. As Kagami entered the research room, Chika was organizing a batch of newly arrived scrolls. She wore the standard uniform of the research team, a deep blue robe embroidered with sealing jutsu runes on the cuffs. Her long crimson hair was neatly pinned in a simple bun at the back of her head, with a few loose strands framing her gentle face. Upon seeing Kagami, she set down the scrolls and offered a warm smile. Tsuchikage Kanetsuchi, you have arrived. Chika approached, slightly bowing. Shorin said you wished to study sealing jutsu. I have prepared the materials. Just call me Kanetsuchi, Kagami replied, glancing around the room. This place is more professional than I imagined. Chika smiled softly. Tsuchikage-sama places great importance on sealing jutsu and has invested considerable resources. Moreover, Iwagakure already had a certain foundation in sealing techniques, and with the knowledge and materials I brought from the Uzumaki clan, our research has progressed faster than expected. She led Kagami to a private research chamber. Though modest in size, the room was orderly. At its center stood a long table, upon which lay several ancient scrolls, alongside brushes, ink, and specially crafted chakra paper. The walls displayed intricate diagrams of sealing jutsu formations, their lines complex yet elegant, resembling enigmatic works of art. Please have a seat, Chika invited, taking a position opposite Kagami. Before we begin, may I ask why you wish to study sealing jutsu? With your strength and talent, you would be better served focusing on combat ninjutsu. Kagami answered candidly. Those are sufficient for now. I am here to remedy my weaknesses. Chika handed over the compiled materials. I apologize, this is all I can provide. These represent only the theoretical knowledge I have retained, and they lack depth. Born in the land of whirlpools, Chika had lived before the calamity that befell the Uzumaki clan. As a younger member of the clan, she naturally learned the relevant knowledge. However, while her theoretical understanding was adequate, her practical skills were nearly non-existent. Otherwise, she would not have been helpless on that fateful night, nor trapped alongside Shorin in the land of grass. The memory clouded her expression. Kagami carefully stored the materials and said, without Aunt Chika, the village's related techniques might never have advanced to their current level. The past has become history. Witnessing the children grow safely is a blessing in itself. Chika tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Thank you for your kind words, Tsuchikage-sama. I am truly content now. She pondered briefly, then spoke again. Though I possess only partial knowledge, I know where the clan's archives might be located. Kagami's eyes shifted subtly. Where could that be? Those are genuine treasures. According to Kagami's recollection, the sealing jutsu documented by the Uzumaki clan were extraordinarily potent. Aside from the numerical anomalies arising after the collapse of some values, those related to the Sage of Six Paths and his overwhelming power, the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques were virtually unrivaled throughout the ninja world. Chika recalled that painful night, her brows furrowing. On that day, due to a lack of prior intelligence, the clan fell into chaos. Before the evacuation, Princess Kushina and I were ordered by the clan leader to conceal a thick scroll within a secret passage beneath a dried-up well. Kagami logically inferred. So, the scroll's location has three possibilities. First, it was discovered by the mist ninja who attacked the land of whirlpools and taken back to Kirigakure. But after all these years, Kirigakure has remained closed off and no rumors about sealing jutsu have surfaced. There are only two options. Either they never found the scroll, or they found it but could not comprehend it. Second, if Kirigakure failed to locate the scroll, then perhaps it was obtained later by Konoha. This possibility is the most plausible, for the scroll was concealed jointly by the aunt and Kushina. Later, Kushina journeyed to Konoha, contemporaneous with the Fourth Hokage, ultimately perishing on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. During this interval, Kushina had countless opportunities to inform Konoha of the scroll's whereabouts. This is precisely what Mirashin fears most. In the original narrative, Kushina possessed formidable sealing techniques, while Minato was knowledgeable in the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. It is highly likely that these are connected to that very scroll. Should the scroll have fallen into Konoha's hands, Mirashin's chances of obtaining it are virtually nil, unless he can single-handedly confront the entire village or master a ninjutsu capable of ultra-long-distance teleportation, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. Such a scenario is improbable. Chinatsu's words offered Mirashin a glimmer of hope. The clan head had once stated that only she, Princess Kushina, the clan head himself, and another elder who evacuated knew the scroll's location. The clan head had said that after the Elder's breakout and once the situation had settled, he would return to the land of whirlpools to retrieve the scroll, preserving it to continue the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. At that time, not only was Princess Kushina a theoretical prodigy, but her practical achievements were also outstanding. Although she had yet to master the most powerful sealing techniques, she understood how to train and had near-perfect theoretical scores. Mirashin took a deep breath. In other words, the scroll might still lie within that desiccated well. Chinatsu nodded. After careful consideration, Mirashin made an immediate decision. Aunt Chinatsu, may I inform the Tsuchikage about this matter? Though the odds seem slim, if it truly remains there, obtaining the Uzumaki clan's scroll would benefit the village and ensure the continuation of the Uzumaki sealing techniques. Chinatsu nodded earnestly. That is precisely why I told you. The following day, at the entrance of Iwagakure, a squad assembled. The Anbu unit consisted of Mirashin, Ishimin, and Yagakage. Additionally, there was a 3-man Jonin squad, including Akatsuki, the disciple of Inoki, and his son Katsuchi. Leading them was a masked giant clad in heavy red armor. Though taciturn, he was the strongest member of the squad. This was Han, the 5-tails Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, known as the Steam Ninja. Inoki glanced over the squad's composition and nodded slowly, cautioning. Remember, the mission's journey is long and approaches the land of fire. Your foremost priority is the safety of your comrades. If the scroll is not in the land of whirlpools, do not linger, return directly to Iwagakure. Han's voice was slow and steady. Understood. After leaving the village, Han led the group northward to a seaport. Since the overland route would require traversing multiple nations and attract undue attention, they opted for the maritime path. Mirashin beheld the ocean for the first time. Once the initial novelty faded, boredom settled in. Fortunately, Mirashin carried the sealing technique materials given by Chinatsu and could use shadow clone jutsu to study and comprehend them. The large ship sailed steadily toward the land of whirlpools, stopping once at a small harbor for resupply, but maintaining rapid progress. Upon arriving at the land of whirlpools, the group disguised themselves as merchants and, following Chinatsu's provided coordinates, located the Uzumaki clan's ruins. Here, broken walls and moss-covered stones abounded. The burned wooden structures had rotted away, giving rise to new trees, and wild grass grew thickly. The site was not expansive, and the desiccated well was easy to find. The land of whirlpools was now guarded only by the daimyo's residents and a handful of recruited ninja and samurai. The oversight here was hardly strict. Indeed, it was virtually non-existent. Yagakage descended into the dried well, successfully locating a secret passage, and retrieved a scroll nearly as thick as a water bucket, its material almost rotten. The group examined it, confirming only that it matched the appearance described by Chinatsu, and carefully secured it. After so many years, unrolling it might cause the fragile material to lose some inscriptions. The first mission was accomplished. Han hoisted the grand scroll known as the Uzumaki secret scroll and commanded, "Proceed to the second mission." The second mission was to find the Uzumaki clan's ancestral shrine. According to Chinatsu, inside were many terrifying entities sealed within masks. These artifacts were mysterious and dangerous, yet if properly harnessed, could serve as valuable resources. Soon, the group gathered at the site where Orochimaru had discovered the Death God mask in the original story. Indeed, the wall bore those fearsome masks, each sealed with a remarkably potent binding. No one knew what was contained within. Mirashin examined them one by one, his gaze scanning over each mask, when suddenly his brow furrowed. In his previous life, reading the original work, he had not noticed these details. Given that the masks generally resembled demons, Mirashin could not discern which was the true Death God mask. To his surprise, among this row of masks hanging on the wall, one spot was conspicuously empty. Mirashin approached for closer inspection. Judging by the dust marks on the wall, the sealed mask originally hung there had been removed not long ago. Could this be a butterfly effect? A sense of foreboding crept over Mirashin as Orochimaru's grim visage involuntarily flashed through his mind. "Blood gold is gone," came Yagakage's voice. Mirashin looked up. They had already collected all the masks and were preparing to return to the ship. Unable to unravel the mystery, Hiruzen suppressed his doubts and followed along. The land of whirlpools had become a desolate place. The daimyo's residents barely maintained self-defense capabilities and exerted limited control over the country. The group went unnoticed, boarded the ship smoothly, and set sail. Time passed swiftly. 2 years after Karen entered the Ninja Academy, the graduation assessment grounds of Iwagakure's ninja school once again buzzed with activity. Today's audience included some special faces, not only parents and instructors but several jonin from Iwagakure and members of the sealing technique research class. The examinee was a special child, Karen. The 11-year-old Karen stood at the edge of the field, dressed neatly in the ninja school uniform, a dark gray top and shorts, with Iwagakure's diamond emblem emblazoned on her back. Her crimson hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her youthful face bore an expression of seriousness beyond her years. Her hands clenched tightly at her sides, revealing obvious nervousness. In the front row of the audience, Hiruzen, Kuratsuchi, and Chinatsu sat together. Chinatsu gripped her hands so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Her eyes never wavered from her daughter, and her lips trembled slightly. "Don't be too nervous," Hiruzen speculated. "Karen is well prepared. She'll be fine." Chinatsu nodded but kept her gaze fixed on her daughter. The examiner stepped to the center of the field and cleared his throat. Graduation assessment, special session. Examinee Karen requests early graduation. According to regulations, she must pass both theoretical and practical assessments. The theoretical exam has been completed. Karen's score was a perfect 100. A low murmur of astonishment arose from the audience. The ninja school's theoretical exam covered numerous fields: ninjutsu principles, chakra control, tactical analysis, and ninja world history. Few children achieved perfect scores, let alone within just 2 years. Next came the practical assessment. The examiner looked toward Karen. "Your opponent is the genin Ken Matsumoto. The rules are touch to end. The match concludes when one party concedes or loses combat capability. Do you understand?" "Understood." Karen nodded vigorously, her voice crisp and clear. Ken Matsumoto strode to the center of the arena and inquired, "Are you ready?" Kaori bowed respectfully in accordance with ninja etiquette, then assumed the initial stance of basic taijutsu. "Ready, begin." No sooner had the examiner spoken than Ken charged forward. His speed was moderate, yet his strength was considerable, delivering a punch that struck directly at Kaori's face. This was the most fundamental form of taijutsu attack, but for an 11-year-old child, it posed a significant threat. Kaori retreated with nimble footsteps, barely evading the strike by a hair's breadth. Ken persisted with his assault, throwing one punch after another, yet each was narrowly avoided by Kaori. Her movements were not particularly swift, but her timing was impeccable. She always sidestepped, tilted her head, or stepped back at the very moment the attack was about to land. Whispers began to ripple through the audience. "Such precise evasion. It's as if she can predict her opponent's moves." "No, it's not prediction. It's perception." She can sense the flow of chakra. Unable to break through, Ken retreated a few steps and formed hand seals with both hands. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A fiery orb half a meter in diameter roared forth. Kaori dodged the fireball while simultaneously forming hand seals of her own. However, her sequence was unusual, not a common offensive or defensive ninjutsu, but a more ancient, intricate series. Sealing technique. Quadruple limb heavy seal. Kaori evaded the fireball's radius and thrust both hands forward. There was no light, no special effect, only an invisible force spreading outward. Ken's body stiffened. He felt his limbs suddenly grow unbearably heavy, as if bound by unseen chains, each movement requiring immense effort. What is this?" He struggled, but even raising his arm demanded all his strength. Kaori asked him, "Do you concede?" Gritting his teeth, Ken attempted to gather chakra to break free. Yet, as soon as his chakra flowed, it was suppressed and dispersed by the sealing technique's power, unable to coalesce. Among the spectators, a group of shinobi furrowed their brows, murmuring in confusion, "This is too strange. Is it a paralysis jutsu? How can it take effect from a distance? Perhaps not. I can sense the fluctuations of sealing power. Is it some kind of sealing technique? Remote even?" On stage, after several attempts, Ken finally gave up. "I concede." Kaori immediately dispelled the sealing technique and bowed to Ken. "Thank you for the match." The examiner stepped forward, carefully inspected Ken's condition, and after confirming he was unharmed, announced, "Practical assessment. Kaori is victorious. I hereby declare trainee Kaori to have graduated early." In the stands, Chinatsu covered her mouth, overcome with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. Kuratsuchi applauded vigorously, a look of relief softening her face. Kaori stood at the center of the arena, receiving congratulations from all around. Yet she did not look at the others. Her gaze pierced through the crowd, resting directly on Chinatsu and Kyoshin. Those large, crimson eyes brimmed with anticipation and a hint of unease. Once the assessment concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. Kaori ran to Chinatsu and embraced her for a moment, then approached Kyoshin, her cheeks flushed from exertion. Brother Kinto, I did it. Kyoshin smiled warmly. Yes, very well. Kaori's eyes sparkled. Does that mean I'm catching up a little? Her question was soft, yet laden with meaning. Catching up? Catching up to whom? Of course, catching up to Kyoshin's footsteps. From the very beginning, Kaori had set her goal to become as formidable as her elder brother Kyoshin. She studied relentlessly, trained tirelessly, striving to prove herself. Not only to protect her mother but also to stand beside him, rather than always being the one protected. You've caught up quite a lot. Kyoshin reached out to ruffle her hair but retracted midway. We're all grown now. Some things aren't to be taken lightly. And you have a very clear path, Kyoshin reminded her. The Uzumaki clan's talent for perception and sealing techniques is rare. Develop these well, and you will become a unique shinobi. Kaori nodded vigorously, then suddenly leapt forward to hug Kyoshin tightly. Thank you, brother Kyoshin. Thank you for always believing in me. Her body was small, soft, and warm. Kyoshin was momentarily taken aback, then gently patted her back. Kuratsuchi watched from the side, pursing her lips. If only I had another trick back then. I could have used it when I graduated. Old Kuratsuchi's shadow hovered in the air, a gentle smile gracing her face. I have observed your performance. Perfect theoretical scores, outstanding perception ability, and competent use of basic sealing techniques. Very good. Kaori bowed nervously. Thank you, Lady Kuratsuchi. No need to be nervous. Inoki chuckled. From today onward, you are an official genin of Iwagakure. However, you must continue to learn and grow. I have a proposal to form the Kinto Squad. Kinto Squad? Kyoshin looked toward Inoki, already guessing the outline of the plan. Inoki glanced around, then suddenly frowned. Where has that brat Deidara gone? Kyoshin cleared his throat. He's probably still in his private laboratory. Though called a laboratory, it was actually an undeveloped cluster of monstrous rocks. Inoki sighed, then dismissed the thought. Kinto, you are the leading figure among Iwagakure's young generation. Your strength is sufficient to serve as a teaching jonin, perhaps even a waste of your talent. Nevertheless, I wish to assign Kuratsuchi, Kaori, and Deidara to a squad under your leadership. What do you think? Before Kyoshin could respond, Inoki added, rest assured you need only teach them the basics. Kuratsuchi and Deidara's advanced techniques will be instructed by me and Kuratsuchi. Kaori's training is special. You will guide her sealing techniques, while Yagakage will oversee the development of her perception abilities. Kyoshin pondered. Kuratsuchi's close combat skills are formidable, Deidara covers ranged attacks and flexible support, and Kaori's perception and sealing techniques will ensure no glaring weaknesses in the team. Nodding, Kyoshin said, very feasible. Inoki was pleased. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, you will all come to my office for detailed discussions. To outsiders, Inoki's arrangement seemed utterly unreasonable. Kyoshin was 11, Kaori was 11, Kuratsuchi 12, and Deidara 13. The latter three formed the squad, yet the guiding jonin was Kyoshin, an 11-year-old who had not yet graduated from the ninja academy. Yet, miraculously, none of the IWA shinobi found this illogical. Afterward, Inoki departed. Kaori looked at him expectantly. Kyoshin smiled. To celebrate Kaori's graduation, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Really? Kaori jumped excitedly. I want to eat grilled meat. Alright, grilled meat it is, Kyoshin laughed, then turned to Chinatsu. Auntie, please join us. Chinatsu wiped away the lingering tears of joy. Certainly, Lord Kinto. The following day, in the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki sat behind his desk, his expression grave. Four individuals stood in the center of the room, their ages visibly disparate, yet soon to form a ninja squad. Kyoshin stood at the forefront, an 11-year-old youth with a poised stature, neatly kept black hair, and a maturity beyond his years etched upon his face. He wore the standard Iwagakure shinobi attire, a ninja blade slung diagonally across his back, and a bulging pouch at his waist, clearly prepared for immediate deployment. To the left lay the dark earth, where a 12-year-old girl already displayed a graceful and slender figure, her legs in particular impossible to overlook. On the right stood Deidara, 13 years old, wearing an expression tinged with defiance. Lastly, just half a step behind Myrishin was Karen, who appeared somewhat nervous. Everyone was present. Inoki spoke slowly, his voice reverberating through the spacious office. Then, I hereby officially declare the establishment of Iwagakure's 7th Special Operations Squad, codenamed the Gold and Earth Team, as of today. The team leader and guiding jonin is Kanetsuchi. Team members: Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Karen. The primary mission of this squad is to undertake C-rank and B-rank assignments, accumulating real combat experience and enhancing their capabilities. Deidara could not contain himself and spoke up, pointing at Myrishin's head. Lord Tsuchikage, I have a question. Speak. Why is he the team leader? Humph. His doubt was reasonable, devoid of malice, purely based on factual analysis. In the history of Iwagakure, has there ever been an 11-year-old serving as a guiding jonin? This isn't a joke, is it? Especially since the person in question is Myrishin, whom I dream of defeating. Inoki chuckled. That's a very good question. Ask me again once you have defeated Kanetsuchi. Deidara declared confidently. I will defeat Kanetsuchi very soon. Humph. Last time, I was just about to beat him. Humph. Inoki smiled at the memory of Myrishin pretending to be nearly defeated by Deidara, but he forced himself to maintain a serious expression. Then do your best. Deidara was indeed a prodigious youth, especially in the art of explosions, unparalleled in the history of Iwagakure. Yet his opponent was an 11-year-old wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, with chakra as profound as that of an Anbu captain. He was the sole inheritor of the most potent ninjutsu in the shinobi world, Dust Release. Proficient in 3 chakra natures, fire, earth, and wind, along with their transformations and ninjutsu. Master of wind-fire scorch release and fire-earth melting release. Capable of casting sealing techniques with a single hand seal in an instant. He had even refined the tailed beast seal on Han's body using the 8-trigram seal. Merely at the age of 11. Myrishin was an unparalleled existence in shinobi history, one for whom Inoki could not find a peer. Inoki gazed at these 4 youths, each different in age, temperament, and talent, united by various circumstances, and a complex surge of emotions welled within him. Myrishin, an Uchiha orphan, wielder of the Sharingan, practitioner of dust release. Kuratsuchi, his granddaughter, the future of Iwagakure, frank and formidable. Deidara, a genius of explosive art, proud yet pure. Karen, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, gifted in perception and sealing techniques. If such a squad could truly unite and harness each individual's potential, what heights might they reach in the future? He dared not imagine. Inoki was enveloped by an immense sense of happiness. Only a few years ago, he had been troubled by the talent drain in Iwagakure, unable to rest in peace. But now he was hopeful. Inoki clapped his hands, producing a mission scroll. The squad is officially formed. Your first mission has been assigned. A C-rank escort operation. A caravan traveling from Iwagakure to the border town in the land of Earth. Departure at dawn tomorrow, expected duration 3 days. Any questions? Myrishin took the scroll. None. Inoki waved his hand. Then you are dismissed. Prepare yourselves. Kanetsuchi, stay behind. I have something to discuss. After Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Karen departed, Inoki turned to Myrishin, expression growing serious. Kanetsuchi, dust release is your trump card. Do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. You are strong now, able to face Anbu-level adversaries. But the dangers of the shinobi world go far beyond that. Officially, there are only 5 Anbu-level shinobi, but the elite jonin of each village can be regarded as quasi-Anbu. Most are not labeled Anbu only due to their tenure, contributions, or lack of direct combat comparison with Anbu-level foes. That is correct. Elite jonin can become Anbu at any time. Kakashi was also the 6th Hokage, was he not? And there is Might Guy, a monster who can trade blows 1-for-1 with the 6 Paths Kanetsuchi. You still have room to grow. I know your potential extends far beyond this. Regarding vengeance, you must wait until you have fully matured and your victory is assured before considering it. When that time comes, those adversaries will be nothing you cannot handle. Myrishin responded with great composure. I understand. Watching his clear-headed demeanor, Inoki sometimes felt as though he were facing a man decades older, weathered and steady. Additionally, you must lead the squad well. Inoki's voice deepened. Kuratsuchi is my granddaughter. Deidara is a vital genius of Iwagakure. Karen is the hope of the Uzumaki clan. Each of them is important, but what matters more is that they trust you. Trust is the most precious treasure of a shinobi, and also the heaviest responsibility. Do not betray it. Myrishin said solemnly, I will not disappoint you. I believe in you. Inoki smiled. Go now and prepare. Starting tomorrow you will be the true leader. The road along the land of Earth's border appeared especially desolate in the morning mist. It was a trade route connecting Iwagakure and the border town. Its surface a compacted dirt path flanked by heavily weathered rocky mountains and scattered thorn bushes. Occasionally, a few tenacious rock-borne trees appeared, their trunks twisted and branches sparse, gently swaying in the dry wind. A caravan of 5 horse-drawn carts moved slowly forward. The carts carried Iwagakure's specialty minerals, pottery, and medicinal herbs, bound for Ishiguchi town. A 3-day journey away, the caravan master, a plump middle-aged merchant named Ishida, sat in the driver's seat of the lead cart, wiping sweat from his brow. Not from heat, but from nervousness. This was not his first time hiring shinobi escorts, but this time the squad was unusual. Ishida stole a glance at the 4 figures accompanying the caravan. The black-haired boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12, spoke little and spent most of his time quietly observing. Behind him was a black-haired girl of similar age. Her expression relaxed but eyes constantly scanning the Rocky Mountains on either side, clearly on alert. Then there was a blonde boy, the tallest child in the group. Still just a child. Most absurdly, there was a red-haired little girl closely trailing behind the black-haired boy like a shadow. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and a hint of nervousness, glancing left and right as if on a school outing. They appeared professional, but their ages made Ishida instinctively doubt their reliability. Myrishin walked at the forefront, suddenly sensing an unusual aura. The upcoming stretch of road was perfect for an ambush. He activated his Sharingan to observe, indeed detecting an anomaly. 3 figures lurked behind a rocky mountain about 300 meters ahead, their chakra signatures faint but malevolent. Ninjas from the waves or mountain bandits. Myrishin remained silent. This was the squad's first mission. He needed to assess Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Karen's responses. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, Karen's small hand gently tugged at Myrishin's sleeve. She stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear, "Brother Myrishin, there are 3 people behind the rocky mountain on the right. Their chakra is fierce." Myrishin nodded and whispered back, "Tell Kuratsuchi." Karen immediately ran to Kuratsuchi's side and spoke a few words softly. Kuratsuchi's expression remained unchanged, yet her footsteps subtly shifted as her body weight shifted to the right side. She cast a glance at Deidara, who responded with a slight nod, quietly slipping his right hand into the pouch of clay at his waist. The entire sequence was executed with natural fluidity, arousing no suspicion from the caravan. Kyoshin nodded inwardly. Karen's senses were keen, Kuratsuchi's command decisive, and Deidara's reaction timely. For their first coordinated effort, it was quite satisfactory. The caravan pressed onward. The path veered into a narrow mountain valley. Towering cliffs flanked both sides, and the road was barely wide enough for 2 carts to travel side by side, a quintessential ambush site. Kuratsuchi halted and raised her right hand. The caravan immediately came to a stop. "What's happening?" Ishida asked anxiously. Kuratsuchi fixed her gaze ahead. "Show yourselves." The shadows cast by the cliffs dimmed the light, and the air was thick with the scent of stone dust. 5 figures sprang from a crevice in the left cliffside. They wore tattered leather armor and wielded an assortment of weapons. Machetes, spears, and even a rusty crossbow. The standard garb of rogue ninja. Their skill level at best that of lower-ranked shinobi. "Enemy attack!" Ishida shouted in alarm. Kuratsuchi charged directly at the foremost rogue, her forearm and fist enveloped in rock. The man clearly underestimated her, seeing only a young girl as his opponent. Then, the muffled thud of rock-encased fist meeting flesh echoed through the canyon. The rogue spat a mouthful of sour liquid and was sent flying backward, crashing against the cliff face before sliding down, unconscious. The other 4 rogues hesitated briefly, then roared in fury and charged. Ishida nervously glanced at the impassive Kyoshin and couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you helping?" Kyoshin cast him a lifeless glance. Others need the chance to gain experience. His casual demeanor puzzled Ishida, who swallowed nervously. On the battlefield, Deidara's excited voice rang out. "Art is an explosion." Yeah. 5 white clay spiders descended from above the cliff, landing precisely among the 4 charging rogues. Boom! Boom boom! The 4 rogues fell one after another, all rendered unconscious. From start to finish, the fight lasted less than 10 seconds. The caravan members were left dumbfounded. Ishida stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for quite some time. Kuratsuchi brushed dust from her hands and approached the unconscious rogues, checking their wounds. After confirming they posed no life-threatening danger, she turned to Deidara. "Take care of them. Bind them and toss them by the roadside. When we return, hand them over to the border guards." "Understood," Deidara replied, leaping down from the cliff to begin tying up the rogues with rope. Suddenly, Kyoshin spoke up. "No need to make it so troublesome. Several eyes turned toward Kyoshin, who explained. Escape techniques are easy to learn and widespread. If they were to get away again, they cause harm elsewhere. We don't have the time to send them for reformation, so it's best to handle this in the simplest way possible. Kuratsuchi's awareness sharpened, a twinge of anxiety stirring within her. She had graduated early and undertaken missions before, though mostly minor ones like catching cats and teasing dogs. Though she had seen combat, she had never drawn blood. Before Kuratsuchi could react, the sound of an explosion echoed nearby. Ha! This is my art. Ha ha ha. Yeah. Boom. Several rogue ninja-s bodies were shattered into fragments. Kuratsuchi's expression soured somewhat but remained generally composed. Yet Karen's performance was unexpectedly impressive. She was remarkably calm, as if this were commonplace. Having drifted through the shinobi world with her mother since childhood, Karen had witnessed too many cruel scenes. Deidara and Karen performed admirably as well. Kyoshin offered his assessment. Kuratsuchi, don't be discouraged. Your teammates, one has been through it since childhood, the other is a madman. In this regard, you are indeed a novice. Kuratsuchi exhaled deeply and nodded. I'm fine. I'll adapt. Deidara clenched his fist and shouted angrily at Kyoshin. Hey, are you calling me crazy? Yeah. The caravan resumed its journey. Kyoshin yawned and said to Deidara. You misheard. Deidara furrowed his brow. Huh? How could I have misheard? Yeah. You said it. Didn't you? No, I didn't. But I clearly heard it. Yeah. I'm telling you, you misheard. Huh? Yeah. Kuratsuchi and Karen exchanged glances. The remainder of the journey was relatively uneventful. On the afternoon of the following day, the caravan arrived at Ishiguchi town. Nestled against the mountains, it was a small settlement with predominantly stone houses and narrow yet tidy streets. Upon seeing the caravan's arrival, townsfolk gathered eagerly to trade, the scene quickly becoming lively. Ishida busied himself unloading and trading goods, while Kyoshin and the others rested at the town's sole inn. After dinner, Kyoshin convened a squad meeting. The mission is nearly complete. Once Ishida finishes his transactions tomorrow, we'll escort him back to Iwagakure, and the task will be concluded. Deidara grinned and complained. This is so boring. Traveling so far just to sell some trinkets. I really want to blow all his goods to smithereens. Kyoshin felt a wave of relief upon hearing this. This was Deidara at his friendlier best. Had it been the original version, he'd be plotting explosions to harm people. Ignoring that remark, Kyoshin continued. A shinobi's training must be relentless. Today must not be wasted. Next, I'll teach you the most fundamental skill. He paused briefly, glanced at everyone, and asked, is there anyone here who can't climb trees or walk on water? Deidara chuckled. That's all childish play. He had once received a scroll from Kyoshin detailing how to train chakra control, and had practiced climbing trees and walking on water. Kuratsuchi's education had also covered these skills. All eyes then turned to Karen, who looked bewildered. What's that? Kyoshin seized the opportunity to shirk responsibility. Kuratsuchi, you'll be in charge of training Karen in this skill. I'd be happy to. Kuratsuchi agreed without hesitation. Perhaps a teenage girl's thoughts were not entirely focused on enhancing her abilities. Kuratsuchi knew that if she declined, Kyoshin would have to instruct Karen personally, giving them unsupervised time together. And Kuratsuchi was well aware that Karen's gaze toward Kyoshin was far from innocent. As a trade-off, I'll leave the training of Earth-style chakra to you, instructor, Kuratsuchi said, raising an eyebrow at Kyoshin. That's already my duty. But first, I'll be responsible for Deidara's training, Kyoshin replied. Deidara tugged at his ear and said with a teasing tone, you'd better take care of yourself first, so you don't get beaten by me someday, yeah. I really don't know what the old man was thinking, letting you be the lead jonin, yeah. Kyoshin signaled to Kuratsuchi, you may begin your training. Don't wander too far. Then, turning to the blonde youth, he said, Deidara, come with me. They parted ways. Kyoshin led Deidara to an open space behind the inn. The boy still looked somewhat resentful. Are you really going to teach me training hand by hand? Deidara asked, sounding a little unaccustomed. Kyoshin nodded. I know you dislike being bossed around, unless it's by someone as powerful as the Tsuchikage. Deidara's heart skipped a beat, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Then, let us fight again. Kyoshin's eyes transformed into vivid crimson Sharingan. 3 tomo slowly revolving within the pupils before converging into a pure black circle, eerily sinister. Deidara's excitement grew. All right, what is that? After asking, he furrowed his brow once more and glanced at the inn beside them. Perhaps we should travel a bit farther. I have no desire to find myself without a place to sleep tonight. Mirror Heart crossed his arms. No need. Feel free to launch your attack against me. Don't underestimate me. exploding instantly flared up, one hand slipping into his waist pocket, ready to retrieve his clay. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming pressure surged from all directions, engulfing Deidara like a tsunami. A heavy crisis. Deidara's eyes widened, sweat beading on his forehead. His heart seemed about to leap out of his throat, his body stiff as stone. Opposite him, Mirror Heart's expression was solemn and resolute, his Mangekyo Sharingan locked unyieldingly onto Deidara, the air around him twisted by a potent blue chakra current. This man was serious. If he struck, death was a likely outcome. You, Deidara swallowed hard. What is that? Visible chakra? This guy is actually that strong. All this time, he has just been playing house with me. Mirror Heart deactivated his Sharingan, his expression softening. Deidara relaxed his body. Though no battle had occurred, a cold sweat drenched him. Deidara, what do you think of Iwagakure? Mirror Heart posed a question unrelated to training. Deidara sneered. What do you mean? I live there. That's all. Is there anything about it that dissatisfies you? If I must say, it's that the old man micromanages everything. As for you, he is too lenient. Probably because you're stronger, and now you've proven it to me. So what? It's a matter of personality. Mirror Heart explained. Your talent is excellent. Your jutsu's power is immense and relatively more dangerous, which might affect others, so they restrain you. So what? Deidara smiled. I certainly won't abandon the pursuit of art over such trivial matters. One day I'll need more freedom. Is that why he defected? Mirror Heart understood, then said, I will petition Lord Tsuchikage to designate an area near the village for you, where you can research explosions without restraint. Really? Deidara's eyes brightened, then grew wary. What's the cost? Mirror Heart looked puzzled. Why ask? I do this because I'm also intrigued by some of your abilities. Oh, Deidara exclaimed excitedly. You think it's beautiful, artistic as well? A kindred spirit, then. Mirror Heart spoke with a hint of regret. Only the scale is somewhat small. Small scale? Talking about this, Deidara was wide awake, rushing before Mirror Heart. How do we increase scale? My chakra isn't abundant. Why don't you give it a try? In fact, Mirror Heart recalled, that is a power from a system I have studied. Deidara was puzzled. Unrelated to chakra? Yes. Mirror Heart's tone was almost eager. I once found an ancient text in Konoha's library stating that there existed a bomb producing a fireball 8 kilometers in diameter in an instant, annihilating everything within tens of kilometers and causing lethal damage hundreds of kilometers away, with aftershocks circling the planet thrice. But that thing is not part of the ninja system, it's called physics. Deidara's whole body burned with excitement. I know that. Previously, to realize my art, I dabbled in physics. Recently, I've been preparing an ocular device to extend vision. But I never expected such ultimate art could be created. He even dropped his habitual colloquialisms. What do you know? Tell me as much detail as possible. I'll invite you to witness the ultimate art. Mirror Heart shared some basics such as black powder. Afterward, Mirror Heart glanced at Deidara, who was overly excited. Resolve his lack of freedom in the village. Then find him a research direction that requires village resources. Then, at the right moment, kill a rogue ninja in front of him with the cruelest means. That should suffice. At the border between the land of earth and the land of lightning, the terrain shifted from barren rocky mountains to rugged hills. Mirror Heart and his 3 companions traversed the hilly area. Their mission this time was B rank. According to intelligence, several rogue ninjas tracked by the Anbu had appeared nearby. Originally, this was Anbu's task, but Mirror Heart had requisitioned it. At noon, the 4 rested in a concealed cave. Deidara stood guard outside, while Mirror Heart, Kuratsuchi, and Karui analyzed maps inside. From current data, the rogue ninja's activity concentrated 20 kilometers north of the border. Kuratsuchi pointed to several marked spots on the map. Karui suddenly opened her eyes. 3 chakra signatures. Judging by the chakra amount, they're Chunin. Northeast direction. Approaching us. Mirror Heart led Karui, and Kuratsuchi joined Deidara at the entrance, issuing orders. Prepare for battle, Plan B. The 4 swiftly exited the cave and formed a formation in the clearing outside. Within a minute, 3 figures burst from behind the northeastern hills, moving at lightning speed, resembling 3 earthen shadows. Iwagakure rogue ninjas, all male, wearing forehead protectors with a slash across the IWA symbol. They did not attack immediately. Clearly, fellow villagers meeting, eyes moist with tears, intending to exchange words. This was not the Anbu. The leader's gaze locked onto Kuratsuchi and Deidara. Oh, it's you two? You've graduated already? Time flies. Inoki actually trusts you with such missions. Is he looking down on us? His attention was not on the children but wary of the surroundings. Let me guess, who's your supervising Jonin? Kuratsuchi narrowed her eyes, whispering to Mirror Heart. The 3 who defected 5 years ago, all Chunin, rumored to have stolen advanced village jutsu. Their current strength is unknown. Mirror Heart asked. Only 3? There are 7 rogue ninjas still alive, Kuratsuchi analyzed. The other 4 are not within the land of Earth's borders. It should be just these 3, but collusion with others cannot be ruled out. Mirror Heart's eyes gleamed with the crimson 3-tomo Sharingan as he said to Kuratsuchi and Deidara. Begin. The 2 immediately dashed to the left and right flanks, apparently attempting to block the rogues' retreat. At that moment, the rogues noticed Mirror Heart issuing commands and instinctively glanced at him. One rogue suddenly froze. No sound, no light, only an invisible mental force surged into the short-haired rogue's brain like a tidal wave. He felt as if invisible nails pinned him midair, limbs immobile, even breathing labored. The scene before him warped. The rocky wall morphed into a prison cage, the sky into an iron curtain, the entire world compressing him. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged.
Genjutsu, magical Chakra technique.
Mirror Heart raised his hand, throwing a kunai connected to an explosive tag. The rogue's 2 comrades. One was releasing the genjutsu on the frozen rogue. The other stood before Mirror Heart, forming hand seals and slapping the ground. A dirt wall materialized in the kunai's path, blocking it. Boom! The explosive tag shook the earth wall violently. During this, Mirror Heart was far from idle. He cast the lightweight rock technique upon himself, soaring into the air to gain the high ground. Coupled with the Sharingan, he attained an exceptionally clear visual advantage. Subsequently, Kyoshin formed hand seals with both hands, Z-high C. Upon completing the seals, he thrust his palms outward. A translucent white cubic barrier materialized, which Kyoshin then hurled down upon the 3 rogue shinobi. The Earth-style barrier user among the traitors had been closely monitoring Kyoshin and was the first to recognize the signature jutsu of Iwagakure. His eyes instantly bloodshot with terror. He instinctively retreated to the side while shouting frantically, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Another traitor, who had just dispelled an illusion from a comrade, turned around only to see a dust-style attack descending upon him. His heart nearly stopped from shock. His scalp tingled as he mustered all his strength to dodge aside. Unfortunately, the traitor who had just awakened from the illusion was not so fortunate. He was entirely enveloped by the dust-style barrier, and the technique's power began to take effect. All resistance became utterly futile. A dense white mist slowly rose. The dust-style traitor was disintegrated down to an atomic state, and everything around him bore a strange, cubic void. The traitor who had just dispelled the illusion was stunned to find the dust-style technique's range so vast that an entire arm had vanished without a trace. The gap clean and smooth. Excruciating pain surged through his nervous system, violently assaulting his brain. How is this possible? The sole remaining intact traitor was dumbfounded, even beginning to suspect that Kyoshin might be an impersonation by Inoki using a transformation jutsu, given how young he appeared. The difficulty of dust-style techniques was common knowledge among IWA shinobi. His initial reaction was to flee, but recalling that Kuratsuchi and Deidara had moved to the flanks at the battle's outset, he realized they were already surrounded. Moreover, the enemy held the advantage of the skies. Escape was impossible. There was no choice but to fight to the death. Gritting his teeth, the traitor formed hand seals. Earth release, rock-stealing spear. The ground beneath him cracked open. Several earth fragments whirled around his body before compressing into multiple earthen spears that he launched toward Kyoshin. Kyoshin neither dodged nor evaded, but the 3-tomo Sharingan in his eyes had already transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. As the earth spears neared, visible chakra manifested around him, swiftly coalescing into a ring of white skeletal armor that enveloped him. Bang! 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 Several earthen spears struck Susanoo, failing to cause the slightest tremor. Yet from below came the anguished scream of an IWA shinobi. The one-armed traitor glanced anxiously toward a nearby figure. The comrade who had attacked Kyoshin bore bizarre wounds. Several penetrating holes of blood appeared inexplicably on his body, despite having received no direct strikes. This traitor was battle-hardened enough to discern that the opponent had been solidly struck by the rock-stealing spear, as evidenced by several clear spear-tip-shaped holes in the ground behind him. Yet curiously, he could see no spears themselves. It was as if the jutsu had rendered them invisible. Had the dark-haired brat enhanced the rock-stealing spear to become imperceptible to the naked eye? No, that can't be. The one-armed traitor immediately rejected this notion, for he had seen no hand seals from Kyoshin whatsoever. In the sky, the white skeletal armor composed of chakra around Kyoshin gradually dissipated. The strange attack the traitor suffered stemmed from one of Kyoshin's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Left Eye, Aragami. Its power lies in reflecting any jutsu inflicted upon the user back onto the attacker exactly as it was received, regardless of distance or obstacles, without any cooldown period. The drawback is that if the enemy does not attack Kyoshin first, the ability remains dormant. However, in the midst of battle, this technique is exceedingly insidious. The enemy 1T attack me because of Aragami, then I shall be the one to attack the enemy. Kyoshin's gaze fixed upon the one-armed traitor, who, realizing the battle was hopelessly lost, collapsed to the ground and declared, I surrender. I am willing to confess everything. No need, Kyoshin replied, arousing suspicion in the traitor. What do you mean, no need? The one-armed traitor queried, lifting his head just as the dust-style barrier crashed down upon him. Sizzle, the battle concluded. Apart from the traitor who was killed by the reflected Aragami technique, the other two traitors left no bodies behind. Deidara and Kuratsuchi returned from afar and reunited with Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi's black eyes flickered as he glanced at Kyoshin. Huh? Kanetsuchi, you can already wield dust release? That's incredible. Kyoshin descended from the air and shrugged. All thanks to excellent instruction. Karen and Kuratsuchi held differing views. Dust release was not a technique one could simply learn at will. Before Kyoshin, Inoki had been relentlessly diligent. Whenever anyone in the village showed the slightest aptitude, Inoki would endeavor to train them toward dust release. Unfortunately, most were halted at the prerequisites before even reaching the prerequisites for dust release. Deidara refrained from joining the discussion, his gaze sweeping over the two deep craters left by the dust release on the battlefield, as well as the figures stubbornly impaled on the ground. Swallowing nervously, Deidara cautiously cast a sidelong glance at Kyoshin. Is it really necessary to annihilate them completely? He already said he'd deconfess everything, didn't he? What could they possibly confess? Kyoshin pointed at the traitor whose body still remained. We can make a rough judgment from him. Besides, shouldn't traitors justly perish? So you're using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Deidara muttered under his breath. Weren't you the one who defected from Konoha? Shem. Deidara? Kyoshin looked at him curiously. What did you say? I'm just giving my captain's opinion. Deidara's eye twitched. Also, leave the inspection of the traitors' bodies to me. Kyoshin nodded. That would be appreciated. In truth, Kyoshin had heard everything but chose to ignore it. From Konoha's perspective, he was indeed a defector. Yet from his own standpoint, it was Konoha that had abandoned the Uchiha, rendering the Uchiha clan a faction without a village. Thus, joining any ninja village at that point could not be considered defection. To put it more simply, defection is a voluntary resignation, often with the risk of leaking company secrets. Kyoshin's case was different. He had been dismissed without compensation, and because he knew secrets, the company sought to eliminate him. Moreover, before his dismissal by Konoha, Kyoshin had never been affiliated with any other company. How could these situations be equated? After Deidara completed his task, the group returned to Iwagakure with their spoils. Time passed. At the training grounds, Kyoshin sat cross-legged with eyes closed, meditating and refining his chakra. He had shed the innocence of childhood. His height had grown considerably, shoulders broadened, and facial features sharpened. Though still bearing the delicate beauty of youth, his gaze now held a maturity and composure far beyond his years. When his meditation concluded, Kyoshin opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. 12 years old, the story was about to begin. As a transmigrator, he deemed it necessary to partake in the unfolding events, while simultaneously striving to secure tangible benefits for Iwagakure, which had bestowed upon him great kindness. Only Kyoshin truly understood the extent of Inoki's indulgence toward him over these years. Without exaggeration, it was utterly boundless. Had Kyoshin been an amoral child lacking adult reasoning, his personality might have resembled that of the young Master Chow, who refused to eat beef. In terms of strength, Inoki placed complete and utter trust in Kagami. He possessed absolute freedom. Even if he roamed the entire ninja world, Inoki harbored no worries. The company treated him so well. What more was there to say? This was no mere company. This was my home. Since it was my home, naturally, I must find ways to develop it. Kagami reminisced about the original storyline. After graduation, Team 7 was formed. They played with cats and dogs, then undertook a mission in the Land of Waves. So what benefits could be gleaned from this? Kagami considered 2 points. First, Kato, a ruthless individual who could break bones and extract marrow, clutching stones to scrape off fat. Money was still quite effective in the ninja world, of course, in most circumstances. No one would ever complain about their wallet being too fat. Second, human resources. Team 7's adversaries in the Land of Waves were Zabuza and Haku. Zabuza was a rogue ninja from Iwagakure. Recruiting him might cause diplomatic issues. Moreover, Iwagakure had connections with Obito, so it was best to avoid contact with them if possible. This was not because Kagami feared Obito, but because he deeply understood the current predicament of both sides. Uchiha Itachi's body was nearly crippled. In the days to come, Itachi would only grow weaker. Uchiha Obito, tasked with the Moon SI plan, would see little to no improvement in his strength over the next several years. Indeed, one could say there would be no advancement whatsoever. As for Kagami, although he was confident he could overcome the previous two, his potential for growth was still vast. Furthermore, he had not exposed himself. Within Iwagakure, only a handful of people and the higher-ups knew him by the name Kagami, while the rest knew him only as Kinto. Since the enemy's strength would not increase for some time, and his own would steadily grow, why reveal himself prematurely? The stronger one became, the more secure one's position. Revenge had already been delayed for several years. A little longer would make no difference. In short, Kagami could not entertain thoughts of confronting Zabuza. At the very least, he could not brazenly bring him back to Iwagakure. That left only one option: to target Zabuza's young companion, Haku. Haku possessed a bloodline limit, but tragically died young in the original story. No one could foresee his future achievements. However, it was certain that, at minimum, he would reach elite jonin level. As previously mentioned, over the past 20 years in the ninja world, the number of elite jonin was far fewer than imagined. Once, Inoki had painstakingly arranged for 2 elite jonin to be teammates for Kagami, so he could adapt to Anbu missions and gain experience. It had taken a great deal of effort to free up a month from their schedules. Thus, the decision was made. The primary target was Haku. Carefully consider whether he could be persuaded to join Iwagakure. The secondary target was Kato's money. Once obtained, first provide disaster relief to the Land of Waves, and then keep all the remaining funds. Kinto. A crisp call interrupted Kagami's thoughts as he looked toward the entrance of the training ground. It was Kuroto, holding a bottle of specially formulated restorative drink. She walked up and handed it to Kagami. Just finished training, right? Drink this. I added rock honey and healing herbs. It's more effective than ordinary soldier's rations. Kagami took the bottle and sipped. The sweetness was moderate, with a fragrant herbal aroma. Indeed, much more palatable than the soldier's rations. Thank you, he said. Kuroto smiled and then, quite naturally, linked her arm with his. Come on, accompany me to the shopping district. I heard a new ninja tool store just opened, and I want to see if they have any useful shuriken. Her gesture was casual, her tone easy, as if this were the most ordinary thing in the world. Yet Kagami could sense the gazes from other ninjas training nearby, some filled with envy, others with curiosity. Over 2 years, Kuroto's attitude toward him had grown increasingly direct and bold. From initially subtle concern to active closeness to now unreserved openness. She would bring him drinks after training, invite him to meals after missions, ask him out on rest days, and even link her arm with his, walking together like lovers. Rumors about Lord Kinto and Miss Kuroto had already spread throughout Iwagakure. Some said they were a match made in heaven. Others claimed that Tsuchikage was secretly arranging their union. Still others whispered they had long been privately betrothed. Both Kagami and Kuroto had heard these rumors, but neither paid them much mind. Kuroto was indifferent. Kagami simply did not know how to react. After visiting the ninja tool store, Kuroto purchased several shuriken, while Kagami selected a few scrolls for practicing sealing techniques. As the two prepared to return home, a small red figure came running from around the corner. Gintni. Kuroto Nizan. It was Karen. Unlike the original story, she wore her red hair in a ponytail and had lost some of her baby fat. Holding a small bottle, she hurried breathlessly to Kagami and extended it toward him. For you, Kinto and I. Kagami took the bottle. Inside was a pale green liquid emitting a sweet fragrance. Kuroto pursed her lips. This little one was imitating her again. What is this? Kagami asked. I made it myself, Karen whispered, her cheeks flushed with shyness. I consulted with the medical team's pharmacist and added rock honey, herbal essence, and a bit of chakra restorative medicine. Her voice grew softer, but her eyes remained fixed on Kagami, filled with cautious hope. Kagami opened the bottle and took a sip. The taste differed slightly from Kuroto's. It was less sweet, but with a stronger herbal fragrance. Upon swallowing, he felt a warm current spreading from his stomach. Indeed, it had a restorative effect. Not bad, he said sincerely. Karen's eyes immediately brightened, and a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Kuroto watched nearby, a complex emotion flickering in her gaze. She shook her head, brushing aside these thoughts, and reached out to tousle Karen's hair. Little Karen, you're thoughtful, But remember next time to be careful with the proportions. Too much chakra restorative medicine can have side effects. I'll be careful. Karen nodded vigorously, then looked at Kagami. Kinto and I, are you coming to the training ground tomorrow? I want to ask you about sealing techniques. Sure, Kagami nodded. In the afternoon. I have to guide Deidara's training in the morning. Kuroto reminded Karen once more. Be sure to use proper titles in public from now on. Karen preferred to call Kagami by his real name, while Kuroto placed greater emphasis on secrecy. Karen obediently nodded. Okay, I'll call you Kinto and I or Kinto and Iakin from now on. The three walked back together. Karen trotted on the other side of Kagami, frequently glancing up at him with eyes full of dependence and admiration. Kuroto linked her arm with his, her expression natural as if this were her exclusive right. Villagers passing by whispered quietly, Look, Lord Kinto is with the two young ladies again. They're really a perfect match. Their relationship is so good. I heard that Tsuchikage has already tacitly approved. Kuroto heard these murmurs with some pride and glanced at Karen's expression, only to find the girl's attention was not on her at all. The three returned home, and Kagami set out alone for the Tsuchikage's office to find Inoki. I need to make a trip to the land of waves. Inoki put down his pen, his gaze settling on Kagami, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corner of his mouth. Got something good again? Over the years, owing to Kyokushin's profound understanding of the original storyline, whenever he sought permission to venture out and report to Inoki, he would invariably return bearing some valuable treasures. Taking a chance. Kyokushin replied, a bloodline limit ninja, but not easy to recruit. Inoki nodded approvingly. Very well. Go forth, but be cautious. Your safety is paramount. Everything else is secondary. Kyokushin saluted and departed from the office. Okawa Bridge in the land of waves. The CS waves crashed against the bridge's pillars as the dense fog gradually dispersed. The battle at the bridge's center had reached its climax. Kakashi gripped Raikiri tightly. His single Sharingan eye locked onto Zabuza, poised to strike. Haku, who was battling Naruto and Sasuke, immediately withdrew to rush toward Zabuza. Raikiri flickered with terrifying azure lightning, and Kakashi surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, the distance between the two rapidly closing. Yet, at this critical moment, Kakashi suddenly sensed a faint trace of danger. His sprinting footsteps abruptly veered over 3 meters to the side. Simultaneously, several shuriken descended from above, landing before Zabuza and Haku. The sudden turn of events alerted both parties in the fight. Fortunately, the intervention was timely. A calm voice resounded from overhead. Both sides looked up toward the sky. At some unknown moment, a youth clad in simple black attire and wearing an Anbu mask hovered in midair, the gusts billowing the sandproof cloak draped over his shoulders. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke, and Naruto hurried to Kakashi's side. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza and Haku distanced themselves from Team 7. Naruto's Ninetales cloak faded away as he panted heavily, laughing heartily toward Kyokushin. Whoever you are, you saved Sister Haku. You can't be a villain. Sasuke, pulling out one by one the barbed hedgehog-shaped senbon, frowned. Naruto, we still don't know his true intentions. Sakura regarded Kyokushin with wary eyes. Kakashi scrutinized Kyokushin and reasoned aloud. To be able to fly unaided, he might be from Iwagakure, and of a special status. However, Kakashi asked Kyokushin, you're not a ninja hired by Kato, are you? The land of waves lies 108,000 ri away from the land of earth. How could Kato possibly hire a ninja here? We are not enemies, Kyokushin responded, then slowly descended, positioning himself nearer to Zabuza. At this moment, Zabuza and Haku were observing him intently. Kyokushin addressed Zabuza directly. 50 million Rio plus safe passage to a place far from the land of water, so you may have a fresh start. Zabuza furrowed his bare brow. What do you want? Kyokushin raised his hand, pointing beside Zabuza. I want him. Haku's delicate face suddenly changed. I will never leave Lord Zabuza. Silence, Haku. Zabuza rebuked sternly. Yet due to the angle, Haku could not see the complex emotions flickering in Zabuza's gaze. Zabuza did not immediately consent to Kyokushin's offer but asked, then who are you? Haku would have no future by following him, but Zabuza was unwilling to give Haku to a stranger. Kyokushin introduced himself. I am from the Anbu of Iwagakure. Zabuza's heart settled. Indeed, only the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure possesses that peculiar flying ability. However, isn't 50 million a bit stingy? You must understand. This is a bloodline limit. Hearing Zabuza discuss his price with Kyokushin, Haku's heart sank into despair and helplessness. As long as you're interested in the deal, just name your price, Kyokushin generously offered. Zabuza boldly demanded 300 million, plus monthly intelligence on Haku. Kyokushin nodded decisively. Agreed. Zabuza blinked in surprise. In truth, Zabuza had anticipated 100 million, already a generous sum, enough to squander for a lifetime, as he neither gambled nor could start a business. Yet, seeing Kyokushin agree so readily, doubt crept into his mind about whether he was underselling himself. At this moment, tears long held in Hakua's eyes finally slipped down her seemingly flawless cheeks. Zabuza, you traitor. A sharp voice rang out from one side of the bridge. Kato arrived with numerous subordinates, glaring fiercely at Zabuza. I knew you were unreliable, and that androgynous little waste. If it weren't for your usefulness, I would have thrown you into the sea to feed the fish long ago. Zabuza's anger surged. I'm about to have 300 million Rio. Do you think I care about your meager reward? What did you say? Zabuza's murderous intent flared, his 2 rows of razor-sharp steel teeth seemingly poised to snap Kato's neck at any moment. Kato snorted coldly and waved his hand. His underlings parted to make way as a figure stepped out from the crowd. Notably, this man wielded 2 kunai with bent tips and carried a strange contraption on his back. Yo? Zabuza sneered. Raiga? Planning to make a move against me? Black Ho Raiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was the second wielder of Raikiri. Raiga appeared somewhat neurotic, glaring mockingly. The genius who killed all his contemporaries? Speak so rudely to your senior, and I'll hold a funeral for you. Among the Mist-s ninja sword wielders, familiarity was profound. Raiga's seniority was indeed slightly higher than Zabuza's, but only marginally. Raiga was well aware of Zabuza's formidable reputation. Had Zabuza been uninjured, Raiga might have been wary. Yet now, with Zabuza clearly at the end of his strength, he still dared to show off before his senior. Zabuza shifted his gaze from Raiga to Kyokushin. Do you still remember our deal? Kyokushin was pondering why Raiga was here. In the original story, Kato never employed Raiga, and these 2 characters were entirely unrelated. However, since he had arrived, Kyokushin had no choice but to proceed. Raiga's attention was drawn to Kyokushin, and his brow furrowed sharply. Kyokushin stepped forward 2 paces and slowly raised his hand. Meanwhile, a trembling voice of a young boy emerged from behind Raiga. Run quickly. The next moment, Raiga turned and fled without hesitation. Kato and his men were dumbfounded, questioning, What are you doing? Raiga's voice grew more distant. I'll avenge you another day. Zabuza stepped forward, closing the distance on Kato with measured strides. What did you just say? Elsewhere, Naruto's eyes widened. Wow, enemies have instantly become friends. Thank you, masked young man. Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. Before Zabuza could act, Kyokushin spoke. Spare his life. That money belongs to you and me. Zabuza immediately grasped the implication but frowned. You want to pay using Kato's money? No wonder you agreed so readily. SNT, this just pure freeloading? Kyokushin's expression was unreadable behind his mask, his tone unchanged. I know Mr. Zabuza is a professional with integrity. He would never plunder his employer. Zabuza sighed. Forget it. Kyokushin's earlier intimidation had saved him from Raiga's attack, effectively sparing his life. There was no need to be upset over such a trivial matter. More importantly, it was time to find a good home for Haku. Certainly, the pivotal factor lies in the fact that Zabuza does not consider himself capable of defeating Kyoshiro. He remains oblivious to the reason behind Raiga's flight, yet he cannot deny the extraordinary nature of the figure before him. Within Iwagakure, the only individual capable of flight has been Inoki. Now, after so many years, the emergence of a second such person must undoubtedly be connected to Inoki, if not his son or grandson, then at the very least his disciple. That cautious man, Inoki, would not dare allow this young fellow to roam freely across the shinobi world unless he had absolute confidence in his prowess. Zabuza charged into the throng, brandishing his beheading blade. Bai closely followed. Despite his weakened condition, Bai is an elite jonin from Kirigakure, a ruthless warrior who nearly cornered Kakashi himself. Facing a horde of samurai and wandering ninjas was akin to using a cannon to swat mosquitoes. Before long, Kato's subordinates were completely neutralized. Some slain, others fled. Naruto, witnessing this, eagerly wished to rush over and reconnect with Bai, while sincerely expressing his gratitude to Kyoshiro. However, Kakashi restrained him. Our mission is merely to guard the bridge. Do not meddle. Naruto felt somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, Sasuke fixated intently on Kyoshiro's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly. Why? Why? That person appeared to be of the same age as them, yet with a mere casual gesture, he could send a jonin of the same rank as their teacher fleeing in disarray. How had he trained to attain such power? Naturally, Kyoshiro was oblivious to Sasuke's state of mind, and he had no time to dwell on it. This journey was solely about Bai and the silver coins, as well as rekindling old ties with those from Konoha. There would be ample opportunity during the upcoming Chunin exams. Kayashiro stepped forward to confront the bound Kato, his brow furrowing. Even through the mask, he detected an unpleasant scent. This miscreant had already been so frightened he had lost control of himself. Trembling, Kato cried out upon Kayashiro's approach, "You cannot kill me. If you want my money, you must not kill me. Otherwise you will gain nothing." This was one of the reasons Zabuza had never considered plundering Kato. Kayashiro, however, wasted no words and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan to cast an illusion. Kato's expression calmed, and he murmured, "My money is all hidden in a base near the northern port of the Land of Waves." In the next instant, Kato's head was severed from his body, soaring high into the air. A formidable illusion indeed. Zabuza sheathed his beheading blade and said to Kayashiro, "Let us depart. We must not allow certain individuals to get ahead." Not far away, Kakashi and Team 7, eavesdropping, observed silently. The subsequent matters were straightforward. Kayashiro and Zabuza, along with Bai, retrieved the treasure. The total sum reached 1.2 billion ryo. After allocating 300 million ryo to Zabuza, 900 million remained. Instead of departing immediately as promised, Kayashiro used the remaining 900 million ryo to procure grain, seeds, and farming implements from various places, providing the people of the Land of Waves with several months' worth of food supplies and agricultural resources. During this period, the Land of Waves had ample time to endure until the crops matured. In the end, Kayashiro not only failed to retain any silver but also incurred a deficit of nearly 10 million ryo, which he had to borrow from Zabuza. "Lord Zabuza, Bai has cried again," she said, bowing her head as she stood before him. The affairs in the Land of Waves had concluded entirely. They had now arrived at the northern port of the Land of Earth by ship. Zabuza snorted coldly, "Do not forget your place, Bai. You are but a tool." Bai's shoulders trembled slightly. Unable to bear it, Zabuza turned away, his voice thick with emotion. "You have seen the situation in the Land of Waves. Ketsukin surpasses me in both strength and character. If you follow him, you will have a future in Iwagakure." Lord Zabuza, Bai collapsed onto the ground. "You know I do not care about the future." Zabuza forced himself to harden his heart and questioned, "Bai, have you not noticed how useless you are? Go to Iwagakure and improve your strength. When you are qualified, come find me." This harsh statement was intended to be easier for Bai to accept, leaving him with a glimmer of hope. Once he recognized Iwagakure, made new friends, and found new support, he would soon forget Zabuza entirely. Zabuza's heart was torn like a blade. He said to Kayashiro, "Take care of him." Kayashiro nodded, "I will. I wish you a good beginning in the Land of Snow." Indeed, upon Kayashiro's recommendation, Zabuza ultimately resolved to retire to the Land of Snow with 290 million ryo. In Zabuza's view, that remote and impoverished land would not witness any major upheavals, and the Kirigakure Anbu would never pursue him to such a forsaken place. Half an hour later, Zabuza boarded a large ship bound for the sea. Bai knelt on the ground, dazed as he watched Zabuza fade into the distance. "Go now," Kayashiro patted Bai's shoulder. "If you improve your strength well in Iwagakure, you will be able to assist Zabuza even better." Bai suddenly raised his head, his delicate face glistening with tears. Filled with astonishment, "Lord Ketsukin, do you permit me to seek out Lord Zabuza once more?" "Of course." Kayashiro had removed his mask and smiled gently. "It is not far from here to the Land of Snow. When you can stand on your own, it will be fine to visit him or stay for a few days." Bai was not a bad person. He understood gratitude. Iwagakure would provide everything for Bai. His heart would always remain with Zabuza, yet he would never become a rogue ninja. For Iwagakure, that was sufficient. Moreover, Kayashiro was essentially freeloading. As for the nearly 10 million ryo owed to Zabuza, that was easy to settle. When Zabuza reached 200 years of age and had spent all those 290 million ryo, Kayashiro could repay him then without haste. Kayashiro returned to Iwagakure with Bai. The gate guard saluted and allowed them entry as the two proceeded toward the Tsuchikage's office. Inside the Tsuchikage's chamber, Devi returned. Anoki looked at Bai. "An ice-release ninja? He is called Bai," Kayashiro said. Bai stepped forward and bowed.
"Tsuchikage-sama."
Anoki scrutinized him. "Ice-release Kekei Genkai, not bad. This will be your home from now on." Bai shivered slightly. "Home? I will arrange the formalities," Anoki said. "From today forward, you are a shinobi of Iwagakure. We will provide your residence, ninja tools, basic training, and living support." "Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama." Anoki summoned a civilian ninja to escort Bai away. Only the two of them remained in the office. Inoki handed Kayashiro a document. An invitation from Konoha for the Chunin exams. Humph, they still suspect you are here, but lacking proof, they invited us to intervene to keep an eye on us, Inoki remarked. Kayashiro glanced at the document. Inoki asked, what do you think? I will participate. Why? The relations between Iwagakure and Konoha are strained. Though your strength is great now, you are still developing. The later you reveal yourself, the better. There is no point in going now. Kayashiro revealed, do you remember the last time I left the village? I was gathering intelligence. Something will happen at Konoha's Chunin exams. Inoki was astonished. Something will happen? What do you mean? The collapse of Konoha's plan, Kayashiro explained. Sunagakure and Otogakure will launch a joint assault on Konoha. The office fell silent for a moment. Inoki cautiously said, if that truly occurs, Iwagakure should avoid it. But the benefits are too great. Oh, pray, tell me more. As one of the two most cunning old foxes in the shinobi world, Inoki could not fail to perceive the opportunity in this. It was a test for Kayashiro. When he said to avoid it, his primary aim was to grant Kayashiro ample time for growth. If we proceed, Konoha will undoubtedly seek aid in times of peril, providing an opportunity to demand some military funding. Furthermore, there is compensation from Sunagakure. After their failed assault, Iwagakure could act as an intermediary to secure part of the reparations. Additionally, I have a personal objective. Shimura Danzo will perish during the collapse of Konoha. He is reluctant to engage prematurely with formidable individuals such as Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. However, this does not imply that Danzo merits an excessively cautious approach from Kyoshin. Inoichi is aware of the affairs between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, and one of the main culprits involved is Danzo himself. Inoichi pondered carefully. You are quite right, but eliminating Danzo carries risks. I will not stop you, but you must manage it yourself. Inoichi did not doubt the accuracy of Kyoshin's intelligence. Rather, the matter seemed somewhat outrageous. Has Sunagakure lost its mind, allying with Otogakure to attempt to take down Konoha? Perhaps the desert's gold has been exhausted, and Raza has become desperate. Although it is possible to replace all the teams participating in the Chunin exams with elites, thereby attacking from both inside and outside, this is Konoha we are talking about. Even with Iwagakure's support, the success rate would be slim, wouldn't it? This time, you will also participate in the Chunin exams as a genin. Inoichi made his decision. If we are to do this, let us make it grand. Konoha's invitation to Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and several smaller neighboring shinobi villages to participate in the Chunin exams is nothing more than a display of strength. Since Konoha has painstakingly set the stage, there is no need for us to hold back. Kyoshin did not expect Inoichi's attitude to shift so quickly. I am participating as well? Inoichi chuckled heartily. Have you forgotten? You are an Anbu operative from Iwagakure, yet you have never taken the Chunin exams. Who says Anbu and instructors cannot be genin? Kyoshin smiled in response. Very well. Then our primary objectives are fourfold. Inoichi offered his insights. Judging from Sunagakure's plan, they will likely act during the final match of the exams, when the largest audience gathers, maximizing the chaos. Inoichi's analysis was spot on, and Kyoshin nodded appreciatively, truly befitting an experienced veteran of the Kage rank. Inoichi continued. First, Konoha wants to show off. We will steal their thunder. Sunagakure's actions will amplify the event's reach, enhancing Iwagakure's reputation. I refuse to believe any genin can overcome you. Second, seize the opportunity to obtain Konoha's military funds. Their formidable jutsu are ripe for sharing. Third, Sunagakure's reparations may be meager, but even the smallest contribution is valuable. Fourth, eliminate Shimura Danzo and avenge Kanito. The lineup from Iwagakure was nothing short of luxurious. Inoichi, Kido, Akado. Participants in the Chunin exams included Kyoshin, Deidara, Kuratsuchi, and Karen, alongside an Anbu squad composed of 3 elite jonin. When Konoha and Kyoshin departed, little had changed, still bustling and vibrant. The group was accommodated at an inn. Inoichi gave Kyoshin some final advice before departing with Kido to meet Hiruzen Sarutobi at the Hokage's office. Kuratsuchi gazed out the window at the lively scene, stretching leisurely. This event seems quite large. Many factions were participating in the Chunin exams. Konoha, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and numerous other villages. With so many experts gathered, who knows what kind of monsters they might encounter. Yet, at the thought of Kyoshin, Kuratsuchi could not help but feel a surge of anticipation. No matter how strong the genin, none could possibly defeat Kyoshin. She seemed to already envision Kyoshin cutting a swath through the battlefield. Leaving her room, Kuratsuchi knocked on Kyoshin's door. Come in. Kyoshin was indeed inside, quietly wiping his ninja blade with a handkerchief, seemingly lost in thought. This inn served as Konoha's guest house. Among the Chunin exam participants was a maniac prone to sudden killings. Should he truly lose control, even elite jonin might be unable to stop him. In truth, Kyoshin's reluctance to venture out stemmed from concerns about Deidara's temperament, to prevent him from provoking Gaara. Had Kyoshin not been present, Deidara, Kuratsuchi, Karen, and Yagami would have been in grave danger. Kyoshin sensed that the source of that dangerous chakra still lingered within the inn. Kuratsuchi approached with a playful grin. Kanito is really gentle. If I hadn't asked, would he still be quietly protecting us? Kyoshin replied, let us go, let us go. We'll take a walk. Kuratsuchi pulled Kyoshin along. I'm curious about what Konoha is like. Kyoshin sighed, rose, and picked up the mask resting on the table. Bring Deidara and Karen. A few minutes later, the group assembled in the corridor, only to encounter another group of genin preparing to stroll about, evidently from Sunagakure judging by their attire. There are so many handsome guys in Konoha. One girl with 4 buns tied at the back of her head exclaimed excitedly, scanning the surroundings. Not like ours. Then she glanced at Kankuro beside her. Kankuro's lips twitched. Don't forget our mission. The outing was primarily to gather intelligence on Konoha's terrain. Temari appeared to ignore his remark, her tone tinged with impatience. Why hasn't Gaara come out yet? I told you. A chilling voice came from behind. Don't talk about me behind my back. Kankuro cast a glance at Temari, who gave an awkward smile. Anyway, let us start the mission now. The 3 set off together, leaving only Temari and Kankuro outside the inn. Where is Gaara? Kankuro looked back and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Gaara was leaning against a corridor wall, his expression one of intense pain, seemingly at the limit of his endurance. Just ahead, Kyoshin and the others were passing by. Hey? Kankuro frowned. What have you done to Gaara? Taken aback by the baseless accusation, Kuratsuchi replied in surprise. Huh? Why are you blaming us? Are you looking for a fight? Relations between Iwagakure and Konoha were strained. Likewise, ties between Sunagakure and Iwagakure were fraught. When the factions met, a single word could spark conflict. Kankuro's expression hardened as he raised his hand over the puppet crow on his back. Fortunately, Temari remained calm and stepped between them. Don't mind him. He is reckless by nature. Without waiting for a response, she quickly approached Gaara, whispering, Gaara? Gaara? Gaara's eyes seemed unfocused. Temari's concern deepened. What's wrong with you? Kankuro hurried over as well, sensing that the situation was grave. If Gaara were to lose control here, half their plan would be considered a failure. Unexpectedly, Gaara's breathing grew remarkably steady. Is this sleepiness? Gaara's eyelids began to droop. The eerie screams of Shikaku faded away. He steadied himself against the corridor wall, his gaze fixed on Kyoshin's receding figure. Kankuro swallowed nervously, following Gaara's gaze, and felt a wave of relief. They all knew why Gaara struggled to sleep. Now that he was feeling drowsy, Shikaku must have settled down. But why had he become docile? Could it be related to that masked genin? Fortunately, I did not actually take action just now, Kankuro thought, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. I am going to sleep now. Gaara's voice was calmer and more composed than ever before. Do not disturb me. He turned and walked deeper into the inn. Nightfall. Inoki, the Tsuchikage, along with the Anbu elite Jonin squad, Yamio, Ishimin, Gariki, and Kyoshin, gathered together. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already disclosed the details of the upcoming competition. Inoki produced a document and slid it toward Kyoshin, then fixed his gaze upon Yamio. As Kyoshin picked up the document and began to peruse it, Yamio's voice carried a hint of resignation. Konoha has too many formidable experts. I could only locate a general area. It is likely underground, with the entrance either at the Hokage Rock or perhaps directly within the Hokage building itself. Reaching that place will not be a simple matter. After reviewing the document, which outlined a Chunin exam process similar to the original, Kyoshin spoke. Knowing this intelligence is already sufficient. Thank you for your efforts, Senior Yamio. Ishimin continued. Additionally, here is an assessment of their strength. Danzo Shimura, the route commander, is a veteran Kage-level powerhouse, wielding wind nature chakra. Among his subordinates, there are at least 2 elite jonin, though their exact numbers remain unknown. However, the real challenge lies with the Anbu. Both in scale and in the number of experts, the Anbu represent a supercharged, amplified version of Root. Upon hearing this, Inoki sneered coldly. I truly cannot fathom what that old Sarutobi was thinking. Such a distinguished shinobi leader could not keep Root in check, which led to the tragic events of those years. Ketsujin, at that time, the Hokage and the Anbu would be restrained by Sunagakure and Otogakure. Along with Kodo and Sekido, will answer Konoha's call for aid. Ishimin, Yamio, and Gariki will coordinate with your operations. This is your first time facing Kage-level adversaries. I have great confidence in your abilities, but I must remind you, no matter what transpires, remain composed. Revenge is secondary, your safety comes first. Kyoshin responded earnestly. Sensei, I have taken it all to heart. Inoki nodded. Gariki, lift the barrier jutsu. There will be no action for the time being. Just observe Ketsujin's performance normally. The first stage of the Chunin exam was about to commence. Kyoshin led Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Karen toward the examination venue. Just as they reached the bottom floor, sounds of combat echoed ahead. A young Lee, clad in a tight green outfit with thick eyebrows and large eyes, was chasing down Sasuke and landing blows, ever more enthusiastically with each strike. Is that the Sharingan? Lee exclaimed. Very well. Now I shall unleash my true speed. Lee crouched, seemingly preparing to shed his burdens. That's enough. Lee, a middle-aged man, also dressed in green and sporting the same thick eyebrows, stood atop a turtle's back. Might Guy gazed seriously at his pupil. Have you forgotten what I told you? Sparring among comrades should never get out of hand. Lee's enthusiasm immediately deflated. Sorry, Guy-sensei. I just wanted to prove that hard work can surpass talent. Naruto was startled by the two eccentric figures of Lee and Might Guy. Another kappa. What kappa? Might Guy grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming teeth. I am Might Guy, Jonin of Konoha and a friend of your teacher. I should remind you that in my duels with Kakashi, I have more victories than he does. Teacher Kakashi would lose to someone like this? The 7th team cast doubtful glances at Might Guy. Hey, could you make way? Deidara's patience was wearing thin. The Konoha shinobi finally noticed others present. Might Guy laughed heartily. Ah, the little one from Iwagakure. Don't be so upset. At least now we coexist peacefully, participating in the exam together. Naruto blinked repeatedly, glancing at Kyoshin's IWA ninja attire and then at the Anbu mask covering the upper half of his face, before slapping his forehead. It's you. Naruto pointed at Kyoshin loudly. From the land of waves. An Anbu from Iwagakure. All eyes instantly converged. Anbu? Niji frowned suddenly, a trace of surprise flickering in his gaze toward Kyoshin. Judging by his age, he should be about our age. Kyoshin, who had originally intended to quietly proceed to the exam with his team, now nodded in acknowledgement after being recognized by Naruto. Naruto's eyes brightened as he took a few steps forward and bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us back then. He lifted his head, his smile radiant. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the man destined to become Hokage. Sasuke approached Naruto, scrutinizing Kyoshin. He sensed a calm and restrained aura emanating from the newcomer. A strong one like you is also taking the Chunin exam? Deidara suddenly laughed, answering before Kyoshin could. Who says the Anbu can't be genin? Ha ha ha. Might Guy laughed heartily. Looks like another genius like Kakashi. This Chunin exam should be quite thrilling. Alright, time is nearly up. You should all enter the exam hall. Wishing you excellent results. Woohoo. This is youth. Yes, Guy-sensei. Wah. Meanwhile, Niji quietly distanced himself a few steps away from these two. The exam venue was a large classroom at the end of the 3rd floor. Upon pushing open the door, roughly 100 genin had already gathered. The 12 strong had not been so fully reunited since graduation, and everyone was chatting and reminiscing. Kyoshin found seats for the 3 and immediately sensed a scrutinizing gaze drifting over him. Next to Sakura, Ino frowned, her eyes fixed on Kyoshin. That silhouette was very familiar. Black short hair, straight posture, the way he stood, walked, even the sound of his footsteps. Ino's small, rosy nose twitched, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Even the scent. Kyoshin glanced at Ino, feeling somewhat guilty, and averted his gaze. At that moment, a young man with glasses and a gentle expression approached the Konoha genin. Hey, could you all keep it down? Kabuto Yakushi reminded them. Be mindful of the way others are looking at you. Kiba Inuzuka noticed Kabuto's Konoha forehead protector and asked, Who are you? I've never seen you before. Kabuto boasted modestly about himself and mentioned that he had gathered plenty of intelligence for this Chunin exam. If you need information, I can help. After all, I've participated many times. Naruto curiously leaned in. Oh? Senior Kabuto has info on me too? Am I really that impressive? Ahem. Kabuto pulled out a stack of cards from his pocket and, like a magician, produced Naruto's dossier. Judging from the intelligence alone, Naruto-kun should rank in the top 20. Naruto instantly felt proud and gave Sasuke a knowing glance. Ignoring Naruto, Sasuke asked Kabuto, "Do you have information on Niji?" "I have dossiers on everyone," Kabuto said, crouching down. "Niji Hyuga S is included. Now, let me introduce those worth paying attention to one by one. First card, Niji Hyuga, the prodigy of the branch family of Konoha S Hyuga clan. His Byakugan bloodline limit and mastery of taijutsu and gentle fist are highly advanced. Based on the data, he should rank 3rd in this Chunin exam. Second card, Sasuke Uchiha, the most watched newcomer in Konoha. His Sharingan bloodline limit is formidable, but his mission records are sparse, so I placed him 4th. Next, third card, Deidara, the prodigy of Iwagakure with explosion release bloodline limits. His mission record shows multiple B-rank missions, even some A-rank ones. Everyone knows what an A-rank mission signifies. Since he usually operates with a team, I ranked him 2nd. Fourth card, Gaara, a genin of the Hidden Sand Village and Jinchuriki of the One-Tail Shikaku, had intelligence reports indicating that he had completed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Notably, the B-rank mission was executed solo, and he returned unscathed, marking him as an exceptionally formidable individual. Thus, the first place was awarded to Gaara. Murmurs arose softly throughout the classroom. In the back row, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Gaara's lips. Yakushi Kabuto's praise had lifted his spirits considerably, and for reasons unknown, whenever the masked man was present, Shikaku immediately ceased its incessant barking. These past few days had been remarkably comfortable for Gaara. To be precise, he had been sleeping soundly and peacefully. However, Yakushi Kabuto's introduction was far from over. There was another extraordinarily unique presence. Kabuto produced a card of a different color, Kankuro of the Hidden Rock Village. Due to the high confidentiality level of his files, the information I could access was scant, making it impossible to accurately assess his strength. Yet, it was certain that he had served as an Anbu member of the Hidden Rock Village and as a mentor jonin for a genin squad. That said, he had never participated in the Chunin exams and was relatively young, thus meeting the eligibility criteria for this Chunin exam. These words brought complete silence to the classroom. Mentor jonin? This dude must be here to blow everything up. At times like these, Naruto's mood would dip slightly. So that masked guy's name is Kankuro? Too bad Myrishin isn't here. He would surely be far stronger. The 12 strong ones fell into silence upon hearing this. They all knew well the remarkable talent Myrishin possessed. But unfortunately, an accident had occurred during a mission. Ino's body shuddered upon hearing that name, and she abruptly turned toward the masked Anbu of the Hidden Rock. When it came to knowledge and experience regarding Myrishin, Ino undoubtedly held the most insight because, ever since that incident years ago, she had persistently questioned her father for several years. Her heartbeat seemed to skip a beat instantly. Ino quietly approached Hinata and whispered something. "What got you blushing? I just showed you that Anbu." Ino gazed at Hinata's increasingly flushed cheeks, and a frustrated symbol appeared on her forehead. Hinata closed her Byakugan eyes and shifted her gaze away from Myrishin. "It's him. Yes, still alive." Ino took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, a semblance of rationality had returned. "You must not tell anyone about this. Understand? Hinata. Huh? He is our comrade. No matter the circumstances, he must have his reasons. We need to confront him directly and clarify everything." Ino explained. "If you reveal his identity, it could provoke conflict between both sides. People might die." Hinata was startled by the grim expression on Ino's face but obediently nodded. "All right, go ahead." Ino felt greatly relieved, switched off the flashlight casting a slanting beam on her face, then boldly approached Myrishin and sat down beside him, fixing her gaze intently upon him. Myrishin swallowed nervously. Ino chuckled, and her laughter grew more sinister. "Ha ha ha, you. Myrishin was suddenly interrupted by Marino Ibiki's appearance. Marino Ibiki was standing at the podium explaining the examination rules. Meanwhile, Ino whispered to Myrishin below, "How have you been all these years?" Myrishin knew that if he remained silent, Ino would never relent. Reluctantly, he replied, "We'll talk after the Chunin exams are over." Ino winked and said, I understand. I want to reveal a thing." Their conversation was overheard clearly by Kuratsuchi seated on Myrishin's other side. She tilted her head, scrutinizing Ino. Almost immediately, Kuratsuchi discerned Ino's role. The gesture was too conspicuous. Ino noticed Kuratsuchi and met her gaze. Kuratsuchi pursed her lips, a sly glint flashing in her dark eyes. "We're already engaged." "Ah!" The sudden outburst startled everyone in the examination hall, and all eyes turned toward them. Marino Ibiki scolded. "What are you doing?" "Genin." Ino wiped the sweat from her forehead and explained. "I was just startled by the rules you mentioned. Marino Ibiki replied. That was indeed meant to instill a sense of panic. But don't exaggerate. The atmosphere I painstakingly created was utterly destroyed by your inexplicable scream. Enough. Marino Ibiki continued. If anyone dares to disregard the rules after the exam begins, get out immediately. Anyone want to quit now? Silence fell below. For some reason, Marino Ibiki's chest swelled, veins bulging on his forehead. The exam starts now. What are you trying to do? After the exam concluded, Ino did not return home with the other Konoha ninjas but instead followed the hidden rock village Genin for several blocks. Just as they were about to reach the inn, Kuratsuchi could no longer contain herself and pulled her out. Ino looked around in confusion and asked, Are you talking to me? Kuratsuchi's eyes narrowed, flickering with a dangerous gleam. Well then, Ino said bluntly, This isn't the place to talk. You'll see soon enough. Oh, soon enough? When we return to the inn and meet Grandfather Inoki and the 3 elite jonin. Leaving 1T be so easy. Kuratsuchi, aware of Myrishin's uniqueness, fell silent and quickened her pace. Everyone returned to the inn together. To express goodwill, Konoha had installed no surveillance here. To avoid escalating the matter, Kuratsuchi once again told Ino, I know what you mean, but we're already engaged. Not married yet? Ino shrugged. What is the rush? Kuratsuchi's curiosity piqued as she glanced at Kuratsuchi. Since when? How come I didn't know? Deidara was clueless about this and scratched his head. What a hassle, He turned and walked away. The 3 girls instantly focused their attention on Myrishin. Myrishin raised his hand and removed his mask, revealing a handsome face both familiar and strange to Ino. So it's you. Ino patted her slightly heaving chest. You wouldn't understand. No one knows how happy I am right now. Kuratsuchi glared at Ino with obvious displeasure. Karen also wore a wary expression. Myrishin scanned the 3 girls and said, Everyone, go back to your own homes. We'll discuss everything after the Chunin exams. With that, he turned and headed toward his room. Ino hesitated to speak but was too curious. However, respecting Myrishin's words, she reluctantly turned away. Kuratsuchi and Karen watched Ino's retreating figure. Suddenly, Kuratsuchi spoke. She's far more difficult to deal with than you. Thankfully, she's from Konoha. Kuratsuchi sister, what are you talking about? Karen looked bewildered. I don't understand. That's called feigning weakness. Karen knew well she had no advantage over Kuratsuchi, neither in development nor in those terrifyingly long legs. But Myrishin had saved her mother, and fulfilled every request she made. Besides her mother, he was the kindest person in her life, and she would not change her choice. At times like this, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, happiness would be impossible in the future. First, stabilize Kuratsuchi, then launch a surprise attack on Myrishin. I don't care about your this or that. The plan is to take him down first. Hehehe. Kuratsuchi looked at Karen with disdain. Can you hide your sinister grin when you do that? Karen replied. At the outskirts of the Forest of Death, numerous genin gathered. The group of genin formed a circle, clearly reveling in the spectacle. In the shadows, Anko Mitarashi observed covertly. It wasn't that she was unwilling to step forward. Rather, she had resolved to savor this intriguing development first. The situation was truly extraordinary. Several genin from Uchiha had actually dared to provoke the Iwagakure shinobi, and the squad leader of the IWA ninja, remarkably even-tempered, had not uttered a single retort. Your Iwagakure village stole our ninja. Do you really need us to prove it? They were our property to begin with. After you abducted them, do you have any idea how great our losses have been? How many have been denied timely treatment, forced to watch their lives slip away in agonizing torment? Karen hid behind Koto Amitsukami, her expression dark, evidently haunted by some grim memory. Kuratsuchi gently soothed her with soft words. Though the two were rivals in certain respects, they were comrades above all else. Deidara remained silent, knowing Koto Amitsukami would handle this matter. His gaze rested on the 3 Uchiha genin, as though surveying a group of walking corpses. When the opposing side finally ceased their clamor, Koto Amitsukami spoke. Her voice was somewhat muffled by the mask she wore, yet remarkably calm. Come to me after the exam begins. I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Intelligence on Koto Amitsukami was indeed scarce. Kabuto, lurking within the crowd, adjusted his glasses as the lenses reflected a chilling gleam. Koto Amitsukami was about to make a move. Now his true strength would be revealed. This was one of Orochimaru's assignments to Kabuto. Gather any and all information regarding Koto Amitsukami. Unfortunately, Iwagakure's secrecy surrounding Koto Amitsukami was absurdly stringent. This fellow named Kinto had a security clearance equivalent to the Tsuchikage himself. Utterly preposterous. Among the crowd, the three Kusagakure genin sensed impending trouble. Just as they were about to speak, the examiner, Anko, appeared and put an end to the farce. The second stage of the Chunin exam. Location: the Forest of Death. Rule 1. Sign a death pact. Rule 2. Each team receives one scroll. Scrolls come in two varieties, heaven and earth. Collecting both types and delivering them to the central tower constitutes passing. After explaining the rules, Anko's expression turned sinister. In other words, only half of you will be able to pass. The death pacts were swiftly distributed to every genin. Many paled upon reading the words death liability inscribed on them. Yet some signed without hesitation, their eyes gleaming with excitement. After signing the death pacts came the distribution of scrolls. Anko stood at the entrance, holding 2 stacks. The genin approached in groups of 3, each randomly drawing one scroll. When Kodo Amatsukumi's team stepped forward, all eyes turned to them. Not merely because of the earlier commotion or the prospect of a showdown with the Kusagakure team, but because this team consisted of 4 members. This was an obvious unfair advantage over other teams, and everyone wondered how it would be addressed. Deidara, Kuratsuchi, and Karen stood together, receiving a scroll from Anko. Then Kodo Amatsukumi advanced alone, taking a scroll from her hand. Witnessing this, the genin averted their gazes. So that was it, the team was actually 2 separate squads, with the ANBU Kodo Amatsukumi leading a solo unit. Judging by the number of members in each unit, Kodo Amatsukumi seemed to be at a numerical disadvantage. Yet now no one dared provoke him. He was taking the exam alone, and with the intelligence Kabuto had provided, only the reckless Kusagakure genin failed to grasp the reality. The 3 Kusagakure genin stood not far away, their expressions grim. Many genin noticed the tense atmosphere and refrained from entering the forest immediately. They wanted to see how this conflict would unfold. The newcomers from Konoha watched with interest. Naruto scratched his head. Is that Kinto guy really going to go it alone? Sasuke's Sharingan eyes flickered as he stared at Kodo Amatsukumi. He didn't make a move in the land of waves. I'm curious just how strong he truly is. Time ticked by. Some teams, unable to contain themselves, dashed into the forest of death first. They sought to quickly distance themselves from the stronger competitors to avoid early clashes. Yet nearly half the genin remained, observing the movements of Kodo Amatsukumi's and Kusagakure's teams. Beneath his mask, Kodo Amatsukumi's gaze settled calmly on the 3 Kusagakure genin, who felt a chill crawl down their spines. The pressure intensified. The Kusagakure leader gritted his teeth and whispered, "Move, into the forest." The 3 dared not linger further. They turned and sprinted into the dense woods. The instant their figures vanished, Kodo Amatsukumi sprang into action. Without forming any hand seals or preparatory movements, his form blurred, transforming into an afterimage before vanishing from the spot. Instantaneous movement. The onlookers saw a flash, and Kodo Amatsukumi was gone. Only a few barely caught his trajectory. Incredible speed. Sasuke's pupils contracted sharply. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, narrowing his eyes behind the lenses. Inside the forest of death, the 3 Kusagakure genin ran desperately. Damn it! That IWA-ANBU is on our tail. Split up. No, splitting up means dying faster. Their leader clenched his teeth. We hold him off together. The 3 halted simultaneously and turned to form hand seals. They knew escape was impossible. They would have to fight to the death. Water release. Great water ball technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hailing from Kusagakure, their repertoire mainly consisted of widely practiced, less potent jutsu. Kodo Amatsukumi applied the earth style. Weight technique to his body, swiftly elevating himself above the ground and effortlessly dodging their attacks. After completing his hand seals, he struck his palms together. Behind him, a dense array of scorching spheres appeared, radiating intense heat and white-hot steam. This was Kodo Amatsukumi's newly formed Scorch Release, a perfect fusion of wind and fire chakra natures. He did not call out the name of his technique when unleashing it. In fact, he had yet to name this jutsu. The spheres descended upon the ground. The Kusagakure genin scattered immediately. Yet there were over 50 spheres, and upon landing, they erupted in orange-red steam that rapidly spread outward. Sizzle. The steam covered a radius of over 100 meters, causing moisture within to evaporate swiftly. The anguished screams of the Kusagakure genin echoed as their skin cracked and muscles atrophied, turning into desiccated corpses in the blink of an eye. Thud. The dry corpses collapsed, producing a dull sound. When the scorch release dissipated, Kodo Amatsukumi descended and retrieved a scroll from the leader's lifeless grasp. Deidara and the others followed. Kodo Amatsukumi casually tossed the scroll to Kuratsuchi. This 1S paired with yours. Kuratsuchi accepted the scroll and nodded. Understood. Kabuto, Koto Amitsukami addressed Deidara next. Do not act alone. Huh? Deidara frowned. I'm already annoyed enough playing house with these kids. Haven't even gotten to show my art yet. But seeing Koto Amitsukami's expression, Deidara sighed. Got it, sensei. Now, in Koto Amitsukami's presence, Deidara, despite his rebellious nature, behaved obediently. This was likely due to the help Koto Amitsukami had extended to him and his attitude toward rogue ninja. In summary, Deidara had witnessed several battles between Kagami and rogue ninjas firsthand. He was well aware that he did not wish to be reduced to ashes by dust release, nor mummified by scorch release, nor buried in molten lava by melt release, nor crushed to death by a mountain, nor shredded into pieces by a fierce wind. Kuratsuchi, Deidara, and Karen proceeded directly to the towering stronghold. They possessed a complete set of heaven and earth scrolls, yet hardly anyone dared to covet them. Even if they did, they would first have to get past Deidara. According to the original timeline, Deidara might have already been targeted by the Akatsuki, but since he had not demonstrated any shadow-level combat prowess, he was never invited by Itachi to join the organization. Now, however, Deidara's strength had only increased compared to the original story, and not by a small margin. After all, under Kagami's meticulous tutelage, Deidara was less a mere ninja and more of a master of weaponry. Even now, whenever Kagami recalled the time Deidara showcased a mortar to him, he still found himself somewhat taken aback. Outside the forest iron net, the genin dispersed, rushing deep into the woods, each eager to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Kagami. Kabuto Yakushi bent down, distancing himself from Kagami, mentally organizing the details of the recent battle. Scorch Release, once a Kekei Genkai belonging to the hidden sand village, was immensely powerful. Judging by the scale at which Kagami wielded Scorch Release, his understanding had reached an extraordinarily high level. At the very least, his chakra reserves far exceeded the values Kabuto had anticipated. Naruto shouted toward Kagami, "Hey, Kintaro. We're waiting for you at the central tower." "Shut up." Sasuke gritted his teeth, wishing he could sew Naruto's mouth shut. "We don't even know if he's friend or foe." Naruto grinned cheerfully. "Hey, I believe Kintaro wouldn't lay a hand on me." Beneath his mask, Kagami smiled. Naruto was still Naruto. So warm-hearted. So sociable. So innocent. If that was the case, then he would have to teach him a lesson about the harshness of the world. Kagami said, "Hand over your scrolls." Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kintaro. Naruto froze in place. "How can you? We're friends. Good friends." Sasuke was much more decisive. He had already activated his Sharingan and drawn his kunai, ready for battle. Though a trace of caution flickered in his eyes, there was also an eager excitement. Kagami nearly choked seeing this. Sasuke's behavior in the original story was much like a wild child. Defiant toward everyone, always ready to fight, and nearly every time he ended up bruised and battered. Yet he stubbornly refused to change. Only when he teamed up with Naruto to battle Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki did he achieve some of the few true victories in his life. The final confrontation was essentially a draw, with no clear winner. As for Sakura, why was she so calm? Kagami was somewhat surprised, his gaze settling on her. She wore a smile, unburdened, and handed over her scroll without hesitation. "Here you go." "What?" Naruto immediately shouted in protest. "Sakura, how can you do that?" Sasuke frowned, casting an impatient glance at Sakura once more. Kagami took the scroll, glanced at it, then tossed it back to them. There was no choice. Their scrolls did not match. Sakura, under Naruto and Sasuke's astonished gazes, put her scroll away. She glanced at her two impulsive teammates and sighed. "Haven't you noticed? Our scrolls don't form a matching pair. There's no prerequisite for conflict." Naruto and Sasuke. "This is bad. Really bad. We have a prerequisite for conflict. Gaara, aren't we leaving?" A tense voice came from nearby. Kagami's gaze shifted toward that direction, where Gaara stood with his arms crossed, flanked by his elder brother and sister. The previous words had come from Kankuro. Gaara noticed Kagami looking over and without hesitation, imitated Sakura by tossing his scroll forward. Kagami accepted it and stored it with satisfaction. "Thank you." He understood perfectly why this adorable little panda was doing this. "Ah!" Kankuro's eyes widened instantly. He put it away. "Gaara, what are you doing?" Gaara shot Kankuro a glare. "Shut up. Only by staying close to Kagami will Shikaku stop its furious howling. I don't want to go anywhere else right now. I plan to stick with Kagami. As for the scrolls, if we encounter other squads on the road, we can just kill a few and solve that problem." While Kagami conversed with the hidden sand squad, Konoha's Team 7 prepared to slip away. As expected, Kagami noticed and immediately followed. Not only Kagami, but Gaara also trailed behind like a shadow. Naruto, noticing Kagami's pursuit, asked, "Kentaro, why are you following us instead of going to the central tower?" Kagami thought for a moment and explained, simply put, "My sensory abilities are inferior to the target's concealment skills, so I cannot lock onto their whereabouts. I obtained intelligence that they would seek you out, so Sasuke's eyelid twitched. So you're using us as bait? An utter disgrace. Absolutely humiliating." But there was nothing he could do about Kagami. Sakura hurriedly said, "Since he is not attacking us, he poses no threat. Let us get moving." She was nearly exhausted. This place was too gloomy and terrifying, constantly reminding her of unpleasant things. She just wanted the exam to be over. Whether she passed or was eliminated, she could accept it. Thus, Team 7 reluctantly accepted Kagami's trailing presence. Kagami's objective was crystal clear: to find Orochimaru and attempt to recruit him. Despite Orochimaru's notorious reputation in the ninja world, Kagami knew that by the end, he would essentially be redeemed. More importantly, technology was the primary productive force. Kagami possessed the prerequisite conditions to enlist Orochimaru, and the success rate was not low. Thus, Team 7 entered the Death Forest. No sooner had they ventured in than the main antagonist appeared. A sinister sound ninja wearing a conical hat blocked their path. The moment they spotted Orochimaru, Team 7 immediately became alert, while Kagami felt at ease. After all, within the Death Forest so far, only Orochimaru could firmly suppress Deidara. Since Orochimaru was here, Deidara and his group would undoubtedly remain trouble-free. Orochimaru took note of Kagami and Gaara's squad but showed little concern. Although Kagami and Gaara posed some minor difficulties, not everyone was a pervert like Itachi Uchiha. "My scroll happens to match yours." Orochimaru produced his scroll, extended his repulsive tongue, and slowly swallowed it. His snake-like eyes blazed with murderous intent. He was about to formally test how far his future self had advanced. Since Orochimaru's primary target was Team 7, Kagami and Gaara's squad remained uninvolved. A battle was about to commence. Kagami stood leisurely at a distance, observing. Gaara made no move. He cared about nothing except whether Shikaku would cease its ferocious barking. The battle between Team 7 and Orochimaru commenced. Despite Orochimaru deliberately holding back, he finally discerned Sasuke's true prowess. A hint of disappointment flickered within Orochimaru's heart. Yet it was acceptable. Sasuke was currently the only Uchiha in the ninja world besides Itachi Uchiha. Although somewhat unrefined, he could be gradually nurtured. The playtime was over. Orochimaru employed the serpent-style replacement technique to disgustingly reset his own injuries. His gaze swept past the exhausted Naruto Uzumaki and Sakura Haruno, settling upon Sasuke. His neck extended with incredible speed, and with a swift bite, he sank his teeth into Sasuke's neck. Kajinobu paid no heed to this. Sasuke's growth and strength within Konoha had indeed been slow. It was undoubtedly better for him to be under Orochimaru's tutelage. As for Kajinobu's earlier promise to Itachi Uchiha, that he would help him complete his mission thoroughly, it was merely a strategy to keep Itachi perpetually haunted by the thought that Kajinobu might strike Sasuke at any moment. In truth, this notion had become Itachi's greatest concern over the years, weakening both his spirit and body. Naruto struggled desperately to rise and rescue the screaming Sasuke, but his body had long since reached its limit. Reluctantly, Naruto turned back to Kajinobu and called out, "Kanetsuchi, we are friends." Sakura, however, retorted, "At a time like this, do you still expect others to save you?" Orochimaru's neck retracted as he fixed an expectant gaze on Sasuke. "I await your arrival, Sasuke-kun." Kajinobu flew over from a distance, lowering his head to Sakura and said, "Take Naruto and Sasuke and leave." Orochimaru watched with keen interest and remarked, "This chakra is astonishing. Unfortunately, it is not from the Uchiha clan. Otherwise, it is clear that this Kanetsuchi from Iwagakure would be the better choice." Sakura, who had been too frightened to fight from the start, now forced herself to stand strong upon hearing Kajinobu's words. "Thank you," helping Naruto and Sasuke to their feet. She began to leave slowly under Orochimaru's watchful eyes. Orochimaru's purpose had been fulfilled, so he made no move to stop them. Once Team 7 had departed, Orochimaru turned to Kajinobu and asked, "So, young one from Iwagakure, what business do you have with me?" Orochimaru had been secretly observing Team 7 and was aware of what Kajinobu had said to them. Kajinobu lifted his hand, removing his mask to reveal a handsome face. Orochimaru's eyes constricted violently. That face, those Sharingan eyes, it was Uchiha Kajinobu. Having been defeated by Itachi Uchiha, Orochimaru had long coveted the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. He had gathered extensive intelligence on them. Regarding Uchiha Kagenobu, it was one of Orochimaru's greatest regrets. From a young age, Kagenobu had exhibited talents far surpassing his peers, far stronger than Sasuke by an immeasurable margin. In Orochimaru's estimation, Kagenobu's aptitude was at least on par with Shursui Uchiha, perhaps even approaching Itachi's. Sadly, after the night of the clan's annihilation, all information on Kagenobu vanished without a trace, just like the others. Orochimaru's body trembled with excitement, though he thought regretfully. The cursed seal is not something trivial. I only prepared one this time, and it was given to Uchiha Sasuke. So what is your purpose? Orochimaru did not attack immediately, instead choosing to test Kagenobu with words. This kid had disappeared for so many years, now appearing as a low-ranking shinobi from Iwagakure's Anbu. A true mystery. The three comma-shaped tomo in Kagenobu's eyes locked onto Orochimaru as he spoke calmly. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul. Its mid-stage form is the Mangekyo Sharingan. Each pair of Mangekyo Sharingan possesses abilities unique to the individual, generally connected to the awakener's deepest desires. Orochimaru frowned. Why are you telling me this? Kagenobu's explanation continued. No matter which Uchiha body you inhabit, you will ultimately fail to acquire the Mangekyo Sharingan's desired power, including, but not limited to, the Mangekyo abilities possibly related to immortality. Orochimaru's heart pounded violently. Kagenobu went on. I suggest cultivating clones using Uchiha cells. This not only allows you to obtain a body best suited to you but also spares you the risk of losing a battle for the body's control against another soul, which could backfire. More importantly, clones grown from Uchiha cells will, to some extent, inherit their original owner's talents. Kagenobu knew far too much. Orochimaru felt as if he had been seen right through. That familiar sensation surged again. Orochimaru's mind flashed with Itachi's face, his snake-like pupils narrowing. What exactly are you trying to say? Kagenobu smiled. In summary, I know where Uchiha Madara's cells are. Through Kagenobu's perspective, he saw Orochimaru's expression shift as if by magic. What do you know? Orochimaru was visibly agitated by Kagenobu's words, especially regarding the concepts about Uchiha bodies and Madara's cells. Crucially, Kagenobu had an exceptionally firm grasp on his own intelligence. Orochimaru had never paid much attention to this Kanetsuchi before. He had only assigned Yakushi Kabuto to gather information on him, with little success. Kagenobu hovered high above, deliberately maintaining a distance from Orochimaru. I understand how you feel now, but please believe I mean no harm. If you are interested, come to Iwagakure to find me. Of course, you need not bring any gifts that might frighten the locals. Orochimaru's expression remained unchanged, yet a subtle sense of danger crept into Kagenobu's heart. Suddenly, from all directions, massive serpents as thick as bowls extended, using rocks and trees as support, surging toward Kagenobu in overwhelming numbers. Kagenobu's eyes narrowed slightly. Due to his years of low profile and lack of notable achievements, his reputation in the ninja world was mediocre at best, barely influencing the original storyline. This had led Orochimaru to underestimate Kagenobu's strength. Ultimately, after his intelligence was thoroughly outmatched and tempted, Orochimaru decided to make a move. The three tomo in Kagenobu's eyes spun rapidly, gradually condensing into a simple circle, the Mangekyo Sharingan. A dense chakra was summoned by Kagenobu, crystallized by the Mangekyo's ocular power outside his body, swiftly forming a visible white chakra skeleton. Susanoo, the initial form, the giant serpents snapped their bloodthirsty jaws, their sharp fangs biting into the Susanoo, yet failing to budge it even slightly. 1 second before Kagenobu was attacked, Orochimaru had already drawn his Kusanagi sword, preparing to strike. But in the next moment, Orochimaru's body suddenly stiffened. Countless tiny holes appeared on his form, blood gushing forth. What? Orochimaru frowned deeply, gritting his teeth as he glanced toward the harbor, a flicker of horror flashing through his eyes. This wound was all too familiar, the attack of a summoned giant serpent. Orochimaru's body began to soften and collapse. His mouth slowly opened to a bizarre extent, and 2 hands extended from within, shedding his outer shell completely. Having used the serpent replacement technique to evade the damage, Orochimaru looked at Kagenobu with a newfound wariness. Those eyes again. He absolutely had to obtain them, but now, his own chakra had already been locked onto by an undisciplined disciple. If a formidable ninja from Konoha arrives, departing is far from a simple feat unexpectedly. This individual proves to be quite formidable, despite being the same age as Sasuke. I shall pay you a visit. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse and eerie, yet tinged with weakness. This was due to having just played house with Team 7, expending some chakra. Orochimaru's Orochi substitution technique had been employed twice in quick succession. Having been struck consecutively by Itachi Uchiha and Kagami Uchiha, Orochimaru's yearning for the Uchiha bloodline reached its zenith. Presently, two plans occupied his mind. First, Sasuke Uchiha to nurture him and ultimately inhabit his body. Second, Kagami Uchiha, whose abilities were peculiar, with chakra rivaling Orochimaru's own. Collaboration was the only way to ascertain whether the methods each proposed could be utilized. A clone body derived from Madara Uchiha's cells? That would likely be an excellent choice. But now that the drama had commenced, it must continue unabated. Generally, Orochimaru trusted only the judgments formed within his laboratory. Time was not on his side. Acquiring Sasuke's body before seeking Kagami was undoubtedly preferable. Only children make choices. Orochimaru's form dissolved into countless white serpents, vanishing into the surroundings almost in the blink of an eye. Kagami deactivated Susanoo and the Mangekyo Sharingan, then lifted his hand to don a mask. Turning to look behind him, Kankuro instinctively took a step back, sweating profusely, trembling as he asked Gaara, "Are we really not supposed to flee? Once he harbors murderous intent." Everything that had transpired was witnessed by them all. Among Konoha's Team 7's 3 genin, Sasuke and Naruto exhibited formidable prowess. Only the female appeared somewhat of a liability. The peculiar grass ninja's strength was unfathomable. If they were to face Orochimaru, Gaara and his comrades would undoubtedly suffer defeat. Yet, hovering above was a ruthless individual who had effortlessly repelled Orochimaru. Is this still the Chunin exams? Temari watched Kagami warily, agreeing with Kankuro's sentiment. But alas, the team was under Gaara's leadership. Gaara's mood was exceptionally buoyant. After Shikaku's voice faded from his ear, he found himself better able to control his temper. For instance, at this moment, he refrained from silencing his elder siblings. Gaara fixed his gaze upon Kagami and inquired, "Should I address you as Kagami Uchiha, or as Kanemaru?" Kankuro immediately sensed a faint murderous intent, a reflexive reaction born from Kagami's years of concealing his identity, triggered by a stranger uttering his true name. Stammering, Kankuro replied, "Of course, Kanemaru, unless we wish to perish." He looked up at Kagami. "Trust me, we saw nothing." "Trust you? I'm not so sure about that." The 3 Tomo Sharingan beneath the mask slowly rotated, activating a genjutsu. Kankuro and Temari's expressions froze as their recent memories of reality were altered. Kagami was aware that by the mid to late stages, these individuals would be exonerated, but in the short term, he was willing to show sincerity only to those deemed valuable for recruitment. This was out of respect for the scroll. Descending slowly from the sky, Kagami's fingertips glowed faintly with chakra. Gaara could distinctly sense the sealing power embedded within. Kagami reinforced Shikaku's seal on Gaara, who blankly asked, "Why help me? You shall know soon enough, at most in 3 or 4 years. Kagami's tone was calm, seemingly not altogether unapproachable. Although Iwagakure and Tsunagakure had harbored grudges in the past, they had also collaborated. As geographical neighbors sharing a difficult bond, they ought not to turn a blind eye to one another. Gaara, the future Kazekage, receiving aid meant Tsunagakure would likely adopt a friendlier, more conciliatory stance toward Iwagakure in the future. Moreover, Tsunaгаkure's alliance with Konoha would ensure effective means to control Shikaku, albeit at the cost of some exploitation by Konoha. For Kagami, strengthening Gaara's seal was a mere triviality, neither impeding Gaara's imminent rampage during the Chunin exams, nor disrupting Iwagakure's plans, while garnering some goodwill. "Why not?" "Thank you," Gaara said somewhat awkwardly. "Kanemaru, trust me, I will not divulge your information." Perhaps unaccustomed to such interactions, Gaara's expression grew shy, his dark circles flickering uncertainly. "Ha ha ha, adorable little panda," Kagami chuckled, patting his shoulder. "Our future relationship depends on you. Farewell." Kagami then soared toward the central tower. Meanwhile, within Gaara's sealed space, a tanuki burdened by oppressive chakra struggled to breathe. Central tower. As the reference teams assembled one after another, the examination neared its conclusion. The 3rd Hokage and the 3rd Tsuchikage arrived. The examiners were replaced. Hataru Mitarashi stepped down in favor of Tsuchikage Heiate, with the examiner announcing that due to the large number of participants, a preliminary selection match was necessary to determine who would advance to the final stage. He inquired if anyone wished to withdraw. Kabuto Yakushi promptly raised his hand to forfeit, though it was inconsequential. If no others withdrew, the selection match would commence. Tsuchikage Heiate declared, "The rules are knockout. The participants drawn on the screen will face each other." All eyes turned to the screen above the arena. The first match, Kuratsuchi versus Ino Yamanaka. Except for the combatants, all others please leave the arena, Tsuchikage Heiate instructed. The rest ascended to the second-floor corridor to observe, leaving only Kuratsuchi and Ino in the arena. Unbeknownst to many, a subtle personal grudge colored the gazes they exchanged. Cough, cough. Tsuchikage Hayate cleared his throat, reminding them, competition second, friendship first. Let us begin. Ino immediately raised her hand, forming the secret hand signs of the Yamanaka clan. Her slender fingers curved slightly, aiming at Kuratsuchi. Forewarned about the Yamanaka clan's techniques, Kuratsuchi immediately deployed a dust wall in front of her to obstruct Ino's vision. A mocking smile curled Ino's lips as she whispered, "It's useless. Once you appear, why is there a crack beneath my feet?" Realizing something was amiss, Ino attempted to reposition, but the sound of earth breaking behind her interrupted her. She leapt forward, turning to direct her secret technique at the approaching figure. But in the next instant, Kuratsuchi's silhouette vanished. Body flicker technique. Isn't that a high-level jutsu only considered by jonin? Kuratsuchi reappeared behind Ino, leaning forward. Her slender thigh tensed as she channeled power through her flexible waist to deliver a punch directly to Ino's face. Forced to defend, Ino clasped her arms together. Bang! Ino immediately felt a sharp ache radiate through her arms, staggering backward. The disparity in strength was glaringly obvious. No sooner had Ino lowered her arms than a kunai was thrust before her eyes. Tsuchikage Hayate promptly announced, "Match concluded. Winner, Kuratsuchi." At the edge, Hiruzen Sarutobi exchanged customary compliments with Inoki. "As expected from your granddaughter, her taijutsu is formidable. She has already mastered the body flicker technique at such a young age." Inoki responded cheerfully, "Kuratsuchi benefits from her age advantage." The second match. Tsuchikage Hayate glanced at the screen. Karen Uzumaki versus Rock Lee. On the second floor, Kagami cautioned Karen, "Do not overexert yourself." "Very well, brother Kentetsu." Karen had always maintained a demure and obedient demeanor in front of Kagami. "Ha! Uzumaki?" From a short distance away, Naruto's eyes suddenly brightened as his gaze fell upon the red-haired girl. As she passed by, Naruto quickly called out, "Hey, is your surname Uzumaki too?" Karen halted her steps, looked toward Naruto, then shook her head. "No." Curious, Naruto pointed at the screen. But there Karen cast a quick glance at his golden hair and reasoned, "If your surname is Uzumaki, then there are only two possibilities. First, your parents randomly chose that surname. Second, one of your parents' surname is Uzumaki." "Parents?" Naruto became excited and even stepped directly in front of Karen. "But I've never met them. What else do you know?" Karen furrowed her brows slightly. "I still have a match to attend to. Don't block my way." The situation attracted the attention of many. Hearing Naruto's question and Karen's analysis, the jonin of Konoha felt a sudden pang in their hearts. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi was overcome by a foreboding sense of doom. Naruto had not yet matured. If his identity were exposed. "Naruto," Kakashi sternly commanded, "stop causing trouble." "I'm not causing trouble." Naruto's emotions clearly flared. "Why do you all always seem to be hiding something from me?" It was the same with Kagami before. And now too. Kagami? To Karen, that was a name that could ignite interest. Thus, she elaborated to Naruto in detail. "Well, judging by your appearance, first, if you possess a great deal of chakra, then it's certain you have some blood of the Uzumaki clan. Second, your Uzumaki bloodline is recessive, so you do not have red hair. Therefore, it can be deduced that one of your parents has red hair, and the other is blonde. Since you have never met them, it means they are no longer alive. It is highly likely they perished during some mission. After all, that is the fate of most shinobi." Karen activated her Kagura Shingon, observing Naruto carefully, then pinched her chin. Let me see. There is a cluster of malevolent chakra within you, which should be the so-called Ninetails. Judging by the strength of the sealing technique that contains it, it has been about 12 years. Therefore, it can be concluded that you became a Jinchuriki 12 years ago." At this point, the Konoha shinobi who were privy to the situation felt their hearts tighten. But Karen's analysis was not yet complete. "Considering you have two more clusters of chakra that do not belong to your own body, one of which resembles that of the Uzumaki clan and shares a certain degree of similarity with you, analyzing the special aura of chakra from a genetic standpoint, it should originate from an Uzumaki elder of yours. The other chakra is exceedingly gentle yet immensely powerful, of wind nature, and also comes from one of your elders. This indicates that this elder has blonde hair. Thus, one parent is Uzumaki, with red hair. The other is wind-natured, blonde-haired, gentle yet strong. And coincidentally, they are the couple who died 12 years ago." Naruto felt his heart rise into his throat. The expressions of the Konoha shinobi grew exceedingly grave. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi's aura shifted. Karen keenly perceived the change and immediately said, "However, I am not very familiar with Konoha's history, so you will have to make your own judgments." Having said so much, what was there left to deduce? Among the Konoha shinobi present, only Naruto looked utterly bewildered. He regretted not paying attention in Iwagakure history class. Inoki glanced at Sarutobi, whose face was grim. "It seems I underestimated her analytical ability." This was indeed beyond the plan and could very well provoke Konoha's hostility. But Inoki remained completely unperturbed. "Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you dare to overturn the table today, you will die here." It was not that Inoki had absolute confidence to suppress Sarutobi single-handedly. Rather, his gaze was fixed upon Kagami. Kagami silently observed the scene without interference. Konoha no longer concerned him. If this matter were to be exposed, Konoha would find it troublesome, as it would require enormous manpower and resources to protect Naruto. The one who would truly be troubled was Hiruzen Sarutobi. As for why Naruto needed protection, the reason was simple. Question: why are talents scarce among the 4 great shinobi villages of the same generation? Minato Namikaze: I don't understand. Indeed, some minor incidents occurred, but only 2 people were affected. Troubled Hiruzen Sarutobi. Confused Naruto Uzumaki. At the scene, Karen and Rock Lee returned to their respective positions. Then, "Let the match begin," Moonlight Gale announced. Rock Lee crouched low, launching himself toward Karen like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Speed unparalleled, stirring a fierce gust. On the second-floor viewing platform, Might Guy gripped the railing tightly, eyes brimming with anticipation. He knew well how terrifying Lea's speed was. Karen's eyes narrowed behind her glasses as she fully activated Kagura Shingon. The flow of chakra within Lea's body became vividly clear. The rhythm of his muscle contractions, subtle shifts in balance, even the direction of his next exertion, all were imprinted in her mind. The right leg would strike first, the left fist to feint, with the true attack delivered by the right elbow. Karen murmured softly, shifting her body sideways a half-second in advance. Lea's left fist grazed past her body, followed closely by the right elbow, which struck only empty air. A flicker of surprise flashed across his eyes. Karen's prediction was chillingly precise. Lee spun, his right leg whipping toward Karen's waist like a whip. The strike was faster and more forceful, his leg muscles erupting with astonishing power. Karen had already anticipated this and lightly leapt backward to evade. Her crimson ponytail traced an elegant arc through the air as she landed with light steps, breathing steady. Her opponent's speed exceeded her estimation by a full 15%. Retreating, Karen analyzed swiftly, horror flashing in her eyes. The transition between moves leaves only a 0.3 of a second gap. Simply evading is this difficult. I absolutely cannot match him in taijutsu. She was facing a true master of physical combat. Karen retreated to widen the distance while rapidly forming hand seals, mobilizing her chakra. Lee charged again as before. Sealing technique. 4-limb heavy seal. For small sealing arrays materialized in the air, precisely affixed to the joints of Lee's 4 limbs. Lee felt his hands and feet grow heavy, as if weighed down by invisible burdens. Every movement demanded several times the usual effort. He gritted his teeth, striving to break through forcibly, muscles bulging, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet the sealing power held fast. Lee cast a glance toward the second floor where Might Guy gave him a thumbs up. "Go, Lee. Unleash your youth." Lee nodded vigorously. "Yes, Teacher Guy." Yet this was battle, and under the constraints of sealing, there was no room for such exchanges. Karen was not like Gaara, who enjoyed watching his opponents exhaust themselves only to be defeated. While Lee and Guy communicated, Karen closed the distance, lightly tapping his chest with her finger. Enough. Chakra penetrated through, and Lee's meridians tingled with numbness as he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Moonlight Gale's voice rang out. "The victor, Uzumaki Karen. The battle is over." Might Guy broke into sobs upon witnessing this. "Lee, your teacher should have reminded you not to lose focus in battle." Lee too wept bitterly. "Teacher Guy, I will learn from this. I will do 10,000 push-ups right now." If unable to do so, Kagami turned away without casting a glance at this utterly ridiculous scene and ascended the staircase. Indeed, Kagami's gaze then fixed upon Kagami, who was bounding towards him with lively steps. Receiving Kagami's praise, a radiant smile instantly blossomed across Kagami's face. Might Guy had also hoisted Rock Lee up, while Niji opened his Byakugan to examine his chakra points, his pupils narrowing slightly. This technique bore a striking resemblance to that of the Hyuga clan. Yet, since the opponent lacked a Byakugan, how was such pinpoint accuracy achieved? As Niji worked to unblock Rock Lee's points, he pondered, could this be some form of advanced sensory ninjutsu? Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen, having just recovered from his headache, sighed with admiration. The Iwagakure village truly knows how to gather the finest talents from across the world. Uttering these words, he felt a deep sense of unease. Once upon a time, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha's relationship was as inseparable as glue. We simply provide a genuine home for those in need. Inoki spoke with a hint of subtlety, only to follow with mutual praise. Isn't that true of Konoha as well? This was a veiled jab at the past conflicts between Konoha and the Uchiha clan. However, Inoki's intelligence work regarding Kagami was so thorough that Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unaware that Kanetsuchi was, in fact, Kagami. He failed to grasp the true meaning behind the words. Below, Gecko Hayate glanced at the screen. Next match, Kanetsuchi vs Sasuke Uchiha. Kagami lifted his head to glance at Sasuke not far off, who met his gaze directly. Sasuke. Sakura Haruno softly reminded him, perhaps you should reconsider. Sasuke furrowed his brow, ignoring Sakura. Reconsider? What do you mean? He bore a heavy mission upon his shoulders. The blood feud remained unavenged. How could he retreat without a fight simply because the enemy was formidable? Allow me to witness your true strength, Sasuke said to Kagami, then turned and strode toward the arena. Previously, when Kagami had sparred with Orochimaru, both Naruto and Sasuke had fallen unconscious. At this moment, the young one still had yet to realize the magnitude of the adversary he faced. Soon both stood poised. Sasuke struck first, launching 3 shuriken arranged in a pinwheel formation toward Kagami. The angles were cunning, sealing off all avenues of evasion. The Sharingan locked onto Kagami's potential trajectories at the moment of release. This was a perfectly calculated assault. Kagami flipped his right hand. 3 shuriken clutched between his fingers. His wrist trembled lightly. The seemingly casual motion actually struck with delayed but superior speed, tracing 3 silver lines through the air. The crisp sounds of ding, ding, ding rang out almost simultaneously. Sasuke's shuriken were precisely intercepted, yet Kagami's kunai maintained their momentum, hurtling toward Sasuke. Sasuke drew his kunai and blocked thrice consecutively before barely holding them off. His opponent's throwing technique far surpassed his own. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals as chakra gathered at his throat. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball roared forth, over 10 feet in diameter. The heat wave swept across the entire field, distorting the air with its scorching intensity. Kagami mirrored the hand seals, executing them with even greater speed and minimalist elegance. His fireball materialized instantly, exceeding 16 feet in diameter, darker in hue and fiercer in heat. The 2 fireballs collided midair. Kagami's overwhelmed Sasuke's with overwhelming dominance, swallowing it whole. The immense fireball pressed down relentlessly upon Sasuke, the searing heat crashing against him. Sasuke rolled sideways in disarray. The hem of his garment scorched and curled instantly. Clenching his teeth, his Sharingan spun wildly. How could the same technique differ so vastly? A surge of unwillingness rose within him. He dashed forward, unleashing the taijutsu he had copied from Rock Lee with full force. His fists and feet blurred like afterimages. His assault was a tempestuous storm. Kagami remained unmoved, raising a single hand to block 2 strikes, then smoothly seized Sasuke's wrist, twisted it, lifted it, and swept his leg to trip him. The whole scene resembled an adult indulging a child's play. Sasuke lost his balance, stumbling to the ground behind Kagami. Propping himself up, he looked back just in time to see Kagami slowly turn around, the cold Anbu mask facing him. Yet no attack followed. Why? Sasuke's heart brimmed with resentment. Despite his relentless training, he was utterly outmatched by a peer. At this moment, Kagami observed Sasuke thoughtfully. Such intense emotional fluctuation. Surely he 1T strengthened his Sharingan because of it? Upstairs, in the Anbu room, Kankuro's face twitched slightly. Good thing we didn't T-clash with him earlier. Temari furrowed her brow. His chakra volume and intensity far exceed his peers, and his taijutsu is unfathomable. I didn't expect there to be someone surpassing even Gaara. She trailed off abruptly, realizing something was amiss, and sneaked a glance at Gaara. Yet what she saw left her stunned. Gaara's expression was one of admiration. My goodness, what am I witnessing? This can't be a dream. Within the arena, Sasuke finally regained composure and rose to confront Kagami. Why 1T you strike? Because you are not yet worthy of me taking the initiative. Kagami replied with serene calmness. Undeniably, as a time traveler, he knew well how to sting. This phrase had echoed countless times in Sasuke's nightmares, though always uttered by Itachi Uchiha. You! Sasuke's Sharingan whirled frantically. Kagami watched this eagerly, even urging him on silently. You're practically hopeless. If not for your teammates, you'd have perished in the land of waves. Ah! Sasuke's eyes reddened as he launched an assault. Yet the disparity in their power was too great. His nearly irrational attacks posed no real threat to Kagami. Within seconds, Sasuke was again kicked to the ground. Hey, Kanetsuchi, what are you doing? Naruto's piercing blue eyes glared fiercely at Kagami. You've already won? Why humiliate Sasuke? Just you wait. Ugh. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Kakashi covered Naruto's mouth from behind, raising a hand near his mask. Sure. He is helping Sasuke. As a Sharingan user and former teammate and close friend of Obito, Kakashi was privy to certain secrets of the Sharingan. Helping Sasuke? Naruto frowned, glancing down suspiciously. Under Kagami's relentless provocation, the two-tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes spun ever faster, yet it still seemed insufficient. No other choice remained. Kagami's eyes turned a crimson hue as he unleashed a genjutsu. Sasuke's body stiffened, reliving that night of despair and terror. When Sasuke awoke again, he found himself on the second floor, surrounded by a group of Konoha ninja. The outcome of the battle was unmistakable. Wow, it's true. Naruto excitedly pointed at Sasuke's eyes. Look, there's an added tomo. What? Sasuke immediately sensed the change. The enhancement in his Sharingan's visual prowess was unmistakable. Rising to his feet, his gaze fixed upon Kagami standing silently nearby. Ha ha ha. Sasuke, you owe Kanetsuchi a big thank you. Naruto patted his shoulder. Though you lost, you won. Just then, Sasuke noticed Kagami's mask aimed squarely at him, seemingly scrutinizing him. Sasuke opened his mouth to speak but found himself unable. His face flushing crimson as he finally bowed his head deeply, like an ostrich burying itself. At the very end, Sasuke stammered in a peculiarly odd tone, saying, "Thank you." Kyujin watched this scene with keen interest, nodding approvingly. Although Sasuke's body was merely 12 years old, his soul was that of a man in his 30s. Had he married earlier, his son would be about Sasuke's age now.
No wonder Itachi favored Sasuke.
This child was truly amusing. Alas, Itachi had already become a weasel. Now it was my turn to play. In truth, the reason Kyujin maintained a composed mindset and refrained from transferring his hatred for Uchiha Itachi onto Sasuke was primarily because, in this life, his parents had sacrificed themselves for the village rather than perishing at Itachi's hands. This caused Kyujin to place the blame on Konoha itself rather than on Itachi. Otherwise, Sasuke might not have survived until now. Suddenly, Kyujin sensed something amiss. He glanced back and saw Neji staring intently at him, veins bulging around his eyes. Kyujin raised his hand in greeting. Neji slowly widened his eyes and opened his mouth. You, Tenten, who had been observing the scene, curiously asked, "What's wrong, Neji?" Normally, Neji was rather aloof, and it was rare to see such an expression on his face. Ahem, Neji hastily replied, "Nothing." A faint smile curled at the corner of Neji's lips. Who else could it be but Kyujin? That explains everything. Neji's peripheral vision briefly swept over Sarutobi Hiruzen before quickly withdrawing. No matter what Kyujin's intentions were, since he wore a mask, it meant he did not wish to reveal his identity. Thus, there was no need to meddle further. All Neji needed to do now was wait for Kyujin's news. When the time came, the so-called fates within the Hyuga clan would cease to exist, especially since even Konoha was no more. The upcoming matches were also highly anticipated. Gaara vs Akato Kai, an overwhelming victory for Gaara. Akato Kai could absorb chakra through physical contact, yet he just happened to face Gaara. Deidara vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba was teased by Deidara but, thanks to Kyujin's influence, although Deidara's personality remained rebellious, it had considerably mellowed, and Kiba only suffered minor injuries. Hyuga Neji vs Hyuga Hinata. Neji still won, but this time, there were no three Jonin intervening to halt him. Neji ceased his attack at the crucial moment and calmly said, "Go back and train twice as hard." With Geku Heiate announcing Neji's victory, Neji looked up at Kyujin. The shadowy Anbu mask gave a barely perceptible nod. Neji felt a surge of excitement. Once, Kyujin had been the strongest student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Yet only Neji truly understood the extent of Kyujin's strength. His favorite pastime was sparring with Kyujin, as it allowed him to rapidly enhance his skills. During breaks, he would listen to Kyujin recount fascinating tales of society that stirred his imagination. The only uncertainty was when Kyujin would make his move. But no matter what, Neji Hyuga was determined to support the cause. For now, since Kyujin concealed his identity, it was best to avoid unnecessary contact. Soon, the competition concluded entirely. The genin who passed the exam gathered to listen to Geku Heiate drone on about the time and place of the final test before dispersing on the spot. Inoki led Kyujin's squad back to their quarters. On this day, Inoki was in high spirits, burdened as Sarutobi Hiruzen was with many worries. First, how to confess Naruto's origins to him. Second, how to conceal Naruto's identity from the outside world. Third, among the advancing ninja trainees, Konoha's genin representation was sparse, conflicting with Konoha's strategic objectives for this Chunin exam. How to resolve this was his concern. Inoki summoned everyone into a room. You have all performed admirably. However, the true spectacle awaits in the final test. Kyujin, aware of what was to come, nodded solemnly. I will not hold back, sensei. I will bring a ripple to the ninja world. Inoki nodded with satisfaction. Despite his age, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Since the choice was to expose, then expose thoroughly. He seemed to already envision a near future where the name Kyujin would resound throughout the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's death was a regret from Kyujin's previous life when he read the original story. His sacrifice was truly worthy of the title ninja hero. In the original tale, Orochimaru, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, 3 Kage-level figures, along with several cursed seal-bearers from Odogakure and a fool from Sunagakure, jointly held a grand funeral for him. Orochimaru was far too filial. Was Sarutobi Hiruzen truly deserving of such honor? His ending should have been one of lonely old age, watching the village gradually decline. In truth, it was somewhat inappropriate to use such harsh words to evaluate an elder who had devoted his life to Konoha. Yet his achievements during his tenure indeed warranted such bitter curses. As a ninja and a village leader, his weakness of heart led him to make incorrect choices in many situations and allowed Danzo to slowly erode Konoha. Promising hand was squandered. This was by no means a slander against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kyujin withdrew his thoughts, donned his Anbu mask, and stepped out of the room. Inoki, Akatsuki, Kuratsuchi, the 3 elite jonin along with Kyujin and his squad assembled. After gathering, they departed for the venue of the final Chunin exam test. Under Sarutobi Asuma's reception, Inoki led a group of Iwagakure elites flying to the Kage's viewing stand, where Sarutobi Hiruzen awaited. Minutes later, the Tsuchikage arrived. Kyujin and his squad proceeded to the preparation area, quietly awaiting the unfolding of events. To Kyujin's left, Deidara crossed his arms, impatiently scanning the surroundings. So boring. I thought I'd face some strong opponents, but I'm greatly disappointed. To Kyujin's right, Karen whispered to Kuratsuchi, Kintoki II seems very serious today. Don't overthink it. Kuratsuchi reminded Karen. No matter what, we just follow orders. Karen nodded, her red eyes silently observing the surroundings. Spectators gradually entered the open-air arena. Perhaps they awaited more to gather near the venue or prepared for their plans. As the test commenced, all was calm. Kankuro faced Hyuga Niji. As a puppeteer, Kankuro had an advantage against taijutsu-based ninjas, preventing Niji from displaying his full strength. Yet their battle was evenly matched. In the audience, Ino glanced at her father, then towards Kyujin afar. She could not help but whisper, Dad, I need to leave for a moment. Yamanaka Inoichi nodded lightly as she turned to approach Kyujin's position. Inoichi's sharp, clear eyes subtly shifted, locking onto Kyujin as he narrowed them slightly. The Hokage was already suspicious of Kyujin's true identity. At Ino's approach, Inoichi was nearly certain. Elsewhere, Kuratsuchi glared displeased at the youthful and radiant Ino. Why are you here again? Didn't you say you'd wait until after the test? Ino snorted. I'm not here to see you. Kyujin remained indifferent to her arrival. It no longer mattered. The matter at hand was about to commence immediately. Even if his identity were to be revealed at this moment, it would no longer matter. Meanwhile, Naruto also wished to approach but was restrained by Kakashi. Naruto was curious about his true origins. The words of Karen had unsettled him at the time, and upon returning, the more he pondered, the more sleepless he became. Naruto's condition was poor, and his spirits were low. Observing him thus, Kakashi comforted him, saying, Focus on the match now. Trust in the Hokage-sama, he has his judgment, and the outcome will be revealed in due course. Naruto could only nod in response. Within the arena, Niji finally triumphed over Kankuro, relying on a fundamental strength far surpassing that of a genin. The examiner changed from Gekko Heiate to the enigmatic Shibuki Genma, who announced the victor is Hyuga Niji. The next match, Gaara versus Kinto. They had arrived. Beneath his mask, Kyoshin's eyes narrowed sharply. Rising to his feet, he cautioned Karen, be vigilant of your surroundings. Arriving at the center, Kyoshin and Gaara stood opposed. Shibuki Genma declared, if there is nothing further to discuss, the match shall begin. Gaara did not strike, nor did Kyoshin move an inch. An eerie silence enveloped the area, so profound that each person could hear their own heartbeat. A faint smile curled at Gaara's lips. Thank you, but I'm afraid I must apologize. This strange spectacle captivated everyone's attention. Black feathers coalesced in midair, gradually descending. Kyoshin activated his Sharingan, resisting the illusion. Gaara, however, emptied his mind, eyes fixed upon the feathers. He closed his eyes and fell into slumber, while a tempest of ferocious tailed beast chakra swiftly manifested upon his body. In the stands, vast numbers of ninja and civilians collapsed. The Konoha collapse plan was set in motion. Simultaneously, a tremendous roar emanated from the environs surrounding Konoha. Above the spectators, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately sensed something amiss. He lowered his Hokage hat, casting a sharp gaze toward Raza and Inoki. What is happening here? He demanded. I would like to know that as well, Inoki replied, a hint of mockery in his tone. Even we of Iwagakure have received intelligence, yet you remain oblivious. Hiruzen's pupils constricted. A cold chakra radiated from Raza, no longer concealed. I had not expected Iwagakure's intelligence network to be so formidable. Fortunately, I made preparations. Otherwise, the plan would truly have been forced to abort. Frowning deeply, Hiruzen rose, fixing his gaze upon Raza. Orochimaru. Orochimaru discarded his Kazekage hat, revealing his snake-like eyes. Konoha and Iwagakure's Jonin, now awakened, were hastening toward the scene. Suddenly, a violet barrier surged upward, enveloping the entire building. Outside, the moment Kyoshin saw the feathers, he activated his Sharingan and simultaneously formed hand seals, creating a shadow clone. The clone immediately set off toward the reserved seats, rousing the unconscious Kuroto, Karen, and nearby Ino. After briefing them thoroughly, the shadow clone instructed Deidara take them away, far away as possible. Avoid the fray. Deidara looked around excitedly. Understood. What about me? What's going on? Ino, bewildered, gazed at Kyoshin. Kyoshin replied offhandedly, you are a Konoha ninja. You should awaken the Konoha ninjas affected by the Genjutsu. Ino's breathing quickened. This was her first encounter with such a situation. Yet she forced herself to remain composed. Alright. Meanwhile, Kyoshin's true form was visited by the elite Jonin Yagakage, who said, Lord Kinto, Ishimin, and Gariki are prepared. Shall we proceed with the plan? Kyoshin nodded, casting the Juryoku Iwa no Jutsu upon himself, soaring into the air. He added, Yagakage-senpai, please protect Deidara and the others. Without hesitation, Yagakage appeared beside the evacuating Iwagakure squad through a series of swift movements. Kyoshin himself ascended into the sky, analyzing everything below. So long as the situation permitted and the plan proceeded steadily, he could then confront Danzo for reckoning. Within the battlefield below, Gaara was undergoing tailed beast transformation. Unlike in the original tale, he did not pursue Sasuke but remained where he was. The Konoha sealing squad was en route. Suddenly, the ninja from Sunigakure and Otogakure launched a surprise attack in the stands. Yet, as Inoki had predicted, although Konoha was not as strong as before, it was still the premier ninja village. The quality of their jonin was exceptionally high. They were barely affected by the Genjutsu and immediately engaged in combat. As more and more Konoha ninja joined the fray, Sunigakure and Otogakure gradually faltered. Under Yagakage's protection, Deidara, Kuroto, and Karen reached a relatively safe area. The combatants ignored them, granting temporary safety. At Konoha's periphery, several terrifying giant snakes smashed through the walls, sowing chaos within. More ninja from Sunigakure and Otogakure rapidly advanced in this direction. Now, the main event, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, had been driven to the rooftop. Inoki hovered nearby, calmly awaiting Sarutobi's call for assistance. Orochimaru had exchanged 2 rounds of combat with Sarutobi and, recognizing that the old man's strength had not diminished significantly with age, immediately retreated while forming hand seals. Bang! 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 A coffin ascended from the ceiling. Seeing this, Sarutobi demanded, Orochimaru, have you fallen to such depths? That is the technique of the second Hokage. Orochimaru sneered, as a Konoha ninja, it is only natural that I use the techniques of my predecessors. Thud, the coffin lid struck the floor. From within emerged the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Orochimaru raised his hand to reinforce the ceiling hand seal, addressing Sarutobi, don't panic. Soon, you will have a proper conversation. His left hand maintained control over the first Hokage's ceiling, while his right hand began forming hand seals single-handedly. Subsequently, more coffins ascended, 3 in total, each labeled 2, 4, and 4 in sequence. Sarutobi was stunned, immediately attempting to intervene. Yet Hashirama appeared before him. Thud, thud, thud. As the lids fell away, 3 figures emerged. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In the sky, Kyoshin's brow furrowed upon seeing that figure, memories rushing to assemble in his mind. Once, guided by Chinatsu, Kyoshin had journeyed to the land of whirlpools to seek the secret scroll of the Uzumaki clan, and succeeded. His second task had been to collect masks placed in a shrine. At that time, Kyoshin had noticed one mask missing, sensing something amiss, but his thoughts were interrupted by teammates calling him away. Later, those masks were stored within Iwagakure's secret vault, periodically reinforced by sealing ninjas. Yet the missing mask, the Death God mask, somehow found its way into Orochimaru's possession and was used to release Minato Namikaze, who had been swallowed by the Death God's belly. Given the urgency of the situation, Kyoshin had no time to unravel these mysteries. He only knew that Inoki might be in danger. This was an unforeseen circumstance. Had events followed the original narrative, Inoki and Sarutobi facing Orochimaru, Hashirama Senju, and Tobirama Senju would have resulted in a relatively manageable outcome, as the Edo Tensei technique had not yet been improved by Kabuto. Orochimaru's command over the impure world reincarnation is tenuous at best, rendering him incapable of unleashing the true might of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. Yet now, with the possession of the Reaper's mask, the dead demon consuming seal wielded by Hiruzen Sarutobi poses no threat to him. Coupled with Orochimaru's extreme caution, he first summons Hashirama Senju through the impure world reincarnation to obstruct Hiruzen Sarutobi's advance. Subsequently, he reincarnates Tobirama Senju, Minato Namikaze, and Raza. This sequence causes a profound imbalance in combat power within the barrier. Hiruzen Sarutobi has lost the advantage of the dead demon consuming seal. Raza is manageable, but Minato Namikaze represents the gravest danger. His flying thunder god technique surpasses even Tobirama's in terror. Moreover, Minato's youthfulness and the fact that the structure predated his sacrifice make it highly probable that his flying thunder god seals remain engraved on the building. He is the most perilous of all. Troubling indeed, Kisho's frown deepens. Outside the barrier, Tsuchikage has detected Raza within and, heeding the warnings of the Leaf Shinobi, has ceased fighting. The Sand Ninja, having perceived the truth, are inflamed with righteous indignation, eager to breach the barrier and eliminate Orochimaru. Some of Tsuchigage's jonin have already departed to rendezvous with the main force outside Konoha to report the situation. Otogakure, being Orochimaru's domain, has long since withdrawn upon mission completion, save for the 4 Otogakure shinobi maintaining the 4 purple flame formation. A large contingent of ninja are blocked outside the 4 purple flame formation. Within the formation, a group engages in lively conversation. I never expected to see you again under such circumstances, Sarutobi. Tobirama Senju surveys the surroundings and immediately discerns the situation. Sighing, I've caused you trouble. Raza, surprisingly able to move freely, lowers his gaze to his cracked hands and approaches the edge of the barrier, where the sand ninja outside are tearful and somber. Tobirama's sharp gaze sweeps over them, prompting a warning to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Monkey, that man can only control 3 impure world reincarnations simultaneously. The remaining one, though free to move, cannot use ninjutsu but still poses a threat to you. Hiruzen Sarutobi replies respectfully, Understood, sensei. Tobirama glances beside him, recognizing only Hashirama, and asks, Who are you? There is no response. Hey, boy, what are you dazing about? Suddenly, Minato's eyes flicker with confusion. Is this Konohagakure? How did I return here? He looks toward the voice source, surprised. Wow, the second Hokage. I am the 4th Minato Namikaze. Tobirama's eye twitches. No wonder he perished so young, he is a natural airhead. Wow, Minato exclaims again. Even the first Hokage is here. Hashirama's massive frame stirs. Who called me? Slap. Tobirama barely manages to raise a hand to his forehead. These 2 fools. I can hardly tolerate it. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, Tobirama remains composed and looks up at Inoki. You're the brat who follows Mu, wearing a straw hat? Have you become the Tsuchikage? Are you an enemy as well? Hiruzen Sarutobi casts a glance at Inoki, who has been watching silently. I don't know what's going on, but I'm not allied with that man. Tobirama immediately orders Hiruzen Sarutobi. Win over Inoki. Orochimaru has finally prepared the cursed seals, sneering coldly. Enough idle chatter, everyone. He proceeds to embed the cursed seals into the heads of Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Raza. Not good. Tobirama's brow furrows. He can now control all 4 of us. although the limit of the impure world reincarnation prevents him from sealing our consciousness. A voice emanates from beyond the barrier. Everyone's gaze instantly converges on the figure hovering in the sky. Kisho floats midair, his expression concealed behind a mask. Orochimaru narrows his eyes, a trace of surprise flickering in his serpentine gaze. Oh? Kisho has underestimated the butterfly effect. Who would have imagined Orochimaru could summon the impure world reincarnations of two other Kage during the Chunin exams? Minato Namikaze and Raza. Originally, Orochimaru controlled Hashirama and Tobirama, engaging Hiruzen Sarutobi. With Inoki's involvement, Orochimaru would have been swiftly defeated. But now the unexpected has occurred. The arrival of the Fourth and Raza, especially Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, which surpasses Tobirama's proficiency, places Inoki in grave peril. A solution must be devised to address this looming crisis. Kisho raises a hand to remove his Anbu mask, revealing a familiar visage, short black hair and refined features. In the minds of the Leaf Shinobi, the image of a once-kind genius youth in the village instantly resurfaces. Yamanaka Inoichi's long-held anxiety finally subsides. It's indeed him. Naruto Uzumaki, who had been despondent, suddenly lifts his head, eyes shining brightly. He bursts into joyous laughter. It's Kisho. I knew it. Among our peers, you're the only one this outstanding. Beside him, Sasuke Uchiha's expression confirms this. As expected, all mysteries are resolved. Kisho is also a Uchiha and knows the secrets of the Sharingan. Hence, his provocative behavior during the exam. At this moment, an inexplicable sense of reassurance wells within Sasuke. With Kisho present, would killing Itachi be? This thought arises but is quickly suppressed. Clenching his fists tightly, knuckles whitening, his emotional fluctuations are intense, truly befitting a Uchiha prodigy. Hiruzen Sarutobi also notices Kisho, a complex guilt flashing across his aged face. He sighs regarding the Uchiha, the fault lies with this old man. Kisho massages his temple. Now is not the time to assign blame. The situation inside the Four Purple Flame formation diverges from the original narrative. Inoki may be in danger. When at his weakest, the adversary gave him everything. To ensure Inoki's safety and eliminate Danzo, the latter must yield to the former. Hiruzen Sarutobi is taken aback, then looks toward Inoki inside the barrier. Name your price. Suspended midair, Inoki chuckles. The ceiling scroll. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Tobirama, and Minato fall into silence. Good heavens! This is no mere exorbitant demand. It is outright devouring. Hashirama, however, nods solemnly. Agree to it. The others stare in bewilderment. Hashirama queries, puzzled. What's wrong? These are trifles not worth much. Once again, the assembly sinks into speechless silence. The first Hokage's values are indeed different. Orochimaru's hoarse voice bristles with anger. Kisho-kun, you reveal yourself merely to have them negotiate terms? Kisho's gaze sharpens. No, I intend to remind you not to forget our cooperation. He deliberately emphasizes the word cooperation, the warning implicit and unmistakable. Should Inoki suffer misfortune, Kisho will make Orochimaru regret ever coming into this world. Orochimaru's golden serpentine eyes contract slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. Tobirama snorts coldly, his face darkening. Humph. Uchiha. Kisho does not indulge his disdain, promptly retorting. Is an incompetent teacher qualified to judge others? Danzo barely completed half his studies. How could you grant him a diploma? He slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, forcing me to seek another path. Tobirama's chest visibly swells in response. Were he flesh and blood, his forehead would surely be engorged with blood. His attitude toward the Uchiha clan was indeed exceptional, yet it stemmed from a consideration of the clan's emotional sensitivities. The policy he adopted was comparatively gentle. He had never contemplated severing his own arm. Uchiha Kagami was a prime example of this approach. Tobirama's methods were far more ruthless. Danzo was merely a novice in his presence. Tobirama genuinely sought to eradicate the Uchiha entirely. If Madara Uchiha had dared to leave Konoha even for a brief moment, the Uchiha would have ceased to exist. As Kagami publicly unveiled part of the truth, murmurs arose among the Konoha shinobi beyond the barrier. Sasuke was struck as if by lightning, his entire body frozen in place. Danzo? Wasn't it Itachi? His mind was in complete turmoil as he fixed his gaze on Kagami, desperately searching for answers upon his face. In the distance, Kuratsuchi observed anxiously. She had never witnessed the usually composed and rational Kagami display such evident emotion in his eyes. Kagami took a deep breath, steadied himself, and then redirected his gaze toward Orochimaru, the patterns of his Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotating. Orochimaru swallowed discreetly, his cold snake-like pupils meeting those legendary eyes. Almost imperceptibly, he nodded, a gesture of concession. Kagami exhaled slightly, yet the weight upon his heart remained. He had to find a way to infiltrate that barrier. Suddenly, a piercing screech tore through the air, shattering his thoughts. At the center of the Chunin exam grounds, sand swirled violently as the complete form of Shikaku burst forth from the earth. It seemed Konoha's sealing team had little effect. Anoki immediately shouted toward Kagami. Kagami, I understand. Though Kagami found the situation troublesome, his movements were as swift as lightning, his figure shooting toward the center of the exam grounds like an arrow loosed from a bow. Raising his right hand, his fingers rapidly formed seals. A blinding white cubic light rapidly expanded before his palm. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying barrier over 30 meters in length materialized. Shikaku had just finished howling when it looked up and saw such a vast dust-style barrier. Its massive body stiffened, and its voice changed tone. Wait, kid. It hurriedly raised a paw, panic evident in its voice. I finally got out. Let me move around a bit. I promise I won't harm anyone. The sand and Konoha shinobi gaped in astonishment. A tailed beast was a symbol of calamity. 12 years ago, during the Nine Tails rampage, Konoha endured unimaginable suffering. Yet Shikaku was actually cowed and reasoned with by a jutsu, but as their eyes fell upon the dust-style barrier, they all swallowed hard. Were they in the same position, they would have to comply as well. At that moment, Kagami twisted his wrist. Bang! The massive dust-style barrier did not strike Shikaku but was instead forcefully slammed against the 4 violet flame array. Dust-style is essentially a barrier technique. Barriers cannot overlap. Instead, they collide physically. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded. The light wall of the 4 violet flame array trembled violently, ripples spreading across its surface. Even the entire building seemed to shake. Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply, his voice chilling. I have already promised you. The dust-style white light suddenly dissipated. Within the barrier, Anoki's voice rang out powerfully. Kagami, have no fear of me. These Edo Tensei bodies cannot unleash the true strength they possessed in life. I also intend to seize this opportunity to witness the might of the successive Hokage. He hovered in midair, his small frame exuding an awe-inspiring presence, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. How exhilarating! I, Anoki, have held some renown in the shinobi world over the years, but it pales in comparison to Madara and Hashirama. Now, I have the chance to confront them directly while they cannot demonstrate their true power. Once this ends, I shall make a great leap in prestige, catching up to those two. Hiruzen Sarutobi made his resolve. If that is the case, then I shall agree. The Hokage and the Tsuchikage shall fight side by side. Ahead, Orochimaru controlled Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Raza. The battle was on the verge of eruption. Orochimaru, commanding the 4 Kage, struck first. Hashirama clapped his hands together, and countless thick branches erupted from beneath the floor, rushing toward Sarutobi. Sarutobi gripped his adamantine staff tightly, weaving and dodging to shatter several branches, fending off the initial assault. Tobirama completed his seals, summoning a torrent that enveloped him, with water dragon bullets forming overhead. Anoki glanced at Sarutobi, who was currently entangled by Minato and unable to break free, so he formed seals and used Earth-style wall to defend. Flying Thunder God was indeed troublesome. Sweat beaded upon Sarutobi's brow, his Hokage robe already bearing multiple tears. Were it not for his seasoned experience and intimate familiarity with Minato, coupled with Minato's warnings during attacks, he would likely have been defeated by now. Raza's golden sand condensed in the air, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Sarutobi began to show signs of fatigue after only a brief period of defense. Without Anoki's assistance, he would probably have fallen. Orochimaru stood at the rear, his snake eyes brimming with mockery. Teacher, how do you feel? These 4 are the top-tier warriors of their eras. Sarutobi could not respond, his focus entirely absorbed. Outside the barrier, Kagami hovered midair, his Mangekyo Sharingan fixed intently on the unfolding battle within. At the very moment he momentarily lost focus, a subtle chakra fluctuation emerged from below. Kagami's pupils constricted sharply as his Sharingan abruptly turned toward the exam grounds beneath. Shikaku's enormous form had quietly amassed a vast reservoir of chakra. Its massive eyes locked onto him, a hint of cunning flashing within. Sealing jutsu, sand-binding curse. Shikaku's sharp voice rang out as countless sand particles transformed into rune-engraved chains, shooting skyward from the ground, instantly encasing Kagami. The rune chains shimmered with an ominous light, an enchantment specifically designed to seal Chakra. Shikaku had stealthily prepared this move while Kagami was preoccupied observing the barrier. Just before the chains fully restrained him, the Mangekyo pattern in Kagami's left eye spun rapidly. Aragami, what? Shikaku's voice trembled in astonishment. The black rune chains wrapped tightly around its massive body, sealing energies surging fiercely inward. It felt its power being swiftly suppressed, chakra flow growing sluggish. Yet Kagami was not faring well either. Before he could deploy Susanu's defense, several rune chains coiled around his limbs, the sealing power invading his meridians. His earth release, rock technique faltered, and he began to plummet downward. Nearby, Karen's heart tightened as she hurried forward, but someone was faster. Whoosh! Karen only sensed a gust of wind surpassing her, nearly stepping upon her shoulder as they leapt high and caught Kagami in their arms. Karen? Kuratsuchi landed steadily, looking down at Kagami in her embrace and asked, "Are you all right? What were you doing?" Karen, displeased, rushed over and immediately took Kagami from her. "Do you know sealing jutsu?" Kuratsuchi smiled slyly. "Whether I know it or not is irrelevant. I seized the opportunity." Karen began to examine Kagami, who himself was mobilizing chakra within, striving to break Shikaku's seal. With Kagami's self-rescue and Karen's assistance, the rune chains binding him shattered bit by bit, dissipating into points of chakra light. Simultaneously, Shikaku struggled frantically. After all, it was a tailed beast. Its chakra reserves immense and terrifying. "Open up, old man." Shikaku roared furiously, forcibly shattering the sealing chains on its body, then lifted its gaze toward Kagami, eyes filled with dread. It had intended to seize the chance to seal Kagami and then flee. But what was that power just now? He actually managed to reflect the attack back exactly as it was? Wait a moment. Why was that boy's seal also undone? Upon rising, Kagami's eyes once again revealed the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, radiating an intimidating pressure that instantly locked onto Shikaku. Shikaku instinctively took a step back, his voice trembling. Wait, that was a misunderstanding. I was just, damn it. Kagami's expression hardened. The pristine white Susanoo manifested upon his body, growing in size until it enveloped himself, Kuratsuchi, and Karura within its protective embrace. Fighting isn't a play. There's no need for so much talk. I apologize. Shikaku hurriedly pleaded, raising his massive claws in a gesture of surrender. I swear I won't cause trouble anymore. I'll return inside Gaara immediately. Kagami remained silent, merely advancing the Susanu's form. Within a few breaths, it soared to over 10 meters tall, sprouting limbs. Shikaku felt a chill run down his spine, and with no success in begging, he lashed out desperately, opening his jaws wide as the tailed beast chakra surged wildly, rapidly forming a jet-black tailed beast bomb. No, it's the tailed beast bomb. Good heavens! Where are the Jonin? The sealing squad. Where is the sealing squad? Chaos erupted almost instantly as Sand and Konoha ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu towards Shikaku. A massive cloud of sand materialized around him, blocking the incoming attacks. Boom! The tailed beast bomb shot forth from Shikaku's mouth toward Kagami. Everyone watched this scene with utter despair. Though the towering white chakra giant was intimidating, none had witnessed it before. Could this thing possibly withstand a tailed beast bomb? Even if it could, wouldn't the surrounding area be utterly devastated? How many would survive such an explosion? Yet Kagami appeared utterly unperturbed. The Susanoo swung its arm, and an enormous translucent white hand was sheathed in a glove of boiling chakra, a fusion of water and fire elements, forged from steam. From left to right, it struck the tailed beast bomb. Bang! The tailed beast bomb was compressed and slid aside by the boiling chakra, flying off into the distance. Boom! The bomb exploded, its fierce aftershocks sweeping across Konoha, sending people staggering. When everyone turned back, they found nearly half of Konoha reduced to ruins. A chorus of astonished gazes fixed upon Kagami, who gave a faint smile. He had done it deliberately, though he could have sent it into the sky. He chose not to. The Susanoo stirred, stepping onto the Chunin exam grounds, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the earth. The severed half of the wrist, shattered by the tailed beast bomb, was swiftly repaired by the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. The Susanoo approached Shikaku, grasping him firmly to the ground with its left hand, while the right hand rose high, palm emanating an overwhelmingly potent sealing force, descending upon Shikaku's head. No! Shikaku screamed, understanding the sealing technique. It was the four symbols seal. If sealed by this, he could forget about harassing Gaara every day. That technique was meant for the Ninetales, not for me. No, please. Stop. I don't want to, yet Kagami remained unmoved. Amidst the stunned expressions of all, Shikaku resembled a ferret, overpowered and restrained. His body was bound by dense black markings. Shikaku's form rapidly shrank until he was entirely sealed back inside Gaara. Gaara lay quietly upon the ground, slipping into a deep slumber, a red seal resembling a whirlpool glowing upon his abdomen, wisps of white mist emanating. Is it over? The others remained dazed, unable to fully grasp how swiftly the battle had ended. Kagami escorted Kuratsuchi and Karura to a safe place, then dispelled the Susanoo and soared into the air again, surveying the ongoing fight within the barrier. Orochimaru's forehead was beaded with cold sweat, not because of Hiruzen Sarutobi or Inoki, but because of Kagami. The Susanoo could undoubtedly break the four purple flame formation, yet Kagami refrained from doing so. Now, Orochimaru dared not strike Inoki anymore, for he knew full well he would never wish to face techniques of that caliber. Should that old man suffer a slipped disc at his hands, that brat outside would surely skin him alive. This scene was observed by Kagami beyond the barrier, who felt somewhat relieved regarding Inoki's safety. However, Kagami's gaze returned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Flying Thunder God is truly magnificent. Moreover, it is extremely practical, consuming little chakra. Hiruzen Sarutobi ranks among the top non-bloodline ninjas. Though aged and frail, and despite Orochimaru's unfamiliarity with the Flying Thunder God technique, preventing him from fully unleashing the true strength of Minato Namikaze and Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen still struggled greatly against it. How to acquire it? Kagami pondered this question. I have a splendid idea. Orochimaru is familiar with the four purple flame formation and can likely discern that it can be breached. Now, it depends on Orochimaru's comprehension. The battle within the barrier escalated to a fever pitch. Orochimaru refrained from striking Inoki, who in turn fought with even greater abandon to support Hiruzen. Nonetheless, Hiruzen's pressure mounted relentlessly, and he was on the brink of defeat. Kagami moved swiftly, approaching the barrier while performing hand seals to release ninjutsu. One after another, seemingly potent fire, earth, and wind techniques slammed into the barrier, producing deafening roars. Orochimaru was taken aback, looking toward Kagami. Orochimaru, it's time to end this farce. Kagami's voice was calm and composed. What? A question arose in Orochimaru's mind. If you intend to halt the fight, why not use that terrifying ninjutsu to break the four purple flame formation? No, this brat must have other motives. What could they be? Orochimaru's mind raced, contemplating every possibility. Yet while analyzing, he instinctively regarded Kagami as a 12-year-old child. It was no wonder, for no one knew that Kagami's true soul age was already over 30. What does a 12-year-old child desire most? Or what does he hope to gain through this? Of course, it is fame. Kagami is so powerful, yet has failed to draw much attention in the ninja world. Though he appears rational and mature, children of that age inevitably harbor certain psychological needs. Orochimaru followed his train of thought further. Since he seeks fame, then he shall be granted fame. Orochimaru cast his gaze over the battlefield within the barrier, selecting the appropriate candidate. Hashirama was undoubtedly the best choice. But a 12-year-old defeating Hashirama, even if it was a reanimated body, would hardly be believed. Roses? Forget it. The leader from a remote region is indeed imposing, but nowhere near the other two. Tobirama's era was long ago, and his renown is somewhat less widespread than Minato Namikaze's. Then it shall be you. Swish! Minato's reanimated form suddenly left the battlefield, tossing a flying thunder god kunai into the air above the barrier. As the kunai neared the barrier, a small opening appeared, allowing it to pass through unhindered. The next instant, Minato's figure appeared outside the barrier. No, the Fourth Hokage has emerged. What should we do? The moment Minato departed, panic rapidly spread through the crowd. The legendary Yellow Flash was known to all, yet now, they stood as the Yellow Flash's adversary. Instantly, everyone felt threatened, fearing an unexpected attack from Minato at any moment. Orochimaru feigned anger, glaring at Kagami, and said, "If that's the case, then I'll deal with you first." Kagami ceased his barrier-forming jutsu, retreated, and created distance from Minato. A flying thunder god kunai flew straight toward him. Kagami raised his hand, drawing his ninja blade to block it. Below, Kuratsuchi exhaled in relief upon witnessing this. Although Kagami's swordsmanship was formidable, it paled in comparison to his other abilities. Whenever Kagami resorted to his ninja blade against an opponent, there were essentially two possibilities. First, the enemy was so weak that Kagami was merely testing the coordination among his team members. Second, Kagami's true intention was not to swiftly defeat the foe but to hold back deliberately. Minato activated Flying Thunder God, appearing near the kunai. His body flipped gracefully midair, and the Rasengan in his hand circumvented Kagami's blade. Kid, watch out! Minato warned Kagami to your left. Kagami mobilized chakra within, surging it into his jet-black blade. The sword's edge took on a sharp wind-natured chakra transformation. With a flick of his wrist, he swung to the right, aiming to cleave Minato's Rasengan in two. But the Rasengan curved unexpectedly, heading toward Kagami's left shoulder. Alarmed, Kagami quickly activated Susanoo. Bang! The Rasengan struck Susanoo's skeletal frame, and Kagami's body was thrown backwards several meters before halting abruptly. Huh! Minato asked in astonishment. I told you left. So why did you? Kagami's mouth twitched. Your left isn't my left. It's my right. Wow. Minato's body began to descend as he exclaimed. Under those circumstances, I thought you wouldn't have time to consider that. My mistake. I didn't expect your thinking to be that fast. Kagami chuckled. Minato laughed and said, looks like you're a promising candidate to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. His body swung out another Flying Thunder God kunai. Minato hastily warned. This time, right side. Bang! Why left again? I thought you'd still be pondering that question. You blockhead. Kagami's face tightened, too exhausted to retort. His gaze fell upon the cracked Susanoo skeleton, prompting him to activate his ocular power to repair it. As everyone's attention was drawn to the comical battle between Kagami and Minato, a muffled groan of pain echoed from within the barrier. Hiruzen Sarutobi clutched his arm, his body covered in bruises, blood trickling from the corner of his lips, dripping onto the ground along his beard. Hokage-sama. What happened? What should we do? The surrounding voices grew frantic. Kagami sensed the opportunity. While engaging Minato, he casually conversed, I need to find a way in. Minato was also deep in thought. While bombarding Kagami with Rasengan, he said, you could try using that white deity statue as jutsu. I estimate a 60% chance of breaching the barrier. His guess was remarkably accurate. Yet Kagami had no intention of truly aiding Hiruzen Sarutobi. He shook his head gently. My chakra is already insufficient. After speaking, he glanced at the system panel. Chakra remaining. 91.7%. Got it. Kagami's eyes lit up. I can seal your chakra with a sealing technique. Then use your chakra to link to the Flying Thunder God marks you left inside the barrier, and enter using the Flying Thunder God technique. Quick, teach me the Flying Thunder God technique. I'll learn it on the spot. This audacious, explosive declaration spread throughout the venue. Nearly everyone instantly cast horrified glances at Kagami. Even Orochimaru shuddered, whirling around sharply to face Kagami. For a moment, he even forgot to pursue the injured Hiruzen Sarutobi. But perhaps Orochimaru's reaction was understandable. After all, listen, does that even sound like human speech? That was the Flying Thunder God technique. Since its development, aside from the originator, in the world's premier ninja village, known as the Cradle of Geniuses, only one person had mastered it in all those years. Now, please explain to me, what exactly does learning it on the spot mean? Quick! Kagami's prompt brought Minato back to reality. He knew what Kagami proposed was no plan. In fact, it was a delusion. The probability of success was infinitesimally close to zero. But the situation was urgent. Minato had no time to overthink and said to Kagami, Oh! Everyone's gaze converged on Minato. What did he say? Is that even human language? I see. I've got it. Kagami's voice came. No, big brother? What did you get? Be careful, Minato warned Kagami. This time, Kagami did not dodge. He activated Susanoo and unleashed the origami. Reflect. Bang! Half of Minato Namake's Edo Tensei torso was shattered outright. Seizing the moment while the Edo Tensei body recovered, Kagami closed in on Minato and brought his ninja blade down. Empowered by wind-natured chakra transformation, the blade was razor-sharp, severing Minato's Edo Tensei right arm. Kagami grasped the severed right arm with one hand, formed seals with the other, complex and dazzling hand signs rapidly leaving afterimages. The formidable sealing power surged through Kagami's hands into Minato's right arm. Thus, Kagami successfully obtained Minato's chakra. Without hesitation, he began descending, landing beside Karen. Karen. Good. Having endured hardships together, some things required no verbal reminder. Their coordination was so seamless they could effortlessly transition to piloting mechas in the neighboring Atlantic Ring. Their fingers intertwined as chakra flowed palm to palm into each other. You within me, I within you. Karen activated her sensory ability. Kagami's divine eye swiftly locked onto the Flying Thunder God marks Minato had left within the four purple flame formation. With Karen's chakra inside him, Kagami could faintly sense it as well. Then, Kagami's hand on Minato's right arm gathered an almost frenzied surge of chakra. Influenced by his own chakra manipulation, the chakra in Minato's right arm began to slowly operate. Kagami closed his eyes, sweat beading on his forehead. Year after year of training, hundreds of thousands, millions of times sensing and controlling chakra. Every drop of sweat, every night collapsing in exhaustion after dispelling shadow clones. The body pushed to its limits. Combined with the system's linear potential, Kagami's control and precision over chakra reached unprecedented heights in the ninja world. Every bit, every strand of chakra operated methodically, influencing the chakra within Minato's right arm, gradually forming the chakra pattern required for the Flying Thunder God technique. Then, guided by Karen's divine eye-sensory ability, they locked onto the Flying Thunder God marks Minato had left within the four purple flame formation. Let us give it a try. In the next instant, Kagami, Karen, and Minato's right arm vanished from sight. A faint sound of landing echoed. Pairs of eyes revealed an eerie emotion as they fixed their gaze within the confines of the barrier. Has he entered? Is he some kind of monster? The Flying Thunder God technique has always been synonymous with difficulty. Even the disciples of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, required the combined efforts of 4 individuals to execute its derived, lesser substitute, the Flying Thunder God formation. Yet, this fellow not only reduced the number of participants from 4 to 2 in an instant but employed the original Flying Thunder God technique itself. Does that imply that if this individual merely glanced at the scroll at home and casually learned a perception-type support ninjutsu, he would be capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God technique single-handedly? Why must such a prodigy be compelled to leave Konoha? Hurry! Save the Hokage! A flicker before Kaijin's eyes, and he found himself within the 4 purple flames formation. Yet, his heart harbored little joy. What began as a mere trial had unexpectedly succeeded on the first attempt. Being familiar with the method of training for the Flying Thunder God technique, even if he had failed, he would inevitably master it upon returning. Now, having entered the 4 purple flames formation, does that mean he is about to aid Hiruzen Sarutobi? No, not helping. What is the use of face? Can that thing be eaten? Kaijin cast a glance at the barely breathing Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the next moment, a figure flickered. Tobirama appeared behind Orochimaru. The reanimated bodies of Hashirama and Raza vanished. Outside the barrier, Minato's reanimated form reappeared. One after another, they materialized at the 4 nodes of the 4 purple flames formation. Almost in the blink of an eye, Minato and Tobirama used the Flying Thunder God technique to gather Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi, and the 4 sound ninjas together, then vanished without a trace. In the fleeting instant before disappearance, Kaijin could only catch Orochimaru's complex gaze. Perhaps, at this moment, Orochimaru was marveling at Kaijin's talent. Or maybe he was surprised by his prior misjudgment of Kaijin's intentions in attacking the barrier. In any case, the 4 purple flames formation was collapsing. Orochimaru, upon seeing Kaijin enter the barrier, had neither hesitation nor wasted any time. He opted for the most secure means of retreat. Countless ninjas surged onto the rooftop, and chaos erupted immediately. Medical team, don't block the way. I am a medical ninja. Kaijin sensed one grateful, admiring gaze after another cast upon him. Asuma's voice echoed in his ears. Thank you, Uchiha Kyoshin. Asuma, cigarette dangling from his mouth, bore a look suffused with the emotion of having survived a catastrophe. Kaijin's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unmoved. Yet no one discerned any subtlety. The Uchiha clan all shared this demeanor. Although Kyojin had not been this way during his time in Konoha, after enduring so much, one inevitably becomes numb. No one doubted whether he was feigning to save Hiruzen Sarutobi. All they saw was that he indeed rescued Sarutobi alive from Orochimaru's grasp. It's no use. Suddenly, the exhausted voice of the Konoha Medical Ninja Division chief rang out. The scene swiftly fell silent. Kaijin's expression remained unaltered. However, he had just felt a twinge of regret. Now he had to restrain himself from breaking into a smile. Sensing Kaijin's shift in mood, Karen's crimson eyes revealed a curious gaze. Brother Kaijin? Kaijin gently squeezed her small hand, feigning sorrow on his face. His Mangekyo Sharingan had been cultivated entirely through repeated experiences within Genjutsu, relying little by little on system accumulation. Having endured countless illusions, Kaijin's mindset and emotions had been tempered to another dimension. As long as he did not wish others to discern his true thoughts from the surface, no one could perceive them unless they possessed exceptionally high-level perception-type ninjutsu or bloodline limits such as Karen. Karen slowly lowered her head, not daring to let others glimpse her expression. Kaijin turned his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. The latter lay on the ground, encircled by a ring of medical ninjas. Inoki hovered midair, his eyes complex as he observed. From a distance, Asuma and Konohamaru approached, and the crowd instinctively parted to make way. At the brink of death, Sarutobi's gaze briefly passed over Asuma and Konohamaru before resting on Kaijin's face. That serene expression seemed to affirm that the once kind and lively Uchiha youth had finally been forced to become a normal member of the Uchiha clan. I understand now. Such a fine child. There was never any enmity between the village and the Uchiha. Sarutobi's vision grew blurry. It was all his fault. Had he recognized these matters sooner, perhaps the fate between the Uchiha and Konoha could have been altered. But it was too late. Amidst overwhelming grief, remorse, and self-blame, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, closed his eyes forever. Yet, on the aged face of this Hokage, a single murky tear slowly traced the wrinkled corner of his eye. Few could comprehend its meaning. We should never have trusted Orochimaru. Within a boundless expanse of whiteness, Raza's form appeared translucent, tinged with a faint gray haze. This was the Pure Land, the legendary place where souls journey after death. Before Raza's spirit, Senju Hashirama paced anxiously, floated back and forth. Raza's voice reached Hashirama's ears, and the ninja god, the first Hokage, immediately forgave him. Don't be too sorrowful. Hashirama laughed heartily, patting Raza's shoulder. Your village has so many adorable and powerful youngsters. The Jinchuriki has been subjected to the 8-trigram seal by Kaijin. There will be a peaceful period ahead, one that will help Sunagakure overcome its difficulties. Raza's mood remained somber, though influenced by Hashirama. His face was no longer filled with despair. Honorable First Hokage, do you truly believe we will enjoy a stable time? Of course. Hashirama's expression turned serious, yet his tone remained resolute. Konoha also suffered heavy losses. Iwagakure obtained the sealing scroll. Although the jutsu within is not particularly powerful, they will require time to study it. I can see that Sarutobi was a Hokage who cherished peace. He would never harshly blame Sunagakure. Iwagakure is busy researching the sealing scroll and will not make any large moves in the short term. Your village enjoys a geographical advantage, being far from Kumogakure and Kirigakure. Should they harbor any intentions, they must overcome lengthy supply lines. I foresee that Sunagakure and Konoha will form an alliance once more to counter potential external threats. Hashirama appeared somewhat absent-minded, but in truth, his mind was clear. This revelation took Raza by surprise. Though he had never met Hashirama, rumors spoke of him as a powerful shinobi wielding would release, relying on absolute strength to win battles. Yet, to achieve peace across the ninja world, he convened the 5 Kage summit with a humble demeanor. Because of this, people regarded Hashirama as an invincible powerhouse with an astonishingly soft heart. Unexpectedly, the man possessed such sharp and precise political insight. Could it be his younger brother taught him this? Raza dared not voice this thought, fearing he might die again. Thank you for your guidance, Hokage-sama. Raza's attitude was respectful. Facing him was an honest man. He was not honest himself, but the other's name was Senju Hashirama. Hashirama kindly said, "Just call me Hashirama." Raza felt a bit uneasy in his heart and dared not address him so familiarly. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 figures appeared within the Pure Land. Tobirama? And that little creature flitting about? Hashirama swiftly drifted over to inquire, "What's the situation outside?" "I only saw that Uchiha child master the Flying Thunder God technique, and then the impure world reincarnation was undone," came the reply. Tobirama crossed his arms, his demeanor as solemn and earnest as ever. That brat Uchiha Kagami is a prodigy with potential surpassing even his elder brother. Oh? Hashirama's excitement grew. So formidable. The younger generation is truly promising. Konoha's future looks bright. Tobirama narrowed his eyes and began forming hand seals. Don't rejoice prematurely, elder brother. As Tobirama finished the seals, countless luminous screens materialized in midair within the Pure Land, each displaying scenes from various parts of the ninja world. Hashirama looked around in amazement. Konoha, the land of fire, and its surroundings, Tobirama explained, "This is a ninjutsu I developed. It gathers intelligence from the aura imprinted on the Flying Thunder God marks nearby and transmits it here to the Pure Land. However, the situation was urgent at the time, and I was forced to leave a rear guard without preparing the necessary preconditions, so I've never been able to fully activate it." In other words, each screen represented a Flying Thunder God mark that Tobirama had left in the ninja world, marks that had not yet been destroyed. How come I never knew about this technique? Hashirama stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is truly fascinating. Tobirama's brow twitched. How do you know about it? His gaze carried a hint of grievance. This elder brother was far too irresponsible. When Tobirama invented his ninjutsu, he regarded each one as highly practical. Yet when he told Hashirama about them, the response was always, "Is it a water release? No. Oh, let me see. Not bad. Add it to the sealing scroll." Regarding this, Tobirama never held it against Hashirama. After all, one purpose of the sealing scroll was to prevent the young ninja of the village from recklessly attempting to learn ninjutsu they were destined never to master, thus wasting their precious growth period. Most of Tobirama's inventions were rather complex, making them suitable candidates for inclusion in the sealing scroll. Minato gazed at one of the screens, which showed the current Konoha, and exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the second Hokage. Wait, the third Hokage, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Rosaera all turned toward that direction, just in time to see Hiruzen Sarutobi closing his eyes. The four fell into a moment of silence. Rosaera sighed. "It was my fault." Tobirama fixed him with a sharp gaze. "Of course, I don't need you to remind me." After a while, a frail figure appeared within the Pure Land. It was the soul of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Being his first time here before he could fully react, Tobirama's questioning voice rang in his ears. "Hiruzen, explain the Uchiha situation." Hiruzen was deeply sorrowful, bowing his head profoundly. "I was too lenient with Danzo." Tobirama was displeased with this state of Hiruzen and said sternly, "Even so, you should have preserved the Uchiha prodigy instead of exterminating them entirely." Hiruzen, like a child who had erred, replied, "I left one behind, Uchiha Sasuke." Tobirama, naturally, had never heard of any Uchiha Sasuke. "I meant Uchiha Kagami." Hiruzen sighed deeply. "Let me start from the beginning." Hiruzen Sarutobi had fallen. On the rooftop of the Chunin exam venue, after a brief period of chaos, calm was restored. The third Hokage's body was taken by Asuma, with burial expected the following day. Following the decision of the Elder Council and advisors, the Iwagakure delegation was temporarily housed at the guest inn, with discussions on their commission to be held after the funeral. The Sunagakure contingent was expelled by the emotionally charged Konoha shinobi. Later, due to the broader circumstances, the two villages would be compelled to reforge their alliance. Upon learning of Konoha's decision from advisor Mizudamono N, Inoki did not hasten to demand the sealing scroll. Instead, he unusually spoke from the perspective of another nation. Indeed, ensuring the third Hokage's rest is paramount. Afterward, Inoki gathered Kagami, Deidara, Kuratsuchi, Karura, and the Mizukage, departing the Chunin exam site. Upon returning to the inn, they encountered Gariki and Ishimin. These two had originally planned to cooperate with Kagami to eliminate Danzo. However, due to Orochimaru's unexpected use of the impure world reincarnation to summon an additional Rosaera and Minato, both village leaders, Kagami was forced to remain at the Chunin exam site and could not arrive as scheduled. They waited briefly at the appointed spot, and when Kagami did not appear, they returned to the inn as planned. The next day, the sky was overcast, the atmosphere heavy with sorrow. Sparse raindrops fell upon Hiruzen Sarutobi's tombstone. Surrounding it stood Konoha's leaders, clan representatives, and several jonin, all silent. Flowers were solemnly laid before the grave. Meanwhile, inside the guest inn, the ninjas who had participated in the Chunin exam had already departed. A faint screen barrier enveloped Inoki's room. Inside, numerous Iwagakure members gathered around a long table, the mood grave, Kagami's eyes fixed on Inoki, already having a good sense of the meeting's purpose. The third Hokage has fallen. Konoha is leaderless. Kagami, what do you think their next move will be? Inoki asked. After a moment's thought, Kagami replied, within Konoha, there will likely be discussions about the Hokage's succession. Danzo Shimura, as advisor with sufficient seniority and ambition, will certainly step forward. But Konoha is not his sole domain. There are others suitable for the position, so the Hokage will probably not be determined in the near term. As for Sunagakure, once the Hokage is confirmed, Konoha, under external pressure, will reforge their alliance with Sunagakure. The compensation demanded will be merely symbolic. Regarding us, they might use the Hokage's vacancy as an excuse to delay payment of our commission, or possibly default outright. Inoki nodded slowly. This was precisely the answer he sought. Kagami's political acumen was already remarkably mature, far beyond that of a mere 12-year-old. A flicker of relief and pride shone in Inoki's eyes. Relief that Hiruzen Sarutobi, when capable of changing the course of events, had entrusted such a pillar to Iwagakure. Pride that Kagami was fully capable of standing independently. You analyzed the situation well, Inoki acknowledged before raising another question. What are your plans regarding Danzo? Kagami did not appear perturbed at the mention of his adversary. Calmly, he said, that depends on his actions. Last night, Niji Hyuga visited me, and I disclosed some of Danzo's secrets to him. The Hyuga clan truly fared better in Konoha than the Uchiha, but that did not mean they had escaped exclusion. This was largely thanks to Konoha's simple, uninformed shinobi, rising early, kicking the fox demon Naruto on the way to work. In the morning, teasing cats and dogs, then mocking Hyuga clan colleagues. At noon, cursing the Uchiha. In the afternoon, covertly gossiping about Shikamaru Nara. At night, ridiculing those with unusual hair colors, thus concluding a pleasant, simple and joyful day. Despite this, Kagami knew the Hyuga clan would never betray Konoha unless faced with an extreme situation like the Uchiha's. Instead, they would contribute to Konoha's prosperity. Therefore, through Niji, Kagami intended to inform the Hyuga clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, that Konoha harbored a rot, one posing a grave threat to the Hyuga clan. Hence Kagami analyzed, if the Hyuga clan had acted swiftly, Danzo's reputation would have been utterly ruined at the Third Hokage's funeral. Inoki was aware that Kagami had met with Niji, but he harbored a question. Why would the Hyuga clan assist us? They should be safeguarding themselves, and besides, they bear a deep-seated grudge against Danzo. Safeguard themselves? Deep-seated grudge? Inoki mused. Safeguarding themselves is because Danzo's covert actions were not solely aimed at the Uchiha. Indeed, the Hyuga clan was also subjected to his restrictions. As for the deep-seated grudge, naturally it concerns the Hyuga Hizashi. I have heard of this matter. It was the cause of the near conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure 9 years ago. Was this also orchestrated by Danzo? At that time, the Hyuga clan was already prepared for battle, but Konoha's leadership ordered a sacrifice. Hizashi was compelled to commit suicide to atone for his brother Hayashi. This was probably not Danzo's doing, as he would have preferred the shinobi world to descend into chaos. Kagami paused briefly, sipped the hot tea before him to soothe his throat, and continued, however, I could falsely accuse him. Danzo has committed countless misdeeds, and no one would find it incongruous if he were responsible for this. The group fell silent. The Raikage raised his hand, his voice as cold and clear as ever. With all due respect, given Lord Kagami's abilities, it should be effortless to eliminate that man named Danzo directly. Shouldn't it? After all, I am now a shinobi of Iwagakure. Kagami explained. If we do not force Danzo into a corner, and then intervene under the pretense of assistance, it would be detrimental to Iwagakure's reputation. Moreover, Konoha possesses many formidable shinobi, and I cannot fully guarantee the safety of myself and my companions. The primary reason is the latter. Should Konoha attempt to kill Danzo while his reputation remains untarnished, their shinobi would certainly obstruct it. Although the remaining Konoha shinobi are not particularly powerful, if a certain vigorous middle-aged man is pushed too far, things could truly go awry. I have no intention of squandering a Mangekyo Sharingan to cast Izanagi. Inoki deliberated for a moment before deciding. Since Konoha will most likely renege on their promises, remaining here serves no purpose. From now on, this matter rests entirely with Kagami. I should return. Kagami, the Anbu squad will stay here to support you. I shall lead the others home. Being the Raikage is no easy task, and after all this time, your workload must be overwhelming. Kagami gently shook his head. No, you all should leave. That way I will have no reservations. Very well, Inoki said without further thought. You have your own judgment, but be cautious. Kagami nodded. Understood, sensei. Inoki looked toward Gariki. Lift the barrier. We shall depart first. The group obeyed Inoki's orders, submitting notification documents to Konoha in advance and set out on their return journey. Just as they stepped outside Konoha's gates, Gariki could no longer contain himself and asked, Lord Raikage, Kagami was originally from Konoha. You? Gariki? Inoki interrupted sternly. I know Kagami's character well. We must not harbor any suspicion toward him. Only through sincere treatment can we truly retain talent in our own village. Konoha, Uchiha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, all serve as cautionary examples. Gariki nodded silently, refraining from further questions. Thus, the Iwagakure contingent gradually distanced themselves from Konoha. In the Pure Land, Fourth Raikage of the allied shinobi forces silently observed Inoki and Gariki's conversation through the Flying Thunder God technique. Tobarama glanced expressionlessly at Hiruzen but said nothing. At this juncture, regrets were futile, and reproaches meaningless. Raza stood quietly to one side, glancing nervously around, his mind flashing to a once loyal Suna shinobi with a Kekii Genkai, fearing that person might come seeking confrontation. Minato spoke with a hint of regret. With such a parent, it seems Kagami will never return to Konoha. Hearing this, Hiruzen's heart ached even more. The funeral of Sarutobi Hiruzen had concluded. Mito Uzumaki's voice pierced through the rain. Everyone, please follow me to the Hokage Building's council chamber. The village cannot be without a Hokage. We must swiftly decide on the next candidate. The crowd moved silently, footsteps echoing on the wet stone pavement. Inside the council chamber of the Hokage building, the long table was flanked by numerous attendees. The main seat remained vacant, that of the third Hokage, with no one able to claim it presently. Mito Uzumaki and Koharu Uchiha sat on either side of the main seat. To the left were the heads of the various shinobi clans. To the right, the Konoha elders. Around the room stood representatives of Konoha's elite shinobi. Mito Uzumaki spoke first. With Lord Third's sacrifice, the village faces pressure both within and without. We must promptly appoint a Hokage to steady everyone's resolve. Shinzo Shimura, leaning on his cane, rose eagerly. I will assume this responsibility. I am a contemporary of Hiruzen, having endured 3 great ninja wars. The Root Organization's intelligence network spans the entire shinobi world, sufficient to counter any threat. Low murmurs filled the chamber. Some nodded, others frowned. Mito Uzumaki shook her head. Shimura, you are already in your 70s. Your energy may not suffice for the duties of Hokage. I recommend Jiraiya. He was the third's disciple, possessing both strength and renown. Shimura clenched his cane tightly, retorting. He has been away from the village for many years and is by no means the best choice. Then are you? Hizashi narrowed his pale eyes and suddenly challenged. Advisor Shimura, before discussing the Hokage candidate, I have several questions. The chamber instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Hizashi, aware these were no ordinary inquiries. Shimura fixed a cold gaze upon Hizashi. Hizashi, knowing he could wait no longer and that his clan would not wait either, spoke directly. Regarding the Uchiha massacre night, why are Root's traces only now being discovered? Shimura's pupils contracted, though he remained composed. Evidence? Hizashi produced a scroll from his bosom and placed it on the table. This is intelligence Niji obtained during the Chunin exams. It comes from Uchiha Kagami of Iwagakure, who possesses even more proof. This includes, but is not limited to, secretly supporting Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu and human experimentation. The Nine-Tails assault on Konoha and the Fourth Hokage couple's sacrifice. Root spreading rumors that Naruto Uzumaki is the Nine-Tails. The suicide of Shikamaru due to these rumors, which originated from Root because a high-ranking individual saw in him a potential threat to their position. At this point, in a corner of the room, Kakashi's usually indifferent eyes narrowed slightly. Years ago, he had killed Uchiha Shursui to acquire his Mangekyo Sharingan, exacerbating the village's deterioration with the Uchiha. Even during Konoha's recent crisis, Root remained inactive, increasing Konoha's losses. Mito Uzumaki set down the scroll and sighed deeply. Shimura, although the evidence is insufficient for some accusations, the last point is undeniable. Regarding the other matters, can you provide an explanation? Shimura stood in place. Voice hoarse. These are all one-sided accusations from outsiders. However, since there is suspicion, I will provide a reasonable explanation here tomorrow evening. Then all will be clear. He turned toward the door, the sound of his cane striking the floor harsh and grating. Upon reaching the threshold, Shimura paused, not looking back. Konoha does not need leaves flourishing in sunlight, but roots buried in darkness. This Hiruzen never understood until his death. Deep within Root's base, in a dim chamber, under the bandage over Shimura's right eye, the Crimson Sharingan was bloodshot and wild with madness. Before him knelt 3 Root operatives, masked and exuding a coldness akin to that of the dead. Danzo's voice was hoarse. Tomorrow night, take control of the council chamber. If necessary, eliminate those who are obstinate. 3 Root operatives bowed their heads. Understood. They melted into shadows and vanished, leaving Danzo alone in the secret chamber. The position of Hokage was rightfully mine. Hiruzen is dead, this is destiny. He clenched his right fist tightly, the bandages on his arm seeping a dark crimson. Konoha requires absolute control, not feeble democracy. Danzo approached the wall, where nothing was present, and gazed at the cold stone surface. Memories of Senju Tobarama flooded his mind. Tobarama-sensei, you were mistaken. Konoha does not require a balance of light and darkness, but absolute dominion. Weakness only brings ruin, just like the Uchiha, just like Hiruzen. After tomorrow, Konoha will usher in a new era, an era ruled by Root. He had already reached a point of no return. If certain matters remained concealed, he still had a chance to become Hokage through legitimate means. He could afford patience. He could willingly continue to lurk in the shadows. Otherwise, all hope would be lost. Root was originally a branch of the Anbu, merely a subdivision. The reason Hiruzen Sarutobi tolerated him was not solely due to Tobarama's theory of yin-yang balance or the camaraderie between Hiruzen and himself. The most crucial reason was that the Anbu, or rather Hiruzen, held some of the mission scrolls Root had executed since its inception. Though not all, a slight investigation could convict Danzo based on subtle clues. He simply could not withstand scrutiny. On the second floor of the foreign guest inn, Kagami Shin sat by the window. Raindrops tapped against the glass, and outside, the streets of Konoha lay shrouded in a gray, misty rain. Kagami gazed out, appreciating the pervasive unease, sorrow, and anger enveloping Konoha, as well as the distant ruins shattered by the tailed beast bomb unleashed by the one-tail, Shikaku. Danzo should have received the gift by now. He ought to like it, Kagami reflected. As a time traveler, he knew Danzo's weak point. An old man obsessed with fame and fortune. Once that sliver of hope within Danzo's heart was shattered by certain means, he would be engulfed entirely by darkness. Next, Kagami's index finger lightly tapped the table, his calm yet somewhat cruel black eyes slowly turning to focus on the chessboard before him. The three moves Danzo might make. First, confront Kagami directly. Kagami was unafraid. Konoha would not offend Iwagakure over a high-ranking official who had done evil. He could claim self-defense and engage in a friendly spar with the solitary elder. Of course, friendship second, competition first. Second, Danzo could bare his fangs at Konoha, making an irrevocable choice. Even better, Kagami could not only eliminate Danzo but also demand an additional commission from Konoha. Business, nothing personal. Third, Danzo might endure further. In that case, Kagami had to admit, he was impressive. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded, hesitant in tone. Kagami opened the door to find a blonde girl standing there. Ino Yamanaka held a closed pale purple paper umbrella. Raindrops slid from its edges. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, a few strands dampened by rain clinging to her cheeks. They exchanged glances. Surprised? Ino smiled softly. Kagami's mind raced. First, Ino coming at this hour must have been with the tacit approval of the Yamanaka clan leader. What was Yamanaka Ino's father thinking? Second, Ino's visit might draw Danzo's attention, who was cornered and desperate, possibly noticing her close relationship with Kagami and harboring sinister intentions. He needed to prepare protective measures for her in advance. Danzo was a man of cunning means. He was no match for Kagami Uchiha Kyoshin Ino. Kagami invited her inside and leisurely brewed a pot of tea. During this time, Ino used Kagami's towel to dry her wet blonde hair. They then sat down and poured tea for each other. Ino held up two slender fingers, getting straight to the point. Two matters. Today, at the Hokage building meeting, my father returned with a sullen expression. He said the Yuki clan leader publicly accused advisor Danzo, listing many terrifying allegations. Ino raised her head, her verdant eyes locking onto Kagami's. Father asked me to inquire, are those intelligence reports the ones you gave Niji? Sending your own daughter to probe their veracity? SNT that like sending a lamb into the tiger's den? Kagami nodded, of course. Ino did not ask why. She was indifferent herself, but proceeded to the second matter, also that old man named Danzo might be a problem. Father noticed this after the other party left and raised it. Then, after analysis by the Nara clan leader, they feared Danzo might flee out of guilt or commit even more reckless acts. To ensure 100% safety, Advisor Sama wants to hire you again, just in case of emergencies. This was exactly what Kagami wanted. He agreed immediately. Very well. Ino exhaled. That's the serious business out of the way. She visibly relaxed, her body loosening, and the contours of her fair skin appeared softer. Kagami and Ino both grasped the hem of the dress she had painstakingly chosen for more than half an hour, worry creasing their brows. I feel you're in danger. Maybe you should leave. Though Kagami was strong, this was indeed perilous. Kagami gently shook his head, conveying his resolve. Then you must be careful. Ino's voice grew tense. Father said Konoha owes the Uchiha an apology, and you, Kagami, are one of the few who can still hear it. There was no sorrow in Kagami's tone. The Uchiha need justice, the unveiling of the concealed truths of history. Don't worry about me, Ino. He smiled faintly. I'm quite fond of my life. Ino hummed softly but remained uneasy. She stood and excused herself, turning to leave. Suddenly, Kagami grasped her hand. Ino's delicate body trembled. Don't you have something else to tell me? Kagami asked. A rosy blush quickly spread across Ino's cheeks. Probably not. Her mood dipped. Even if I said, you'd definitely refuse. The gap between them was indeed too vast. Kagami released her hand and countered. How do you know I'd refuse if you don't say it? Ino's eyes brightened as she sat back down. Would you marry me? Maybe in a few years? Or start with a date? Kagami shook his head. Huh? I'm upset now. Ino crossed her arms and turned away, pouting. Kagami said to her. Wait until I've handled all these matters. Right now, one of us is an IWA ninja, the other a Konoha shinobi. Besides, I carry the burden of the Uchiha clan's legacy. Danzo is merely the first target Itachi, Obito. Eventually, this will lead to the Akatsuki. By then, I might live a secluded life. Kagami pondered silently. Ino smiled. Just the two of us? No response. And that Kuratsuchi? Still no reply. Could it be that red-haired Uzumaki clan member? How greedy. Hey, that can't be possible, right? Haha, you've made me laugh with anger. I'm really about to lose my temper. Kyoshin set down her teacup and chuckled. Indeed, quite adorable. Ino's heart fluttered with a mix of shyness and happiness. Fearing she might lose composure, she stood up, preparing to leave. I'll be going first. Come back soon. All right then. Tonight you're not leaving. Huh? SNT that too soon? Well, it's not impossible, Kyoshin said with a wry smile, watching Ino's hesitant demeanor, then proceeded to reveal part of her plan. After hearing it, Ino immediately gazed out into the dark window, a tinge of fear creeping in. That guy, he probably won't be okay, right? I'll trust you. In some respects, her resolve was indeed somewhat fragile. At that moment, voices from downstairs drifted up. Although I'm feeling quite heartbroken now. Just thinking about seeing Kyoshin eases the pain a little. Why did you have to come at this hour? I'm so exhausted. Sakura, are you tired? Then you should head back first. Idiot. I want to see the truth Sasuke seeks. Inside the house, Kyoshin and Ino exchanged a glance. It was Team 7. Ino composed herself meticulously, adjusting her posture and emotions, anxious to conceal any clues. Kyoshin rose to greet the three. Soon, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno were invited inside by Kyoshin. Suddenly, Kyoshin felt a weight upon her shoulder. Naruto leapt up directly, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, Kyoshin, we meet again. I knew you wouldn't just die so easily. Kyoshin sighed and lifted Naruto off her shoulder. Why are you still so reckless? He noticed Ino and Sakura simultaneously avoid his gaze. The two girls exchanged a look. Sakura Haruno raised an eyebrow at Ino. Both tacitly suppressed the slight upward curve of their lips. Kyoshin's brow twitched slightly. This world even had Fujoshi. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Kyoshin. Kyoshin, tell us about your experiences. You're so mysterious and cool now. Far better than that arrogant Sasuke. We'll talk about that later, Sasuke interjected. Stepping in front of Naruto, eyes narrowed as he addressed Kyoshin. I want to know the truth. No wonder Sasuke didn't have many genuine friends around him. Is that how you ask someone? Kyoshin glanced at the three members of Team 7. Well, I still have some rather tricky matters to handle. You should head back for now. Huh? He wasn't like this before. Kyoshin, are you facing some difficulties? Sakura approached curiously. Tell us and we'll solve it together, just like before. Aren't we friends? Kyoshin smiled faintly. Then, would you be willing to assist me when I face off against a dozen Jonin and a Kage? Ahem. Ahem. Sakura quickly grabbed Naruto and Sasuke, urging them to leave. Let us go back first. Sakura, what are you doing? We absolutely can't abandon Kyoshin. Naruto shook off Sakura, turning back to Kyoshin. Is someone bullying you? Don't worry, Kyoshin. I will definitely seek justice for you. He raised his hand to wipe his nose proudly. I just met a super powerful ninja, although a bit reckless and very lecherous. Kyoshin gazed at Naruto with a touch of emotion. It had to be the protagonists from the original story, never giving up or abandoning their comrades, willing to face even the greatest hardships together. If Sasuke had confided in Naruto in the original tale, Naruto would have surely devised a way to deal with Itachi Uchiha alongside him. He would have been there too. Kyoshin patted Naruto's shoulder. In any case, your current mission is to protect yourself and stay as close as possible to that guy. With Jiraiya by Naruto's side, Danzo wouldn't dare lay a finger on him. Naruto hesitated, then made up his mind, asking eagerly, Kyoshin, you'll come back to Konoha, right? Kyoshin looked at Naruto calmly. Naruto was adept at empathy and immediately realized he had spoken out of turn. In the most dangerous and difficult times, it was Iwagakure that had given Kyoshin everything. If Kyoshin betrayed Iwagakure, could she still be considered a person? Unable to contain himself any longer, Sasuke interrupted as their casual chat ended. At least give me a complete answer. The culprits behind the clan's annihilation night. Kyoshin did not hide the truth. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen was already deceased. Itachi was already known to Sasuke. Obito Uchiha was unheard of. Shimura Danzo left no impression. Sasuke instinctively clenched his fist, realizing how little he truly knew of the truth. But one thing was certain, to avenge, one must possess formidable strength, just like Kyoshin. Thank you, Sasuke said calmly before turning away. Naruto waved at Kyoshin. Be careful, Kyoshin. Sakura sighed. Kyoshin's progress is too fast, we can't help at all. Then we won't cause any trouble. Within the Pure Land, the atmosphere was heavy. The several Kage who had witnessed the entire sequence of events wore stern expressions, solemnly watching a screen where Danzo was about to offer an explanation. On the screen, Konoha's advisors, elders, clan heads, Jonin representatives, and Jiraiya gathered. Danzo was entering the meeting room, his aged face cold and expressionless. The meeting room concealed deadly intent. Raza bristled with every hair standing on end. His tiger-like body trembled as he said, "Suddenly, I feel a terrifying chakra approaching me. Second Hokage, your ninjutsu is truly miraculous," sensing the auras of shinobi across the world. Tobirama crossed his arms, eyes narrowed, glancing sideways toward the rear of the Pure Land. "I don't have that ability for now." Prompted by his words, Hashirama, Minato, and Raza also looked behind. A figure was slowly drifting in. That chakra, that attire, oh? Hashirama's eyes lit up, finally smiling. "It's Madara. I didn't expect to see you again. This is wonderful." Madara's expression was much like Sasuke's upon seeing Naruto, Obito upon seeing Kakashi, or Kakashi upon seeing Might Guy. Even in death, he used shadowy ninjutsu to observe the shinobi world. Though they were roughly at the same altitude, Madara seemed to look down on Tobirama, his tone dripping with disdain. Madara had been comfortably residing in the Pure Land until recently noticing a peculiar chakra flow, or perhaps a ninjutsu he had never encountered before. So he came to investigate, only to meet this group. "Bad luck," Madara muttered coldly, turning to leave. "Madara!" Hashirama leapt onto him. "Don't go, since we're all dead. Isn't it nice to gather and chat?" Impatiently, Madara shrugged Hashirama off, his brow twitching. Hashirama excitedly said, "Look, we still have this to watch. You're so lonely all by yourself. And there's something you'll definitely be interested in." Madara replied coldly, "Hashirama, don't you understand? I no longer have any feelings for you or Konoha." He noticed most of the content on the screen concerned Konoha, so he had no intention of lingering. However, Hashirama grinned and said, "Your Uchiha clan has a remarkable youngster." "A remarkable youngster? Uchiha?" Madara frowned. "Could it be Obito?" "According to the plan, Obito should be collecting the tailed beasts. According to the strength ranking of the tailed beasts, Konoha's Ninetails should have been Nagato's responsibility. So, why was Obito brought to Konoha?" Madara's interest was piqued. He paused to observe the luminous screen that had captured their attention. There was no sign of Obito, nor even any trace of a tailed beast. Could it be that this was not Uchiha Obito after all? Meanwhile, in the shinobi world, within Konoha, inside the Hokage's office chamber, a dense throng of root operatives surged in from all directions. The barrier rose, enveloping the Hokage's office. It was still the familiar four-purple flame formation. Advisor Mizukado Inu remained impassive, resting his chin on his crossed hands, his sharp gaze fixed on Danzo. The four-purple flame formation, that is the barrier Orochimaru used to seal off the Chunin exam site. "How is it that you, Danzo, possess the knowledge to employ it as well?" Hizashi spoke deliberately, lifting his teacup to sip. "This alone proves that he indeed has ties to Orochimaru." Danzo glared at Hizashi with a hostile glare, grinding his teeth as he demanded, "Why do you single me out? Why slander me?" "Slander?" Hizashi, as head of the clan, exuded undeniable authority. "Please, Lord Danzo, do explain yourself." Danzo's anger boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. "I can tolerate other accusations, but regarding the Hyuga clan, on the night Hizashi sacrificed himself, I, like you all, was prepared for war. It was Hiruzen and the advisors who made the final decision. Your Hyuga's enemy from the beginning was Hiruzen and the advisors. Ever since becoming Konoha's shadow, Shimura Danzo had spent a lifetime accusing others falsely. This was the first time he had been falsely accused himself. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? Hizashi's breath faltered, and Niji's face flashed through his mind. No, Hizashi had given Niji the letter to read, and from his demeanor, Niji no longer seemed hostile toward the main family. More importantly, Niji was his own nephew. Enough. At this point, there was nothing left to say. Danzo sneered coldly. "Haven't you detected a hint of something amiss?" The crowd was startled, hastily mobilizing their chakra, but found their chakra utterly unresponsive. This was not the power of a seal. It was more like paralysis. Mizukado Inu tried to lift his arm but was met only with numbness. "Danzo, what have you done?" Danzo strode to the depths of the chamber and seated himself in the place belonging to Sarutobi Hiruzen, stroking the armrest. Paralytic gas. It won't kill you, only temporarily seals your chakra flow. Beneath each root operative's mask, a faint sealing jutsu flickers, filtering the poison gas. I have implanted Hashirama cells within myself, so I am almost unaffected. Hiruzen was mistaken. He always sought to resolve matters gently. And the result? He chuckled darkly. What Konoha needs is an iron fist, absolute power. From this day forth, Konoha will be under my control. You may choose to cooperate or resist. Should you resist? A cold gleam flashed in Danzo's single eye. I do not mind emulating Kirigakure village and ruling through bloodshed. No sooner had the words fallen than Jiraiya emerged from the shadows, his expression grim. Two aged toads perched on his shoulders. Fukasaku and Shima, the Sannin. Jiraiya's face was impassive, his gaze piercing. Advisor Danzo, your speech was truly spectacular. Danzo replied calmly, Jiraiya, even you cannot alter the situation. My strength now is the greatest in the shinobi world. Suddenly, Mizukado Inu spoke up. Then what of Uchiha Kagami? The next moment, a deafening shattering sound erupted outside the Hokage's office. The four purple flame formations surrounding the building trembled violently. Crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the purple barrier, rapidly extending. Mizukado Inu observed calmly. The strength of this four purple flame formation seems inferior to that which Orochimaru set up during the Chunin exam. Through the fractured roof, the assembled saw a colossal white giant materialized from Chakra. Clad in heavy armor, it wielded a massive white sword. The giant sword was formed by compressed dust release barriers, emitting an eerie black radiance that decomposed even the air itself. Kagami's figure stood within Susanoo, his three Tomo Sharingan eyes gazing down upon Danzo. The paralytic effect of the poison gas lessened, and the ninjas inside the chamber supported one another as they retreated. Root operatives rapidly assembled. Over 30 elite shinobi surrounded Jiraiya and Kagami. Danzo tore off the bandage from his right arm, revealing a dense array of Sharingan eyes. Kill. The root operatives struck in unison. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags rained down like a torrential storm. Jiraiya clapped his hands together. Sage art. 1,000 needles. His white hair transformed into countless sharp needles that shot forth, colliding with the weapon's midair and erupting into an unending cascade of sparks. Susanoo brandished the dust release sword. Everything it touched was pulverized into dust. The number of root operatives rapidly dwindled. They barely had time to scream before their bodies dissolved at the molecular level. The speed of killing was indeed swift, but for some reason, Susanoo's movements were broad and sweeping, the aftershocks utterly catastrophic. Within a few short rounds, the Hokage's office was reduced to ruins, with debris strewn for over 100 meters around. Danzo's pupils contracted. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. A high-pressure wind ball shot from his mouth, aimed directly at Susanoo's chest. Kagami controlled Susanoo's sword to cleave the wind sphere in two, dispersing the energy laterally. The shockwave struck the Hokage rock behind, sending stones raining like a downpour. A surge of fear rose within Danzo. He leaped back while forming hand seals. Summoning jutsu, a cloud of smoke erupted. A colossal dream taper appeared on the battlefield, opening its massive jaws to create a terrifying suction. Rubble, debris, and even fallen ninja corpses were drawn into its maw. The ground beneath Jiraiya began to crack, and his form was uncontrollably displaced. Fukasaku shouted, Young Jiraiya, use that technique. Jiraiya clasped his hands together once more. Sage art. Gomen. He spat oil from his mouth. Fukasaku exhaled fire, and Shima blew wind. The wind fanned the flames. The fire scorched the oil. The fiery tornado surged toward the dream taper. The sage art's power vast in scale. The taper could not fully absorb the flames. Its body soaked in burning oil, emitting a deafening roar. Kagami remained unital. Susanoo raised the dust release sword again, the white light on the blade growing ever more brilliant. Danzo looked upward, his single eye fixated on the giant in the sky, one of the three Tomo Sharingan on his right arm beginning to rotate. The dust release sword slashed downward. The white light blade, imbued with the power to decompose all it touched, cut toward Danzo. Danzo neither dodged nor avoided. The blade engulfed him. The ground was cleaved by a trench several meters deep, extending over 30 meters. Dust billowed into the sky. Once the dust settled, only a deep crater remained. But in the next instant, Danzo appeared unharmed 10 meters away, one Sharingan on his right arm dimmed. It was Izanagi. Kagami's expression was unreadable as Susanoo raised its sword once more. Danzo swiftly formed hand seals, Wind release. Vacuum consecutive waves. Dozens of high-pressure wind blades shot forth in a fan shape. Each blade could slice through steel. The wind blades struck Susanu's armor, leaving barely perceptible cracks on the white surface that instantly healed. Kagami's ocular power far surpassed that of an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. The collision's shockwave sent surrounding root operatives flying. Danzo was once again swallowed by the dust-release sword. Jiraiya fought against the root elite. Within a mere 10 seconds, fewer than 10 root operatives remained standing. The Sharingan on Danzo's right arm closed its two eyes once again, still stubbornly resisting. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Boom! The deafening gust slammed into Susanu's chest. It was a more powerful ninjutsu, yet not even a crack appeared on Susanu's armor. For, at some unknown moment, the three tomo in Kagami's eyes had transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. The Arishin was activated. Danzo's body shattered into fragments almost in the blink of an eye. However, after a short while, he emerged once more from the shadows. Danzo wore a stoic, weathered expression. It seems I must stall until your chakra is completely exhausted. Kagami crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at the once bustling heart of Konoha, now utterly devastated. The effect was sufficient. To deliberately amplify the aftershock further might arouse suspicion and jeopardize obtaining the sealing scroll. Susanu's height began to diminish, and Kagami spoke to Danzo. Then you may try to shatter the third form. Excited by the shrinking stature, Danzo trembled all over, his gaze brimming with insatiable greed. Susanu, dust release, an immense reservoir of chakra, Mangekyo Sharingan, and above all else, he was only 12 years old. Danzo raised his trembling hand, peeling away the bandages that wrapped his right eye, revealing the crimson, eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. The two locked eyes. Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly within Danzo's gaze, bloodshot and frenzied, maddened and covetous. Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan remained serene and rational, seemingly oblivious to the Kodo Amatsukami. Kodo Amatsukami. Blood surged fiercely within Danzo as he unleashed the genjutsu hailed as the strongest. Kodo Amatsukami. This technique could disrupt the opponent's self-awareness, allowing the caster to manipulate them unconsciously, even overriding the restraints of the reanimation jutsu. Known as the Eye of Will Domination, it transformed those seen by the caster into puppets under their control. It worked. Danzo's chest heaved. Ha ha ha. As expected. As expected. The Uchiha are all arrogant and prideful. Once they gain power, they look down on everything. Now, Danzo issued a direct command to Kagami. Go kill Jiraiya. The surroundings shifted. Where was this place? Danzo looked around in astonishment. An eerie crimson world. Silent. Above hung a colossal Mangekyo Sharingan like a full moon. It bore Shusui's pattern. Bright, uncanny, extreme, divine. But why was it uncontrolled? Wasn't he curious? Why was Shusui's eye powerless? Kagami's figure appeared in the high air, leaning against the Eye of Will Domination that resembled a godly eye. Uchiha Kagami. Danzo gritted his teeth. Words squeezed through clenched teeth. Why does Kodo Amatsukami have no effect on you? A slow smirk curved Kagami's lips, a trace of mockery appearing within the simple circular pattern of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Just teasing you. Who would willingly reveal their abilities? Danzo was mocked, his face flushing red and pale in turn. Though agitated, the habits of a seasoned shinobi compelled him to analyze uncontrollably within his mind. Kagami had once wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo had wasted a 3-tomo Sharingan to activate Izanagi, a technique that could return all damage inflicted upon the user. That was likely one of Kagami's Mangekyo abilities. Then this ability to ignore Kodo Amatsukami must be another. Stop wasting brain cells. This is indeed the mental realm of the genjutsu Kodo Amatsukami, but it belongs to me. Danzo's scalp tingled violently. Your Mangekyo ability can even reflect the strongest genjutsu? Kagami showed no interest in answering Danzo's question, instead smiling. Then, let us talk about what kind of person you wish to become. Danzo remained silent, slowly raising his hand to pull open his robe, revealing a strange sealing technique. You're truly boring. Don't you have any last words? Perhaps due to being in the spiritual world, the flow of time differed from the outside. During the battle, Kagami spoke more than usual. After all, he was inherently a dull person, or rather, an extreme pragmatist who didn't even bother to shout out ninjutsu names. The moon-like Mangekyo in the high air rotated slowly, locking on to Danzo. Danzo's movements halted, his eyes glazing over. In reality, Danzo, who had activated Kodo Amatsukami, stood motionless, while Kagami cancelled his Susanoo. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed immensely useful. This eye was called the Eye of the Mind's Reflection, Upon awakening, it bestowed two powerful abilities based on the user's current psychological state. Shursui, unable to comprehend the Uchiha or Konoha's leadership, awakened the Kodo Amatsukami, capable of altering wills. Itachi, enraged by his powerlessness to change everything, gained the destructive Amaterasu and the moonlit Jinjutsu he controlled. Sasuke, manipulated his entire life, deceived and disregarded, awakened the Amaterasu that could destroy all and the controlling Kagetsuchi. Obito, unable to accept Rin's death, created the Kamui space to escape reality. As for Kagami, he had not experienced intense emotional upheavals, only a gradual enhancement of his potential by the system. In both past and present lives, Kagami lacked security. Afraid to argue with his boss for fear of being fired. Afraid of becoming the worthless person spoken of by his elders, yet forcing himself to strive. He wanted to resist all this but had no means to start. Living in a perilous world, fearing death at any moment, he had to consider everything, devising schemes solely for steady growth. Thus came the left IS Mangekyo ability, Erishin, which reflected all damage back, and the right IS ability, False Susanoo, which could be observed and touched but froze the user's state, rendering the body utterly impervious to any force. Erishin and False Susanoo worked in tandem. No matter how powerful the enemy, even those of godlike strength in the post-Hokage era, unless the combination was broken at the rule level, Kagami could stand a chance in battle. Awakening these two abilities was no accident. With the system's linear potential, Kagami could roughly predict the timing to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan and then, by adjusting his mindset and thoughts, lock the acquired powers within a certain scope. One was Erishin, resisting the irresistible force. The other was the invincible False Susanoo. Even if given another chance, Kagami would awaken similar Mangekyo abilities. It was all premeditated. After canceling Susanoo, Kagami stood amidst the ruins, clenching his fist. A trace of weakness coursed through his body and mind, and his right eye throbbed with soreness. False Susanoo's effect was formidable, but its consumption was equally terrifying. The required ocular power was more than 30 times that of Erishin. Yet it mattered little. With the system's linear potential, Kagami's ocular power would ascend endlessly, allowing him to combine the two with greater ease. Kagami looked up toward Danzo not far away. That old, scruffy man lifted Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan from his eye and strode toward Kagami. Unperturbed, Kagami calmly withdrew a jar containing nutrient fluid from his ninja tool pouch, carefully storing Shursui's Mangekyo Sharingan. That will suffice, Kagami murmured, his gaze sweeping toward Jiraiya's direction. Jiraiya had already dealt with all the root ninjas. Two sage toads perched upon his shoulders as he swiftly closed in. Together with Kagami, they formed a pincer movement against Danzo. Danzo, it's over, Jiraiya intoned gravely. Danzo offered no response. Calmly, Kagami turned to Jiraiya and said, "Retreat." HM? Jiraiya was somewhat taken aback, sensing that Danzo's condition was far from normal. Kagami drew the ninja blade from his back, severed the portion of Danzo's body containing Hashirama cells, and retracted it. Then, invoking the art of light and heavy rock, he swiftly departed the scene. Danzo tore open his garments, revealing a sinister for symbols sealing technique inscribed on his body. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Sensing the danger, Jiraiya immediately withdrew. A black, spherical radiance rapidly expanded, engulfing and sealing everything in the vicinity. Afterwards, a circular, deep pit was left behind at the site. All returned to tranquility. The Konoha leadership, now detoxified, along with the clan elders and representatives of the Jonin, gathered together. Advisors Mito Gamen and Tsubaki Koharu approached Kagami. On behalf of Konoha, I offer my apologies to the Uchiha, Mito Gamen began. Kagami raised a hand to interrupt. At this stage, such words are of little use. What of the commission from Iwagakure and my remuneration? Mito Gamen sighed and glanced at Kakashi standing behind him. Kakashi approached and removed the scroll strapped to his back. This is a copy of the sealing scroll. Kagami fixed his gaze unwaveringly on Mito Gamen. I intend to transcribe a copy of the sealing scroll myself. The sealing scroll, a treasured Konoha relic, recorded perilous and powerful ninjutsu. Although they offered Kagami a copy, he harbored some mistrust. Well then, Mito Gamen relented. This is the promise Hashirama entrusted to Hiruzen regarding Iwagakure. It is witnessed by all and must be honored. The turmoil of the Chunin exams was thoroughly resolved. Konoha appeared to have regained its calm, yet some things were irrevocably changed. This matter could not remain hidden. Konoha's prestige had significantly diminished. During the Chunin exams, Anoichi, who had supported Hiruzen Sarutobi against 5 Kaga-level opponents, once again became renowned throughout the ninja world. The genin Uchiha Kagami, who had sealed Shikaku and slain Danzo, also rose to prominence. On Konoha's side, Jiraiya declined the position of Hokage and departed with Naruto Uzumaki to seek Tsunade. Having obtained the original sealing scroll and completed his transcription, Kagami collected his reward and his spoils of war, departing Konoha. No sooner had he left than a figure awaited him ahead. What shall be our next move? Neji stood alone within the dense forest outside Konoha, addressing Kagami as he slowly descended from the sky. Kagami replied, "No immediate plans. I need only to focus on strengthening my abilities." Neji slowly clenched his fist. "I will. But should I remain in Konoha?" From the looks of things, Kagami could bring him back to Iwagakure at any time if he wished. Yet the moment was not ripe. The threat of the Akatsuki lingered. Itachi and Tobi remained at large. Hostility toward Konoha now would be unwise. "We must first deal with Itachi, Tobi, and Akatsuki," Kagami said. "Then we can turn our attention to overthrowing all the ninja villages and daimyo capitals, starting with Konoha." Of course, Kagami nodded. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. We will need timely intelligence when our plan commences. Due to his experience as a time traveler, Kagami was intimately familiar with Konoha's workings. Yet the narrative had already diverged, necessitating internal allies. Neji, as a member of the Hyuga clan and possessor of the Byakugan, was an ideal intelligence asset. "I understand," Neji said calmly. Kagami inquired, "Regarding the solar eclipse incident?" "I have come to terms with it," Neji replied. He knew that the eclipse had nothing to do with Danzo. Kagami would not deceive his own comrades, but had framed Danzo to drive him to madness. What Kagami sought to understand was Neji's psychological state. The two then parted ways. Neji watched Kagami's departing figure, thinking, "I look forward to that day." "Very well. Let us begin inventorying our spoils." Within the Tsuchikage's office, Anoichi and Kagami, elder and youth, smiled broadly. This expedition to Konoha had yielded abundant rewards. The first prize, a copy of Konoha's sealing scroll. Kagami had personally transcribed it, even employing his Sharingan to ensure no errors or omissions. "I will have another copy transcribed for the archives," Anoichi said, stroking his chin. "Kagami, you must keep the other copy safe." Kagami nodded. Anoichi laughed heartily. "Excellent. Now, with the sealing scroll's copy, your abilities will become even more comprehensive." The second prize, a severed limb of the Fourth Hokage's reanimation body. At the time, Kagami had used sealing techniques to suppress a portion of Minato's chakra to enter the fourth flame formation. Anoichi and Kagami regarded the strange, volatile chakra on the table. Contained within is a portion of the In attribute Ninetails chakra, Kagami deduced. If cultivated, it could develop into another In attribute Ninetails. Anoichi was not well versed in this matter but never doubted Kagami's judgment. Kagami explained, "During the Ninetails attack on Konoha, the Fourth Hokage sacrificed himself, dividing the Ninetails into two halves, the In attribute sealed within himself, the Yang attribute sealed within his son, Naruto Uzumaki. Then who shall we choose?" Anoichi fixed his gaze on Kagami. Kagami smiled. "We can divide the In attribute Ninetails chakra into multiple portions and cultivate them simultaneously." Anoichi nodded slowly. "You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan and potent sealing techniques. I entrust this matter entirely to you. After all, these are your spoils." The tailed beasts were paramount. Never before had any Kage entrusted such power to a child of 12. Yet Anoichi regarded Kagami differently, having never treated him as a mere child based on past conduct. "Very well," Kagami said. "I intend to cultivate this chakra to a certain degree, then, using sealing techniques, transfer portions to others, enabling us to mass-produce Jinchuriki." "No." Anoichi's brows twitched wildly. No. The number must not be too great. You must be able to manage them." Anoichi was utterly confident in Kagami's ability to control the tailed beast power, but placing it with others introduced complications, as they lacked the capacity to suppress it. Though Kagami could strengthen the seals, he could not remain in the village indefinitely. Anoichi had discerned that Kagami was not one to idle. Moreover, each time Kagami departed, he often brought considerable gains to the village. Keeping him in to oversee a group of Jinchuriki would be tantamount to shackling Konoha's elite Jonin potential. "I understand." Kagami nodded. "Next is the Hashirama cells I extracted from Danzo. This is exceedingly dangerous. I have heard of Orochimaru and Danzo's deeds." Anoichi spoke cautiously. Kagami smiled faintly. "Thus, during the Chunin exams, I attempted to recruit Orochimaru." "Oh?" Anoichi's eyes brightened. "Progress?" Orochimaru was a dangerous element. But Anoichi knew that as long as Kagami was around, Orochimaru could not cause much disruption. Much like the previously unruly Deidara. Compared to before, The current Deidara has become remarkably more docile. Orochimaru's ambitions revolve around immortality and the power of the Uchiha clan. Kyoshin confided everything about Orochimaru to Inoki. Upon hearing this, Inoki nodded thoughtfully, remarking that such a person, provided he is shown the right path and given a suitable environment, could be considered for cooperation. If nothing unforeseen occurs, Orochimaru will reach out to you in due course. Kyoshin responded earnestly, I shall handle it with utmost caution when that time comes. Inoki nodded with satisfaction. The village will strive to accommodate his demands. After all, only his scientific expertise can reach the level required to study Hashirama's cells. And you just happen to need that very thing to counterbalance the adverse effects brought by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Over these years, Inoki's care for Kyoshin cannot be encapsulated in mere words. Naturally, he is well aware of certain matters concerning the Sharingan. The final spoil of war, Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. Kyoshin disclosed the incident involving the Kodo Amitsukami to Inoki. As expected, Inoki's brows furrowed deeply. This is a power 100 times more dangerous than a tailed beast. Kyoshin, you must safeguard it well. Under no circumstances should it fall into the hands of those with ill intent. Night had draped over Iwagakure, with a faint glow emanating from the Tsuchikage's office. Kyoshin exited the building and proceeded home along the familiar path. Halfway there, a petite figure dashed out from around the corner. Karen, dressed in light-colored loungewear, her crimson hair gently swaying in the night breeze, stopped before Kyoshin. Brother Kentaro, she said, Mother heard you had returned and specially prepared a meal. She asked me to invite you over. Kyoshin met Karen's eager gaze and nodded. All right, I happen to have something to discuss with you as well. The two returned to Karen's home. Warm light spilled from the stone house's windows, and the aroma of food permeated the air. Chika emerged upon hearing footsteps, dressed in a plain apron, her deep red hair tied neatly at the back, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Lord Kentaro, welcome home, she said softly, holding a plate of food. I heard you just returned from Konoha. It must have been exhausting. Kyoshin replied, it was manageable. All matters have been settled. The three gathered around the table. Chika ladled a bowl of soup for Kyoshin. These ingredients were gathered from near the village. The flavor may not match the refinement of Konoha's cuisine. Kyoshin sipped the soup. The rich taste blossomed in his mouth. Delicious. I appreciate the trouble, Auntie. Please, Lord Kentaro, no need for such formalities. We are family, Chika said with a relieved smile as she began serving more food to Kyoshin. Karen kept her head lowered, occasionally stealing glances at Kyoshin. Simultaneously, next door to Kyoshin's residence lay Inoki's home. A bespectacled schedule recorder arrived. Kuratsuchi was still training in the field, leaving only Kuratsuchi's younger sibling, Kuratsuchi, at home. The recorder approached Kuratsuchi respectfully, presenting the schedule book. Lord Kuratsuchi, here is the Tsuchikage's itinerary for today. Kuratsuchi casually flipped through it. Father spent quite some time talking with Kyoshin today. The recorder adjusted his glasses, lowering his voice. Lord Kuratsuchi, there is something I wish to bring to your attention. Kuratsuchi looked at him. What is it? The recorder glanced around to ensure privacy. It concerns the items Kyoshin brought back from Konoha. I heard one of them is Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, possessing the ability called Kodo Amitsukami. It is said to permanently alter the will of others without their awareness. Kuratsuchi's expression grew grave. Permanently altering someone's will? The recorder nodded, yes. And it does not require eye contact. It can activate within a certain range. Such a power is exceedingly perilous. After a moment's thought, Kuratsuchi shook his head with a smile. A technique that can only be used once every 10 years. What is there to worry about? The recorder was taken aback. But Kuratsuchi returned the schedule book. By that time, he will have become Tsuchikage. Would the Tsuchikage find it necessary to employ Kodo Amitsukami on his own village as shinobi? Moreover, we know nothing about this power. If he had ill intentions, he would not have disclosed such information willingly. Patting the recorder's shoulder, Kuratsuchi assured him, rest easy. Father's trust in Kyoshin is not blind. That child is worthy of such confidence. After the meal, Kyoshin helped clear the dishes. The three sat in the living room sipping tea, casually chatting. Karen suddenly asked, Brother Kyoshin, what did you want to discuss with me? Kyoshin briefly explained, I intend to seal-tailed beast chakra within my body for cultivation. There is a particular method I am uncertain about and would like to test using your sensory abilities. Karen's face grew serious. I will give it my all. Kyoshin nodded, retrieving the severed limb of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, from a box. Holding the limb in one hand and pressing the other to his abdomen, Chakra flowed from his fingertips into the sealing jutsu inscribed on the limb. The jutsu glowed with a blue light and began to rotate slowly. Though the reanimation jutsu had long since been lifted, this portion of the Fourth body had not returned to the Pure Land because Kyoshin had sealed it himself. The sealing marks on the limb resembled an open door, from which a faint stream of dark red chakra seeped forth. It was the natured chakra of the Nine Tails, exuding a cold and ferocious aura. Kyoshin guided the dark red chakra, allowing it to flow gradually into his abdomen. He sensed a chilling, violent power. Within less than half a minute, the sealing was complete. Kyoshin exhaled deeply, feeling the transformation within his body, as the natured Nine Tails chakra rested quietly inside the 8 trigram seal. The next step would be to study how to cultivate this chakra. But before that, Kyoshin looked at Karen, who nodded resolutely. Their fingers intertwined as they closed their eyes, their consciousnesses immersing deeply. The surrounding scenery shifted. The spiritual forms of Kyoshin and Karen appeared within the sealed space. The ground was a vast expanse of gray clouds, the entire world somewhat somber yet extraordinarily stable. At the center stood a colossal iron cage. Kyoshin peered inside, nearly bursting into laughter. Inside the cage curled a formless mass of unconscious, natured Nine Tails chakra. Why did it seem amusing? It was as if a small dog's owner had bought a cage without checking the size, only to receive one hundreds of times larger than the dog. This chakra lacked self-awareness, perhaps because it was not the original body or because the chakra quantity was insufficient. Karen, I am about to conduct an experiment. Use your Mangekyo Sharingan S Kodo Amatsukami to sense the changes in the Nine Tails chakra and observe whether it can assimilate my chakra to increase its volume. Karen nodded. Understood. Kyoshin approached the iron cage and carefully summoned a trace of his chakra, bringing it close to the Nine Tails chakra. The dark red chakra exhibited slight ripples but smoothly absorbed Kyoshin's chakra into itself. After several seconds, Karen spoke, the Nine Tails chakra is assimilating your chakra, converting it into its own nourishment. Although the process is slow, it is indeed growing. Kyoshin smiled, relieved. Good. I thought it would be difficult, but it's going smoothly. He continued the previous procedure, carefully separating small amounts of his chakra and feeding them to the Nine Tails chakra. Alert me when it reaches the critical point. Understood, brother. Kyoshin persisted, providing only minute quantities each time. After several minutes, Karen announced, it's done. Brother's chakra reserves have already reached 35% of the Nine Tails total chakra. Its conversion efficiency has reached its utmost limit. Should his chakra increase any further, it will be suppressed, rendering it incapable of transformation. 35%? Kyoshin nodded in affirmation. Indeed. From now on, we shall feed according to this value. Thank you for your hard work, Karen. Karen's cheeks instantly flushed with a delicate rosy hue. It is my duty, brother. Kyoshin smiled softly and departed the sealing space with Karen. Pure Land. Minato Namikaze sat silently, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood beside him, his countenance grave. For they had witnessed everything through the luminous screen. Danzo's deeds, as well as Naruto Uzumaki's trials. Hiruzen bowed his head. This is all my fault. It is my failing. Minato shook his head reassuringly. Third Hokage, you have done more than enough. At least Naruto still has friends, and Kakashi is taking care of him. I have faith that Naruto will overcome these hardships, for he is my son. His smile was warm, yet his eyes concealed a well of pain. As a father, only he understood the anguish of hearing that his son had suffered thus. Minato shifted the subject. That child named Kyoshin will become very powerful in the future. Are we truly certain it is safe to let him take the replica of the sealing scroll? Hiruzen bowed his head once more. That too is my fault. Hashirama Senju asked with curiosity, what problems could there possibly be? Tobirama Senju's expression was stern as he warned, brother, at present, Konoha has no ninja capable of defeating that individual. Hashirama was unconcerned. What issue could arise? I can see that he is greatly admired among his peers. No matter how wicked a person he may be, he cannot be that bad. At worst, the center of the ninja world will shift from Konoha to Iwagakure. The passage of eras is inevitable. Our original intention was to build a peaceful village, not one that remains the strongest forever. Minato pondered earnestly. It is only the Uchiha affair that could cause him great harm. If he harbors resentment toward Konoha, the mildest consequence would be the eradication of everyone involved in the operation. One might even say the entire upper echelon of Konoha's leadership who are privy to the truth would be. Hiruzen bowed his head a third time. That too is my fault. Tobirama glanced at Hiruzen but refrained from reproach. Hiruzen muttered, indecisiveness and unworthiness in one's later years. Danzo Shimura interjected, not to mention, A half-hearted man occupying a high position has plagued the village for so many years, leading countless prodigies to perish or depart. At the mere thought of Danzo Shimura, Tobirama's chest seemed to swell with restrained fury. The Uchiha are Konoha's sharpest blade, Tobirama implied, a double-edged sword that requires a proper sheath. But Danzo interpreted this as the blade must be destroyed. Along with the loquacious Mito Uzumaki and Konohamaru Sarutobi, this Konoha F4 had brought disgrace upon the educational world. Madara Uchiha's voice came cautiously. Does that fellow have siblings? Hiruzen shook his head. No, the Uchiha clan is now only him, Sasuke, and Itachi. Madara exhaled in relief, though a trace of disappointment lingered within him. Relief came from the realization that Kyoshin's ambition to surpass Obito and become a threat to him was perhaps a difficult feat. Disappointment stemmed primarily from Madara's feelings toward the Uchiha clan. Kyoshin was a prodigy of the Uchiha, but he possessed no ticket to ascend to the realm of the Supreme. Madara admitted that upon witnessing Kyoshin's performance, he had indeed felt a surge of anxiety. That Obito fellow might not necessarily have a guaranteed victory. Truly, the youth are formidable, Madara said lightly. He does possess the potential to contend with Hashirama and me, yet fate decrees he cannot reach that pinnacle. Hashirama laughed heartily. I believe he is unlike ordinary Uchiha. Calm, rational, kind, these are the qualities of a true strong one. His future will surely surpass both you and me, Madara. Care to place a wager? Since I have nothing better to do, and Tobirama needs to observe the ninja world through his techniques. Let us wait and see, Madara replied coolly. A sizzling sound, one that should not exist in the Pure Land, echoed. All eyes turned toward Minato. Minato lowered his gaze to his gradually regenerating arm, his expression shifting subtly. Tobirama was the first to sense trouble. What is happening? The voice of the Ina tribute Ninetales emanated through Minato's body, filled with anger and anxiety. That brat has stolen my chakra. Hashirama sighed in relief. What are you worried about, Ninetales? Don't be so tense. Humph. What do you know? The Ninetales retorted excitedly. My total chakra remains unchanged, but since I am now in the Pure Land, the chakra separated to the ninja world possesses autonomous growth capability. If that brat discovers this, that chakra will eventually grow to match mine. No, surpass mine by 30% in strength. Because here you lack chakra. I cannot grow through fusion. At that point I will become a mere clone. Minato, Tobirama, and Hiruzen instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Rosa lowered his presence, aware that this matter was partly his responsibility and dared not act rashly. Madara stood nearby, arms crossed, clearly relishing the chaos. Hashirama showed no particular reaction, merely uttering a faint "oh." Yet at this moment, another unexpected event occurred. A soul drifted from afar. That visage, that expression, Danzo Shimura. Tobirama's eyes narrowed slightly. Well now, you still have the audacity to show your face before me. Minato rose swiftly, fixing Danzo with a piercing gaze. Originally curious about the nature of the luminous screens here, they had come to inspect, only to find Danzo among the former Hokage, Konoha Hidden Village, Hokage Tower. Mito Uzumaki, Jiraiya, the village currently needs a Hokage, and you are the most suitable candidate. I am not fit to be Hokage. I am too carefree, and I have more important matters to attend to. Jiraiya replied. I will go find Tsunade. She is the one truly fit to be Hokage. Mito frowned. Can you find her? Jiraiya nodded. I know where she is. Just give me some time. Leaving the Hokage Tower, Jiraiya found Naruto. He sat alone on a bench, head bowed, his golden hair limp and listless. Lately, he had been despondent, speaking little and smiling even less. Jiraiya approached and tapped his shoulder. Kid, what is wrong? This isn't like you at all. Naruto lifted his head, his blue eyes shadowed. Perverted sage, Kyoshin he still could not forget Kyoshin. For Kyoshin was his best friend, the first to truly acknowledge him and willingly befriend him. Jiraiya sat down beside him on the swing. Everyone has their own path to walk, Naruto. Kyoshin chose his path and you must choose yours. The most important thing is that you remain friends. Even if you cannot meet, that bond will never change. Tsunade's face flashed through Jiraiya's mind. Even Orochimaru's. Isn't your dream to become Hokage? If you become Hokage, you will have the power to effect change. You can alter the village's rules so that incidents like Kyoshin's never happen again. Perhaps then you might meet once more. Naruto's eyes brightened. Jiraiya smiled. Then come with me. We shall go find Tsunade. Along the way I can teach you new jutsu. Naruto sprang up from the swing, brimming with enthusiasm. All right, let us set off. At the same moment, in a secluded corner of Konoha, Kisame's shark-like head appeared particularly menacing under the moonlight, his 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth opening and closing. Mr. Itachi, the intelligence-gathering mission has concluded. Now you can rest assured. Opposite him stood Itachi, his face haggard and worn. His eyes were bloodshot from years of sleeplessness, dark circles and bags shadowing their weary gaze. Ever since the failed pursuit of Uchiha Kagami, the words "I will complete the mission for you" echoed incessantly in his mind. Itachi had long been acutely aware of Kagami's terrifying potential, far surpassing his own. Now, that grim truth had been confirmed. Kagami had shown brilliantly during the Chunin exams in Konoha. In his battle against the One-Tail, he had effortlessly sealed it away, earning the favor of Tsunagakure. When Inoki and Hiruzen Sarutobi found themselves in peril, Kagami had learned the Flying Thunder God technique on the spot, seamlessly entering the 4 purple flame formation. The Flying Thunder God technique, how could one possibly learn that in the midst of battle? It was utterly astounding. During the subsequent Danzo coup, Kagami had easily defeated the venerable Konoha Anbu leader, Danzo Shimura. What Itachi feared most was Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi knew that Danzo possessed Shusui's Mangekyo Sharingan, which granted the power of Kodo Amitsukami, a will-altering genjutsu with almost no activation conditions. Yet Kagami had fought Danzo with apparent ease. Itachi believed he himself could not have done the same. Fortunately, Kagami had spared Sasuke from harm. A trace of regret flickered in Itachi's eyes as Kagami's face surfaced in his mind. Perhaps, as Kagami had said, if they had only delayed a few more years, the outcome between the Uchiha and Konoha might have been different. Snapping back to reality, Itachi's voice was weak. "Let us go. I thought you might need some time to gather your thoughts, Mr. Itachi." Kisame smiled. "Then again, it makes sense. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is accompanying Jiraiya to seek out the 5th Hokage. We ought to act swiftly." The two proceeded toward the heart of Konoha, though Itachi seemed out of sorts. In recent years, Itachi had made several attempts to locate Kagami, but Kagami's expertise in counterintelligence was formidable. The closest Itachi had come was reaching the land of grass. Later, Kagami had revealed himself, disclosing his presence in Iwagakure. However, Itachi's search efforts had focused primarily on Kumogakure. Kagami had undoubtedly anticipated this, choosing Iwagakure precisely because of it. Once more, a wave of remorse welled up within Itachi. Kagami's brilliance was almost unnatural. If Kagami occupied his current position in Iwagakure's training grounds, beneath the blazing sun, Kagami lay on a stone bench shaded by a tree, clutching a set of notes he had compiled on the Flying Thunder God technique. These notes were based on Minato Namikaze's original explanations. The Flying Thunder God technique required mastery in 3 key areas. First, innate talent in sealing techniques. Second, spatial ninjutsu aptitude, akin to the user of storage scrolls Tenten. Third, a keen sensory ability, comparable to Karui's Kagura Shingon. Simply put, the Flying Thunder God technique relies on inscribing marks through sealing jutsu, using sensory talent to lock onto the mark's location, and combining spatial ninjutsu with exceptional chakra control precision to create an Ultra S rank support ninjutsu. Among these, sensory and spatial talents were paramount. The farther the sensory range, the greater the distance over which one could detect Flying Thunder God marks. The stronger the spatial aptitude, the shorter the preparation time for activating the technique. Kagami sat up and raised his hand to form a seal. A multitude of shadow clones appeared across the training ground. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. A knock sounded at the door. Kagami opened it to find Shirai standing outside. His features were delicate and gentle, making it difficult to imagine he was a youth. "Lord Kagami, the Tsuchikage requests your presence." "I understand." Kagami smiled faintly at him. "Are you accustomed to living here?" "Fairly well. Everyone is very kind." Shirai's lips curved slightly. "And it's very convenient to write letters to Mr. Zabuza here." Kagami nodded. "That's good. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask." "Thank you, Lord Kagami." Shirai bowed slightly. "I will now proceed to complete the training assigned by the Tsuchikage." Kagami watched him depart before heading to the Tsuchikage's office. Inoki's brow was furrowed, as though pondering some weighty matter. Kagami knocked and entered, sitting opposite him. "Tsuchikage-sama, you summoned me?" Inoki's tone was measured. "Several events have transpired in Konoha these past days." He raised 2 fingers. "First, Jiraiya has declined the role of Hokage. Instead, he has brought back Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, to serve as Hokage." Kagami nodded. This news was expected. Inoki continued. "Second, Orochimaru has sent a letter." Kagami's gaze sharpened. Orochimaru initiating contact was no trivial matter. Inoki said, Sasuke Uchiha has defected from Konoha and seeks to join Orochimaru. However, because of your existence, Konoha now places great importance on the sole surviving Uchiha heir. They are likely to dispatch formidable shinobi to retrieve Sasuke. His tone grew serious. Orochimaru requests your assistance in bringing Sasuke to him. In return, he will grant you one condition. I wish to hear your thoughts. I will go. Kagami replied. This is a risk-free transaction. The world has underestimated the power of technology. Orochimaru's request represented an opportunity. Maintaining ties with Orochimaru was crucial, and Kagami was well aware of the might technology could wield. Securing a promise from Orochimaru was invaluable. In the original tale, the shinobi sent to retrieve Sasuke were merely genin from his generation, also among Kagami's close companions. However, the current situation was different. Kagami's demonstrated combat prowess had clearly made Konoha's upper echelons envious. They would likely send far stronger operatives to recover Sasuke. Inoki seemed to have anticipated Kagami's response. Very well. Exercise utmost caution and prioritize your own safety. A faint smile crossed Kagami's lips. I will proceed with care. Teacher. Inoki retrieved a scroll from his drawer. This contains the time and location mentioned in Orochimaru's letter. Kagami accepted the scroll and began to peruse it. Detailed times and places were listed, locations prearranged by Orochimaru for his subordinates. By the way, how progresses the Flying Thunder God technique? Inoki asked expectantly. This child never ceased to surpass his expectations. Kagami tucked away the mission scroll. Today, I will receive the first batch of custom-made kunai from the weapons shop. Inoki laughed heartily. As expected of the future of Iwagakure, the Flying Thunder God technique was the signature jutsu of the Fourth Hokage. His tone slowed, his pupils narrowing slightly. Even now, recalling that golden-haired youth still unsettled him. Although the pressure was not as great as that imposed by Madara, the young man's record was simply staggering. The four great shinobi villages, once home to prodigies of Minato Namake's era, had been nearly decimated. In any case, the Flying Thunder God technique now belonged to us. At the Valley of the End, the colossal statues of the First Hokage and Madara Uchiha stood on opposite banks of the river, silently witnessing the chaotic battlefield below. Orochimaru perched atop the head of the myriad serpents, his golden serpent eyes coldly surveying the scene ahead. Opposite him, Jiraiya and Tsunade stood side by side. The 12 young warriors of Konoha clashed with the 4 sound shinobi, Kabuto Yakushi, and Sasuke, dividing into several battlefronts, resulting in utter chaos. Dozens of Naruto clones surged from all directions toward Sasuke. In Sasuke's eyes, the tomo of his Sharingan spun, and the Chidori crackled sharply. A vivid azure lightning condensed in his hand, emitting a piercing shriek. Brandishing the Chidori, Sasuke confronted the Naruto clones. Bolts of lightning swept across, instantly shattering several clones into wisps of white smoke. Yet more clones pressed forward relentlessly, attempting to restrain Sasuke's movements. The original Naruto remained behind the clones, a brilliant blue chakra spiraling in his palm, forming a Rasengan. Seeing this, Sasuke locked onto Naruto's true position, his Sharingan spinning wildly. Both charged at each other simultaneously. Chidori and Rasengan collided fiercely. Blue-white lightning and the azure chakra orb burst forth a dazzling, blinding light. Water splashed everywhere, and the ground trembled violently. Elsewhere, Jiraiya spoke in a deep voice. Orochimaru, your ambitions end here. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Jiraiya, you're still so naive. With a flick of his hand, a dozen serpents poured out from his sleeves, transforming into a black torrent that surged forward. Jiraiya clasped his hands together. A massive fireball trailing blazing flames shot into the serpent swarm, detonating in a fiery explosion. Tsunade's feet shattered the earth beneath her as she leapt up, heading straight for Orochimaru. The writhing serpents narrowly evaded the strike. Inside the mass of serpents, a shudder of terror flickered. Almost died there. The battle had raged for over 10 minutes. Facing Jiraiya, Tsunade joined forces in attack. Even Orochimaru was beginning to falter. The 4 sound shinobi attempted to aid Orochimaru but were restrained by other Konoha warriors. Shikamaru, Niji, Rock Lee, and others were locked in fierce combat with Kidamaru and Jirobo. The clash of ninja tools, explosions, and shouts intertwined into a cacophony. The battlefield was engulfed in intense crossfire. Jiraiya's ninjutsu assaults were relentless. Tsunade's monstrous strength posed a grave threat. Though Orochimaru's serpents were formidable, under the coordinated attacks of Gamabunta and Katsuyu, they gradually lost ground. Orochimaru's expression turned cold. After being driven back again, he scrambled to his feet and leapt atop the serpent's head. Biting his thumb, He pressed it atop the serpent's head. The serpent howled thunderously, its massive body swelling abruptly, jaws opening to the limit. Formation of the 10,000 snakes. Countless venomous serpents spewed forth, blotting out the sky like a black tide, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Jiraiya's face changed as he and Tsunade retreated together, simultaneously sealing hand signs and slamming both hands onto the ground. Earth release. Yellow spring swamp. The ground softened and writhed, eventually forming a vast swamp. The dense serpents became trapped within, their mere sight causing shivers down the spine. Orochimaru seized this moment to catch his breath, turning his head to ask Kabuto below, "How's the support coming?" Kabuto, fending off attacks from Konoha shinobi, replied, "I've moved the time in the letter forward by 3 hours, but Konoha's movements are too swift. That guy might still be in the land of Earth." A flicker of anxiety crossed Orochimaru's eyes. The plan had gone awry severely. The formation of 10,000 snakes only temporarily forced back Jiraiya and Tsunade. At this rate, not only would Sasuke fail to be taken away, but Orochimaru himself might be left behind. His serpent eyes glanced at Sasuke. Sasuke fought fiercely against Naruto, both gasping for breath, yet neither willing to yield. "Sasuke? Why?" Orochimaru muttered. He withdrew his gaze and looked ahead. Tsunade and Jiraiya had regained their footing, seemingly preparing to launch another round of attacks. Orochimaru took a deep breath. "We must retreat for now and plan anew. Move out." At Orochimaru's command, the 4 sound shinobi and Kabuto exhaled in relief, covering Orochimaru's withdrawal. Sasuke was deeply besieged. The cursed seal of heaven's markings almost covered his entire body, terrifying mutations emerging. Naruto looked at this transformed Sasuke in disbelief, torn between pain and confusion. Sasuke stopped resisting. Seeing comrades gather around, Naruto relaxed and urged, "No matter what difficulties you face, we can all face them together. You have so many friends. There's no need to bear everything alone." Sasuke's face contorted fiercely. His gaze swept over the 12 young warriors of Konoha, then a figure flashed through his mind, Kagami. "No, if I stay in Konoha any longer, I'll be ruined." Before leaving Konoha for Iwagakure, Kagami had earned Inoki's favor and progressed rapidly. Sasuke believed his own efforts in training were no less than anyone's, except for that reckless, bushy-browed boy. Orochimaru had already been driven back. Naruto said to Sasuke, "Come back, Sasuke. No matter what difficulties you face, we will help you." Sasuke looked back toward Orochimaru's direction, then glared fiercely at Naruto. Still cheating at a time like this? Naruto and the others from Konoha exchanged puzzled glances. They turned their gaze toward the direction Orochimaru had just retreated and gasped sharply. There, they saw a familiar figure, handsome and refined, with neat black short hair and deep black eyes, a ninja sword slung diagonally across his back, his expression calm. Naruto swallowed hard and instinctively stepped back. "Kagami? This is trouble." Jiraiya's face hardened, even preparing to enter sage mode. Ino happily waved at Kagami. "I'm here. Over here." Kagami smiled and waved back. Sasuke's brow twitched. "Wasn't he Kagami coming to save me? Why is someone else stealing my lines?" Niji quietly retreated behind the others, closing his Byakugan. Kagami's arrival signified he also wanted Sasuke to go to Orochimaru. More importantly, it proved one thing. Sasuke's choice was correct. As for Konoha's losses? No. In an ideal society, the divisions of ninja villages would not exist. Konoha was one of the forces that he and Kagami must utterly eliminate to realize their ideals. The losses of a doomed faction at a certain historical stage were thus insignificant. Tsunade's lips curled into a faint smile upon seeing Kagami. "Well, little one, long time no see. Are you here to collect your debt?" Years ago, she had lost all her money on Short Scroll Street, forced to become a little girl to evade debts and beg for money. Then she met a generous boy who spared her and Shizune from sleeping on the streets again. Recently, seeing Kagami's photo, she deduced he was Uchiha Kagami, who had left Konoha and was detouring toward Iwagakure. Kagami's gaze shifted from Ino to Tsunade, the gentle expression immediately vanishing. "Then, let us settle the debt with Sasuke." Tsunade shouted in disbelief. "It's only 5,000, not 5 billion. Kagami's smile bore a hint of guile. "Interest accumulates. Shikaku had inferred from your conversation with Orochimaru during the Chunin exams that you might be involved in Sasuke's matter. So we came early, not expecting you to still be able to catch up. Is it because you've learned the Flying Thunder God technique?" Tsunade's analysis was spot on. The Flying Thunder God technique was a method utterly impervious to intelligence leaks. Kagami did not conceal this, yes, so Fifth Hokage, what will you choose? Kagami. Naruto took 2 steps forward, shouting. I know you have your reasons, but Sasuke doesn't need to leave. Empty words? Kagami's sidelong glance locked onto Jiraiya and he responded, Orochimaru will be a good teacher. Orochimaru slightly turned his eyes to look at Kagami. Uttering those words caused him to blush slightly. After all, enticing Sasuke to abandon Konoha was motivated solely by carnal desires. It bore little resemblance to any notion of reconciliation. I, Naruto, hesitated somewhat. I will never allow you to take Sasuke away. Sasuke responded with a snort. Kyoshin raised his hand to scratch his head. His expression seemingly ordinary. Yet the next sentence invigorated the Konoha contingent. I am inquiring of the Fifth Hokage how to protect you from death, not debating the matter of Sasuke. With a rustling sound, the team retreated several meters, the 12 young warriors each casting fearful glances toward Kyoshin. Kyoshin scratched his head again. Just joking, don't be so tense. He made no aggressive moves, nor did he reveal any murderous intent. Yet the hearts of the Konoha shinobi involuntarily quickened their pace. Before that individual completes the preparation of Sage Mode, let us discuss the terms, Kyoshin said, shifting his gaze from Jiraiya to Tsunade. Tsunade fixed her eyes on Kyoshin. What is it that you desire? Kyoshin revealed his objective. Do you recall the matter that Jiraiya reported to you? Those 2 Akatsuki members clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. My current target is connected to their organization, but that place is somewhat perilous. I require you and Jiraiya to accompany me there. Tsunade furrowed her delicate brows. The organization's goal involves the Jinchuriki. It is a matter we must investigate thoroughly. Is that all? Kyoshin nodded. Very well. I agree. Tsunade raised her hand and slapped Jiraiya. Stop preparing at once, or we'll all have to explain ourselves here. Holding his head, Jiraiya grimaced and shouted. What? Do you realize how dangerous your behavior just was? I nearly turned into a stone toad. Tsunade cast him a glance. It's a toad. Naruto looked utterly perplexed and asked Tsunade, why? Are you really going to give up on Sasuke just like that? Locking him in Konoha is the true abandonment. Orochimaru, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Sasuke-kun, come here. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, then limped toward Orochimaru's side. Naruto resembled an impotent husband, helplessly watching Sasuke cross over to the opposing side. A faint smile curled at the corner of Orochimaru's lips. He could scarcely believe that Jiraiya and Tsunade would so easily yield to Kyoshin's threats. And what Kyoshin relied upon was none other than the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. A fire ignited within Orochimaru's heart. However, before that, it was imperative to maintain a good relationship with Kyoshin. This fellow's abilities were truly unfathomable. Orochimaru inquired of Kyoshin. Then, as an exchange, what do you require? It was nothing more than some research-related matters concerning Hashirama's cells. Kyoshin observed Orochimaru's reaction. Then next, please come to the land of Earth. Hashirama's cells? Orochimaru appeared surprised, speaking with keen interest. Few show interest in such matters. At that moment, Sasuke approached and stood behind Orochimaru. Kyoshin applied a light heavy rock technique upon himself and drifted toward the Konoha side. While advising Orochimaru, I am willing to trust your promise, Orochimaru. Much obliged, Orochimaru said, his lips curling into a sinister arc, his inner caution intensifying. Though the words seemed ordinary, their underlying implication was, if Orochimaru should break his promise this time, he would bear the consequences himself. Kyoshin's earlier statement was merely a polite euphemism. Kyoshin entered the Konoha side, appearing completely unguarded. Jiraiya asked him, how did you come to know about that matter? Kyoshin shrugged. After all, they are my enemies. Gathering intelligence is necessary. He cast a glance around. Among the 12 young Konoha warriors, he was friends with some from his days at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Naruto, Ino, and Neji were particularly close. Naruto's state was complicated. On one hand, saddened by Sasuke's departure. On the other, somewhat pleased by Kyoshin's arrival. This series of events nearly caused Naruto's mind to short-circuit. Ino approached Kyoshin, never concealing the special nature of their relationship. Neji stood behind the group, appearing unremarkable, consistent with his agreement with Kyoshin, not to approach him too closely or engage in any behavior that might arouse suspicion. Ino cheerfully leapt onto Kyoshin, touching and stroking him. He made no move, appearing docile and compliant. Kyoshin paid no heed to Ino clinging to him and said to Tsunade, send them back. We shall proceed directly to the land of rain. Along the way, I will share the intelligence I have gathered. Jiraiya inquired, what is your objective? Kyoshin's words startled everyone. To kill your apprentice's apprentice. Jiraiya? As an experienced veteran ninja, Jiraiya's mind raced swiftly. Up to now, he had 5 disciples. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan from the Land of Rain. Minato and Naruto from Konoha. Only Minato had a clearly defined apprentice. Kakashi, Rin Noara, Obito Uchiha, and several jonin who had formerly been his disciples and learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Kakashi and those jonin remained in Konoha. There was no need to venture to the Land of Rain. Rin was confirmed dead. Only Obito's remains were missing. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Uchiha Obito is still alive? Kyoshin fell into contemplation. Indeed, over the years, the 2 greatest threats weighing on my heart have been Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Previously lacking strength, they lived incognito. Now, having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Dust Release, and a series of practical Earth Release techniques from the Earth Shadow, I can give it a try. Only by dealing with these 2 who harbor clear murderous intent toward me and bear enmity can I finally find peace of mind. Let us go. Kyoshin said to Tsunade and Jiraiya, I will explain the details en route. Subsequently, Tsunade arranged for Shizune to escort the 11 young Konoha warriors, excluding Sasuke, back to the village. She herself, along with Jiraiya, accompanied Kyoshin to the Land of Rain. Tsunade comforted herself. This does not count as coercion, merely cooperation, for our objectives overlap. In the Land of Rain, inside a bun shop, 3 figures sat side by side replenishing their strength. Well, I have a question for you. Jiraiya raised a hand to his chin, casting a sidelong glance at the handsome young man beside him. Now that I know the opponent's information, why do I still assist you here? Kyoshin chewed on a meat bun, glancing at Jiraiya. Then you may leave now. However, I will consider settling the Uchiha score with Konoha in advance. Ahem. Tsunade coughed violently twice upon hearing this, drinking a cup of water before calming down. She said to Kyoshin, he is only joking. Don't take it so seriously. By the way, what unresolved issues remain between you and Konoha? Perhaps it was due to mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Kyoshin's mindset had undergone subtle changes. He openly declared before Jiraiya and Tsunade, I will eliminate all those involved in that mission on that night. Tsunade's movements halted. Do you know I am the Hokage now? Kyoshin appeared indifferent. Of course. Moreover, I know that most of those people are from Root, with only a few from the Anbu. The decision-makers include some advisors and elders. That is precisely why I should be the one to execute it. Tsunade's tone grew somewhat heavier. Kyoshin gazed at her with serene composure. It matters not to me how I perish, only whether I perish at all. These words sent a chill down the spines of Jiraiya and Tsunade. Such a murderous resolve, clearly, you are no longer the kind-hearted boy you once were. A trace of disappointment flickered in Tsunade's eyes. She still remembered the day years ago when she transformed into a young girl to deceive, well, rather to borrow Kyoshin's identity. When he learned of her plight, the innocence reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. Why say that? Kyoshin inquired curiously. Am I truly a ruthless man? Tsunade found herself unable to answer. Kyoshin's unprecedented performance during the Chunin exams had prompted Tsunade, upon assuming the role of Hokage, to begin a thorough investigation into his background. It was then that she discovered, within the mission scrolls of Team 7, Kyoshin's experiences in the Land of Waves. His objective had been to recruit a Kekii Genkai ninja named Byaku, for which he struck a deal with Zabuza. During this time, Kyoshin acquired all assets of the vampire merchant Kato. Remarkably, he resisted the temptation of immense wealth, opting instead to destroy all equipment and personnel involved in Kato's illicit manufacturing. He even paid a hefty price to bring hope to the people of the Land of Waves. Though those funds originated from the people of the Land of Waves, how many others would have acted as selflessly? In terms of results, neither Kyoshin nor the Hidden Rock Village suffered losses. The Land of Waves now exhibits a strong inclination toward the Land of Earth and the Hidden Rock Village. Other ninja villages, including the 4 major ones, remain unconvinced. While the Land of Waves may lack the standing to refuse, it is said that Inoki has already stationed a guard force there, which will surely strengthen their resolve. Should unrest arise, the Land of Waves will stand as a steadfast and virtually unbetrayable ally to the Hidden Rock Village. Though this ally is weak in strength, its geographical position is extraordinarily advantageous. To the west lies Konoha, to the north the Hidden Cloud, and to the east the Hidden Mist. Surrounded by seas on all sides, it is easy to defend and difficult to assault, with only a single bridge connecting it to the mainland. In times of war, its strategic value transcends mere monetary calculation. If Kyoshin stumbled upon this by chance, it might be excusable. But if he had planned it all along, then his cunning and foresight are truly formidable. Tsunade fell silent. Kyoshin continued, why resist these realities? Those people are parasites within Konoha, some even occupying high positions. Eliminating them would be excellent news for you as well. The power structure of a major ninja village is never as simple as it appears. While the Hokage's role is pivotal, the advisors, elders, daimyo's offices, and clans share power. If those elements disappeared from Konoha, Tsunade, you could govern more smoothly. If I allow you to act this way, I am no different from Danzo. Tsunade sighed. Give me some time. I will investigate thoroughly and provide you and the Uchiha clan with an explanation. Kyoshin smiled faintly. Why do I sense such wariness from you? Aren't we fighting side by side now? Tsunade's brow twitched. Could she not be wary? With your ninjutsu range, if you truly attacked, the economic damage would be incalculable, and who knows how many innocents would be caught in the crossfire. It seems you have reached some kind of agreement. Jiraiya raised his cup and took a sip. Tsunade, you have become Danzo. Bang! A large bump appeared on Jiraiya's forehead. Jiraiya groaned. Kyoshin watched the scene with some amusement but restrained himself, reminding them, idle chatter ends here. It's time to attend to serious matters. He had already shared all intelligence on the Akatsuki with Jiraiya and Tsunade. From the moment they entered the hidden rain village, their movements had been tracked. Their prolonged conversation could be attributed either to Nagato gathering his forces or simply not taking them seriously. In any case, the Akatsuki members had arrived. Kyoshin took a sip of water, rose, and placed some coins on the table, speaking to the dumpling shop owner who was still stunned. This is for your meal and possible compensation. The owner trembled as he picked up the coins. Possible compensation? The next moment, a white spear hurtled through the air from outside. Kyoshin's body was enveloped in the pure Susanoo skeletal frame. His eyes bore the Mangekyo Sharingan. He positioned himself before the spear, his left eye slowly rotating. Origami. Crackling sounds filled the air as the paper spear exploded. Jiraiya and Tsunade had rushed out moments before. The shop was instantly reduced to ruins. Almost simultaneously, a muffled grunt of concealed pain echoed outside. Kyoshin stepped out and saw a purple-haired kunoichi crouching before Jiraiya and Tsunade. Conan? Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. So you truly have become a terror organization? Conan was repelled by Susanoo. Although the intelligence had revealed Kyoshin's left eye abilities, her chakra was thrown into chaos, her body trembling uncontrollably as she desperately tried to regulate her chakra to alleviate the discomfort. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures appeared nearby, all clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, each seeming formidable. Kyoshin's gaze swept over them. Kakuzu, Haiden, the undead duo, Sasori of the Red Sand, and an unfamiliar middle-aged man. The artistic duo had become a solo act due to Deidara's absence. Only 4 of them? Kyoshin murmured to himself. It seemed that their presence, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade's, had not aroused much suspicion from Nagato. Otherwise, the 6 paths of pain would be here by now. It remained uncertain whether Tobi, also known as Obito, had received word and was rushing over to join the fray. Hopefully he was on his way. Otherwise, Kyoshin would have to exert effort to drag him out. The streets of the hidden rain village were thick with a murderous aura. Kyoshin stood at the shattered doorway of the shop as the Susanoo skeleton slowly dissipated. Kakuzu's green pupils constricted. Haiden's grinning mouth froze. Sasori's puppet faltered slightly, and Conan's paper wings ceased their fluttering. So this is dust release? Tsunade knit her brows tightly. More terrifying than the rumors suggested. The insignificant foes were swiftly eliminated, and the Akatsuki members readied themselves for the assault. Kakuzu's earth grudge fear tendrils extended from his back, splitting into 4 masked fiends, each channeling chakra of fire, wind, lightning, and water. A combined ninjutsu, flame wind turbulence. A raging inferno swept through the street, vast in scale. Jiraiya leapt forward, swiftly forming hand seals with both hands. Earth release, earth flow wall. A formidable earthen barrier rose, standing against the combined ninjutsu, but it was rapidly deforming. While the earth flow wall barely held for a moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade used body flicker technique to leave the attack's range. Uchiha Kagami himself ascended into the air. With a thunderous roar, Kakuzu's ninjutsu shattered the earth flow wall and spread outward, yet failed to strike a single adversary. Haiden laughed maniacally as he charged at Tsunade, brandishing his bloodthirsty scythe of March. I shall offer you as a sacrifice to the great evil god. Tsunade's gaze locked onto Haiden. She stomped the ground fiercely, causing the earth to crack and stones to fly toward him. Haiden parried with his scythe but was still struck by several stones. Spitting out blood, He laughed even more hysterically. Pain. This is what pain feels like. How exhilarating. Haiden howled and lunged at Tsunade. However, his intelligence had already been compromised by Kagami's betrayal. Tsunade stepped aside, clearing the path, and Jiraiya unleashed a fire-style jutsu directly at Haiden. Haiden was forced to sidestep hastily to evade. Sasori's scarlet Ryoka tail stabbed out, releasing a rain of poisonous needles toward Kagami. He knew this attack would only delay Kagami and could not inflict real harm, so he unleashed the third Kazekage's puppet. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The iron sand condensed in the air, transforming into countless fine needles. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The black iron sand needles blanketed the entire area. A grand opening move. Huh? Kagami continued to ascend, moving out of the attack-S range. The Mangekyo Sharingan-S power was indeed formidable, but it had to be conserved, as a greater battle loomed ahead. Previously, when dealing with Konan, he had considered her flight and her high survival ability with paper release, so he had wounded her unexpectedly, preventing things from becoming too troublesome. Now Konan had somewhat recovered and was retreating. Kagami withdrew his gaze and locked onto Sasori, raising his hand to form seals as dust release once again condensed. A 3-meter diameter cylindrical dust release barrier swept towards Sasori. Sasori was prepared. His core body detached from Scarlet Ryoku, narrowly evading the attack. However, Sasori lowered his head, looking at his vanished arm. But the dust release swept over again. Feeling his heart pounding, Sasori hastily controlled the third Kazekage puppet to shield himself. The white light of dust release enveloped both him and the puppet. Sasori only had time to transfer his core before his body began to disintegrate. As the white light dissipated, the third Kazekage puppet vanished without a trace, and most of Sasori's body had disappeared, leaving only the upper torso intact. His form had been completely transformed into a puppet, with only his heart barely considered alive. Sasori propped himself up, attempting to retreat, but the dust release was far from over. Helplessly, he watched the destructive beam charge toward him once more. Sasori, 1 second later, Kagami withdrew the dust release. Sasori vanished from this world. Elsewhere, 2 of Kakuzu's 4 masked fiends had already been destroyed. Jiraiya entered Sage mode, with Shizune and Fukasaku perched on his shoulders. Sage art, Gomen, fire, oil, and wind merged, forming a waterfall of flame. The remaining 2 masked fiends struggled to resist but to no avail. Konan tried to provide support but was restrained by Tsunade. As for Haiden, this fellow had been smoking on the ground after taking a fire-style jutsu from Jiraiya shortly after the battle began. The fight had barely lasted a minute, yet it was nearly over. Kakuzu was severely wounded, his 2 hands flailing as his earth grudge fear tendrils seized the howling Haiden. Retreat! Kakuzu roared and turned to flee. The battle was finished. The street lay in ruins with most buildings collapsed. Within the central tower, Nagato sensed the entire scene through the rain, his Rinnegan eyes flickering coldly. To be defeated so completely, Nagato controlled the 6 paths of pain. 6 corpses rose simultaneously. Deva Path Pain opened his eyes and looked toward the battlefield. Deploy. The 6 figures leapt from the tower and sped toward the battleground. Kagami stood amidst the rubble, sensing chakra fluctuations in the distance. Very strong. It must be the 6 paths of pain. Jiraiya and Tsunade approached him. What's next? Tsunade asked. Kagami glanced toward the street's end. They're coming. Prepare yourselves. The 6 figures emerged from the rain. Uniform Rinnegan eyes, identical black cloaks adorned with red clouds. Deva Path Pain led the way, expressionless. Uchiha Kagami. Deva Path Pain spoke, voice devoid of emotion. What is your purpose? Kagami asked the only question he cared about. Where is Haiden? Deva Path Pain, you shall meet him. Though expressionless, Nagato controlling Deva Path was somewhat surprised. This man had loudly summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade just to find an Akatsuki trainee? Yahiko? Jiraiya shouted. Your goal is to collect the tailed beasts? You even dispatch members to infiltrate Konoha for this purpose. Why do this? Yahiko, what has caused you to become like this? The eerie, mysterious Rinnegan eyes of Deva Path Pain stared directly at Jiraiya, voice still monotone, as if from the dead. Teacher Jiraiya, Yahiko has already perished. Jiraiya had already received this news from Kagami, but still refused to believe Yahiko had departed in such a manner. Kagami observed the situation from the sky, lowering his head. It seems the other Akatsuki members are not here. Then you hold him back, I will go find Haiden. A ripple appeared in space, a twisting vortex finally coalescing into a figure. He wore the Akatsuki cloak and an orange spiral mask, revealing only one Sharingan eye, crimson and cold. Rain droplets passed through him as if he were but an illusion. Uchiha Kagami. Obito spoke, voice low. Back then outside Konoha, I should have spared no trouble in chasing you to your death. Kagami looked at Obito without speaking, studying this man. When raindrops could be seen clearly falling solidly on Obito's body, it meant Kamui was not activated temporarily. One drop slid slowly down Obito's mask. Now was the moment. Kagami's gaze sharpened. His right hand formed a loose fist, a complex sealing jutsu appearing on his palm, his patterns shimmering with a faint blue glow. Chakra leaked from the seal, and it was not Kagami's own. It was a gift prepared for Obito, the Fourth Hokage's chakra extracted from his severed limbs and sealed in Kagami's palm. Kagami used a sensing jutsu to lock the chakra's trajectory, which pointed behind Obito, a highly concealed location. It was the flying thunder god mark left by Minato behind Obito. Kagami formed seals with his left hand and activated the seal with his right. Minato's chakra began to flow. In the next instant, Kagami vanished. Flying thunder god technique. Kagami appeared behind Obito, pressing his right hand against Obito's back. His left hand gathered a white cubic light in front, fully enveloping Obito. Obito sensed the familiar chakra behind him and detected something amiss. His pupils contracted beneath the mask. He activated Kamui's spatial ability, attempting to shift his body. But it was already too late. Obito's true form existed within the dust release barrier for merely an instant, an almost negligible fraction of a second. His mask, garments, weapons, and the skin on his body disintegrated and vanished in a flash of light. His exposed flesh was uniformly covered with horrifying wounds, as if the most masterful butcher had flawlessly flayed off an entire layer of skin. The Hashirama cells began to frantically mend the injuries, emitting vast clouds of white smoke. Obito emitted a piercing, agonized scream, his distorted half-face marked by searing burns. Had he lingered even a moment longer, he would have simply ceased to exist. Kagami stood coldly to the side, watching with detached eyes. He was unable to strike Obito, whose true body was concealed within the Kamui dimension. All he could do was await Obito's restoration to corporeal form. The Hashirama cells on Obito's body continuously divided and regenerated. The wounds healed at a rate visible to the naked eye, though they left behind grotesque scars. The half of his face that had once been relatively intact was now completely obscured by scar tissue. This recovery demanded an immense expenditure of chakra. Obito panted heavily, propping himself up on the ground with his limbs, his expression contorted. Rising to his feet, his remaining Sharingan eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and his tone lost the composure it had at the outset. Why? The flying thunder god seal that Minato had imprinted on Obito's back had already been eradicated by the dust release. Kagami's gaze fixed unwaveringly on Obito, his Sharingan eyes meticulously observing the raindrops upon his body. The moment Obito attempted to extract his true form from the Kamui space, or sought to reset Kamui's cooldown, would be Kagami's opportunity to strike. Gritting his teeth, Obito analyzed the situation. One of Kagami's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities was the power to reflect incoming attacks. Thus, Obito needed to determine whether Kagami had activated this ability upon being attacked. However, if Obito's true body resided within the Kamui dimension, could this so-called reflection ability still function? Time to test it. He unleashed a fire release, Storm Dance. Obito swiftly retreated, forming hand signs and expelling flames. The fusion of fire and wind pressure birthed a colossal fiery tornado. The intense heat instantly vaporized the surrounding raindrops. Kagami remained stationary, his left eye's Mangekyo pattern spinning. Susanoo, the pure white bone frame, manifested upon his body as he activated the technique. Boom! The fire attack collided violently with Kagami's Susanoo, producing a thunderous explosion. Simultaneously, Obito once again became intangible. Though his true form remained within the Kamui space, his corporeal surface sizzled with terrifying burns. Obito collapsed to the ground anew, extensive burns overlaying his already gruesome scars, new wounds supplanting the old. The Hashirama cells resumed their healing work. Obito felt his chakra rapidly depleting. Would you like to test anything else? Kagami's faint smile provoked a grinding of Obito's teeth. Even with his true form hidden within Kamui, he could not evade Kagami's reflection. That was because Susanoo's retaliation was an absolute tit-for-tat. It ignored distance, obstacles, space, and all other factors, ensuring that any damage suffered was equally inflicted upon the caster. Obito's eyes hardened. This could not continue. He had to find a way to overcome that so-called reflection. Until now, because Kagami did not have the habit of announcing his ninjutsu, intelligence about his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities within the ninja world remained scant. It was only known that he could reflect attacks. Even the name of the technique was unknown. Obito faded again, pondering. Would the reflection return an attack aimed at a clone back to the clone itself, or to the original? He began experimenting once more. After 10 seconds, Obito's true form clutched the knife wound on his arm. How the hell am I supposed to fight this? Isn't this a bit too unreasonable? Is there any way to break through Kagami's Susanoo defense and deliver a fatal blow, relying on the Hashirama cells to self-heal? No. Obito squinted. His chakra consumption was overwhelming. He could no longer sustain it. The Hashirama cells had repeatedly restored near-fatal injuries, but the chakra cost was incomparably higher than simply healing a wound. We shall meet again. Obito's voice was hoarse, tinged with frustration. Ripples began to form in the surrounding space, as if preparing to flee. Kagami watched calmly, powerless to intervene. Once Obito's body vanished completely, Kagami closed his eyes, focusing entirely on sensory jutsu to expand his perception range. Then, with a swift motion, Kagami's figure appeared within an underground structure, clutching a ninja sword coated with dust-released chakra. Had Obito not reacted swiftly, the wound extending from his shoulder to his heart would have been fatal. Why? Obito howled, nearly crazed. Kagami remained silent. This is actually quite simple to explain. First, he possesses the Flying Thunder God technique. Second, Susanoo can reflect any jutsu. When an attack is reflected, it consumes Kagami's chakra and ocular power. In that instant, Kagami can use sealing jutsu to embed the Flying Thunder God mark within the chakra and ocular power about to be consumed. Then, the enemy struck by the reflected attack will bear Kagami's Flying Thunder God mark. Obito's sole chance for survival was to refrain from attacking Kagami. Only after Kagami had expended the Flying Thunder God mark that Minato had left on his back could Obito use Kamui to escape. At that point, Kagami would be unable to pursue him with the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito had never anticipated this, as Kagami was as taciturn as a mute, sparing words and even when speaking, offering only meaningless mockery, from which no useful intelligence could be gleaned. But one thing was certain. This child had thoroughly outwitted him. Kamui. Obito's figure vanished within the underground facility of Iwagakure. Kagami sensed the location of the Flying Thunder God mark, which shone like a beacon in the darkness, clearly indicating Obito's coordinates. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, Kagami pursued him. The surrounding scenery shifted to a dense forest. Obito's Hashirama cells frantically repaired his wounds, white smoke billowing from his skin's surface, though the chakra consumption accelerated dramatically. Upon spotting Kagami, his pupils contracted sharply, and without hesitation, he activated Kamui once more. His will to survive was truly formidable. Kagami assessed Obito's condition and once again sensed the Flying Thunder God Mark's movement. Beside a rushing river, the roar of water thundered. Obito appeared at the water's edge, his true form briefly manifesting in the physical world to reset Kamui's duration before immediately re-entering the Kamui dimension. Yet, in that fleeting moment, two bloody footprints appeared where Obito's feet had stood. Obito dared not hesitate, instantly becoming intangible and relocating. This chase repeated over a dozen times, each following the same pattern. Obito materialized, Kagami appeared, Obito faded. From the barren mountainous borderlands of the Land of Rain to the lush forests within the Land of Fire, the scenery continuously changed. Kagami remained steadfast behind him, like the most patient hunter. But patience was all Kagami had. He could not strike Obito's true form concealed within Kamui. However, he could wait for Obito to exhaust his chakra. The Flying Thunder God technique consumed far less chakra than Kamui, turning this into a lopsided war of attrition. Obito possessed Hashirama cells and a vast chakra reserve, but had suffered multiple injuries requiring immense chakra to self-heal. Kagami himself had ample chakra and was unfazed by the drain. Is the target Konoha? A shadowy figure appeared amidst the dense forest, gazing intently at the spatial distortion gradually fading in midair. In an almost instantaneous realization, he comprehended Obito's intent. Obito sought to reclaim the Sharingan embedded in Kakashi's eye socket, the very eye that once belonged to him, lying within Kakashi's gaze for many years. Possessing both Kamui eyes would grant Obito the capacity to contend with Kyoshin, at the very least ensuring his survival. Yet, Kyoshin's lips curved into a faint smile, and he made no attempt to thwart this plan. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique, he silently trailed behind Obito. At last, the silhouette of Iwagakure emerged in the distance. The towering Hokage rock was faintly visible, the village bathed in the lingering glow of the setting sun. Obito materialized from Kamui space, collapsing within the forest on the outskirts of Konoha. He gasped heavily, his lungs like worn-out bellows, chakra nearly depleted. The wounds on his body, crusted and peeling due to the influence of Hashirama-S cells, took on an abstract, almost anthropomorphic appearance. Struggling to sit up, he leaned against a large tree and closed his eyes. Kyoshin reappeared like a harbinger of death. However, Obito paid him no heed, focusing his spirit to channel chakra and sense the Sharingan remaining in Kakashi's possession. Chakra ripples radiated outward from him, enveloping the entirety of Iwagakure. The waves swept over every building, every street, every shinobi. Obito's eyes snapped open, filled with confusion and incredulity. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Kakashi was not in Konoha. He could detect no trace of the Sharingan's chakra signature. This was impossible. Kakashi should have been within the village. Kyoshin appeared beside a tree, casually leaning against its trunk. Observing Obito's anxious demeanor, he finally spoke. "You moved too quickly just now. I didn't have time to tell you." Obito whirled his head sharply, his remaining Sharingan bloodshot and fierce. Kyoshin continued, "Kakashi accepted a mission to protect a female celebrity. Something named Fuka Koyuki, if I recall correctly. Judging by the timing, he should now be in the land of tea." Obito's teeth clenched tightly, a suffocating despair washing over him. His breathing grew labored. The land of tea lay to the south of the land of fire, requiring traversal across the entire land of fire. Yet, without reclaiming the Sharingan, facing Kyoshin meant nothing but certain death. Obito had no choice but to press onward. Gritting his teeth, he grasped a prepared ration pill within Kamui's space and swallowed it whole. The pill's inherent nutrition was meager, given its size, but as a wartime supply, one of its functions was to extract chakra from the body forcibly. Once more, he activated Kamui. The twisted space engulfed him. Kyoshin again sensed the location of the flying thunder god mark. The mark was moving swiftly in the direction of the land of tea. This kid really believes it, he mused. Each time Obito appeared, he was farther from Konoha and closer to the land of tea. He persisted, a voice echoing relentlessly within his mind. "I must reach the land of tea. I must find Kakashi. I must reclaim the Sharingan." It was his sole path to survival, his only hope. He could not perish. His mission remained unfinished, the Moon Eye plan. "Rin, wait for me." Finally, Obito emerged once more from Kamui's space. He collapsed to his knees, barely able to stand, his hands supporting him on the ground to maintain balance. His body, drained of chakra by the ration pill, appeared emaciated. Ahead lay a coastal town, the air thick with the salty dampness of the sea breeze. The land of tea had been reached. His destination lay just ahead. Summoning his remaining strength, Obito lifted his head, sweat mixed with blood dripping from his chin. Kyoshin's figure appeared nearby, suppressing a smile. Obito closed his eyes, drawing upon the last vestiges of his chakra. The chakra wave spread, enveloping the entire town, sweeping over every house, seeking the familiar Sharingan's chakra signature, seeking that familiar figure. Time passed, each second stretching like a year. Obito's complexion darkened, shifting from pale to deathly gray. Still nothing. Absolutely nothing. Kakashi was not there. The entire town was devoid of any significant chakra presence. Kyoshin raised a hand to suppress the upward curve of his lips. "Oh dear, perhaps age is catching up. My memory is a bit faulty." Obito spun around sharply. If his gaze could kill, Kyoshin would have perished 100 times over. Kyoshin offered an apologetic smile, as if truly remorseful. "They should be in the land of iron. Sorry about that. I mixed it up. Fuka Koyuki's next stop is the land of iron, not the land of tea." Obito growled. Now, no matter where the land of iron lies, in his current state, with chakra nearly exhausted, it was impossible for him to reach it. He could barely stand. Unless the Sage of the Six Paths granted him a miraculous boon, this was a dead end. His throat could not utter a sound. Only a hoarse breath escaped. He wished to activate Kamui once more, to make a final desperate attempt. Yet his chakra reserves could no longer sustain it. His body was as parched as a desert. He could not meet the minimal chakra threshold required for Kamui. Obito's true form, for the first time before Kyoshin, departed from Kamui's space and manifested in the real world. "You are truly tenacious," Kyoshin remarked with a smile, "but it is all over." Dust release light swept across Obito's peripheral vision. He coughed up blood foam, his voice hoarse yet swift. "You have seen the fate of the Uchiha, the Konoha leadership root, Danzo. The ninja world is already twisted, ensnared in endless cycles of war, kin slaying kin, friends turning against each other. The Uchiha clan should have stood at the pinnacle, yet it marched toward ruin amid suspicion. You and I are both victims of this distorted world. We can join forces to create a world without war, without tragedy. Then our own tragedies will cease to exist. Suddenly, the white cubic light flickered. Obito's words abruptly cut off. His body below the neck dissolved and vanished into nothingness within the radiance. The remaining head fell to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest. His last Sharingan eye widened, as if harboring unspoken words and disbelief. Kyoshin retrieved a specially crafted glass jar from his ninja tool pouch, filled with pale green nutrient solution. He crouched down, extending his right hand's index and middle fingers. With precise accuracy, he pierced Obito's eye socket, gently lifting out the crimson Sharingan, veins and blood vessels detaching along with it. Placing the eye into the nutrient solution, the Mangekyo pattern slowly rotated within the liquid before gradually coming to a halt. Sorry, I have no interest in hearing you say that, Kyoshin remarked as he secured Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. He then raised his hand to summon dust release. White light enveloped the head, and Obito vanished completely from the world. Having completed these actions, Kyoshin immediately sensed the flying thunder god marks left along the path in pursuit of Obito, locking onto the direction of the land of rain. Chakra flowed, spatial distortions rippled. The figure disappeared in an instant. The streets of Iwagakure lay in ruins. Debris from shattered buildings mingled with accumulated water as the rain continued to fall. Jiraiya knelt halfway, his clothes soaked through with blood. Tsunade stood before him, the markings of the Byakugo technique covering her entire body. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her golden hair drenched and plastered to her cheeks by the rain. Before the two, the 6 paths of pain stood arranged in a fan-shaped formation, with the Deva path of pain levitating midair, his Rinnegan eyes gazing down with cold detachment. Jiraiya's Sage Chakra reserves were nearly depleted, and Tsunade's 100 Strengths technique was also rapidly draining her energy. Although Kyoshin had forewarned them about the 6 paths of pain, the pressure of actual combat far exceeded their expectations. The coordination among the 6 paths was nothing short of flawless. The Deva path assumed responsibility for the main assault and battlefield control, alternating between Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin. The Azura path provided long-range fire suppression, relentlessly harassing with missiles and lasers. The human path could extract souls, and if caught off guard, it meant an immediate end to the battle. Adding to this was the immensely absurd Preta path, capable of absorbing chakra and ninjutsu. The animal path summoned various colossal beasts, which Tsunade repelled wave after wave. The Naraka path held firm at the rear, ever ready to repair damaged puppets. This clearly defined tactical system left the two of them struggling to keep up. At Mount Mayaboku, only Tsunade remained able to offer assistance among the summoned creatures of the wet-bone forest, while Jiraiya was accompanied solely by the small slug clinging to his shoulder. Bunta and the others had long since been driven back to Mount Mayaboku to recuperate. The Deva path of pain raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted with a thunderous roar, covering the entire street. Tsunade, dragging her weary body, leapt desperately to the side but was still caught in the aftermath, her feet carving 2 deep furrows into the ground. Jiraiya rolled sideways to avoid the full brunt of the repulsion, formed hand seals, and struck the ground with one hand. Sage Art Earth Release. Yellow Springs Swamp. The ground ahead transformed into a quagmire, causing one of the animal path's summoned beasts to falter and sink. However, there were too many summoned beasts. A rhinoceros narrowly escaped and charged headlong. Tsunade, having recovered, stepped forward and struck the rhino's forehead with a powerful fist. Amid the dull impact, the rhino's skull caved in and vanished into white smoke. The human path advanced from the side, palm aimed at Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted a warning. "Watch out!" Tsunade roared back and spun around, delivering a punch that sent the human path flying back like a kite with a broken string. Yet, a monstrous bird circling above swooped down, seized the fallen human path, and delivered it before the Naraka path. The Naraka path approached the human path's shattered form, raised a hand to form seals, and summoned the King of Hell. The spectral head of the King of Hell emerged from a fissure, his visage grotesque and terrifying. His enormous mouth opened wide, engulfing the human path's remains whole. The sound of chewing reverberated across the battlefield, accompanied by the grating noise of metal scraping, a sound that made one's teeth ache. Seconds later, the King of Hell's head opened its mouth again, spitting out the intact human path, which landed steadily on the ground. Tsunade's forehead beaded with fine cold sweat, a wave of helplessness surging from her heart. The enemy was instantly restored, while she and Jiraiya's stamina continued to drain inexorably. This kind of battle offered no glimpse of victory. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "How can we keep fighting like this? Jiraiya's expression was equally grim. The intelligence had mentioned the enemy's regenerative ability, but witnessing the destroyed foe restored in an instant was utterly disheartening. Worse still, the Naraka path remained unscathed, meaning the 6 paths of pain could repair themselves indefinitely until their opponents were utterly exhausted. The Deva path of pain raised his hand again. Bansho Tenin. A powerful gravitational force yanked Tsunade into midair, causing her to lose balance. Simultaneously, the Azura path launched missiles, sealing off all her escape routes. The human and Preta paths flanked her on both sides, preparing to capture her upon landing. I should never have trusted that kid. Tsunade's 100 strengths technique surged to full power, her gaze sweeping over the enemies as Kyoshin's face flashed through her mind. That boy had promised to return quickly, but now it seemed he might not make it in time. Jiraiya sought to come to her aid but was ensnared tightly by the split dog. You're toying with me again, Tsunade, he muttered. At the critical moment, Kyoshin's figure materialized out of thin air between Tsunade and the missiles. Before the battle began, Kyoshin had already left the flying thunder god mark on both Tsunade and Jiraiya. Kyoshin extended his left hand forward, and a white dust light from dust release blossomed instantly. The missiles vanished silently the moment they touched the light. Grabbing Tsunade's arm, Kyoshin activated Flying Thunder God technique again, and the two appeared beside Jiraiya. He then pulled Jiraiya up once more and used the Flying Thunder God technique to reappear at an even greater distance. The 3 of them had completely put space between themselves and the 6 paths of pain. Tsunade turned to Kyoshin, her anger instantly melting away as she grinned. I knew I should have trusted you. Kyoshin, too indifferent to comment on her sudden change of expression, scanned the 6 paths of pain and asked, after all this fighting, are they still this intact? Tsunade's voice was tinged with fury. At first, we planned to ambush the Naraka path, but Jiraiya's technique was absorbed by the Preta path, and I was blasted away by that strange repulsive force from the Deva path. How were we supposed to succeed? She glared fiercely at Kyoshin. Are you sure about this? They're incredibly strong, far from the SOSO level you described. Kyoshin was in high spirits, casually replying, if we can't win, we just leave. Can they even catch up with us? In the curtain of rain, the 6 paths of pain simultaneously turned toward Kyoshin. A barely perceptible flicker passed through the Deva path's Rinnegan eyes. The Deva path's voice was cold and emotionless. Uchiha Kyoshin? Where is the Fae? Kyoshin stood before Tsunade and Jiraiya, rainwater trickling down his black hair. A faint curve lifted the corner of his mouth. If you want to find him, you must go to the Pure Land, the place where souls go after death. The Deva path of pain did not respond with anger but spoke slowly. I never knew a Fae possessed such power. He hid it well until you sought him out. We intended to promote a Fae to a full member, but now it seems unnecessary. His voice echoed amid the rain. The shinobi world has long since twisted, strong oppressing weak, powerful nations bullying weaker ones. The Akatsuki's ideal is to end all this. We need strength and talents like you. Join us, Uchiha Kyoshin. You can stand shoulder to shoulder with true power and realize peace in the shinobi world. Kyoshin remained silent for a moment, rain striking his shoulders as if lost in thought. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, each seeing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. If Kyoshin agreed, their fate would be sealed. Kyoshin lifted his head toward the Deva path of pain. I have one condition. Tell me the whereabouts of Uchiha Itachi. After a few seconds of contemplation, Nagato, controlling the Deva path, spoke. After Konoha failed to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Itachi took a detour to avoid pursuit. He retreated from the land of rivers toward Iwagakure and is likely still en route. The exact location cannot be determined, but the direction is along the route from the land of rivers to Iwagakure. Kyoshin nodded very well. The Deva path declared, from this moment on, you are a member of the Akatsuki. You will receive a code name and operate alongside other members. Tsunade's expression darkened as she turned to Kyoshin, her voice grave. Kyoshin, is this true? Of course not. Kyoshin chuckled at Tsunade, then looked back at the Deva path of pain. Sorry, I changed my mind. The Deva path said nothing, but the rain around them suddenly paused for a moment. The air seemed to freeze, and anger flickered in the Rinnegan eyes. Kyoshin disregarded the Deva path's fury and continued. We are enemies. Remember? Nagato, operating the 6 paths of pain, was utterly infuriated. What kind of person was this? So powerful, yet without a shred of the demeanor of a master, more like a street thug. What irritated Nagato even more was that this fellow had taken the initiative to attack first. Kagami raised his right hand, and a white light of dust release blossomed, his target set squarely upon the path of hell. The path of hungry ghosts instantly teleported, positioning itself before the path of hell, hands spread wide to absorb the ninjutsu. Yet, Kagami smiled faintly and employed the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing at Obito's initial escape point, a certain chamber beneath the village hidden in the rain. In this manner, Kagami evaded the gaze of all the paths of pain. After ascertaining his bearings, Kagami gathered a columnar form of dust release before his palm, piercing through the house, earth, and street in a straight trajectory towards the path of hell. The path of hell had no time to react. Its body disintegrated and vanished within the radiance, dissolving into nothingness. Upon the conclusion of the dust release, only a sleek passage extending downward remained where the path of hell had stood. The remaining paths of pain immediately locked onto Kagami's location and initiated their assault. However, the mobility granted by the Flying Thunder God technique was overwhelming. Kagami once again utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return beside Tsunade, from whose pouch he extracted a Flying Thunder God kunai and casually tossed it into the sky, while calmly forming hand seals. Kunai Shadow Clone Technique. Swish, 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 the single kunai multiplied into 10, then 100, then 1,000, swiftly raining down densely like a swarm of locusts, enveloping all 6 paths of pain. Then, a spatial fluctuation occurred. Kagami appeared behind the human path, right hand condensing dust release as the white light blossomed once more. The human path attempted to turn, but the dust release was swifter. Enveloped in white radiance, the human path's body likewise disintegrated and vanished. The entire sequence transpired within 3 seconds. The Deva path watched with bated breath, then made an unexpected decision. To attack Jiraiya and Tsunade, Kagami's agility rendered him impossible to lock onto, and his offensive prowess was simply unparalleled. The path of hungry ghosts could not absorb his techniques. Continuing thus would surely lead to defeat. It was better to strike the enemy's weaker units, forcing Kagami to retreat. The Deva path raised his hand, aiming at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsive force erupted. Tsunade and Jiraiya scattered to evade, but their footing faltered briefly, and the other paths of pain surged forward almost simultaneously. The giant bird of the animal path, the splitting dogs, the rhinoceros, the crab, the centipede, and the missiles of the Azura path. For a moment, Jiraiya and Tsunade struggled to withstand the onslaught. They were already near exhaustion. To hold out this long was no small feat. The Deva path coldly regarded Kagami, who indeed showed signs of concern. Your tactics are excellent, but your comrades will not endure much longer. The Deva path had never imagined that one day he would resort to such a stratagem rather than confronting the enemy with sheer power. Kagami frowned, weighing his options. Obito was dead, the Mangekyo Sharingan in hand. Uchiha Itachi's location was known. Continuing the fight held no meaning. Most importantly, Jiraiya and Tsunade were the ones who had brought him to the village hidden in the rain. Letting them perish here would be unjustifiable. Kagami resolved to use the Flying Thunder God technique to appear sequentially beside Tsunade and Jiraiya. Let us go. A spatial ripple and the 3 figures vanished instantly, leaving only the ruined street, the rain, and the Deva path of pain suspended midair. The animal path's summoned beasts ceased their attack, slowly returning to their master's side. The Deva path's Rinnegan swept over the battlefield. Uchiha Kagami. The sound of rain drowned out any further words. Night had fallen. Konoha training ground. With the drop of a Flying Thunder God kunai, 3 figures materialized. Seeing complete safety restored, Tsunade clicked her tongue and chuckled. You promised to join Akatsuki, then reneged. Truly lacking the grace of a master. It was merely a means to gather intelligence. Kagami responded indifferently. Uchiha Itachi's location is known, that suffices. Fortunately, it was only for intelligence gathering, Tsunade said with relief, then asked, what are your plans now? Does she see me as one of Konoha's? Kagami wondered. Why ask? Our cooperation has ended. He had no intention of revealing his plans. Their so-called collaboration consisted of Kagami providing precise Akatsuki intelligence, while they held off the 6 paths of pain, allowing Kagami to focus on Obito. Tsunade stretched her aching body and changed her tone. If I ask you personally, as a friend, there had indeed been intersections between them, since Kagami's plan had yet to commence. It was crucial not to attract the attention or suspicion of the major ninja village leaders. Therefore, Kagami casually replied, I might seek out Itachi. Tsunade's gaze grew complex. She stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Kagami, could you stay? Konoha is not what it once was. With me here it will become better. What Iwa Hidden Village can offer, Konoha can offer you too. Her response was an exceedingly resolute refusal. Everything I am is because of Orochimaru-sensei. If I make such a choice, no one in the world will trust me again. Not even you. This was no casual slip of the tongue to be reckoned with in battle. He referred to his feigned agreement to join the Deva Path Akatsuki in order to extract information on Uchiha Itachi. Tsunade could not be unaware of this. Yet before she could say more, Kagami stepped back. "See you." Once again, a spatial ripple, and Kagami's figure disappeared. Tsunade sighed, her face etched with deep regret. Such a promising talent. Exceptionally gifted, powerful, and of admirable character. Yet all was tragically extinguished by Danzo and Danzo's own hands. Jiraiya, however, took a more detached view. As it concerned him little, it's useless to dwell on that now. I can see Kagami is no great villain. I don't think he'll harm Konoha. Tsunade shook her head, her voice low. Provided I fulfill my promise to him, to deal with the ninja involved in the Uchiha clan's massacre. She turned to Jiraiya. I need your help. Internal reforms in Konoha, root organization purges, rooting out those evils lurking in the shadows. Cannot do it alone. Jiraiya regarded Tsunade's earnest expression, hesitated briefly, then nodded. I'll help you. After all, it's for Konoha's future. Pure land, a realm of eternal tranquility. Obito's soul floated midair, his consciousness gradually clearing. He gazed down at his translucent hands as memories surged like a tide. The white light of Kagami's dust release, the moment his body vanished, and the final pang of pain. Then he saw her. Rin Noera stood not far off, clad in the pale green dress she wore in life. She looked at Obito, her eyes devoid of the tenderness and joy he had imagined, only profound disappointment and anger. The visage of the girl who haunted Obito's dreams was stern enough to unsettle him. Obito lowered his head, his gaze flitting away nervously, his soul trembling. Rin approached him, her voice soft yet filled with reproach. Obito, do you know what you have done? In the original narrative, Rin showed leniency because she saw signs of Obito's remorse. But now, until the moment of his death, Obito had been executing the Moon Eye plan without any sign of regret. Rin continued, her tone growing sorrowful. You caused the deaths of so many Uchiha clan members and countless innocents. You exploited their deaths to manufacture even more tragedy. Obito, you have deeply disappointed me. Obito finally lifted his head, his eyes brimming with panic. Rin, I only wish to create a world where you exist. A world devoid of war, devoid of tragedy. Rin shook her head, to forge a fragile peace through more tragedy, that in itself is a mistake. I know about the Moon Eye plan. She has always been watching over me. Obito parted his lips, attempting to argue, but upon seeing Rin's angry expression, all words lodged painfully in his throat. In the end, he could only force out one sentence. Rin, I'm sorry. Rin gazed at Obito, her eyes filled with disappointment. Obito, how am I supposed to forgive you? Obito keenly sensed another meaning beneath those words. In other words, there was still a chance for him to earn Rin's forgiveness. These were Obito's thoughts. Yet, in truth, Rin's words utterly condemned everything Obito had done, making forgiveness impossible. The question in Rin's tone was, in fact, rhetorical. But before Rin, Obito did not seem so astute. Believing he must seize this opportunity, Obito bowed his head deeply. Rin, I sincerely admit my faults. I am willing to do anything to make amends, as long as you can forgive me. In the Pure Land, what else could be done? Rin was profoundly disappointed in Obito, yet she said, if you can obtain the forgiveness of all the victims, then I will have nothing more to say. This was undoubtedly the heaviest sentence Rin had ever uttered to Obito. She was so gentle and kind, yet Obito's actions had provoked such harsh words. However, Obito had already lost all reason and was utterly incapable of thought. He did not even consider whether this condition could be fulfilled. He nodded without hesitation. I agree. I will apologize to everyone and repent for my crimes. Rin's gaze grew colder as she watched Obito, but he seemed completely unaware. Indeed, a great happiness welled up in Obito's heart as he reached out to take Rin's hand. But Rin gently evaded him. Her kindness could not accept this Obito. In the original story, Obito showed remorse by shielding the main protagonists from the simultaneous attack of Grey Bone, demonstrating through concrete actions his change of heart, making Rin more inclined to accept him. Obito smiled shyly, seemingly oblivious to the problem. He withdrew his hand, forbidding himself any hint of dissatisfaction. Being able to see Rin again, to speak with her, to have a chance at forgiveness, this was already far better than he had imagined. Yet suddenly, Obito felt a twinge of unease. An inexplicable tremor stirred deep within his soul, as if something ominous was unfolding. He looked at Rin, wanting to say something, but she had already turned and walked away into the distance. Her silhouette appeared so solitary. Her steps seemed desperate to shake him off. Obito followed cautiously, not daring to draw too near. In the real world, Iwagakure village, Kyoshi's room. Kyoshi sat on the edge of the bed, taking out a specially crafted glass jar. Within the pale green nutrient solution, Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan floated silently. After Obito's death, his soul would journey to the Pure Land, where he would inevitably encounter the soul of Rin no Era. But that would be too lenient for Obito. Suddenly, Kyoshi became curious. Was Rin's corpse inside the Kamui dimension? A cold gleam flashed in Kyoshi's eyes. He could summon Rin from the Pure Land through Edo Tensei. Obito and Rin's souls would meet in the Pure Land, while Kyoshi would summon Rin's body in the real world through Edo Tensei. Thus Rin's soul would temporarily vanish from the Pure Land. How long this temporary state would last depended entirely on Kyoshi's whim. This would shatter the possibility of Obito and Rin spending eternity together in the Pure Land. Although, based on Kyoshi's speculation, Rin probably would not forgive Obito if he showed no remorse. But even so, Kyoshi had to separate them. One buried in the real world, the other in the Pure Land. Even Rin, who despised Obito, did not deserve to meet him. Kyoshi put away Obito's eye and fetched Karen from the next room, preparing for her to perform surgery to replace Obito's Sharingan. Karen pushed up her glasses, her face tinged with concern, but she offered no objections. Kyoshi must have his reasons, and all she needed to do was support him unconditionally. Just as the two prepared to head to Iwagakure hospital, footsteps sounded outside. Opening the door, they saw Onoike leading two people into Kyoshi's courtyard. Behind Onoike stood Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi, with Kabuto respectfully standing aside. "So you're at Karen's place," Onoike said upon seeing Kyoshi. "Kyoshi, Orochimaru and Kabuto have just arrived in Iwagakure. I brought them here to discuss the next steps with you." Orochimaru's gaze fell upon the nutrient jar in Kyoshi's hands. "Kyoshi-kun, what is this?" Kyoshi replied, "I intend to install it." Orochimaru's voice carried the cold detachment of a scientific researcher. From a biological science perspective, once an eye is separated from its original body, even the most advanced medical ninjutsu cannot fully restore its vision. More importantly, when you influence the ocular power with chakra, its fluidity significantly diminishes. Transplanting another Sharingan will never achieve the effect of a native eye. Orochimaru knew this well, having once collaborated with Danzo, who had amassed numerous Sharingan. His understanding of the Sharingan surpassed that of most Uchiha clan members. Kyoshi lowered his gaze to the container holding Obito's Mangekyo, hesitation flickering in his eyes. Orochimaru observed Kyoshi's reaction with interest, then asked, "May I ask why you want to replace your eyes? This Mangekyo Sharingan should belong to that ninja named Uchiha Obito, right?" Kyoshi answered calmly, "I want to completely separate Obito and Rin. Since his obsession was so strong while alive, let him be unable to accompany Rin even in death." Orochimaru chuckled softly, his laughter tinged with amusement. "Kyoshi-kun, you are truly naive. People should always have clear self-interest in their actions. Any act carried out purely for vengeance is a waste of life." Kyoshi neither refuted nor agreed, for thoughts differ from person to person. Orochimaru continued, "However, since you have such an idea, I can offer an alternative. In my research, the ocular power inside the eye is very special. It is a composite energy born from spiritual energy, physical energy, and unique bloodline factors. Ocular powers from different individuals repel each other. Unless they are of direct bloodline, it is impossible to control another's ocular power." Orochimaru extended his pale fingers, pointing at the Sharingan in the container. "I know you are skilled in sealing techniques. You can try sealing your spiritual and physical energies inside a container. Then I will find a way to recombine these energies with Obito's Sharingan itself. This will cultivate ocular power within Obito's eye that you can control. At that time, by touching these eyes, you can activate the Kamui ability to enter the Kamui dimension and seek the answers you desire. As compensation, I hope you will allow me to study the differences between the Mangekyo and the Three Tomo. However, this requires your complete trust in me." Orochimaru shifted his tone subtly, his voice taking on a nuanced inflection. "After all, you are well aware of my intentions, are you not?" Kyujin certainly understood. Orochimaru had long coveted the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. If he were entrusted with Obito's eyes, it was highly likely that he would claim them for himself. Karen stood nervously by his side, clenching her fists tightly. She knew Orochimaru's reputation and understood just how perilous this man was. Yet Kyujin made an unexpected decision. "Both I personally and Iwagakure will place full trust in Mr. Orochimaru. We hope that by doing so, we can preserve the cooperative relationship between us." He casually tossed Obito's Sharingan over, and the latter's expression shifted slightly as he carefully caught it. A flicker of surprise crossed Orochimaru's eyes, quickly replaced by admiration. Kyujin-kun's magnanimity is truly commendable. Inwardly, He mused. This young man possesses an ineffable charm that makes those around him unlikely to betray him. Such a person is destined to accomplish great things in the future. Though he seems not to have acted on this yet, it is enough to pique one's curiosity. You flatter me, Kyujin replied smoothly, then inquired, how is Sasuke doing now? Orochimaru examined Obito's eye cautiously. In my base, I have arranged a systematic training regimen for him. That child is currently too weak to meet my psychological expectations. Unlike in the original story where he was sealed by Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru was in no rush to seize another's body. He secured the container carefully. Then, as compensation for Sasuke's return on your behalf, Kyujin-kun, what tasks must I accomplish? Kyujin pondered for a moment and then cast his gaze toward Inoki. Inoki smiled cheerfully. Kyujin, the decision is yours. Kyujin nodded and then said to Orochimaru, I wish to learn about the fusion experiments involving Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan. Inoki nodded in agreement beside him, adding, those cells are stored in our hospital and can be accessed at any time. Hashirama cells? A gleam of excitement flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, but he soon raised another question. Some of my experiments require living materials. I would like to know the Tsuchikage's stance on this matter. Inoki hesitated hardly at all. As long as the subjects are not ordinary citizens of Iwagakure or the land of Earth, it is acceptable. Orochimaru revealed a satisfied smile. It seems I have come to the right place. Iwagakure is indeed far more open than Konoha. The third Tsuchikage was a figure who, in the original story, was willing to forsake principles for strength and was far more accepting of human experimentation than Hiruzen Sarutobi. Moreover, Iwagakure's image in the shinobi world was closer not to Konoha's pursuit of peace under Sarutobi's rule, but rather to Kumogakure's aggressive stance. Although Iwagakure was not significantly involved in the onset of the three great ninja wars, their enthusiasm was extraordinary, arguably going all out in every battle. Inoki immediately arranged, I will prepare dedicated laboratories and accommodations for both of you. Please formulate a detailed research plan. Iwagakure will provide full support. Kabuto Yakushi bowed respectfully. I am deeply grateful for the Tsuchikage's trust. Orochimaru shifted his attention back to the Sharingan in his hand. Then I shall keep these eyes in my custody for now. Please deliver the experimental materials as soon as they are ready, Kyujin. Kyujin nodded. I entrust this task to you. In the pure land space, Madara, through incomplete images on the light screen, deduced the fact that Obito had been slain by Kyujin. Standing in the void with arms crossed, his expression was dark and foreboding. Obito's mission had failed. A crucial link in the Eye of the Moon plan had fractured. Hashirama was the first to notice Madara's abnormal demeanor and curiously asked, Madara, your face looks terrible. What's wrong? Madara did not answer and turned away. Hashirama tried to stop him. Madara, wait, no matter what's troubling you, we can find a solution together. Still so naive, Senju Hashirama, Madara muttered without looking back, traversing the Pure Land in search of Obito's trace, his thoughts involuntarily drifting toward Kyujin. This young junior repeatedly exceeded his expectations. Madara's feelings were conflicted. On one hand, he felt a glimmer of solace and joy seeing such a formidable genius emerge within the clan. The Uchiha finally had hoped to reclaim their place on the shinobi world's stage. Kyujin's strength and character had reached the level of a top-tier ninja. But on the other hand, Madara brimmed with anger and apprehension toward Kyujin. This young man had disrupted his plans, slain Obito, and thrown his carefully laid schemes into chaos. More importantly, Kyujin's growth was astonishingly rapid. Since awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, his power had grown almost exponentially. Madara whispered to himself. Fortunately, Kurizetsu, the executor of the Eye of the Moon plan, is still alive, and Nagato has not yet perished. There is still hope for the plan. Not long before, deep within a tower in the Land of Rain, Nagato slowly opened his eyes. Through the vision of the 6 paths of pain, he confirmed that Jiraiya and Tsunade had already withdrawn, and that Kyujin had vanished. Konan stood beside him, gazing worriedly at Nagato's pale face, softly inquiring, How are things? Nagato's voice was hoarse and weak, temporarily safe. Konan was momentarily stunned, surprise flashing in her eyes. Since that incident, she had never heard Nagato utter such words of near vulnerability. He always proclaimed himself a god, a savior who would bring peace to the world. Nagato began to control the remaining 6 paths of pain to return. Leaning against the mechanical apparatus, his chest rose and fell violently. He closed his eyes, replaying the battle with Kyujin in his mind. That young Uchiha had single-handedly altered the entire battlefield. His dust release techniques, his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, his combat intelligence. Nagato silently calculated within his heart. Against Kyujin alone, his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Although the 6 paths of pain were near perfect, they proved powerless against a true master. The 6 bodies dispersed the power of the Rinnegan and divided his attention. Each pain could only wield one or a few abilities, unable to unleash the full might of the Rinnegan. Rather than dispersing combat power, it would be better to concentrate the Rinnegan's capabilities into one body, sacrificing strategic mobility to greatly enhance individual strength. Only then would it be possible to confront an opponent like Kyujin head-on. Nagato's breathing gradually steadied, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. The next morning, in Iwagakure, sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the stone buildings, bathing the entire village in a warm glow. Kyujin was arranging his gear in his room. The previous night, he had already sealed part of his chakra within a specially crafted scroll and sent it to Orochimaru. Iwagakure would fully support Orochimaru's research. Now all that remained was to await the experimental results. Kyujin prepared to set out in search of Uchiha Itachi. The man's whereabouts should be somewhere along the route from the land of rivers to the land of rain. Kyujin intended to begin tracking today. Suddenly, the door was knocked upon urgently. Kyujin opened it to find Byaku anxiously standing outside. Byaku's face was etched with worry, clutching a letter tightly in his hand. His voice trembled slightly. Kyujin-sama, I have received a letter from Lord Zabuza. Kyujin took the letter and quickly scanned its contents. To think that Kakashi and the others intercepted the letter Zabuza sent to Haku. The letter revealed that Zabuza had conspired with a notorious villain known as Kazuhana Nuto, and that he was currently in the custody of Konoha's ninja. Kakashi instructed Mikoto to claim Zabuza. At the end of the letter, it was mentioned that it had been delivered by a member of a film crew. They arrived at Iwagakure to issue a mission and decided to hire the village's ninja to protect Kazuhana Koyuki. Mikoto carefully folded the letter, swiftly analyzing the situation in his mind. In the original story's movie mission, due to the butterfly effect and acceleration caused by Mikoto's involvement, the 7th Squad's genin did not go. Instead, a formidable lineup including Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma went, encountering Zabuza in the Land of Snow. Zabuza was allied with Kazuhana Nuto and was captured by Konoha's elite Jonin team. Kakashi knew of the connection between Zabuza and Mikoto and deduced that Zabuza's actions might have been under Mikoto's instruction. Hence, the message was conveyed this way. Meanwhile, the film crew's arrival in Iwagakure to issue the mission was a test to see if they could recruit Mikoto to their side. Mikoto spoke to Haku, "Let us go." Haku nodded quickly and followed Mikoto to the Tsuchikage's office. Anoki had just finished reviewing the materials brought by the film crew members and looked up as Mikoto entered. "What are your thoughts?" "I will lead the team on this mission." The dialogue was simple and direct. Anoki handed Mikoto the mission scroll, reminding him, "The route to the Land of Snow is by sea. You must proceed with caution." Mikoto nodded in acknowledgement, then left the Tsuchikage's office. He first instructed Haku and the film crew members to wait at the village entrance before going to assemble the team. Although Mikoto could undertake the mission alone, others deserved the opportunity to gain experience. Did they not? Mikoto's first recruit was Kuratsuchi. The young woman was training in the field, practicing taijutsu, sweat tracing down her cheeks. Her physique had become increasingly well-proportioned and remarkable. Upon hearing that Mikoto was taking her on a mission, her eyes lit up, realizing the chance had come. She smiled and said, "Finally, a chance to get out. A mission at last. Staying in the village all day is suffocating." Mikoto ignored her slip of the tongue and said, "You go find Karen. I will find Deidara." They parted ways. When Mikoto found Deidara, he was in his studio fiddling with some metal tubes. Deidara brightened upon hearing about the upcoming journey. "A new mission? Excellent. This will give my art a chance to flourish." Before long, Mikoto's team was assembled. Equipment checked. They agreed to gather at the village gate in 1 hour. Deidara began organizing his clay pouch. Kuratsuchi inspected her ninja tools bag. Karen counted her medical supplies once more.
Haku stod koetlu aside.
His heart heavy with concern for Zabuza's safety. An hour later, the group gathered at the northern gate of Iwagakure. Mikoto scanned his comrades, confirming all was ready. "Let us depart." A small harbor on the northern coast of the Land of Earth awaited them. Several boats of varying sizes were docked, among which a medium-sized passenger cargo vessel was making final preparations for departure. Haku trailed silently behind Mikoto, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the sea, eyes clouded with worry for Zabuza. Kuratsuchi was visibly excited. To her shame, having lived her entire life in Iwagakure, she had never seen the true ocean, only training or missions within the village. Deidara had already begun studying the explosive effects of his clay on the water's surface, muttering new ideas about art and waves. Karen adjusted her glasses and silently checked her medical kit and seasickness medicine. After the film crew negotiated with the ship's captain, everyone boarded in turn. The vessel gently swayed with the waves as it set sail toward the vast, boundless ocean. On the deck, Makoto leaned against the railing. The azure sea shimmered under the sunlight, and seabirds occasionally skimmed past, their cries crisp and clear. All this time, Makoto had striven to improve his strength, stabilize his life, and seek revenge. Yet the sea brought a moment of tranquility to his heart. This vast panorama held a unique charm. He relaxed his body, feeling the rhythm of the ship's rise and fall with the waves. At that moment, light footsteps approached from behind. Kuratsuchi came bearing a tray of exquisite snacks. Despite Iwagakure's almost unsightly ninja attire, it could not conceal her well-proportioned figure. Her two dark eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled brightly at him. "Makoto," she called as she reached his side, offering the tray. "Try these, I got them from the ship's kitchen." Makoto smiled at her and casually picked up a piece, tasting it. Kuratsuchi leaned on the railing, glancing sideways at him. She feigned casualness and asked, "Do you think this mission will go smoothly?" Makoto assumed she was concerned. "It will." Kuratsuchi nodded, her fingers unconsciously tracing the tray's edge. After a brief silence, she abruptly switched the topic. "Makoto, what do you think of me?" Makoto turned to look at her. The young woman's face bore a rare trace of nervousness. Her eyes flickered with anticipation and unease. "Oh, that means," he trailed off before continuing seriously, "you are an excellent ninja, among the top in your age group. Outgoing and straightforward in character, sincere and passionate toward your comrades." Kuratsuchi's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she clarified, "I meant as a girl." Oh, was she finally making her move? In the years Makoto had spent in Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi had often dropped subtle hints. But at that time, Makoto's strength was weak, and he feared that Obito, Itachi, or others might come after him, so he dared not entertain such thoughts or respond. Now things were different. Makoto smiled gently. "Equally excellent." Those simple 4 words could not conceal the smile spreading across Kuratsuchi's lips. She occasionally shared amusing stories from Iwagakure, while Makoto listened quietly, occasionally responding. The atmosphere was light and pleasant. Time passed unnoticed. As the sunset began to stain the horizon red, Makoto suggested returning to the cabin to rest. Kuratsuchi nodded and gathered the empty tray. Then, suddenly, she stepped forward, quickly kissed Makoto on the cheek, and dashed away. Makoto opened his mouth to say something, but she had already disappeared down the stairs leading to the cabin, leaving behind the lingering softness of her touch and the scent of youth. So this is what it feels like to be pursued by a girl. Quite delightful. Yet she was still too young. No real feelings stirred. In the shadowed corner of the deck, Karen clenched her fists tightly, but she quickly forced herself to relax, turning silently to return to the cabin. All right, Kuratsuchi. Didn't he expect you to move so fast? Since you are merciless, don't blame me for being unjust." At night, as Makoto prepared to rest, a light knock sounded at his door. Opening it, he found Karen standing there, dressed in a thin nightgown. Her deep crimson hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and behind her glasses, her amber eyes held a trace of helplessness. Her nightgown was a pale pink cotton design, the neckline revealing delicate collarbones, and despite the loose garment, her slender figure was evident. Karen clutched a pillow, looking somewhat pitiful as she whispered, "Brother, I think I'm seasick. I feel very unwell, dizzy and nauseous." She pointed toward her room deep in the corridor. "My room is at the ship's stern. The motion there is especially severe. I heard that the middle section of the ship experiences less motion. May I sleep here tonight?" Mikagami glanced at Karen's pale complexion and stepped aside, saying, "Come in." Karen could hardly contain the joy swelling within her. Clutching her pillow, she swiftly slipped into the room and sat down by the bedside. Indeed, Mikagami's quarters were situated near the ship's center, where the rocking was noticeably gentler than at the stern. Yet Mikagami's words struck a chord in Karen's heart. "Aren't you carrying seasickness medication?" Ahem. Karen's mind raced. "I have taken it, but it barely helps. I read in a book about sailors and the sea that pressing 2 specific acupressure points on the body can alleviate seasickness symptoms." She extended her left hand. Her wrist was slender and fair, the skin under the lamp's glow appearing exceptionally soft. Not a single bite mark. Leaning casually against the doorway with arms folded, Mikagami smiled as he looked at her. "Karen, do you really suffer from seasickness?" Karen's body stiffened for a moment, and in a barely audible voice, she confessed,
I am sorry, I lied.
Mikagami waited patiently for her explanation. I've actually always liked you, Karen admitted bluntly, showing a fierceness in this regard surpassing Kuratsuchi's. But after what Kuratsuchi did today, I'm afraid she'll take you away from me, and you'll abandon me. So, that's jealousy? Her candidness left Mikagami unafraid. To be honest, if I had to give you up to someone else, I'd feel pretty heartbroken too. Karen's eyes brightened. But there are still many troubles to resolve, Mikagami said, stroking his chin. Once everything is settled, we'll have a proper talk, alright? After all, the road to reviving the Uchiha clan is still long. Karen nodded vigorously, a look of relief spreading across her face. So, can I sleep here tonight? I've always lived with my mother, and honestly, I'm a bit afraid of the dark at night. Judging by the situation, if Mikagami were willing, she might just get her wish on the spot. But until all pressing matters were resolved, he wouldn't even consider such things. After all, he was human. No matter how strong his willpower, enduring everything afterwards still took a toll on both body and mind, slightly diminishing training efficiency and combat readiness. He would never give the enemy even the slightest opportunity. Moreover, for such a young child, there could be long-term consequences. Karen. HM? Alright. On the third morning of the voyage, scattered ice floes appeared on the CS surface. The temperature had noticeably dropped, and the air carried the piercing chill unique to the land of snow. Mikagami stood on the deck, gazing at the coastline gradually becoming distinct in the distance. The contours of the land of snow shimmered faintly through the morning mist, the white mountains contrasting vividly against the deep blue sea. Kuratsuchi, wrapped in a thick coat, came close to Mikagami, her breath condensing into white mist in the cold air. Deidara busied himself with his clay at the stern, while Karen leaned against the cabin door, her eyes frequently darting toward Mikagami. By his other side, Sai stood quietly, his eyes filled with anticipation and unease at the prospect of seeing Zabuza again. When the ship was still several nautical miles from the shore, abnormal ripples suddenly appeared on the water. Mikagami's gaze shifted to the waters on the ship's port side. A dozen dorsal fins sliced through the surface, rapidly approaching the vessel. They were sharks, but far larger than usual. Each was roughly the size of a small boat, their gray skin faintly glowing with a pale blue chakra radiance. In their eyes flickered an intelligence unbefitting mere beasts. Their movements were coordinated, forming a surrounding formation. The sailors aboard panicked, shouting loudly. A shark swarm, Mikagami observed closely. These sharks were clearly specially trained or some form of summoned beasts. Their swimming paths sealed off every escape route from the ship. Summoned beasts? Mikagami looked toward his team. Deidara leapt excitedly to the bow, one hand reaching behind him where a rocket launcher was slung. Art is an explosion. Yeah. Deidara hoisted the hefty tubular weapon onto his shoulder, stuffing explosive clay into the black muzzle, then activating it with chakra. Explosions erupted repeatedly over the water, sending towering columns of spray skyward. But the sharks nimbly dived beneath the surface, evading most of the blasts. Only two were wounded, their blood staining the surrounding sea red. The scent of blood enraged the others, who charged even more frantically toward the ship. Kuratsuchi formed hand seals, chakra gathering in her palms. Earth release, rock fist technique. Her hands became encased in hard rock as she flashed to the ship's railing. When a shark leapt from the water attempting to ram the hull, Kuratsuchi struck its side with a powerful punch. The rocky fist unleashed tremendous force, sending the shark flying several meters away. Karen quickly analyzed the chakra flow of the shark's attacks and reported to her teammates. The third shark on the left will attack the hull from underwater in 3 seconds. Thanks to the trio's seamless cooperation, the shark swarm was repelled. The last injured sharks dove into the deep sea, vanishing from sight. The sea returned to calm, with only lingering patches of blood floating on the surface. Mikagami's attention was not drawn by Kuratsuchi or Karen, but rather focused on Deidara. Deidara had earnestly taken Mikagami's suggestion to heart. He had named the portable rocket launcher the Chakra Art Cannon, but it was frankly ridiculously over the top. Sighing, Mikagami rubbed his temple. Deidara, unaware of his thoughts, felt a tinge of disappointment at Mikagami's expression. Looks like my art hasn't reached the strength you expected, sensei. Needs improvement, yeah. Mikagami said nothing to the motivated Deidara. Instead, he realized he needed a summoned beast himself. Not because he lacked power, but as a shinobi, summoned beasts were vital aids. More importantly, powerful summoned beast clans often possessed methods for cultivating sage techniques. These were powers surpassing conventional ninjutsu, capable of greatly enhancing strength. Mikagami would never allow himself a glaring weakness. An hour later, the ship slowly docked at the port of the Land of Snow. The pier was covered in ice and snow, with thick snow blanketing the wooden walkways. Several dilapidated fishing boats were moored at the harbor, while snow-capped mountains and a town stretched out in the distance. Mikagami was the first to disembark, scanning the pier. He immediately spotted a group waiting there. Kakashi leaned against a wooden post on the dock, holding the book Intimate Paradise. Might Guy was nearby, performing exaggerated stretches, while Asuma smoked calmly, his expression utterly relaxed. Of course, 3 elite jonin facing off against a daydreamer attempting to conquer the world through tricks and gimmicks. Pressure? Not at all. Behind the 3 jonin from Konoha stood several crew members and a man tightly bound in iron chains. Saya's eyes instantly reddened as he rushed forward, trembling hands working to undo the shackles on Zabuza. Zabuza coughed a few times, a bitter smile on his face. Mikagami approached Kakashi. What exactly happened? We found Zabuza mixed in with the Wind's fury during the mission. Kakashi closed his book, speaking in his trademark lazy tone. According to protocol, he should have been dealt with on the spot, but I knew he was connected to you, so we just captured him and waited for you to arrive. Among the throng of the film crew, a young maiden stepped forward, her exquisite features resembling a masterpiece hewn by the finest artisans of the snow country, her skin pale and translucent as if kissed by frost. Her blue eyes bore an innate air of haughtiness, yet a closer gaze revealed a hidden unrest within their depths. This was Fuka Koyuki, the legitimate heir of the snow country. Upon seeing Kyoshin, her brows immediately furrowed. By nature, she instinctively spoke with a biting sarcasm. Is it you who ordered your subordinates to act this way? You may be quite handsome, but alas, you are a villain. Kakashi's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly stepped before Fuka Koyuki, his tone grave. Princess Koyuki, please mind your words. Kakashi was well aware of the consequences of provoking Kyoshin. Ebisu approached Fuka Koyuki, gripping her collar firmly. Though shorter than her, Ebisu pressed down with one hand, towering over her as he glared fiercely. If Kyoshin had truly given such orders, you would already be dead. Fuka Koyuki was taken aback by Ebisu's fierce presence, her face paling. Yet she stubbornly retorted. Even Konoha's 3 jonin could do nothing against Fukanoto, who forced him into hiding. Does the Kyoshin you speak of truly have the privilege to collaborate with such a man? A flicker of anger flashed in Ebisu's eyes, his fist clenched tightly. He was about to let this pampered young lady taste the wrath of an even more spoiled noble's fist. Kyoshin's lips twitched. Inoki was truly inept at handling children. Just look at who he had raised in the original tale. Deidara, Ebisu, and Kodo. Only Kodo was somewhat respectable, but that was due to his maturity and personal enlightenment. Now the matter fell to Kyoshin. If not for Kyoshin possessing the soul of an adult, his current disposition would surely be one of disdainfulness. Had Kyoshin not influenced Deidara and Ebisu, Deidara would have long since been abducted by Akatsuki, and Ebisu's fist would have already struck. Ebisu, do not forget our mission, Kyoshin reminded. Ebisu released Fuka Koyuki's collar, shooting her a fierce glare before stepping back to Kyoshin's side. An elder clad in traditional attire hurried forward. He was the Sandaifu, a retainer to Fuka Koyuki. My sincerest apologies, Lord Kyoshin. The Sandaifu bowed respectfully. The young princess is inexperienced and ignorant. Please forgive her offense. Straightening, he proceeded to detail the current situation. Fukanoto had originally occupied the royal city of the snow country but was defeated by Konoha's 3 jonin. Unable to face them directly, he utilized his familiarity with the terrain to hide. Despite extensive searches, his whereabouts remained elusive. When the Sandaifu finished, Kyoshin nodded slowly. I understand. At this moment, Kakashi interjected, Mr. Sandaifu, rest assured. If there is any chance of failure in our mission, his arrival signifies victory. The Sandaifu was momentarily stunned. Then a look of realization dawned upon him. His gaze toward Kyoshin grew even more deferential. Fuka Koyuki also heard Kakashi's words. Biting her lip, she wrestled internally for a moment. She had been afraid to confront Fukanoto because she believed him an invincible demon. But after Konoha's 3 jonin had thoroughly beaten him, she realized that man was not invincible. Now even Kakashi esteemed Kyoshin so highly. Taking a deep breath, Fuka Koyuki stepped before Kyoshin. She bowed solemnly. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Please, I implore you to capture Fukanoto. For this, I am willing to offer triple the mission reward. Kyoshin regarded Fuka Koyuki with calm, unruffled eyes. That is a task for our squad. Fuka Koyuki lifted her gaze, a complex expression flickering within her eyes. Though younger than herself, Kyoshin had earned the praise of the jonin and remained composed and rational despite her taunts. The disparity was stark, and a tinge of shame crept upon her. Then I shall trouble you, honorable ninjas, the Sandaifu invited the group. The wind outside is fierce. Please return to the tent to discuss the specifics. The biting wind of the snow country howled past the hastily erected command tent. Kyoshin stood at its center. A map of the snow country unfurled upon the long table before him. According to the intelligence provided by the Sandaifu, Fukunoto was most likely in the old castle. Kyoshin pointed to the castle's marked location on the map. But we must consider that he may have established multiple hideouts. Kakashi rested his chin on one hand. The terrain of the snow country is complex, with snow-capped mountains, icy plains, and interwoven forests. If Fukunoto has set traps in the old castle, a reckless incursion would be perilous. Might Guy gave a thumbs up. Youth is meant to charge ahead boldly. I suggest a direct frontal assault. Asuma exhaled smoke. Guy, calm down. Kakashi is right, we need a meticulous plan. It matters not. Kyoshin replied with a businesslike air. We shall proceed directly. He cast his gaze toward Zabuza, who spoke. That is Fukunoto's laboratory. He possesses an airship but spends most of his time there tormenting the researchers. Curious, Kyoshin inquired. Why did you get involved with him? Zabuza glanced at the still-wary Sandaifu and Fuka Koyuki. That fellow claimed their family possessed a secret treasure capable of conquering the ninja world. Kyoshin remarked. People tend to believe in the absurd when feeling powerless. If such a thing truly existed, would the ninja world be as it is now? For the moment, Kyoshin set aside any attempt to understand Zabuza's motives, saying instead, Then we shall go directly. Kyoshin, allow me to take point, Ebisu offered, poking his head out. Earth release grants me an advantage moving through snow. I can clear a safe path for the team. Hearing this, Karen refused to be outdone. My sensory abilities can detect enemy ambushes in advance. Let me operate alongside Ebisu. I will ensure the team avoids traps. As Karen spoke, her gaze briefly met Kyoshin's before quickly averting, her cheeks faintly flushed. Deidara also proposed his plan. I can use my art to cover the entire area, blowing out all hidden enemies. Kyoshin looked at Deidara. Very well, but control the power. Our objective is to locate Fukunoto, not to destroy the snow country. The Sandaifu spread out a more detailed topographical map. Lord Kyoshin, this map has been compiled over generations by the snow country's cartographers. The old castle lies on the northern side of the snow mountains, surrounded on three sides by peaks, with only one passage leading in. Kyoshin examined it carefully. The map marked the terrain features around the castle, including several potential ambush sites. The castle's interior was labyrinthine, containing numerous secret chambers and hidden passages. The Sandaifu added, Fukunoto knows the castle intimately. If he is there, he will surely exploit the terrain's advantages. Kyoshin spread the map across the table and began assigning tasks. One purpose of coming here was to give his squad members experience, so he intended to take a measured approach initially. Ebisu, Deidara, and Karen will form one team, responsible for scouting the castle's outskirts. Ebisu will lead and defend, Deidara will conduct explosive reconnaissance, and Karen will sense enemy positions. Ebisu nodded promptly. Understood. Karen whispered in reply, I will handle the sensing. Kyoshin continued, and Zabuza will form the rear guard to support you. I stood silently beside Zabuza, bowing slightly upon hearing his name. Kyoshin then looked to Kakashi. You shall remain behind to protect the film crew. Kakashi discerned that Kyoshin was deliberately orchestrating situations to provide his subordinates with valuable experience. With Kyoshin, a tall and imposing figure, taking the lead, he himself was content to remain at ease. Very well. Kyoshin retrieved specially crafted kunai from his ninja tool pouch, each inscribed with intricate flying thunder god technique seals. Before departure, he said, I'm giving you these. He handed the kunai to the others individually. If you encounter insurmountable danger, channel your chakra directly into the kunai. I will sense it and rush to your aid immediately. This served as an additional layer of security for everyone. Rest for a while. We depart in 30 minutes. With these final words, Kyoshin concluded. Kuratsuchi and Karui exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering with a hint of rivalry. Half an hour later, the biting wind swept snowflakes against the tent, producing a rustling sound. Two groups burst forth simultaneously from their shelters, vanishing into the vast expanse of snow. The silhouette of an ancient castle loomed faintly through the blizzard. Kuratsuchi's team arrived first at the designated position, concealed behind a snowbank. Karui closed her eyes and fully extended her sensory perception. Chakra ripples spread like concentric waves, covering the castle's perimeter. The old fortress, shrouded in the storm, resembled a slumbering beast, silently overlooking the snowy plain below. Through her heightened senses, Karui gathered intelligence. Multiple chakra signatures patrolled the castle's outskirts. Kuratsuchi clenched his fist. How many? At least 10, Karui replied, dispersed around the castle. Her perception delved deeper. Inside the castle, chakra signatures are sparse. There are few people. Deidara grinned widely. Doesn't tea matter. Let us blow it up first and let my art take center stage. Deidara produced several clay spiders. I'll send a few small gifts ahead. To test their reactions. Wait, Karui immediately cautioned. Their chakra is converging. We may have been detected. Deidara's excitement surged. That makes things easier. We just wait for them to come. A few minutes later, 10 figures leapt from the snow. Leading them was a tall man with a somewhat sleazy demeanor. Behind him stood 9 ninjas similarly dressed, each clad in white snow camouflage and masked. They appeared somewhat paranoid, likely due to repeated confrontations with Konoha's jonin. Rogaine Setsubaku took command upon arrival, ordering his subordinates to encircle the enemy. Simultaneously, he began forming hand seals to unleash a powerful technique. Ice Release, Wolf Fang Avalanche. The surrounding snow instantly coalesced into countless ice wolves, roaring as they charged toward Kuratsuchi's team. Earth Release, Rock Fist Technique. Kuratsuchi's right fist became enveloped in stone and slammed forcefully into the ground. Rocks surged upward from beneath the snow, erecting a barrier before the 3 comrades. The ice wolves crashed against the rock wall, emitting sharp, shattering sounds. Finally, let me show you my art. Deidara clenched a clay sphere in each hand, swiftly shaping them before resting the cannon on his shoulder. He loaded it, infusing chakra into the mechanism. Artillery cannon, first form, explosive bomb. 2 clay cannonballs shot from the barrel, flying with precision toward the densest cluster of snow ninja. The explosion's flames stood out vividly against the snow, melting the surrounding drifts. A wave of heat swept over the area, carrying the distinct burnt scent of clay. Agonized screams echoed as several snow ninja fell, defeated on the spot. Karui raised her hands, now enveloped in visibly flowing chakra currents. She traced a sealing formation in the air. Sealing technique, binding chains. Crimson chakra chains shot from the seals, entangling the nearest 2 snow ninja. The moment the chains touched them, their chakra flow froze, and their bodies became immobilized. Seizing the moment, Kuratsuchi swung his rock-clad fist again, striking the chests of the 2 restrained snow ninja in rapid succession. Both were hurled backwards, blood spurting from their mouths and leaving trails on the snow. They won't last long, he muttered. Seeing his subordinates swiftly neutralized, Rogaine Setsubaku's expression darkened. I underestimated you. He began forming hand seals, only to notice Deidara wildly howling nearby, a slender, conical clay projectile loaded inside the tube on his shoulder. Rogaine quickly retreated, pressing a hand downward while completing his seals. Ice Release, Ice Prison Technique. With a rumble, a small ice mountain erupted from the ground, separating the 2 sides. Deidara adjusted the cannon's aim. Artillery cannon, second form. Armor-piercing shell. The projectile fired, its conical tip spinning as it drilled into the ice pillar before detonating inside. Boom! The ice mountain shattered, and those nearby scattered to avoid the flying debris. Kuratsuchi was forced to employ Earth Release to erect a defensive wall for the trio, then loudly complained. Why can't you be more careful? Ignoring the remark, Deidara chuckled maniacally as he continued reloading his artillery cannon. This kid's insane, Kuratsuchi thought, pulling Karui swiftly away from Deidara. Rogaine Setsubaku observed the boy's erratic state and realized he might be facing an opponent beyond his ability to contend with. Retreat. The remaining 4 snow ninja immediately pulled back toward the castle. Rogaine also withdrew quickly, but the blonde youth cursed loudly, shouting, Don't run. Watch this artillery cannon. Third form, mortar. Deidara planted the steel tube on the ground, infused it with chakra, and fired with a bang. Despite the small barrel, the clay shell that emerged was 3 to 5 times larger in caliber, arcing gracefully through the air toward the enemy. Rogaine's face changed instantly. Defend. The snow ninja halted and turned to form hand seals. Ice Release, Ice Wall Technique, ×4. Ice Release, Ice Prison Technique. The ground rose to form an ice mountain and 4 ice walls. The shell struck the snow ninja's defensive formation, igniting a brilliant blaze. The massive fireball spread outward, engulfing the area. The shockwave tossed the snow ninja aside, leaving them weak and sprawled on the ground. In the distance, Kuratsuchi fell silent for a moment, then used Earth Flow Wall again to shield against the residual blast. Rogaine, clad in chakra armor, was still in reasonable condition. Disregarding his comrades' lives, he fled alone toward the castle. Deidara's eyes gleamed as he continued his performance. Artillery cannon, fourth form, flower C. Bang bang bang. 3 shells shot skyward, then split into hundreds of small bombs that rained down. A concentrated roar erupted ahead as sparks exploded, cleansing the ground. For Snow Ninja incapacitated by the mortar blast vanished instantly. Ha ha ha, this is my art. Gritting his teeth, Rogaine barely withstood the onslaught with his ice techniques. By now, he had put sufficient distance between himself and his pursuer, casting a fierce glare at the distant figure. This bastard is insane, he muttered. We can accept it since he is an enemy. But to drag his own comrades into the blast, that is unforgivable. By this point, Deidara was covered in dust and grime from the residual blasts, yet showed no sign of fatigue. Instead, he foolishly molded a large white bird and launched it toward Rogaine. Rogaine cast successive ninjutsu, his chakra nearly depleted. His scalp tingled with fear as he squeezed out the last reserves of chakra to speed his flight. Deidara, perched upon the clay bird, continuously loaded shells, transforming into a makeshift bomber. Below, Rogaine fled in disarray, finally stumbling into the castle. When Kuratsuchi and Karui arrived, they saw Deidara preparing to charge inside. They shouted urgently, "Wait, there might be an ambush." Deidara retracted his artillery cannon and switched to several small clay birds. Then let me scout the area first. He cast the clay bird downward. The little creature flapped its wings and soared into the shadowy corridor. A thunderous roar and a flash of fire followed. Deidara pricked up his ears, then nodded. No screams, no ambush. Big brother, whose good Samaritan is snooping around like this? Kyoshin, Bai, and Zabuza trailed far behind, vigilantly observing everything ahead. Witnessing Deidara's demeanor, Kyoshin realized a troubling thought. Has this guy been repressed for far too long? After confirming the absence of any ambush, Deidara mounted the bird and flew inside. Shortly thereafter, explosions erupted from within the castle. That kid was really enjoying himself. Zabuza cast a glance at Kyoshin, inwardly muttering. So it's not only our village that has such eccentric characters. Each of the 5 great shinobi villages harbors its own prodigies. Iwagakure had no anti-addiction measures. Children could play a real-life battle royale with a staggering 99% mortality rate. How many of the ruthless fighters bred there could be considered mentally sound? Zabuza had thought their place was already a harsh wilderness, but unexpectedly, Iwagakure also harbored the soil for maniacs like Deidara. Kyoshin's attention sharpened toward the surrounding environment, detecting unusual movements in the snowy terrain. Over a dozen figures leapt from behind snowdrifts, fanning out to encircle them. Reinforcements had arrived. Kyoshin signaled to Bai, and Zabuza issued a warning. Both glanced backward. The newcomers wore white snow camouflage, moving swiftly and stealthily. Leading them was a burly man wearing a bear-head mask. Behind him, snow ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Ice release, ice spear rain. Dozens of sharp ice spears plummeted from above, blanketing the area where Kyoshin and the others stood. Bai responded immediately. Ice release, demonic mirror ice crystal. 6 ice mirrors instantly materialized around the trio, forming a hexagonal defensive array. The spears struck the ice mirrors, producing crisp shattering sounds. Kyoshin looked toward the Kuratsuchi team and called out, "Kuratsuchi, Shiranui, come here." Hearing Kyoshin's summons, Kuratsuchi and Shiranui hurried over. As for the castle interior, sparsely manned, Deidara was left to play inside. Outside the ice mirror defense, the snow ninjas altered their tactics. The bear-masked man gestured. Concentrate your attacks. Break through the defense. The snow ninjas launched assaults from various directions, focusing on one of the demonic ice mirrors. Despite relentless ice release strikes, the ice mirrors remained resilient. Zabuza lifted his hand and rested it on the hilt of his executioner's blade behind his back. Kyoshin cautioned him, "Don't kill too many. Leave some for my team." Understood. Zabuza formed a hand seal with one hand, mist release technique. A dense fog swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. The snow ninjas' vision was obscured, their attacks disorganized. Zabuza vanished into the mist. By the time the first snow ninja sensed danger, it was too late. The executioner's blade sliced precisely across his neck from the fog. Blood sprayed onto the snow, freezing instantly. The second snow ninja, hearing his comrade scream, spun around and erected an ice wall. But the executioner's blade struck from the side, cleaving through both the man and the wall. The bear-masked leader realized the dire situation. Concentrate. Back-to-back defense. The remaining 8 snow ninjas swiftly closed ranks, forming a defensive circle, backs against each other. Zabuza halted his assault, aware that Kyoshin's intention was to grant those rookies real combat experience. Otherwise, Fukanuto would have perished long ago. Kuratsuchi and Shiranui arrived at the battlefield as Zabuza dispersed the mist release technique, allowing them room to fight. Observing the situation, Kuratsuchi immediately formed a hand seal, earth release, earth rock spikes, sharp, bamboo shoot-like rocks erupted from beneath the snow, piercing 2 snow ninjas. Shiranui activated her sensory ability. 6 enemies remain. The strongest chakra belongs to the bear mask leader. Kuratsuchi's body blurred as he charged into the crowd, expertly combining rock fist strikes with refined taijutsu to swiftly eliminate the grunts. Shiranui used sealing techniques to restrain the ice hail winter bear. His chakra armor was useless, more like worthless scrap iron. Rather than offering protection, it added weight, rendering him no threat to Kuratsuchi. Before long, the lesser foes were wiped out. Damn. So the Wolf Fang avalanche faced enemies like these. The ice hail winter bear glanced toward Kyoshin, Bai, and Zabuza watching from afar, realizing this was no equal fight. He tried to retreat but was entangled by Kuratsuchi and Shiranui. Soon he was tightly bound and thrown before Kyoshin. Well done. Kyoshin nodded approvingly at Kuratsuchi and Shiranui. Though competitors in some respects, their cooperation was remarkably proficient. Kyoshin's gaze fixed on the ice hail winter bear, the 3 Magatama slowly revolving. Where is Fukanuto? The bear's mind was controlled by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. His mouth opened involuntarily. Deep within the snowy mountains, a secret laboratory, an airship docked there. Specific location: 5 kilometers northeast from the castle, within a crevice in the snowy mountains. The bear's pupils dilated, entirely under the Jinjutsu's sway. Kyoshin obtained the necessary intelligence and glanced at Kuratsuchi and Shiranui. Kuratsuchi drew a kunai and slashed across the ice hail winter bear's throat. Blood gushed forth, staining the snow crimson. The bear collapsed. The Jinjutsu's light in his eyes gradually faded. Meanwhile, Deidara laughed heartily as he flew out of the castle. A white bird clutching his prize, the barely alive Wolf Fang avalanche. Kuratsuchi looked up at Deidara. We have the intelligence. We no longer need him. Next, Deidara executed the Wolf Fang avalanche. The squad proceeded according to the information revealed by the ice hail winter bear. The corpses left in the snow were gradually buried by the swirling blizzard. After marching roughly 3 kilometers, Shiranui suddenly halted. There's a trap ahead. Deidara was eager. Let me clear it, Shiranui marked the trap's precise location for him. Accompanied by several thunderous detonations, the trap was neutralized. The squad pressed onward. The closer they approached the laboratory, the more stringent the defenses became. Beyond traps, there were several concealed observation posts. Yet Shiranui's sensory abilities rendered these defenses effectively useless. Deidara reveled in the explosions all along the way. At last, a steep cliff appeared ahead, with a narrow crevice between the rocky walls. Shiranui confirmed. The laboratory lies within the crevice. Chakra signatures are densely concentrated. Kyoshin scrutinized the crevice's entrance, camouflaged with ice and snow, indistinguishable from the surrounding cliff face. Preparing to enter, Kyoshin instructed. Stay vigilant. The group adjusted their stance, checked their gear, and ventured into the ice fissure. Deidara, Kuratsuchi, and Shiranui led the way. Kyoshin, Bai, and Zabuza observed from behind. The blizzard howled behind them, gradually erasing their footprints. As they advanced, Shiranui detected more intelligence. Inside, there were abundant chakra signatures, at least 100 individuals, and some large-scale machinery. It was likely the airship mentioned by that person. Kuratsuchi analyzed. Outside, the battle was intense. Deidara's artistic explosions made significant noise. Yet they had encountered no enemies thus far, seemingly because the opposition believed that even if the wolves and bears were defeated, no intelligence would leak. Coupled with the fact that all hidden sentries along the route had been eliminated, the enemy remained unaware that their foes had already reached their doorstep. Only when they laid eyes on the laboratory entrance did the enemy realize the truth. Artillery. Art-style cannon Type 2 armor-piercing shell. Boom! The guards and the main gate were utterly shattered by Deidara's explosive assault. 2 teams successively entered the laboratory. At the center of the lab, a colossal airship was stationed. Surrounding it were various experimental apparatuses, with researchers bustling about their work. The arrival of the group stirred some commotion, but since most present were researchers, there was little threat. Shinran fully extended her sensory perception, her chakra stretching like fine threads to cover the entire laboratory area. The researcher's chakra was feeble. 28 guards, possessing moderate chakra levels, were rushing over, but the airship remained in a dormant state. No formidable chakra signatures were detected. Shinran added, Kazahana Dotu should not be here. Kuratsuchi sighed. He must have been frightened by those Konoha jonin, which is why he has hidden so deeply. Deidara, clutching his cannon with excitement, exclaimed, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us blow them all away." There are research findings in the laboratory, Kyoshin said, looking at Deidara. They may not be of great use now, but if we want to develop technology in the future, these results are ready-made. Then, Deidara clenched his fist, seeming a bit dazed at the idea of not blowing things up. Kuratsuchi sighed again, beginning to assign tasks. Shinrin, you control the researchers. Deidara and I will deal with the guards. Deidara slapped his own head. I was just about to say that. The battle inside the laboratory concluded swiftly. Deidara hardly detonated a few people, and the remaining guards surrendered. The researchers, lacking any ability to resist, were gathered by Kuratsuchi and Shinrin in a corner of the lab. Kyoshin approached the airship, scrutinizing the machine carefully. The airship was about 20 meters long, its hull forged from a special metal, etched with intricate chakra conduction patterns on the surface. Kazahana Dotu's chakra armor and the airship indeed possessed certain technological sophistication, but their limitations were significant. For a shinobi of the shadow rank, such technological equipment posed only a limited threat. However, the airship still held considerable advantage. If they could pilot it away, mass-produce it, they could secure air superiority in war. Deidara, watch over these researchers. Shinrin and I will collect all experimental data. Kuratsuchi already bore the demeanor of a captain. Pack everything up and take it with us. Deidara showed keen interest in the airship. This thing can fly? It's much bigger than my clay bird. Noticing Kuratsuchi's gaze, Deidara suppressed his curiosity and set off to execute his task. Kuratsuchi and Shinrin began sorting through the laboratory files. Due to the workload, Kyoshin dispatched a shadow clone to assist. Since the purpose was merely to gain experience, there was no need to waste time on tedious processes. Batch after batch of documents were brought before Kyoshin, who then stored them in a storage scroll. Kyoshin approached the restrained researchers. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun slowly. Where is Kazahana Dotu? A middle-aged man's eyes glazed over. He has gone. It seemed everything here was but a decoy to delay the pursuers, including the airship. Kyoshin dispelled the genjutsu. The middle-aged man collapsed, consciousness blurred. Deidara, you take a break for now. Kyoshin thought this guy had done enough for the day, then looked at Kuratsuchi and Shinrin. Come here. Kazahana Dotu, clad in chakra armor, moved swiftly across the snowy terrain. The armor granted flight capability, allowing him to glide at low altitude, far faster than on foot. Suddenly, a strange kunai fell nearby. 3 figures appeared in the snow, blocking his path. Kazahana Dotu halted, and upon seeing the newcomers, his face showed disbelief. 3 children. He frowned. Ninjas from Iwagakure? Kuratsuchi and Shinrin assumed battle stances, while Kyoshin took to the air, occupying the high ground and watching below. Kazahana Dotu felt a wave of humiliation. Being defeated by Konoha jonin was one thing, but now even a few children dared to pursue him? Do you know who I am? His voice brimmed with anger. I am the ruler of the land of snow. Kazahana Dotu. Ice release. Black Dragon Blizzard. A colossal ice dragon rose from the snow, roaring as it charged toward the 3. Wherever the dragon passed, snow swirled into a fierce blizzard. Kuratsuchi immediately formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A wall of earth surged up, blocking the dragon's assault. But the dragon's power was immense. Cracks appeared on the earthen barrier.
Shinrin acted simultaneously, sealing technique, strangling Shin.
Red chakra chains shot toward Kazahana Dotu, attempting to restrain him. However, a defensive barrier surfaced on the chakra armor's surface, blocking the chains. Kazahana Dotu sneered. Such a weak sealing technique is useless against my armor. He formed hand seals with both hands. Ice release. Ice pillar prison. Dozens of ice pillars erupted from the ground, encasing Kuratsuchi and Shinrin. The pillars swiftly closed, forming a cage. Earth release. Rock fist technique. Kuratsuchi wrapped his fist in rock and struck the ice pillars, but they were unusually sturdy, only showing cracks. Shinrin tried to break the seal with her technique, but Kazahana Dotu's chakra, enhanced through his armor, greatly amplified his ice release power. You think you can capture me? Kazahana Dotu taunted. Even the jonin of Konoha couldn't deal with me. What are you children? Kuratsuchi gritted his teeth, forming hand seals again. Earth release. Earth pillar. The ground rose, lifting the ice pillar prison. Kuratsuchi and Shinrin seized the opportunity to break free. But Kazahana Dotu was already preparing his next attack. Ice release. Twin Dragon Blizzard. 2 ice dragons appeared simultaneously, flanking from left and right. The blizzard intensified, visibility dropping to almost nothing. Kyoshin in the sky furrowed his brow. Kazahana Doto's strength was not weak, but not overwhelmingly strong either. His ninjutsu and flight ability indeed countered Kuratsuchi and Shinrin. Earth release, stone pillar. With a rumble, a larger earth pillar surged from the ground, raising Kuratsuchi and Shinrin's altitude, allowing them to evade danger. Kyoshin's frown eased. Commendable countermeasure. The stone pillar endured the ninjutsu's assault. Once its power diminished, Kuratsuchi and Shinrin leapt down, escaping the range. Seeing Kuratsuchi rushing toward him, Kazahana Doto ascended, beginning to exploit his chakra armor to evade. In the shinobi world, units capable of flight always held the upper hand. Kuratsuchi and Shinrin lacked truly threatening ninjutsu to Kazahana Doto. Then let us end this. As Kazahana Doto disdainfully looked down upon Kuratsuchi and Shinrin, using ninjutsu to force them into a somewhat awkward position. He could never have imagined that once he created a situation that essentially decided the outcome, his life would be forfeit. Kyoshin raised his palm. A pillar of white light shot forth. Kazahana Doto's body vanished. When the light faded, only his severed head remained. Kyoshin retrieved a storage scroll and sealed Kazahana Doto's head inside. He closed the scroll and looked toward Kuratsuchi and Shinrin. Both were dusted with snowflakes, breathing heavily. Kuratsuchi's black short hair fluttered in the blizzard, his delicate features marked by battle fatigue. Shinrin's red long hair was somewhat disheveled, and she appeared likewise unwell. Kuratsuchi looked despondent. It seems we failed. Kyoshin approached them. It's natural to feel powerless against a countering enemy. Once we return, I will arrange targeted training. Kuratsuchi nodded. Understood. The three returned to the laboratory. Deidara, still guarding the researchers, immediately approached upon seeing them return. Is it resolved? Kagami nodded. Have the researchers gather all valuable materials on site that we have overlooked, board the airship and return. Soon, the missing data was collected. As for the airship, at the moment of ignition, it seemed to trigger a preset self-destruct mechanism. Fortunately, Kagami had made thorough arrangements regarding the details. Only some researchers and himself were inside during the explosion. Kagami used the flying thunder god technique to escape. Pity. Deidara watched the soaring flames and remarked, still somewhat artistic, barely holding up compared to me. Kagami, however, did not dwell on this. Let's move on. Inside the camp tent, a group awaited. After Kagami led the team away, they were attacked by the crane wing blizzard but were effortlessly repelled by Kakashi and others. Within the tent, a flying thunder god kunai glowed faintly. Accompanied by a flicker of shadows, the entire team sent to search for Fukanudo returned. Kagami retrieved a storage scroll. Forming seals to unseal it, the severed head of Fukanuto appeared on the table. The three doctors gasped sharply, then trembled with excitement. Fuka Koyoki covered her mouth, eyes filled with shock. A trembling voice from one of the doctors. Fukanuto. Kagami nodded. Fuka Koyoki stared at the head with complex emotions. The man who once terrified her now existed only as a severed head. She took a deep breath and bowed to Kagami. Thank you so much. Kagami maintained his aloof demeanor. No need. This is our duty. The three doctors steadied their emotions and said, since Fukanuto is deceased, the crisis in the land of snow is resolved. Your Highness, it is time to retrieve the true treasure. Fuka Koyoki nodded. The hexagonal crystal, the secret heirloom left by my father. She produced the hexagonal crystal hanging around her neck, translucent and shimmering faintly under the light. The legendary secret vault, the doctors explained, could only be opened by the one who possessed the hexagonal crystal. Eventually, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain. This was the rumored entrance to the treasure vault. Surrounding it were several giant tablet-shaped crystals, finely polished. At the center stood a pedestal designed to hold the crystal. Fuka Koyoki held the hexagonal crystal carefully and placed it into the corresponding slot. Click, click. Metallic sounds echoed from the vault, yet no so-called treasure emerged, nor did any mysterious entrance appear. The energy of the hexagonal crystal activated pathways connecting to the various giant smooth crystals. Bathed in sunlight, a wave of warmth spread through their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ice and snow melted. Flowers and grasses frozen for countless years began to revive. It's a geothermal generator. So this is the true treasure, the doctors said in awe. Kagami glanced around, equally astonished. After so many years of ice and snow, it melted just like that. Yet they had not even felt the heat. Fuka Koyoki stood motionless, tears streaming down her cheeks, a scene from years ago flashing through her mind. Influenced by Fukanudo, she had always believed her father left behind a treasure capable of conquering the world, but she had never expected it to be something like this. At this moment, she understood. Her father's true wish was the happiness of the people of the land of snow, not conquest. The doctor spoke softly. Your Highness, your father was always a benevolent ruler. He cared for the people, not power. Fuka Koyuki wiped away her tears, turned to Kagami and the others, and bowed deeply. I apologize for the trouble I caused you earlier. Thank you for helping the land of snow, and thank you for helping me understand my father's true intentions. She straightened and her gaze grew resolute. Fukanudo had plagued the land of snow for many years, and the people had lived in misery. She must carry on her father's legacy. However, after years of fleeing and the impact of these events, Fuka Koyuki realized the importance of ninja power. She silently resolved that the land of snow needed allies and a force capable of protecting the nation. Both Iwagakure and Konoha were reliable choices, but this matter required careful long-term planning. First, the domestic situation needed to stabilize. Fuka Koyuki looked at everyone. Please attend my enthronement ceremony. Kakashi, as team leader, pondered briefly and gently shook his head. We need to return to Konoha to report. In truth, this was not the fundamental reason. The three jonin were crucial assets to Konoha and usually would not go on missions together. This joint mission was only because the doctors had lavishly requested it. The longer they stayed outside, the greater the risk to the village, especially with a newly appointed Hokage urgently needing capable personnel. Though unfortunate, you have to do your best. Kai gave a thumbs up. This is your youth. Fuka Koyuki smiled at the passionate middle-aged man and nodded. I will, Lord Kai. Then, she turned her gaze toward Kagami. Recently, Iwagakure had made a name for itself in the ninja world, seemingly surpassing Konoha. Moreover, the land of snow was geographically closer to the land of earth, making it a higher priority as an ally than Konoha. Furthermore, this young man was truly enigmatic. The three Konoha jonin had labored for days without results. Yet, on his first day here, Kagami had executed Fukanudo. However, as Kagami said, this was just a mission. To gain long-term protection, either a long-term mission must be assigned to keep Kagami here, or an alliance must be formed with Iwagakure. The former was clearly impossible. Given Kagami's abilities and age, he was undoubtedly a core member of a major ninja village. It was unprecedented for a large ninja village to station its core personnel long-term in a small country solely for mission rewards. Therefore, only the latter option remained: how to form an alliance. Currently, the land of snow was destitute and possessed few resources. However, if Kagami agreed to stay for the ceremony, she would have time to consult the doctors and consider carefully. Yet Kagami also shook his head. We must return as well. We came here to retrieve Zabuza from Kakashi and to train the team. Now that the mission is complete, I have my own matters to attend to. Although the intelligence on Uchiha Itachi has become outdated, it is not worth wasting days to watch a ceremony. Fuka Koyuki felt a pang of anxiety but quickly composed herself. Now was not the time for panic. Lord Kagami, please wait. Kagami halted and looked back at her. Fuka Koyuki approached him earnestly. On behalf of the land of snow, I formally request an alliance with Iwagakure. Kagami was somewhat surprised. An alliance? Fuka Koyuki nodded. Yes, the land of snow needs Iwagakure's protection, and Iwagakure can benefit from the land of snow. Kagami was silent for a moment, then said, I will need to consult the Tsuchikage regarding this matter. Fuka Koyuki sighed with relief. As long as it was not an outright refusal on the spot, it was acceptable. I will send an envoy back with you. She turned to the doctors. Doctor, please come here. The doctor hurried over. Fuka Koyuki pulled him aside and lowered her voice. Doctor, we need an alliance plan that Iwagakure can accept. The doctor frowned deeply. Your Highness, the land of snow is currently destitute and has few resources to offer. Kazuhana Koyuki nodded. I understand, which is why we require a special strategy. The third doctor pondered for a moment, then said, we could propose offering the mineral resources of the land of snow in exchange for protection. Kazuhana Koyuki shook her head. That is insufficient. Although minerals are valuable, they alone cannot forge a steadfast alliance. The third doctor thought again, then his eyes brightened. Your Highness, there is another approach. Kazuhana Koyuki looked at him. What approach? The third doctor lowered his voice. A political marriage. If you could marry Lord Kagami, the bond between the land of snow and Iwagakure would be far more enduring. Kazuhana Koyuki was taken aback. A political marriage? Instinctively, she glanced toward Kagami in the distance. The calm and powerful young man. The third doctor continued. Lord Kagami is a pivotal figure in Iwagakure and is likely to become the Tsuchikage in the future. If you were to wed him, the land of snow would secure long-term protection from Iwagakure. Kazahana Koyuki bit her lip. She understood the third doctor's implication. Political marriages were not uncommon in the shinobi world, especially for smaller nations seeking the patronage of greater powers. But judging by Kagami's demeanor, if his standing with the Tsuchikage surpassed mere bargaining chips, even Inoki would likely defer to Kagami's stance. Still, it was a gamble they had to take. Kazahana Koyuki drew a deep breath. Third Doctor, as the envoy, you shall accompany Lord Kagami back to Iwagakure. This mission must be fulfilled. The third doctor saluted solemnly. Your Highness, rest assured, I shall do my utmost. Kazahana Koyuki added, remember, do not propose the marriage outright. First, request an alliance and gauge Iwagakure's response. The third doctor nodded. Understood. The two returned to Kagami's side. Kazahana Koyuki addressed him. Lord Kagami, the third doctor will serve as the land of snow's envoy and accompany you back to Iwagakure. Kagami glanced at the third doctor and nodded. Very well. The third doctor bowed to Kagami. Lord Kagami, thank you for your assistance. Kagami waved his hand. Prepare yourselves. We depart shortly. Several days later, in Iwagakure, Kuratsuchi stretched her body. Finally, we're back. Karen looked at the familiar architecture of Iwagakure and exhaled in relief. Deidara, uninterested in anything else, dashed straight to his laboratory. Kagami said to the third doctor, follow me. He led the third doctor toward the Tsuchikage's office. Kuratsuchi and Karen exchanged a glance and followed as well. Inside the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki was reviewing documents. Hearing a knock, he looked up. Enter. Kagami pushed the door open. Tsuchikage-sama, we have returned. Inoki set down his papers and smiled. Kagami, how did the mission go? Kagami reported succinctly. Kazahana Noto is dead. The land of snow's princess, Kazahana Koyuki, has ascended the throne. Inoki nodded approvingly. Excellent. And this is? He looked behind Kagami at the third doctor. Kagami introduced. This is the land of snow's envoy, the third doctor. The third doctor stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Tsuchikage-sama, on behalf of Queen Kazahana Koyuki of the land of snow, I extend our sincere greetings. Please, have a seat, Inoki said lightly, then looked back at Kagami. Kagami, provide a detailed report of the mission. It seemed Inoki paid little mind to the envoy from the land of snow. Kagami began outlining the mission's details. When the report concluded, Inoki turned to the third doctor. So, Envoy-san, what does the land of snow request? Finally, it was my turn. The third doctor took a deep breath, stood, and solemnly stated, Tsuchikage-sama, the land of snow wishes to form an alliance with Iwagakure. Inoki raised an eyebrow, a faint smile curling the corner of his mouth. An alliance? On what grounds? Throughout the shinobi world, aside from Konoha, even other large shinobi villages would consider carefully before forming an alliance, especially when approached with sincerity. Not to mention the land of snow, arriving empty-handed. Given the land of snow's geographic location and environment, it lacks even the capital to act as a vassal like the land of waves. And yet, they propose an alliance. The third doctor nodded. Indeed, the land of snow is willing to offer mining rights to its domestic mineral resources in exchange for Iwagakure's protection. Inoki's disdain was palpable, but his many years in politics kept his expression composed. Had the offer been anything else, it might have been borderline palatable to Inoki. But the land of earth is hardly lacking in minerals. We can't even mine them all ourselves. Now you want us to sail over there and work your mines? That would be a colossal waste of time. Observing Inoki's expression, the third doctor pressed on. Furthermore, to solidify the alliance, Her Majesty the Queen requests a political marriage with Iwagakure. The office fell into sudden silence. Inoki narrowed his eyes, a subtle glint of danger flickering within. The old man instinctively thought of Kuratsuchi. Damn it. Exchanging mineral rights for protection was almost impossible already. Now they're setting their sights on Kuratsuchi. Don't they know how fiercely I protect my granddaughter? Besides, Kuratsuchi and Kagami, never mind that, Inoki would never consider using Kuratsuchi for such a matter. Even if the offer were generous, Inoki would prioritize the feelings of Kuratsuchi and Kagami. How can they ask for everything and more? The third doctor's heart sank, fearing he might be dismissed without a chance to speak further, and hastily added, as long as Lord Kagami marries Her Majesty, the land of snow will never betray the alliance. Kuratsuchi and Karen simultaneously looked toward Kagami. Kagami furrowed his brows slightly. Inoki's frown eased. Oh, it's Kagami. A spark of insight flashed in Inoki's eyes. By rights, Kagami should come of age in a few years. Yet his relationship with Kuratsuchi had developed too slowly. After all, she is a queen. a woman of whom there are few in the shinobi world. If Kagami could be moved, it might accelerate the rise of the Uchiha. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Inoki looked at Kagami. Kagami, what is your opinion? Kagami replied calmly, not considering it for the time being. Karen and Kuratsuchi both sighed in relief simultaneously. Inoki was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that, to compel Kagami to consider this, they would have to wait until he had dealt with Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Inoki nodded, well, you've worked hard on this mission. Go and rest for now. Kagami, Kuratsuchi, and Karen departed. The third doctor stood there, nearly despairing. Yet a turning point emerged. After Kagami left, Inoki spoke. Envoy-san, you have heard Kagami's thoughts. The third doctor hurriedly replied, Tsuchikage-sama, the marriage proposal is merely a suggestion. If Lord Kagami is unwilling, we can discuss alternative plans. What's the rush? Inoki waved his hand. I've seen that Queen's film. She and Kagami do indeed make a perfect match. The third doctor's face brightened. Thank you, Tsuchikage-sama. Was this the first day this man had taken an interest in politics? Inoki's eye twitched. Third doctor, impatience is the greatest taboo in political affairs. It's better to clarify matters thoroughly. The third doctor respectfully said, Tsuchikage-sama, please do speak. You seem not to grasp what Kagami means to Iwagakure. Inoki began bluntly. In the coming decades, there will be no shinobi more perfect or powerful than him. The third doctor's breath caught. Such praise bordered on the extraordinary. If uttered by anyone else, it might seem like the idle boasts of a child at the village gate. But before him stood one of the greatest figures in the shinobi world. We shall not compel Kyoshin to undertake any actions. Inoki was the first to douse him with a bucket of cold water. The third Hokage nodded cautiously. This statement implied that if Kyoshin could not overcome that hurdle, the probability of success would be even lower than that of orchestrating a marriage between Kazuhana Koyuki and Kuratsuchi. Kyoshin was not considering it now because he had more pressing matters at hand and would not be distracted. Inoki continued, however, after that, I may be able to persuade him. The third Hokage bowed deeply. Thank you very much, Tsuchikage-sama. You only thank me if this succeeds? Inoki had scarcely ever encountered such an impatient Masato, which annoyed him somewhat. After all, the other party had expressed gratitude. If he failed to accomplish the matter, it would be tantamount to a breach of promise. Never mind, he was a novice, not worth quarreling with. If it cannot succeed, then there is no point discussing it. Inoki disregarded the third Hokage's thanks. If it is feasible, we shall discuss the specific alliance plan. The third Hokage replied earnestly, Tsuchikage-sama, please do propose your conditions. Time ticked away moment by moment. When the third Hokage emerged from the Tsuchikage's office, he was utterly exhausted, as if he had survived a life-and-death battle. This was entirely understandable. The third Hokage had served as an aide to Kazuhana Koyuki's father and was no political novice. Yet, compared to Inoki, the gap in their levels was rather significant. Step by step, the third Hokage left the Tsuchikage building, his mood heavy. Inoki's conditions were not overly harsh, but they decisively influenced the ecological niche of the land of snow. First, Inoki had no regard for mineral resources. Therefore, the mineral resource clause was replaced by a commission paid annually to Iwagakure, the specific amount not exceeding a certain proportion of the land of snow's fiscal revenue, with Iwagakure empowered to designate all resources emerging within the land of snow. Then came Inoki's more formidable move. These resources also included the mineral deposits of the land of snow, serving as a contingency to prevent the sudden discovery of high-value mineral veins within the land of snow. Secondly, Inoki proposed replacing the alliance with a provisional ally status. An ally is a political term obliging mutual assistance when one party encounters danger. A provisional ally, however, is not bound by such obligations upon signing the contract. After all, Iwagakure possesses the strength to aid the land of snow, but the reverse is not true. Plainly put, allies help each other, but if you lack the capability to assist me, you are merely a subordinate. Should the land of snow's national power one day reach 1/10 that of the land of earth, the provisional ally status will be upgraded to that of an ally. This term neither wounds the pride of the land of snow nor, in the future, if the land of snow rises, secures a strategically advantageous position for Iwagakure. If matters concerning Kyoshin and the Snow Queen are settled, Inoki will submit the application to the daimyo of the land of earth. Then the contract will come into effect. As for whether the daimyo's office will reject it, that possibility is virtually non-existent. Given the power structure of the shinobi world, although the ninja villages are subordinate to the daimyo's office, the documents submitted to the daimyo's office, and the application terms used, can essentially be understood as notifications. The third Hokage's hand trembled as he held the drafted materials. Honored envoy, Please return to the guest quarters to rest. We must set out early tomorrow. Behind him, a member of Iwagakure's Anbu reminded the Third Hokage. This was a temporary escort dispatched by Inoki to ensure the Third Hokage's safety on the return journey. Otherwise, should the Third Hokage perish, the Land of Snow would be unaware of Iwagakure's stance and might harbor resentment. Inoki would still send emissaries to the Land of Snow to explain the situation, but by then, the relationship between the two sides would likely become even more complicated. The Third Hokage nodded and exhaled deeply. Very well. After Kyoshin led Kuratsuchi and Karen from the office, they went straight to the training grounds. He instructed them to wait there while he went to summon Deidara. Kuratsuchi and Karen watched Kyoshin's retreating figure, their brows furrowed. Karen adjusted her glasses and asked, Kuratsuchi-senpai, do you think Tsuchikage-sama will agree to the marriage alliance? Kuratsuchi shook her head. I do not know, but my grandfather will surely consider the political benefits. Karen voiced her concern. Then what about Kyonaizen? Kuratsuchi drew a deep breath. We cannot allow this to happen. Karen looked at her. You mean? Kuratsuchi said. For now, we unite, at least in dealing with Kazuhana Koyuki's matter, we stand on the same side. Karen nodded. All right. The two reached a consensus. So what shall we do? Karen inquired. Kuratsuchi contemplated carefully. Kyoshin is not considering these matters now because he still has an unfinished mission. After that, we need to secure victory before Kazuhana Koyuki succeeds. After all, she is a queen. It would be disgraceful to stoop to requesting a marriage alliance with a man who already has a wife. Karen's face brightened. Indeed, indeed. As for who succeeds first, that will depend on our own abilities. Kuratsuchi straightened her back and smiled at Karen. In this regard, she had the advantage, after all. She was 1 year older and more developed. Karen's gaze shifted away from the slight swell before her, and she replied perfunctorily. All right. It's not like you were born much earlier than me. Internally, she was dismissive. She could tell that Kuratsuchi was the academic type, proper, methodical, establishing a romantic relationship, dating, marriage, and then. That was too formulaic. She, however, was of the rogue style, unconstrained by such rigid frameworks. The two decided to temporarily join forces to counter the threat posed by Kazuhana Koyuki. As for who would prevail first, that would be left to their own prowess. Kyoshin returned to the training grounds with Deidara. Deidara wore a look of reluctance. Sensei, I just got back to the lab and haven't even started new research yet. Kyoshin said calmly. This mission has quite a few issues. The three immediately stood side by side, watching Kyoshin tensely. From the perspective of a Chunin, Kuratsuchi, and Karen, your performances have been excellent. However, when facing enemies who can restrain you, you appear powerless. Therefore, you will need targeted training to learn long-range ninjutsu. I do not expect mastery, just the absence of glaring weaknesses. Here are the ninjutsu scrolls I have procured for you. Give them a try. Kyoshin produced 5 ninjutsu scrolls. Fire Release Fire Dragon Bomb, Water Release Water Fang Bomb, and a training scroll concerning a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, which upon success allows the execution of an enhanced version of Karen's sealing technique, the Golden Lock of the Chain. The last two were shadow clone techniques. Kuratsuchi and Karen received the scrolls and gazed at Kyoshin with innocent eyes. Kyoshin? I'm fine, Kuratsuchi remarked sarcastically. I senti Karen is a bit too difficult? Kyoshin smiled faintly. Of course it is difficult, but her chakra reserves can support a highly efficient training method. Using shadow clones to practice ninjutsu, then dispelling them all at once to gain insight into the techniques, repeating the process. Karen asked curiously. So it's the kind of training brother uses? Kyoshin nodded, then told Kuratsuchi. You can also use this method, but you must control the intensity, or it could be dangerous. Kuratsuchi clenched her fists. Understood. At this point, the advantage of the bloodline seemed to manifest. Kyoshin then instructed Kuratsuchi and Karen to begin their training, turning his gaze toward Deidara. You are not suited for team operations. Your performance on this mission was, to put it artistically, quite remarkable. The power and practicality of your artistic canon are both excellent. However, it seemed that Deidara gave little consideration to his comrade's feelings. Kyujin had no intention of urging him to change. After all, given Deidara's inherent nature, it was already quite remarkable that he had become this compliant. If more pressure were applied, Kyujin feared he might not be able to bear it. Since your skills have already reached the level of an elite jonin, you should participate in the jonin examinations, Kyujin said. That way, you will have official authorization to operate independently. Deidara nodded excitedly in response. Yes. Absolutely. Kyujin cautioned him, remember to be cautious during missions. If you encounter any human traffickers, notify me immediately. Human traffickers? Deidara asked, puzzled. Kyujin smiled and nodded. Indeed. There is currently an organization that has suffered several personnel losses and is urgently seeking reinforcements. You are likely one of their targets. But do not worry, you carry my flying thunder god kunai. If you cannot overcome your adversaries, contact me at once. Deidara felt a surge of gratitude within his heart. Thank you, sensei. Yes. After the training session concluded, Kyujin received an invitation from Orochimaru to visit his laboratory. Located on the outskirts of Iwagakure, it was an independent research facility. Orochimaru was busy at the experimental bench. Upon hearing footsteps, he looked up and said, Kyujin-kun, you have arrived. Kyujin approached the bench and inquired, how is the research progressing? A flicker of excitement shone in Orochimaru's eyes. We have achieved a significant breakthrough. He pointed toward a cultivation container. Take a look here. Inside the container floated a Mangekyo Sharingan, the eye of Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru explained, the initial experiment to fuse ocular power has succeeded. Obito's Mangekyo now responds to your chakra. More importantly, we have made strides in fusing Hashirama cells with the Sharingan. He indicated another container, which held cultivated Hashirama cells fused with Sharingan tissue. We have discovered that Hashirama cells can mitigate the risk of blindness caused by the use of the Mangekyo, Orochimaru stated. Kyujin raised an eyebrow at the word mitigate. Orochimaru nodded. Yes. The formidable vitality of Hashirama cells can repair the damage inflicted by excessive use of the Sharingan. Due to genetic factors, the cells of the Uchiha and Senju clans can even produce remarkable reactions. I have observed that the Sharingan gains a gradual enhancement in ocular power in the presence of Hashirama cells. Indeed, Kyujin murmured thoughtfully. In the original narrative, Uchiha Madara relied on Hashirama cells to gradually awaken the Rinnegan. Orochimaru continued, therefore I have a bold proposal. Kyujin regarded him carefully. What proposal? Orochimaru spoke earnestly. To transplant a small quantity of Hashirama cells into your body in an effort to elevate the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power. I have found that the Mangekyo has not yet reached its evolutionary limit. However, despite numerous attempts, I have been unable to find the right opportunity, perhaps due to insufficient ocular power. If you undergo the operation, your ocular power could be elevated to an entirely new tier, potentially allowing the Sharingan to evolve to another stage. Orochimaru's prowess as a researcher was truly formidable. Given the right environment, he could uncover knowledge that should be reserved for only a select few. Though unaware of the name Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was nonetheless perceptive enough to recognize its existence. The potential benefits of this proposal were immense. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was a legendary power of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru added, of course, this is merely an experiment. I cannot guarantee success. Kyujin asked, I assume you have already prepared the procedure? You understand me well, Kyujin-kun, Orochimaru replied, producing several documents. If you agree, preparations could be completed in one day. After reviewing the materials, Kyujin shook his head. I do not require Hashirama cells for combat. A smaller scale is preferable for sealing and control. Oh, Orochimaru appeared surprised. That is an immensely powerful force, descended from the god of shinobi. Nevertheless, Kyujin remained uninterested in Orochimaru's proposal. After all, it would require successive transplants of large quantities of Hashirama cells, eventually replacing half his body. His ambition was truly audacious. What Kyujin needed was merely genetic power. Just a small amount of cells would suffice to maintain the Mangekyo Sharingan's damage repair and ocular power enhancement. As for regenerative abilities and chakra, with the linear potential of his system, Kyujin's healing capacity would improve through specific training, its growth boundless and far surpassing what Hashirama cells could offer. Regarding his vast chakra reserves, Kyujin was likewise well endowed. I only need 0.01 grams. On my forearm, Kyujin declared. I will come here in one day. Though slightly disappointed, Orochimaru replied, I will prepare everything. Kyujin left the laboratory and returned to his quarters, beginning to adjust his condition while reporting the upcoming operation to Inoki. Upon learning this, Inoki suggested that Chinatsu supervise the surgery. Her perceptive abilities could prevent Orochimaru from committing any misdeeds. Kyujin accepted Inoki's thoughtful proposal. One day later, the operation was complete. A nearly imperceptible white protrusion appeared on Kyujin's forearm. Finished. How do you feel? Orochimaru asked eagerly. Kyujin suppressed the transplanted Hashirama cells with chakra, sealing them while attempting to channel a trace of their power through his arm toward his eyes. Due to the minimal quantity, the body's rejection response was almost negligible. The ocular power has indeed increased, Kyujin said, raising his hand to cover his left eye, which felt peculiar. But I need to gradually assimilate the cells before I can proceed with large-scale fusion. This will require time. Orochimaru requested, if possible, should your eyes evolve again, please notify me. Certainly, Kyujin replied, rising to express his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Our transaction is now complete. Orochimaru grinned broadly. But I have grown accustomed to this place. A large shinobi village provides me with experimental materials and I need not hide from anyone. Even if experiments fail, I have the resources to start anew. This environment is far too comfortable. Then stay a few more days. Kyujin smiled faintly. When you realize that a body with a soul is imperfect, we will seek out Uchiha Madara's cells. Orochimaru nodded. Of course. Thank you for your concern, Kyujin-kun. After departing Orochimaru's laboratory, Kyujin meticulously examined the reactions in his eyes and body. To ascend to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, one must transplant the eye of a close relative. But since his system had no potential ceiling, his Mangekyo Sharingan required none of those prerequisites. Simply put, Kyujin could bypass the usual requirements. Though it would be a longer path, Hashirama cells could accelerate the process. A member of the Iwagakure Anbu found Kyujin. Lord Kyujin, you have a letter and cargo from Konoha. Kyujin was somewhat surprised. A letter? Cargo? The Iwagakure shinobi nodded. Sent personally by the Hokage. Kyujin accepted the letter and inventory list, then opened the letter and began reading. Tsunade's handwriting was neat and resolute. Kyujin-kun, regarding matters of the Uchiha clan, Konoha has conducted a comprehensive investigation. Shinobi involved in the clan's annihilation have been purged or marginalized. Konoha is undergoing reforms to prevent similar tragedies in the future. As compensation, the heritage of the Uchiha clan is now being returned, including silver coins, liquidated real estate, a large collection of jutsu scrolls, a guide to mastering the Sharingan, and a summoning scroll. Furthermore, the history and truth of the Uchiha clan have been fully declassified. Though it may no longer hold significance for the Uchiha, it serves as a response to you. Kagami set down the letter, his heart heavy with complexity, the legacy of the Uchiha clan. Upon returning home, he cast his gaze upon the delivered cargo. More than a dozen large crates piled neatly in the courtyard. Kaorin, hearing the commotion, hurried over from next door. She pushed up her round-framed glasses and asked, "Brother, what are all these?" "These were sent from Konoha," Kagami replied, "the inheritance of the Uchiha clan." Kaorin repeated with surprise, "The Uchiha clan's inheritance?" Kuratsuchi, having caught wind of the situation, arrived out of curiosity. "Kagami, what is going on?" Kagami handed the letter to Kuratsuchi, who quickly skimmed through it before furrowing his brow. "Compensation from Konoha?" Kagami nodded. "Something like that. Could you help me inventory the items?" "Of course." Kaorin eagerly began examining the crates. She opened the first one to reveal stacks of neatly arranged silver coins. "So much money," Kaorin exclaimed. Kagami glanced over and confirmed the amount was indeed substantial. The Uchiha clan's south real estate had been liquidated, yielding an astonishing sum. Kuratsuchi opened the second crate, revealing scrolls of ninjutsu. Kagami picked up one and unfurled it, softly reading aloud, "Izanagi." He then took another scroll, "Izanami." These were all secret techniques of the Uchiha clan. The third crate contained a training manual for the Sharingan. Kagami leafed through it, finding only rudimentary knowledge, of little use to him, having already awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan. The fourth crate held a summoning scroll. Its material was unique, emanating a faint chakra resonance. Kagami carefully examined the scroll bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem. He infused chakra into it, causing it to glow faintly, but nothing further happened. It seemed specific conditions were required to activate it. Having finished counting the silver, Kaorin approached. "Brother, there is so much money we'll need a special place to store it." Kagami nodded. "For now, leave it here. I'll take care of it." Kuratsuchi finished organizing the ninjutsu scrolls. "Kagami, these scrolls contain many advanced techniques." Kagami responded. "Send them directly to the village's secret archives." "Ah?" Kuratsuchi asked in surprise. Kagami waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so particular about what's yours or mine. The hidden Iwa village has treated me well. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours." Curiously, Kaorin inquired, "Brother, what about that summoning scroll?" Kagami stared at it in his hand. "It's an Uchiha summoning scroll, likely a contract with a summoning beast." Kuratsuchi's eyes brightened. "A summoning beast? Kagami, you don't have a summoning beast yet, do you?" Kagami shook his head. "No. I've been too preoccupied with strengthening myself and seeking revenge to look for one. But after that encounter with those sharks on the way to the land of snow, the idea of finding a summoning beast came to me." Kaorin said, "Brother, why don't you try summoning?" Kagami pondered briefly, then shook his head. I haven't studied the relevant knowledge yet. He carefully put the summoning scroll away. Soon, the inventory was complete. Kagami deposited the silver coins into the hidden Iwa Village's bank, handed over the ninjutsu scrolls to the village, and kept the summoning scroll with him. Afterwards, he went to the hidden Iwa Village's secret archives to retrieve scrolls on summoning techniques. That night, with the aid of his shadow clones, Kagami finally grasped the knowledge. He took out the summoning scroll and studied it intently. The Uchiha clan forges contracts with summoning beasts to fight alongside them and uphold the clan's honor. This scroll was the Uchiha clan's exclusive summoning contract. Although, in the original lore, it seemed the Uchiha clan had no exclusive summoning beasts. Well, never mind. He flicked the summoning scroll open on the ground, formed the seals and pressed down. The scroll glowed again. White smoke billowed, and a small beastly silhouette appeared on the scroll. It was a cat dressed in ninja attire. The ninja cat sat gracefully on the scroll, wearing a forehead protector, his fur sleek and black. An Uchiha clan member? The ninja cat spoke in a clear, crisp voice. Kagami nodded. I am Kagami Uchiha. The ninja cat scrutinized him. Kagami Uchiha? I've never heard of you. I am Nyasook. Nyasook asked Kagami. It's been several years since we were summoned. What has happened to the Uchiha clan? Kagami replied they were annihilated. Only 3 remain. Nyasook let out a mournful howl. Meow! Kagami was puzzled. Why does this guy seem more heartbroken than Sasuke? The piercing wail shook Kagami somewhat. Could this Hakimi awaken the Sharingan? Nyasook knelt on the ground. The Uchiha clan are our partners. They are truly our partners. Though only 3 remain, the ancestral ways must not change. Nyasook looked up at Kagami, his slit pupils gleaming with appraisal. If you want to form a contract with us, you must pass our trials. Curious, Kagami asked what trials. Nyasook explained 2 trials, a combat trial and a knowledge trial. Only by passing both can you conclude the contract. Kagami nodded. I'm willing to try. A flicker of admiration crossed Nyasook's eyes. You have courage. Follow me to the summoning realm. He formed the seals, and a teleportation array appeared on the ground. Kagami stepped into the array. A flash of light, and he arrived in the summoning realm. Unlike the ninja world, this place brimmed with natural energy. Towering trees and fresh air surrounded him. Nyasook led Kagami to the territory of the ninja cat clan. Many ninja cats leapt among the branches, curiously eyeing Kagami. Nyasook said, First, the combat trial. Your opponent is an elite Chunin-level ninja cat. A larger ninja cat stepped forward, its gaze sharp and claws gleaming. Kagami met his opponent's eyes calmly. The battle commenced. The ninja cat moved with lightning speed, swiping its claws at Kagami. Kagami effortlessly dodged, his Sharingan capturing every movement. Since this might be a future ally, Kagami refrained from striking truly. He observed the opponent, and after several exchanges found an opening. He grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck. Genetic programming halted all its movements. Nyasook nodded. You are formidable. You have passed the combat trial. Now the knowledge trial. All about our ninja cat clan. Are you ready? Kagami put down the large spotted cat, about to nod, when suddenly his nose began to itch. He sneezed. Then his eyes started to water. The itching intensified, and sneezes came uncontrollably. Nyasook froze. What's wrong? Kagami struggled to reply, I don't know. At that moment, an old cat ambled over, its wise gaze fixed on Kagami. Young man, you're allergic. What? Nyasook's eyes widened. An Uchiha allergic to cats? Clan leader, he is one of the last 3 Uchiha. How can he be allergic to cats? The old cat looked at Kagami and shook his head regretfully. Kagami Uchiha. As an Uchiha, you are allergic to cats and thus unfit for the contract. The ninja cat clan cannot form contracts with those allergic to cats. It would impair your combat. Kagami's allergic reaction eased somewhat as he glanced around, noticing the cats had all kept their distance. The old cat stepped forward as if to comfort him with a pat on the shoulder but stopped himself. Ahem. Despite this, I have seen your strength. Only Uchiha clan members who reach elite Chunin level and have awakened the Sharingan earn our recognition. Your chakra is immense, far beyond the level of a Jonin. It appears that young Fugaku pales considerably in comparison to you. Without a summoning beast, indeed, it is a significant shortcoming. The old cat fell into deep contemplation, then summoned Miaozo. Fetch paper and pen. Upon receiving the order, Miaozo promptly departed and soon returned. The old cat penned a letter and produced a map of the summoning realm. Young one, venture here and try your luck. This is a place where the summoning beasts share a close bond with our ninja cat clan. They will surely grant me some respect. After all, we once shared a master-disciple relationship. Master-disciple relationship? Kyoshin separated a shadow clone, handing it the letter and map to examine. Then he discovered that the destination marked on the map bore the emblem of a tiger's head. Thank you, clan leader. With the decline of the Uchiha clan, we do not wish to see their downfall. You are one of the few remaining Uchiha. Naturally, we will treat you well. Go forth. Though we were once your masters, they have become far mightier now. Kyoshin expressed his gratitude once more and took his leave. Following the map, Kyoshin arrived at the Tiger Clan's territory. It was a dense forest. Colossal tiger emerged. Standing 5 meters tall, it radiated an imposing aura. Human, why have you come to the Tiger Clan's domain? The tiger spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Kyoshin replied, I am Kyoshin Uchiha, seeking to form a summoning contract with the Tiger Clan. The tiger's eyes gleamed. Uchiha? What brings you to us? It seemed the name Uchiha carried great weight in the summoning realm. Upon hearing it, the tiger nearly transformed into a giant feline. Kyoshin said, I was recommended here by the Ninja Cat clan. The tiger nodded repeatedly. Though you fancy us, you must still pass a test. Please do not take offense. It is an ancestral custom. Kyoshin consented. Please proceed with the test. The tiger declared, fight me and demonstrate your strength. Kyoshin activated his Sharingan, preparing for battle. The tiger lunged with incredible speed. Kyoshin revealed his Sharingan, glaring intensely. The tiger collapsed with a thud, falling into a deep sleep until Kyoshin roused it. Don't come any closer. The tiger retreated fearfully. Your power is overwhelming. Our Tiger Clan cannot aid you. Kyoshin said, within your combat tier, we would only be a hindrance. The tiger explained, your strength is too great. Our Tiger Clan cannot partake in battles of your caliber. Forming a contract would be meaningless. Kyoshin fell silent. The tiger continued, however, I can write you a letter of recommendation. Try other clans. Kyoshin accepted the letter. Thank you. The tiger nodded. Good luck. Kyoshin departed the Tiger Clan's territory. Guided by the letter, he journeyed to the Leopard Clan's domain. After testing his strength, their leader also shook his head. Your power exceeds ours. Our Leopard Clan cannot assist. Here is a letter of recommendation. Try the Eagle Clan. Kyoshin took the letter and pressed onward. At the Eagle Clan's territory, their leader tested him and similarly remarked, your strength is beyond our reach. Our Eagle Clan cannot participate in your battles. This is a letter of recommendation. Seek the Turtle Clan. At the Turtle Clan's domain, after testing, their leader also shook his head. Your power is formidable. Though our Turtle Clan boasts strong defense, our offense is insufficient. Here is a letter of recommendation. Kyoshin visited more than a dozen summoning beast clans in succession. Ninja Leopard, Ninja Eagle, Ninja Turtle, Ninja Wolf, Ninja Snake. Each clan acknowledged Kyoshin's strength, but felt their abilities inadequate for battles at his level, offering letters of recommendation instead. The stack of letters in Kyoshin's hand grew steadily. He began to suspect this was some tradition within the summoning realm. Kyoshin gazed at the numerous letters, a mixture of amusement and disbelief crossing his face. Ultimately, the letters pointed to one destination, the northern snow ridges of the summoning realm. There lay the domain of the Thunder Bear clan. Carrying the letters, Kyoshin set out for the northern snow ridges. Along the way, he pondered the ecology of the summoning realm. Each clan recognized his strength but declined to form a contract. It seemed to be an unspoken understanding, or rather, a tradition. The summoning beast clans shared intricate connections. Through letters of recommendation, they directed powerful contract seekers toward clans better suited to them. Kyoshin grasped this truth. No longer disheartened, he grew curious. What sort of existence was the Thunder Bear clan? His curiosity was piqued because the previous clan had said plainly, if the Thunder Bear clan cannot assist you, then you prove you do not need a summoning beast at all. Could the Thunder Bear clan be the ultimate summoning beast? Kyoshin had considered the 3 great sacred grounds, but they were closely tied to Konoha. If all else failed, he would contemplate them last. Kyoshin quickened his pace. The northern snow ridges lay at the utmost north of the summoning realm, perpetually blanketed in snow and gripped by frigid temperatures. Yet for a ninja, this was no obstacle. Kyoshin employed Chakra to keep warm and pressed onward. After several hours, he arrived at the northern snow ridges. Before him stretched a vast expanse of white snowfields. In the distance, immense figures loomed. They were the Thunder Bear clan. Kyoshin approached and beheld the Thunder Bear's form, utterly dumbfounded. Massive in size, standing over 30 meters tall, with white fur and blue lightning patterns coursing across its body. Its presence was awe-inspiring and overwhelming. Even Shikaku seemed an amateur in comparison. One Thunder Bear noticed Kyoshin and approached. Each step caused the ground to tremble. Human, why have you come to the Thunder Bear domain? The bear's voice was like rolling thunder. Kyoshin displayed the letters in his hand. I am Kyoshin Uchiha, seeking to form a summoning contract with the Thunder Bear clan. The bear examined the thick stack of letters and nodded. So many letters of recommendation. It seems many clans recognize you. Kyoshin explained. But they all believe I am ill-suited for their ranks. The Thunder Bear chuckled. That is because they are too weak. We, the Thunder Bear clan, are different. Kyoshin's eyes brightened. The Thunder Bear clan is willing to contract with me? With that size and those lightning patterns, even alone, you could rival a tailed beast. The Thunder Bear shook its head. We recognize only the strong. Kyoshin nodded. I accept your trial. Very well. I shall report to the clan leader and summon the members. The bear inhaled deeply, drawing in a massive volume of cold air like a colossal vacuum cleaner, terrifying in its intensity. Soon, a host of great white bears gathered. Among them, one was truly extraordinary, estimated to stand over 50 meters tall, capable of walking upright, cloaked in snow-white fur. What astonished Kyoshin most was that it bore 2 horsetail braids hanging before it. White fur and twin braids. Ha, ha ha ha. The giant bear's footsteps stirred fierce winds, whipping Kyoshin's clothing with a roaring sound. I am Kyori, Thunder Bear clan leader. Fight me, defeat me, and you shall sign the contract. Kyoshin gazed upon Kyori's colossal form, 50 meters tall and weighing no less than 2,000 tons. Such an opponent was indeed formidable. Yet Kyoshin's heart brimmed with excitement. He had no idea such powerful summoning beasts existed in the summoning realm. This figure before him was at least a bunta or a man-snake level, if not stronger. Very well, I accept your challenge, Kyoshin declared. A flicker of admiration gleamed in Wild Thunder's eyes. You possess courage. Let us begin. Wild Thunder initiated the assault, his massive bear paw striking toward Kyoshin's chest. The gust of his palm attack howled fiercely, charged with crackling lightning. Kyoshin evaded with a swift body flicker technique, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire style. Majestic fire extinguishment. A colossal sea of flames surged toward Wild Thunder. Unfazed, Wild Thunder neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the inferno to envelop him. Lightning crackled around, isolating the flames. Such an attack cannot harm me, Wild Thunder declared. You wield the Sharingan. You should be able to discern chakra variations, Wild Thunder remarked. Kyoshin studied the flow of Wild Thunder's chakra, immensely powerful, yet peculiarly unique. It was by no means ordinary chakra. Strictly speaking, it bore a closer resemblance to natural chakra. Then I shall take this seriously, Kyoshin said, retreating slightly with a warning. Be cautious. Wild Thunder stood firm, grinning broadly to reveal 2 terrifyingly large fangs. Then let me show you. Around Kyoshin, a skeletal white frame emerged, rapidly taking shape, the 4th form Susanoo. Its stature rivaled that of Wild Thunder's, yet it continued to amplify. Influenced by Hashirama's cells, Kyoshin's ocular power intensified, and the Susanoo's scale grew even more formidable. Ultimately, Kyoshin's 4th form Susanoo towered over 130 meters tall. Perched upon the colossal Susanoo's head, Kyoshin gazed down at Wild Thunder below. Wild Thunder roared excitedly. Now this is battle. Storms converge. Carry me skyward. Raising his right paw, a dazzling divine thunderbolt descended from the heavens, infusing his body. His beastly eyes shimmered with blue lightning, and his claws transformed into a fearsome spectral blue. Then he leapt high, his form swelling rapidly until he stood just half a head shorter than the Susanoo. His enormous fist crashed toward the Susanoo. Kyoshin controlled the Susanoo, raising its right arm while simultaneously amplifying it. Earth-style, super-weighted rock technique. Boom! The collision unleashed a tremendous shockwave. The snowy plains trembled as snowflakes scattered. Wild Thunder staggered and fell backward. A group of thunder bears stared wide-eyed, their beastly eyes filled with disbelief at the scene. I acknowledge you. Wild Thunder rose from the ground. Among all the shinobi I have encountered, none surpass your strength. In truth, he had only ever seen Kyoshin, only one human shinobi. The contract signing can wait, Wild Thunder said, feeling his blood begin to boil within, as though truly entering combat mode. Clapping his 2 massive paws together, he unleashed Sage Art, Calamity Divine Thunder. A golden radiance blossomed upon the lightning encircling Wild Thunder, rapidly spreading until it enveloped his entire body. The energy condensed and surged skyward, breaking through the cloud cover. If you can withstand this strike, the battle will be over. Kyoshin lifted his gaze to the sky. The clouds were pushed aside by the terrifying golden thunderbolt, tens of meters thick, quickly condensing, as if about to pour down the next moment. Since the battle is over, There is no need to block it.
Stand Aside.
I'm about to unleash my cheat move. Kyoshin dispelled the Susanoo, crossing his arms as he floated midair. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye slowly revolved. What are you about to do, boy? Wild Thunder exclaimed in shock. You will die. Thunderstorm gathered and poured down. Kyoshin was engulfed by the calamity divine thunder. Several mountain peaks around were submerged and flattened by the aftermath. Half a minute later, the aftershock dispersed. Kyoshin's intact figure appeared. Pseudo Susanoo is truly convenient, Kyoshin thought, astonished. That strike could have shattered his Susanoo completely. At the same time, a question arose within Kyoshin's heart. Have I misstepped? Given Wild Thunder's power, he could have easily faced 2 or even 3-tailed beasts alone. Yet the opponent seemed obscure. The shinobi world's legends of summoning beasts spoke only of the 3 great sacred lands. The snake, the toad, and the slug. Never had the bear clan been noted for any remarkable feats. Even the salamander was more renowned than the thunder bears. The battle ceased. Wild Thunder looked at Kyoshin with respect. You are worthy of the Thunder Bear clan's contract. Follow me. Kyoshin smiled faintly, floating in midair as he followed Wild Thunder to the Thunder Bear clan's sacred land. There stood an ancient altar. Upon it lay a summoning scroll. Wild Thunder spoke. Drip your blood upon the scroll and inscribe your name. Kyoshin complied. Blood fell onto the scroll as he wrote Uchiha Kyoshin. The scroll glowed, signifying the contract's formation. Now you are the contract holder of the Thunder Bear clan. You may summon us at will. Thank you, Kyoshin nodded. I have a curiosity, he said. Oh? Does the Thunder Bear clan have a special history? Indeed. We Thunder Bears have lived here in seclusion for 3,700 years. Kyoshin's eyes widened. 3,700 years. Wild Thunder nodded. We have never signed contracts with humans until you are the first. Even the so-called summoning scroll was offered by other summoning beasts. Why? Because of an agreement, a pact with the Sheep Clan. The Sheep Clan? Long ago, we made a pact with the Sheep Clan not to expand outward until one defeated the other. Where is the Sheep Clan now? They have left this world. But we proud Thunder Bears still uphold the agreement. We train day and night, awaiting the final decisive battle someday. In other words, with them gone, we are now the most valuable and operable summoning beasts in the entire summoning world. Kyoshin understood. The Thunder Bear clan upheld their promise. Even though the other party had vanished, they still honored the pact. Such spirit commanded respect. This was why only the 3 great sacred lands were known throughout the shinobi world. Kyoshin fell into contemplation. A trace of disdain flashed in Wild Thunder's eyes. The 3 great sacred lands only began to rise during the era of the Sage of 6 Paths. Kyoshin's head tilted in confusion. Ah? Wild Thunder then began recounting the history of this world. At the beginning, there was no such thing as ninjutsu. Not even the ninja sect existed. The celestial visitor, Otsutsuki Kagaya, brought chakra from beyond to the shinobi world. Then came the eras of the Sage of 6 Paths, Ashura, and Indra. Until now, nearly all summoning beasts have adopted ninjutsu. However, the Thunder Bear clan was narrowly defeated by the Sheep clan, yet kept their promise and never ventured beyond their borders. What they have always cultivated from the start is the most primitive and fundamental natural chakra of this world, known today among shinobi as sage art. That was why Wild Thunder prefixed his ultimate move with the word sage art. I see. Kyoshin was deeply shaken within. Is this still Naruto? Yet upon reflection, it was not impossible. The original work did feature massive summoning beasts, and size was not exclusive to the 3 great sacred lands. It was merely Wild Thunder's overwhelming power that made them seem incongruous here. Kyoshin then asked Wild Thunder, since you have a pact with the Sheep clan, does my summoning of you force you to break that contract? No conflict. Wild Thunder's voice brimmed with yearning for the outside world. That old sheep defeated me, so I honor my promise to it. But you have also defeated me, so I must honor my promise to you as well. I shall not venture out on my own accord, yet so long as you summon me, it falls within the bounds of the promise between you and me, and shall not betray the vow made to that ram. Kyoshin, well now, though you truly honor your promises, you do encounter bugs on occasion. One of the reasons you have come here, Kurai asked Kyoshin. Is it because of sage technique? The kind of chakra that can be autonomously synthesized, much like the contracted ones of the 3 great sacred sites. Kyoshin nodded upon hearing this. Naturally. Kurai led Kyoshin to the training grounds. It was an open snowfield, rich with natural energy. Kurai explained. Sage technique involves absorbing natural energy and fusing it with one's own chakra. Kyoshin listened intently. Kurai continued. Natural energy is everywhere, yet it is elusive to sense and control. One must quiet the mind and focus deeply to perceive the flow of energy around. Kyoshin sat cross-legged and began to attempt this. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and concentrated fully. First, he sensed nothing, only the biting cold wind and the snow beneath his feet. This was perfectly normal. The three great sacred sites maintain close cooperation with the ninjas, possessing a comprehensive method for instructing sage mode. Purely in terms of transmission of experience, the three great sacred sites are like the level of teaching that the ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen received, whereas Raikuma is on the scale of Naruto Uzumaki. After several hours, he detected a subtle difference. The air around him carried a faint flow of energy. That was the natural energy. Kyoshin attempted to absorb this energy. However, it was difficult to control, and Kyoshin experienced a severe rejection reaction. Fortunately, the natural chakra quickly dissipated. Kurai said, "Do not rush. Take your time. Training in sage technique requires patience." Kyoshin nodded and persisted. He utilized shadow clones to assist in his training. 10 shadow clones simultaneously attempted to absorb the energy, greatly improving efficiency. Kurai watched with curiosity. Although they could gather intelligence from other summoned beasts regarding the outside world, their understanding of ninjutsu was limited. A day passed, and Kyoshin made progress. He was able to absorb a small amount of natural energy, though stable fusion remained elusive. Kurai remarked, "Progress on the first day is commendable." On the third day, Kyoshin opened his eyes, which gleamed with golden light. Kurai was astounded. 3 days? Only 3 days? Kyoshin nodded. Success. Kurai could hardly believe it. It took me 3 months back then. Kyoshin continued to familiarize himself with sage technique. He entered sage mode. His eyeballs turned golden with the color of divine lightning. His hair whitened and styled into twin ponytails. Lightning crackled around his body, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Kurai observed closely. The features of sage mode are fully manifested. Kyoshin felt the power of the sage technique. His chakra strength surged dramatically. His sensory abilities sharpened, and the range of flying thunder god technique increased. Chakra control and precision improved, as did the speed of flying thunder god. His physical strength grew, and his regenerative capacity was astonishing. Kurai said, "Comparable to the slug sage's regenerative abilities. Tremendous enhancement of ninjutsu and taijutsu, and a lightning shield for defense." Kyoshin attempted to use sage technique. Sage art dust release. Original world stripping technique. A golden dust release barrier materialized, rapidly expanding at a terrifying speed. Kyoshin himself was startled, hurriedly casting it into the sky. The dust release barrier, nearly 3.1 miles in diameter, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Then it vanished without a trace. Kurai's jaws dropped wide. This. So it turns out that in previous battles, Kyoshin had been holding back seriously. Although bolstered by sage technique chakra, the original power of that jutsu already surpassed Kurai's imagination. Had he been struck, his lightning attribute sage chakra armor certainly would not have withstood it. His body would have been reduced to mere dust instantly. Originally intending to use Kyoshin merely as a reason to leave the territory, Kurai's heart began to hold newfound respect for this small figure. Kyoshin himself was also shaken to the core, never having anticipated such a transformation when combining sage chakra with dust release. Dust release is white, appearing light but actually heavy. After incorporating sage chakra, it turned golden, appearing heavy but actually light. Moreover, its expansion speed far exceeded Kyoshin's expectations. Its power also. In short, perhaps because half of his revenge goal had already been accomplished. When Kyoshin spoke the name of the technique, an extremely peculiar sensation swept over him. How to describe it? His lips trembled with excitement. So calling it out aloud feels this exhilarating? In any case, thank you very much, Kurai. Kyoshin looked up at the Raikuma clan leader beside him, who resembled a mountain. Kurai swallowed hard and nodded. If you encounter battle, you may summon me at any time. Kyoshin further acquainted himself with sage mode in the summoning realm before returning to the ninja world. Upon returning to Iwagakure, he commenced systematic training. The forbidden jutsu inscribed on the Konoha sealing scroll required meticulous study. These techniques were immensely powerful, yet difficult to master. Kyoshin practiced daily on the training grounds, placing particular emphasis on the growth of his Sharingan. Simultaneously, he kept a close watch on Deidara's movements. Several members of the Akatsuki had been eliminated by Kyoshin, and they were urgently seeking reinforcements, making it likely they would turn to Deidara. Sure enough, a few days later, about 18 miles outside Iwagakure, in a desolate valley, a blonde youth, Deidara, stood at the center, a look of excited anticipation on his face. This time, I shall create the art closest to perfection. Deidara was preparing an experiment when his peripheral vision caught two fleeting shadows. Deidara turned to look. One was clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds, pale-skinned, with delicate features yet bearing a sickly exhaustion. The other wore identical Akatsuki attire, tall and robust, carrying a heavily bandaged giant sword on his back. Who are you? Deidara asked warily. Kisame grinned, revealing shark-like teeth. Akatsuki, Kisame Hashigaki. The organization is short on personnel recently. Kisame removed Samahata from his shoulder. One of your guys from Iwagakure killed quite a few of us. We're here to invite you to join the Akatsuki. No interest. Deidara shook his head. My art needs no organization. A harsh cough sounded. Itachi bent over, covering his mouth with his hand, dark red blood seeping through his fingers. His face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled slightly. Mr. Itachi, you are unwell. Let me handle this, Kisame said in a low voice. Itachi nodded, stepping back half a pace, leaving the battlefield to Kisame. Deidara sneered, resting his cannon on his shoulder and rapidly loading clay cannonballs. Artillery cannon type 1, explosive shell. 2 clay cannonballs shot from the cannon with a sharp whoosh, flying toward Itachi and Kisame. Kisame's hand signs were stiff yet swift. Water release, water shark bullet technique. A massive water-shaped shark surged toward the incoming clay shells. Boom! Boom! Explosions echoed through the valley, water and fire intermingling, smoke and dust scattering. Deidara's eyes gleamed. Interesting. Then try this. He swiftly changed ammunition, loading a slender, conical clay projectile into the cannon. Artillery cannon type 2, armor-piercing shell. The projectile shot out, its conical tip spinning at high speed, tearing through the air, aimed directly at Kisame.
Truly a troublesome brat.
Kisame condensed chakra beneath his feet, propelling himself with formidable force to close the distance to Deidara. Boom! A brilliant miniature mushroom cloud erupted at Kisame's original position, the explosion occurring nearly 30 feet underground, its terrifying radius vast. Yet Kisame's velocity was astonishing, and coupled with his robust physique, he withstood the residual shock with sheer resilience, swiftly closing the distance toward Deidara. Observing this, Deidara promptly altered his tactics, molding the clay into a white bird upon which he ascended. Once airborne, he rapidly distanced himself from Kisame and commenced the deployment of his artillery. The cannon's muzzle emitted a resounding bang as a clay projectile, several times larger than its caliber, soared forth, tracing a graceful arc before descending above Kisame's head. Kisame lifted his gaze, his shark-like eyes narrowing. Water release, exploding water shock wave. He intoned, clasping his hands together as a colossal torrent erupted from his mouth, forming a towering column of water that surged skyward. The water pillar collided midair with the mortar shell. With a deafening roar, a tremendous explosion shattered the silence, rain-like sprays of water cascading down. Deidara exclaimed with exhilaration, "Brilliant! This is the kind of opponent art deserves." He then unleashed the artillery style for Flower C. The clay bomb fragmented into hundreds of smaller explosives, descending like raindrops. Kisame's expression grew grave as he employed water release techniques for defense. Yet this assault covered too vast an area. Boom! 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 A relentless series of detonations reverberated around Kisame, engulfing him in a cloud of smoke and dust. Deidara guided the clay bird higher, surveying the battlefield from above. Gradually, the smoke dissipated, revealing Kisame's disheveled figure. Laughing heartily, Deidara stared wide-eyed, mumbling, "Now, let me show you my latest fifth style." Suddenly, a frail voice penetrated Deidara's ears. Kisame's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his head to face Deidara. Flight indeed confers an advantage, but can you evade the Sharingan of Uchiha? Deidara instantly shut his eyes. The shark-faced figure accompanying him, his full name was Uchiha Itachi? Damn Sharingan, damn Genjutsu. Yet, Deidara produced a specially crafted kunai from his pocket, infusing it with chakra. The runes inscribed on the kunai flared to life. In the next instant, a figure materialized without warning beside Deidara, hovering and overlooking the two combatants within the valley. So you have indeed arrived, human trafficker. In the original narrative, Deidara was merely playing near the village before being abducted by the Akatsuki. Upon seeing the apparition of Uchiha Kagami, Itachi had already accepted his fate. At this moment, his complexion was as pale as paper, his eye sockets sunken, dark circles heavy beneath his eyes. This was no ordinary fatigue but a state of mental collapse brought on by relentless nightmares. Every night, he dreamt of Kagami attacking Sasuke, of his only brother dying before his eyes. This terror gnawed at his spirit day after day, hastening the deterioration of his condition. Only recently, when Kagami appeared in Konoha but refrained from harming Sasuke, did Itachi's state improve slightly. Kisame's shark-like eyes fixed intently on Kagami. Uchiha Kagami. Itachi wiped the blood from his lips and slowly straightened his posture. Unlike the original tale, where despite his ailments Itachi kept his back straight, now he bent like an old man. Kisame, stand down. Itachi's voice was hoarse. This is an internal matter of the Uchiha clan. Kisame retracted his shark skin and withdrew to the side. Kagami also addressed Deidara. You should return for now. I will come shortly. Or perhaps, I shall watch the show here? Deidara unabashedly scrutinized Itachi's Sharingan, stroking his chin. Uchiha Itachi should be able to make the master exert his full strength. After Deidara and Kisame retreated, Itachi and Kagami confronted each other. You have finally come. Itachi spoke, his voice laden with complex emotions. The air within the valley seemed to solidify. The wind ceased, birdsong vanished, and even time appeared to slow. Kagami lifted his gaze, eyes filled with intricacy. I regret it. His brow furrowed slightly. Regret over past choices. Itachi's voice was soft yet each word crystal clear. If time could be reversed, if there had been a better way back then, I would not have acted so. Kagami replied, I know it is meaningless to say this now. Itachi shook his head. Yet all these years I could not help but wonder. If you had stood in my place, Kagami, you would have found a way to have the best of both worlds. You would have protected the village and preserved the Uchiha. Kagami observed Itachi's pale face and those eyes dimmed by illness and guilt. He still played the mute, seemingly studying Itachi's condition. In battle, every action of his seemed solely directed toward killing the enemy. Superfluous moves or words were scarce. Indeed, you are more outstanding than I, Itachi smiled bitterly. To consider the perspective. If Itachi were the one who had escaped hell, forced into obscurity, training relentlessly solely for revenge, when facing his enemy, he might have been as cold as Kagami but never so rational. He might have pointed out the others' folly, denounced their sins. Yet Uchiha Kagami chose otherwise, focusing single-mindedly on one goal, to render the enemy lifeless using near-cold precision. Facing such an adversary sent chills down one's spine. Even now, Itachi seemed unable to perceive hatred in Kagami's eyes. Only a sensation akin to. The battle erupted almost instantaneously. Itachi swiftly formed his hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball burst from his mouth, blazing with intense heat directed at Kagami. Kagami responded with seals of his own. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. The great fireball was nearly swallowed by an inferno. A vast sea of scorching flames like crimson clouds pressing down on the entire valley. Red Susanoo bones appeared on Itachi's body, a bitter smile touching his lips. Prodigy was once a phrase used to describe him and Kakashi. Yet even at his peak, he was unworthy of comparison with Kagami. Truly, there is always someone beyond the heavens. Kisame was forced to retreat to a farther distance. Skilled in water release, he remained unscathed but appeared even more disheveled now. Tsukuyami, Itachi's voice emanated from within the red Susanoo skeleton. Amidst the hazy dust, the gaze of two Mangekyo Sharingan clashed. Their spirits were pulled, simultaneously immersed in a vivid scarlet mental realm. Yet it was not a graveyard. To some extent, the Tsukuyami world is influenced by the caster's mental state. Itachi's Tsukuyami world was a graveyard. The night his soul wandered. But now it was a desert, boundless, without water, yet not scorching, even somewhat refreshing. More than a desert, it resembled a beach without the sea. This extreme contrast and strangeness left Itachi unable to discern Kagami's mental state. Indeed, Itachi spoke. One is reflection, the other immune. This seemed the first time someone had provided the closest approximation to the truth. Uchiha Itachi was truly a genius ninja. Kagami activated his ocular power, prepared to end Itachi's mental form. But Itachi's eyes spun relentlessly, forcibly drawing a kunai to pierce his own heart. The next moment, their spirits returned to reality. It turned out this was the condition to escape Tsukuyami. One must possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, and voluntarily commit suicide to agitate the spirit, then use ocular power to forcefully break free from the Tsukuyami space. Blood streamed from Itachi's eyes. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited upon Kyoshin-S form, an eternal blaze of Amaterasu-S fire. Kyoshin disregarded the lethal flames hurtling toward him, raising his hand to form a seal, and from his palm coalesced a white dust release barrier. In the next moment, behind Uchiha Itachi, the flying thunder god seal, inscribed with chakra marks from the Irration-reflected Tsukuyumi, gleamed brightly. Kyoshin's silhouette vanished as Itachi's body became enveloped in dust release. A flash of white light passed, and Itachi disappeared without a trace. Yet, within Kyoshin's perception, Itachi's chakra remained nearby. A rumbling echoed as the crimson skeletal frame of Susanoo burst forth from the earth, grasping toward Kyoshin. So it was a shadow clone? Truly befitting the ninja hailed as the highest in combat intellect. In the brief interval of Kyoshin's flying thunder god activation, he left a shadow clone behind and concealed his true body nearby, essentially a preemptive teleportation maneuver. Susanoo. Kyoshin's body gathered a white skeletal structure, continuously expanding in size. Bone, muscle, armor, the colossal white giant rose from the ground. Opposite him, Itachi's Susanoo also reached its pinnacle form within his capability, wielding the Totsuka blade and emanating a terrifying aura. Two giants stood facing one another. The valley beneath their feet seemed insignificant, and the surrounding rocks began to fracture. Kisame and Deidara were compelled to retreat, avoiding the battle's collateral damage. Itachi commanded the Crimson Susanoo to swing the Totsuka blade at the towering white Susanoo. Kyoshin directed his Susanoo to raise a massive dust release sword to block. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated, shockwaves rippling outward. The ground cracked, stones shattered, and dust filled the air. Then came the most ferocious and extreme ninjutsu power in the shinobi world, clashing against the most inscrutable and unreasonable force. Dust release and sealing power collided at the intersection of the two giant swords, emitting an eerie glow. White and red hues devoured one another, intertwining. Itachi gritted his teeth, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Just as he believed the Totsuka blade could withstand the strike, a terrifying force suddenly surged into the opponent's dust release greatsword. The greatsword turned golden, its might undergoing a qualitative transformation. Yes, the strongest dust release attack in all the shinobi world was capable of such a metamorphosis. Itachi barely sensed the confrontation between sealing power and dust release before the Totsuka blade vanished midway, as if a strand of hair had passed through a candleless flame. Through the Susanoo of both sides, the Mangekyo Sharingan fixed upon Kyoshin. Pure white hair, golden pupils, sage chakra fused with his own sage mode. Ah! Itachi laughed, a trace of self-mockery in his voice. The extreme regret nearly shattered his spirit. At the moment he saw the sage mode, he knew that what Kyoshin had said to him in the Konoha forest was true. If only Kyoshin were given a few more years. If only Itachi himself could hold on for a few more years. Then there would be no grievances between the village and the Uchiha clan. After all, absolute military suppression could extinguish the Uchiha's ambitions and erase the village's fears. Because there was nothing left to fear. Indeed, the time to be afraid had already come. Itachi had long refused to accept this truth, unwilling to admit that his choices had not been correct even in the slightest. But now, he had no choice but to believe it, and so he broke down. Itachi's Susanoo dissipated, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes losing their luster, only faintly perceiving the azure, blurred sky. In those Mangekyo Sharingan, the light nearly vanished entirely. Kyoshin's Susanoo advanced half a step, towering above and gazing down upon Itachi. My Mangekyo Sharingan, can I leave them to Sasuke? Itachi's voice began to tremble. He needs to protect his own strength. My eyes are the only thing I can leave him. But Itachi received no answer. No, he was utterly met with silence. Sorry. Itachi's whisper was barely audible. It was unclear whether it was meant for Sasuke, Kyoshin, or perhaps his parents, the fallen Uchiha clan, or Konoha itself. In any case, he closed his eyes. His body could no longer produce a trace of chakra. His Sharingan was nearly blind, his spirit utterly shattered. Without anyone laying a hand on him, Itachi's life quietly reached its end. Kyoshin held a specially made container, withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, and began extracting Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. His movements were practiced and precise. The special container was filled with a unique nutrient solution to preserve the eye's vitality. Several minutes later, 2 complete Mangekyo Sharingan were carefully stored. Kyoshin then took a storage scroll from his pouch and sealed Itachi's body within it. The Uchiha's hatred, the Uchiha's grievances, they were utterly concluded at this moment. Kyoshin felt the heavy burden on his shoulders suddenly lift. That oppressive sense of mission, born for so many years, was finally fulfilled. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the land that had witnessed an end. Felt truly wonderful. Ah! He took a deep breath. The air in the valley was exceptionally fresh. In this moment, his mind completely relaxed. Flashes of his previous fantasies before traveling to the world of Naruto flickered through his thoughts. Those were the things forced deep within his heart. suppressed beneath the weight of hatred and duty. Deidara, perched upon his white bird, hovered above Kyoshin, watching his expression shift from familiar to unfamiliar, from serious and earnest to open, relaxed, and joyful. Such a strange teacher. As if in an instant, he transformed from a driven young man with purpose into a carefree spirit loitering in the streets. That shark runs pretty fast. Kyoshin glanced toward the direction where Kisame had vanished. Haha, but whatever, I'm too lazy to deal with him. Deidara swallowed nervously. Lazy to deal with him? Lazy to handle an enemy? Is this really my teacher? Who exactly dwells within my teacher? Yo? Kyoshin suddenly appeared beside Deidara, one hand pressing down on his hair, smiling cheerfully. Remember that thing I once mentioned, the ultimate artistic physical weapon you called the ultimate art? If you want to complete it in your lifetime, you'd better start working hard now. From today on, you don't need to concern yourself with anything about being a ninja. Just focus on that. A person's life, striving toward a single goal. Even if you can't fully achieve it, it's still magnificent. Isn't it? If Kyoshin hadn't brought it up, Deidara would have begun to suspect that Itachi had possessed Kyoshin's body. But teacher, didn't you say ninjas shouldn't have such glaring weaknesses? Deidara removed Kyoshin's hand, asking doubtfully. Kyoshin sneered disdainfully. Are you even a ninja with that kind of state of mind? Deidara, got it. Kyoshin said, you're just an artist cloaked in a ninja-esque guise. If you're not going to pursue your art, why waste your life focusing on the ninja profession? He spoke truly. Yeah, that's right. Deidara nodded repeatedly. Kyoshin lay down on the white bird, resting his head on his hands, crossing his legs. Let us go back. Deidara. Teacher. We've already arrived home. Deidara shook Kyoshin awake, utterly speechless. Though Flying Thunder God could return instantly, he insisted on riding a bird and sleeping. Kyoshin stretched lazily, smacked his lips, and casually said to Deidara, go and report what just happened to the teacher. What do you mean I should report what just happened to the teacher? Deidara was taken aback. He had never seen Kyoshin act like a shirking steward before. Deidara went to the Tsuchikage's office alone. Inoki was astonished by Deidara's solitary arrival. After all, this guy was either holed up in the laboratory or out playing with bombs. He was someone who, on ordinary missions, had to be sought out 3 or 5 times around the village before he could be summoned. After listening to Deidara's report, Inoki set down the documents in his hands and revealed a look of satisfaction. From the description of the battle process Deidara relayed, it was clear that Kyoshin had truly taken Inoki's admonitions to heart. Kyoshin had long possessed the strength to defeat Obito Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Yet he had not immediately sought revenge. Instead, he had followed Inoki's counsel, waiting until he was 100% confident before taking action. Deidara called Kyoshin over. Huh? Are you treating me like a messenger? Don't be mad. I'm on it. A few minutes later, Deidara found Kyoshin again. To his surprise, Kyoshin was at the training ground, directing Kuratsuchi and Shorin in their training. The 2 disciples were being called back and forth, constantly corrected for minor faults. Kyoshin himself leaned casually against a bench, holding a cup of ice cream, watching his 2 disciples sweat profusely. Deidara approached with a displeased expression, carrying out Inoki's order. Still, Kyoshin had no choice but to go. When Kyoshin sat down in the Tsuchikage's office, Inoki's gaze was filled with surprise. Perhaps it was a change in mindset, or perhaps it was due to the usual procedural details. Inoki invited Kyoshin to sit, and then they began discussing business. Kyoshin was very polite, unusually well-behaved in front of him. But this time, he skipped the invitation to sit altogether. The keen Inoki noticed this change and understood it might be related to the successive deaths of Obito Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. Inoki put down his pen and a faint smile appeared on his face. There is something I want to discuss with you. It concerns Fuka Koyuki, the princess of the land of snow, the marriage proposal we mentioned earlier. Kyoshin's mind conjured an image of a spirited young woman's profile. That had been his first impression of Fuka Koyuki. However, she seemed to have matured considerably since then, reportedly now working to stabilize the land of snow's situation. Teacher, no need to say more. Kyoshin grinned broadly, showing all his teeth. I agree. After all, we aren't losing out, and I don't have to invest any feelings. Huh? Inoki's mind went blank. He had never imagined things would go so smoothly beyond his expectations. Good. Inoki pounded the table. I'll handle this. You take care of Kuratsuchi and Shorin's emotional issues. If nothing unexpected happens, within a year at the earliest, you'll be visiting the land of snow for a 10 to 15-day trip. When Kyoshin returned home, Shorin and Kuratsuchi had already finished training. Kuratsuchi had just bathed. Her short black hair was damp and clung to her forehead, her pale cheeks flushed with a rosy glow. She wore loose loungewear, and her slender legs gleamed with a healthy radiance under the light. Kuratsuchi approached Kyoshin, curiosity shining in her eyes. "What did Grandpa want with you?" Kyoshin sat down on the sofa and casually picked up a glass of water from the table. "Regarding Fuka Koyuki, I agreed." Kuratsuchi froze, her eyes wide as saucers. "You agreed? Didn't you say you weren't interested before?" Kyoshin took a sip of water and wore a relaxed smile. "People change." He set down the glass and walked over to Kuratsuchi, slightly lowering his head to lean close to her neck. She exuded the fresh scent of body wash, mingled with the unique fragrance of youth. Kyoshin inhaled deeply. "Kuratsuchi, you really do love being clean. You smell wonderful." Kuratsuchi's face instantly flushed crimson, spreading from her ears down to her neck. She stepped back half a pace, her hands twisting nervously. But soon, she recalled Kyoshin's matter with Fuka Koyuki, her expression darkening. Kyoshin noticed her change and spoke calmly. "On that point, Kuratsuchi, you're not as open-minded as Ino." Kuratsuchi lifted her head, staring at Kyoshin's relaxed expression as if the sky were collapsing. She turned and fled the room, while Kyoshin shrugged indifferently. When Kuratsuchi found Shorin, the latter was tidying her ninja tools bag, focused intently on checking the sharpness of her kunai. Kuratsuchi recounted Kyoshin's agreement to the marriage proposal with a tone of grievance. Shorin put down the kunai, her face expressionless. "Oh, got it." Kuratsuchi was incredulous. "Is that your reaction?" Shorin tilted her head, her red hair swaying with the movement. "What else? My brother is right, anyway." Kuratsuchi blinked. Shorin cupped her hands and wore a silly grin. "I think it's an opportunity. Since he's in a lighter mood, it's a good chance to make a move." Kuratsuchi was so stunned she was speechless. She stared at Shorin as if seeing her for the first time, realizing she was practically an escapee from the madhouse. The night breeze blew past, clearing her mind somewhat. She suddenly realized that all those around her were lunatics. Deidara, the art enthusiast, constantly experimenting with dangerous explosives. Kyoshin, burdened by revenge, now suddenly carefree and cheerful. And Shorin, a love-struck fool, obsessed with how to get close to Kyoshin. Kuratsuchi stopped in her tracks and looked up at the stars in the night sky, feeling as if she were the only mad one among them. That very night, Shorin changed into fresh clothes, her red hair carefully combed, and stealthily slipped into Kyoshin's house. Kyoshin's expression resembled that of Zhang Huaimin on some day in Yuanfeng year. He was still lying in bed when Shorin barged in. "I already heard from Kuratsuchi," Shorin said, hands clasped behind her back, grinning cheerfully. "But I don't care. I've decided to stick with you for life. No matter what you think, no matter what happens, I'll be by your side." "Shorin, I know about this, and I won't abandon you. After all, you're somewhat adorable." Kyoshin mumbled groggily, rubbing his eyes. "But can you not come so late?" That was undoubtedly the soundest sleep he'd had in a long time. Shorin's eyes lit up, ready to pounce right then and there. There's still a bit of a gap between adorable and beautiful. Shorin paused briefly before understanding. She knew Kyoshin was saying she was too young and he couldn't bear to hurt her. Her cheeks flushed, but her eyes shone with happiness as if lost in her own daydreams. "That's my brother's concern for me. Hey, can you go home now?" Kyoshin looked at Shorin with speechless disbelief, fearing she might turn into a yandere given her wild enthusiasm. After sending Shorin off, Kyoshin was about to rest when suddenly he sensed a powerful chakra. The chakra was icy and heavy, imbued with the aura of death. Kyoshin was instantly on alert, activating his sensory abilities. Without time to change clothes, still in his pajamas, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from the room. Beneath the night sky, 3 statues of the Tsuchikage silently overlooked Iwagakure. A lone figure stood quietly, his aura as still as the dead. Thud. Kyoshin's footsteps landed, and a taunting voice reached the other's ears the very next moment. "Daring to come to Iwagakure in person? Are you tired of living? Pain?" Nagato, seeing Kyoshin appear, spoke slowly. "Uchiha Kyoshin, I wish to have a word with you." Kagami scrutinized Nagato, noting the frailness of his frame. The Akatsuki cloak hung loosely upon him, as if it were a hospital gown, and the dullness of his hair color made it difficult to fathom that before him stood a member of the Uzumaki clan. Yet, the power contained within those Rinnegan eyes commanded respect from all who beheld them. "Well, discussing this here might implicate Iwagakure," Kagami remarked, raising a hand to stroke his chin. "Follow me." Nagato silently complied, trailing behind him. The two arrived at a valley several kilometers away from Iwagakure. Moonlight bathed the valley, casting elongated shadows of the pair upon the ground. Kagami halted and glanced back at Nagato. "Speak, what is it?" Nagato's Rinnegan shimmered with a violet hue under the moonlight. I wish to recruit you into the Akatsuki, to fill the void left by those you have slain. His voice was calm and measured. Kagami rubbed his temples. At this point, surely you jest? Nagato remained silent, instead revealing another intention. The Akatsuki's ideal is to collect all the tailed beasts, to forge the ultimate weapon, and to realize enforced peace through absolute power. To let the world experience pain. Understand pain, thereby cherishing peace. Kagami's posture relaxed. No, I cannot endorse that goal. Then what better method do you propose? Nagato, well aware that Kagami was far more complex than he appeared, retorted. Not that it's a particularly good one, Kagami confessed, recalling the despair he endured during the night of annihilation when his clan was persecuted. At that time, he exerted every effort within his power. In his desperation, he even targeted Danzo Shimura, though to no avail. Following the night of annihilation, Kagami's mind was in turmoil as he journeyed toward the land of Earth, mulling over various thoughts. It was during this period that the idea took shape. Referencing the original narrative, my thoughts are strikingly similar to yours, Kagami admitted. My plan is to create a common enemy for the world. This organization does not seek to make the world suffer, but it will pose a continual threat to the shinobi world. By covertly assassinating potential foes or those guilty of grievous sins through attacks, it will foment chaos and propagate its own menace, applying pressure on the shinobi world from within and without. People will grow through confrontation and unite in crisis, rather than merely surviving in fear, awaiting the next war. As long as the organization's true purpose remains concealed and it continues to operate across generations, this unconventional state of relative peace can be maintained. In simple terms, if we liken the shinobi world to a village where relations among residents are poor, then if a lunatic suddenly attacks anyone without cause, and the villagers are powerless to stop him, they will be forced to form small groups to resist the lunatic. Their focus will shift from petty disputes, such as land ownership or a dog frightening a child, to this common threat. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Nagato's eyes. Compared to the Akatsuki's methods, Kagami's organization seemed far too moderate. It appeared he had never truly experienced profound suffering. Nagato's mind drifted to those close to Kagami. Kuratsuchi, Karen, Ino, Deidara, even Inoki. Yet Kagami's strength was overwhelming. To engage him recklessly could spell ruin for the Akatsuki. If they failed, the organization would collapse, rendering all discourse futile. Their plans shared similar stages, and neither side was poised to become a true enemy. Your plan is intriguing, Nagato pondered for a long while before finally speaking. But I prefer to first attempt the Akatsuki's path. Should it prove unfeasible, I may then consider your proposal. I hope you will refrain from interference during this period. This was Nagato's true purpose in coming here. He understood the difficulty in recruiting Kagami into the Akatsuki, and as a compromise, he wished for Kagami to remain an observer, not an adversary. Kagami was aware that the Akatsuki would ultimately fail, as it was all part of Black Zetsu's scheme. He said meaningfully, perhaps both plans could proceed simultaneously. Nagato frowned slightly, deeming joint execution unrealistic. The world was vast, yet it could not accommodate the coexistence of two conflicting ideals. Your plan requires secrecy. Mine demands the display of power. Nagato shook his head slowly. They cannot coexist. Kagami did not elaborate, merely meeting Nagato's gaze with calmness. After a moment of silence, a resolute gleam flashed within Nagato's Rinnegan. If our ideals differ, then let battle be the judge. Nagato's voice rang clear in the night breeze. You win, I concede to your terms. Both plans proceed. I win. We execute the Akatsuki's plan first, and you do not interfere. Kagami wore a contemplative expression. This proposal is somewhat disadvantageous to me. If I win, I will not demand you halt your plan to make way for mine. But I have one condition. Nagato looked at him, awaiting the stipulation. Kagami continued, when the Akatsuki collects the tailed beast chakra from Iwagakure, do not harm the lives of the Jinchuriki. Only extract a portion of the chakra, then release the Jinchuriki. Nagato pondered briefly before nodding. Agreed. A smile crept across Kagami's face. Then it is settled. They exchanged a glance before launching into the air, departing Iwagakure, one following the other. The strange rock mountains lay on the border of the land of Earth, their rugged terrain dotted with bizarrely shaped rocks, completely isolating the land of Earth from the land of snow, forcing any communication to be conducted by boat. For hundreds of miles around, the region was desolate and uninhabited, making it an ideal battleground. Kagami and Nagato appeared almost simultaneously atop a peak. The altitude was high, with cloud cover only reaching halfway up the mountains during the day. Nagato slowly raised his hands, the Rinnegan trembling gently. Although his body was frail, the chakra he emitted now felt tangible. In Kagami's eyes, the three Tomo Sharingan manifested, rotating as the Tomo connected and morphed, fully awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Simultaneously, Kagami raised his hand to form a seal. From a remote corner, his seated shadow clone was dispelled, the sage chakra returning to his core. Golden lightning crackled along his body, his hair gradually whitening into twin ponytails. The sage mode of the lightning bear was activated. A flicker of surprise crossed Nagato's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. He clasped his hands together, fully unleashing the Rinnegan's power. Shinra Tensei, an invisible repulsive force erupted centered on Nagato, instantaneously sweeping across the mountaintop. Rocks shattered, the ground cracked, and a powerful shockwave surged toward Kagami. Indeed, Kagami's left Mangekyo Sharingan turned slowly. The Shinra Tensei of the Rinnegan should not be so feeble. Judging by the original source's portrayal, Nagato's Rinnegan was surprisingly weak. Even the Super Shinra Tensei that destroyed Konoha was, upon reflection, rather underwhelming. The incoming repulsive force struck Kagami's Susanoo and was instantly reflected back. Nagato was aware of Kagami's Sharingan abilities and had already evaded in advance, simultaneously calculating their respective chakra consumption. Kagami's chakra reserves were extraordinary, rivaling Nagato's own. However, Shinra Tensei merely consumed chakra, whereas Mangekyo Sharingan techniques expended both chakra and ocular stamina. In a prolonged battle, Nagato was unfazed. Nagato slammed his hands onto the ground. Summoning jutsu. Boom! 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 Massive beastly silhouettes materialized atop the mountain peak. Kyoshin agreed to form the summoning seal and then pressed it against the ground. With a thunderous roar, lightning cleaved through the dense white mist. After the wild thunder struck the earth, it seized a small mountain peak to steady its body. Hee. Wild thunder bared 2 rows of terrifyingly large white teeth and laughed. So this is the human world. Oh no, now it's called the ninja world. I'm back again. The moment he saw that massive white bear, Nagato's Rinnegan patterns rapidly contracted toward the center of his eye sockets. Such intense vitality, hundreds of times stronger than his own, a member of the Uzumaki clan. Such terrifying chakra, and all of it senjutsu chakra. Woof woof woof, caw caw caw, chirp chirp. An array of summoning beasts charged recklessly at wild thunder, densely packed. It seemed the living beings here had long forgotten him. Wild thunder raised his paw, curling it in the air, as terrifying lightning swirled around him. Then this time, I shall engrave fear into their very genes. Bang! A bear's paw struck the ground. Like a tsunami, lightning swiftly engulfed the entire mountain, and thick pillars of thunder shot up from the earth, forming an impenetrable web of lightning. With a crackling sound, Nagato's summoned beasts were almost instantly wiped out, including the airborne units without exception. Nagato himself erected the absorbing barrier of the human path, narrowly avoiding being submerged by the sea of lightning. Kyoshin watched from behind Wild Thunder, her eye twitching slightly. So during the previous battle with Wild Thunder, not only had she held back, but this bear had also restrained itself. The purpose was to return to the ninja world without violating their agreement. Opposite, Nagato clasped his hands together, then opened them again, revealing a jet-black sphere emanating a sacred aura. The black chakra orb ascended into the sky, generating a powerful gravitational pull. The rocks on the ground cracked, and countless stones were drawn by the force, converging toward the black sphere. Wild Thunder's body also floated upward, flying toward the gradually forming orb. Yet, unlike the Ninetales, which was about to be sealed by the Chibaku Tensei, it showed no signs of panic. Rather, it regarded Nagato with keen interest. After all this time, has the Rinnegan really weakened to such an extent? Having finished his taunt, Wild Thunder stirred even more dreadful divine lightning around his body. Kyoshin lifted her gaze to the sky and formed hand seals once more. Senjutsu Dust Release. Origin World Severance Technique. The golden dust release expanded wildly in volume, then slipped free from her hands. As the Chibaku Tensei encapsulated the area, the golden cube visibly twisted with the naked eye. But in the next moment, a flash of golden light appeared. The matter drawn in by the Chibaku Tensei nearly vanished in an instant. At the core, the black nucleus emitted a terrifying sealing force. The dust release and sealing power clashed for less than half a second. The golden cube shrank slightly. Yet the core of the Chibaku Tensei gradually dissipated. Nagato raised his hand to clutch his chest, feeling the turbulent blood and chakra within, and wearily said, I have lost. The 6 paths of pain united as one. Nagato possessed all the powers of the 6 paths. but his body had long been depleted and could not recover quickly. In other words, he was not at his peak strength now. However, continuing to fight Kyoshin was nearly meaningless. They lacked the preconditions for a death match. Nagato could still battle, but there was no need to overexert his body. Moreover, Nagato knew that even if he gave his all, victory over Kyoshin was impossible. Such a coward. Wild Thunder clicked his tongue. I just slapped once after coming out this time, and I'm not even satisfied yet. Kyoshin deactivated her Sage Mode, and her Mangekyo Sharingan returned to normal. Nagato fixed his gaze on Kyoshin. I admit defeat and agree to your terms. Both plans shall proceed simultaneously but without interfering with each other, each executed independently. The Akatsuki-S collection of the Iwagakure tailed beast will not endanger the lives of the Jinchuriki. Only a portion of the tailed beast's chakra will be extracted, after which the Jinchuriki will be released. When Nagato returned to Amigakure, the sky was already growing light. Amigakure was forever shrouded in rain, droplets tapping against the windows of the towering structures. Nagato sat in his wheelchair, the Rinnegan flickering with a trace of fatigue. He convened a meeting with the remaining members of the Akatsuki. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. All sensed the change within Nagato. Konan stood beside him, worry etched in her eyes. Nagato spoke slowly. I lost the battle against Uchiha Kyoshin. Silence filled the room, broken only by the sound of rain outside the window. Kakuzu paused counting money, looking up at Nagato. Haiden whistled. Even the leader can't beat that guy? But we reached an agreement. He won't interfere with our plans. The Akatsuki will continue collecting tailed beasts, but when extracting the Iwagakure tailed beast, the Jinchuriki must not be harmed. Only a fraction of the tailed beast's chakra will be drawn. Then the Jinchuriki will be released. Haiden expressed his dissatisfaction. No chance to offer sacrifices to the god of evil anymore. Chief, although you lost, did you manage to obtain his blood? He mumbled. I stabbed him to death. If it were that kind of life or death battle, both sides would have instant means to utterly destroy the other's body. Nagato shook his head. The strength grows stronger, but the essence of a ninja is fragility. If two people truly engaged in a death match and obtained each other's blood, the difficulty would be even greater than killing outright. That would affect our efficiency. Kakuzu gently wiped a trace of dust from his suitcase. Nagato nodded. I know. That is why I called you here to adjust our plans. We shall lie low for the time being and gather detailed intelligence on all the Jinchuriki. Once we have sufficient information, we will strike unexpectedly. Many members have been killed by Uchiha Kyoshin. Our efficiency will slow down, and the estimated time needed is 6 years. Haiden complained. 6 years? That's too long. Konan said coldly. This is necessary caution. Nagato turned to Zetsu. Zetsu, your reconnaissance ability is the strongest. The intelligence gathering is entrusted to you. Zetsu nodded. In the meantime, do not attempt to provoke Uchiha Kyoshin. Nagato warned. Otherwise, you are on your own. Haiden was somewhat rebellious. What if he comes after us? I have made an agreement with him. To Nagato, Kyoshin has a record of breach of contract and holds very low credibility. However, to prevent him from reneging, I will inform you of any intelligence I uncover about him. Haiden became excited. Are we going to make a move on him? Nagato glanced at the restless Haiden, only to improve your odds of survival by the slightest margin. Haiden. Zetsu received all of Kyoshin's intelligence from Nagato. Sage Mode, Mangekyo Sharingan, and that intriguing ideal of peace. Now that Obito was dead, the Eye of the Moon plan required a new executor. Silently, Zetsu left Amigakure and journeyed to Iwagakure. Upon arrival, Kyoshin was still lazily sleeping, likely exhausted from being tormented by Karen and Nagato the night before. Zetsu thought to himself, working with him seems less difficult than Uchiha Madara. As Zetsu approached Kyoshin's room, he sensed Kyoshin's chakra stirring. Clearly already awake. Such formidable sensory prowess. Zetsu inwardly perspired, but rather than hiding, he stealthily entered the room, rising slowly from the floor to appear before Kyoshin. In a gentle voice, Zetsu said, Greetings. Kyoshin, dressed in pajamas, sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes, and then saw Zetsu. What are you doing here? That old schemer. I'll sweet-talk him a bit. Kyoshin asked with curiosity. Where did you come from? Are you human? Kuratsuchi, the wellspring of obsession and will, which, upon reaching a certain threshold, manifests into a tangible entity. Obsession, willpower, these are elements notoriously difficult to gauge in terms of intensity. True understanding between individuals is an impossibility. Thus, no one can truly fathom the depth of another's obsession. Kuratsuchi's discourse holds a potent allure for anyone harboring such fixations. Yet, it would never utter that phrase outright, Instead, it entices Kagami to speak it voluntarily. After all, conclusions drawn independently carry far greater conviction than those merely overheard. Following Kuratsuchi's words, Kagami inquires, "Oh? So you were born within my mental realm and have now taken corporeal form?" A faint smile graces Kuratsuchi's lips. "Let us realize the ideal of peace." Indeed, this proves far easier than manipulating Madara Uchiha. Kuratsuchi divulges intelligence concerning Kagami, hoping to bolster his conjecture. "We shall forge an organization that becomes the world's common enemy, compelling the shinobi world to unite and maintain harmony across generations." What a magnificent ideal. Kagami activates his Mangekyo Sharingan and scrutinizes Kuratsuchi, withholding rash action while gathering information to ascertain that the Kuratsuchi before him is the original essence, not some other bizarre apparition. Believing Kagami has taken the bait, Kuratsuchi volunteers eagerly. "Due to my unique existence, I excel at concealment and can gather intelligence for you." Suddenly, Kuratsuchi halts mid-sentence. At the moment Kagami confirms the entity's authenticity, he swiftly channels chakra throughout his body and violently strikes Kuratsuchi's chest with a single palm. For symbol's seal. A complex sealing technique erupts from Kagami's hand, instantly enveloping Kuratsuchi. The entity attempts to flee, but the seal holds him fast, twice reinforced. Realizing his immobility, Kuratsuchi plunges into profound panic. "When did you discover me?" A smirk tugs at Kagami's lips. "You'll never know." First, he understands Kuratsuchi's origin. Second, if his obsession had truly materialized, the incarnation would not volunteer to collect intelligence. Kagami's knowledge of the shinobi world and this era surpasses that of its inhabitants. Why would such intelligence gathering be necessary? And if unnecessary, how could the materialized obsession remain ignorant? Hadn't Kuratsuchi just claimed to know everything about Kagami? "Looks like I won't be able to obtain blood from your body after all. Haydn will be missing a powerful sacrifice." Calming himself, Kuratsuchi reveals a sinister grin. "The Akatsuki's plan cannot coexist with yours. Is that so?" Kagami replies with a smile. "Then let me guess your motive in saying that." Kuratsuchi is momentarily baffled. "Death to you means the beginning of rebirth, not a true end." Kuratsuchi attempts to provoke Kagami into killing him by betraying the Akatsuki, but Kagami refuses to comply. Kagami continues analyzing. "Prisoners often deliberately enrage their captors to seek death. Why do you desire death? No one truly fears it. Does that mean you can be reborn?" Under Kuratsuchi's horrified gaze, Kagami searches the room for a suitable vessel. "In that case, I shall seal you away forever." Picking up a ceramic vase from the windowsill, he smiles and says, "Rest assured, I will find you a corner where no one can ever break your seal." "No, you can't do this." Kuratsuchi's sharp shriek betrays his inner turmoil, unprepared to be confined here. Kagami pours out a glass sphere from the vase, inspecting it carefully, curiosity in his voice. "Why?" After a brief silence, Kuratsuchi manages, "I have consciousness. What you're doing is inhumane." Kagami retorts, "Buddy, are you out of your mind? Iwa village. Militarized society. Premature marriages and childbirths abound, all for the sake of the Teletubbies and a well-established military factory. Historically, they fought 3 full-scale shinobi wars and lost each time. Yet, from top to bottom, the entire village exudes one attitude. Damn it, we're going to war. In such a harsh and impoverished land, you speak to a bunch of unruly folks about humanitarianism? That word is so foreign, even native Iwa shinobi might never have heard it." In the end, Kuratsuchi is sealed within the glass sphere, which once shimmered with myriad colors but now turns pitch black. Despair nearly consumes Kuratsuchi, yet he quickly contemplates one issue. Kagami's chakra will gradually wane, eventually allowing him to break free. Having waited countless years, a few decades or centuries matter little. Kagami's intention to find a place to discard him implies the possibility of a comeback. Consider it a nap. Kagami places the sealed glass sphere back into a storage scroll he carries on his person. He ponders a method to ensure Kuratsuchi's eternal dormancy. That should suffice. There exists a peculiar location in the shinobi world capable of traversing time and space. Lulon. This power stems from the Dragon Vein, an underground chakra river. If he could find that little turtle, perhaps he could study how to imprison Kuratsuchi within a cyclical space. Yet another option remains: eliminate Otsutsuki Kagaya. These troublesome beings, fortunately, I'm not in a foul mood today. Collapsing onto his bed, Kagami drifts back into deep slumber. 3 days later, I suppose there has been some deviation. In a corner of Konoha streets, a one-armed, black-caped, middle-aged handsome man gazes calmly at the blonde youth before him. Deviation? Boruto's azure eyes flicker with uncertainty. SNT this Konoha? He looks around, scratching his head with a smile. Though worn down, I still recognize the Hokage rock. Sasuke explains, based on the intelligence we've gathered, we have arrived in a parallel universe. A trace of inexplicable emotion glimmers in his eyes. Not long ago, Sasuke and Boruto pursued Otsutsuki Urashiki and entered a space-time traveling jutsu together. Upon arrival, Sasuke immediately began gathering information. One piece of intelligence was impossible to ignore. In this world, the sole survivors of the Uchiha clan's massacre, besides himself, include a certain Uchiha Kagami. Whether ninja, civilians, or even Konoha shinobi, all mention him in conversations, discussing him extensively. Rumor has it that Uchiha Kagami slew Uchiha Itachi. That was Itachi. Sasuke knows precisely how formidable Itachi was, especially after the Fourth Great Ninja War. He recalls challenging Itachi with his 3-tomo Sharingan. Had Itachi not already resolved to die at his hands, Sasuke's chances of victory would have been nearly zero. Yet this Uchiha Kagami, a survivor of that night's massacre, awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan at merely 12 or 13 years old and managed to kill Itachi. Uchiha Kagami's deeds are nearly public knowledge. Gathering sufficient intelligence requires barely any effort. In summary, based on the existence of Kagami, Sasuke deduced that he and Boruto had, due to some unknown accident, entered a parallel universe. In his world, the first person to mention the term parallel universe was Orochimaru. What shall we do now? Boruto asked, a hint of panic in his voice. If that guy has gone to the correct universe, we won't be able to find him. And without that treasure, we cannot return to our own timeline. Even if we do go back, it might only be to this universe's timeline. His anxiety grew with every word. For if they did not return to the correct timeline, then, in the eyes of those in their original universe, both he and Sasuke would be considered dead. Let us go, Sasuke said, turning around and heading toward an inn closest to Naruto's residence. No matter what, their goal is the Nine-Tails Chakra. Our priority is to find Naruto here first. After several days of gathering intelligence, Sasuke came to understand the differences between this universe and his own. Apart from the presence of an Uchiha Kagami, whose strength was almost unervingly formidable, and the minor historical ripples caused by his actions, this universe was almost identical to theirs. This was good news. At the very least, Sasuke and Boruto could confidently confront Otsutsuki Urashiki. However, perhaps due to slight divergences in historical developments, the village's security concerns during this era were taken more seriously than in their own. Sasuke and Boruto were discovered. While tailing Naruto and Jiraiya, they were intercepted by a member of the Konoha Anbu. Hey! A smoky voice emerged from beneath the Anbu's mask. Stop right there. Sasuke and Boruto halted. I've been watching you for several days, the Anbu said coldly. I don't recognize you, you must be outsiders. Come with me. You'll have to explain why you've been stalking Konoha's Jinchuriki. Sasuke frowned upon hearing this. If they weren't by Naruto's side, he could be ambushed by Otsutsuki Urashiki. But if they acted here, even if using Genjutsu to control the Anbu, it was very likely other shinobi would notice something amiss. You keep following them, Sasuke said, glancing at Boruto. I'll go with him. Boruto nodded. The Anbu's tone sharpened. So bold? How dare you discuss stalking the Jinchuriki right in front of me? Both of you are coming. I suspect you're spies. You'll be questioned by the security division. Or interrogated. Sasuke proposed, let us go see the Hokage directly. The Anbu was puzzled. Why? I've never seen such brazen spies. Others would do anything to avoid the Hokage, but you asked to meet him voluntarily. Sasuke offered no explanation, merely activating his Rinnegan. Since Jiraiya and Tsunade had obtained Akatsuki intelligence from Kagami, Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, was a prime defense target of Konoha. Hence, the Anbu recognized the Rinnegan. You are the leader of the Akatsuki? The Anbu drew his kunai on high alert. Sasuke had no choice but to deactivate the Rinnegan and set in as calm a tone as possible. I am not your enemy. I will cooperate, but please allow him to protect Naruto. After speaking, Sasuke gave Boruto a meaningful glance. Boruto immediately broke into a jog, following the gradually distancing Jiraiya and Naruto. There's no ill intent, the Anbu muttered. But we cannot be careless. Come with me, you'll see the Hokage. Sasuke followed the Anbu to the Hokage's office, where he met Tsunade and recounted their experiences, as well as the dangers Naruto might face. Do you take me for a fool? Tsunade's forehead creased into a deep furrow as she glared. How many people in this world would believe such nonsense? Sasuke pondered briefly before saying, during this period, I defected in pursuit of power and went to Orochimaru. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of surprise. How do you know that? The publicly disclosed information regarding Sasuke was that he had defected. But where he had gone was known by very few. In Iwagakure, someone like Kagami was tirelessly training every moment and had no leisure to leak such intelligence. In Konoha, Tsunade had also instructed the shinobi who participated in the mission to retrieve Sasuke. During the entire mission, this individual had never appeared. Continue, Tsunade said, her demeanor turning serious as she realized that the seemingly far-fetched tales Sasuke had just told might indeed be true. To gain Tsunade's trust, Sasuke continued, Uchiha Shursui was killed by Shimura Danzo. After the Fourth Great Ninja War ended, I collected information about the Uchiha. This intel came from Root-S schedule records. Immediately, Tsunade ordered Shizune to search for the information. Tsunade-sama, haven't you already seen this? Shizune blinked her large eyes. Are you slacking off? Catching Tsunade's stern look, Shizune hastily rushed out of the office. After a while, Shizune returned holding a document. Yes, right. This is troublesome, Tsunade frowned. It seems the future won't be so peaceful. Not necessarily, Sasuke recalled. Uchiha Kagami killed Obito and Itachi. Among them, Uchiha Obito was one of the causes of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Your historical trajectory here differs somewhat from ours. Since we have arrived in a parallel universe, there's no need to refrain from major actions just to avoid altering history. This is their Konoha, but it's still Konoha. It's necessary to share all intelligence with them. Information is not the key now, Tsunade said, turning to Sasuke. How strong is that person? Sasuke briefly summarized the intelligence he had gathered about Otsutsuki Urashiki. Upon hearing of the enemy's strength, Tsunade sighed. Can you folks stop disturbing other worlds? She had already deduced that since the historical trajectories diverged, this world's future might not face such enemies. Thus, this crisis was essentially a burden borne by a world with a different historical path. Currently, among the strongest Konoha shinobi, only you, Jiraiya, and Might Guy are capable of engaging in battles of that magnitude. Sasuke felt a twinge of guilt over what Tsunade had said but, true to his nature, did not apologize proactively. We should gather together and confront the enemy collectively. By the end of his words, Sasuke's voice grew softer, his mind involuntarily recalling Naruto. He had always been like that, facing challenges alongside his comrades. Sasuke himself had always overly relied on Uchiha power. He never imagined he would one day utter such words. Is that so? Tsunade smiled faintly. That's based on your historical trajectory, where only these few can participate in the battle. Not ours. Wait, why Might Guy? Sasuke asked. He then briefly introduced him. Tsunade remarked that usually goofy taijutsu jonin is actually that strong, but unfortunately, it's a one-time thing. The most important thing now is to protect Naruto. Sasuke reminded Tsunade, suspecting that the Hokage before him might have some shortcomings in execution. Tsunade nodded. Of course, but not in the way you think. Someone, an Anbu, appeared in the office. Go and bring Jiraiya, Naruto, and the one who has been following them, Boruto, here. Yes, sir. Tsunade rose to her feet and addressed Sasuke. Prepare yourselves. We are departing for Iwagakure. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the survivor named Uchiha Kyoshin was far more formidable than he had initially imagined. Even the Hokage, upon hearing of an adversary at the level of Otsutsuki Urashiki, had immediately thought to seek his aid. The team quickly assembled. Tsunade, clad in her green Hokage robe, crossed her arms and swept her gaze over the group before her, ensuring that everyone was ready. Jiraiya's expression was unusually grave as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Naruto, still unclear about the situation, fixed a curious look on Sasuke and asked, Uncle, have we met somewhere before? Sasuke, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, chose not to reveal his identity to Naruto. Otherwise, this fellow would undoubtedly bombard him with endless questions. No matter the world, that was his nature. Sasuke knew Naruto all too well. Boruto stood beside Sasuke, equally attentive to Naruto, his mind brimming with curiosity. He had never imagined that his perpetually lazy father was once so talkative as a child. Very well, Tsunade commanded. Let us move out. The streets of Konoha bustled with busy villagers and various shinobi, presenting a scene of vibrant prosperity. Suddenly, Tsunade caught a faint scent of blossoms. Turning her head, she saw that outside a flower shop by the roadside, a colorful array of flowers, roses, lilies, sunflowers, was displayed. The fragrance mingled with the cool morning air. A familiar figure stood inside the shop, arranging flowers. Tsunade halted the squad and strode purposefully toward the flower shop. Hokage-sama? Ino exclaimed in surprise. Are you here to buy flowers? Without hesitation, Tsunade grasped Ino's wrist. This is a mission. Come with me. Ino lifted her gaze and, seeing the formation behind Tsunade, wore a look of astonishment. "Hokage-sama," she said with a hint of doubt in her voice. Tsunade offered no explanation, pulling her out of the shop. "I'll explain on the way." Hastily, Ino removed her apron and called out to someone inside. "Mom, I'm stepping out for a moment." Ino joined the team, departing Konoha alongside them. Along the journey, she learned from Tsunade the reason for her abrupt conscription. In brief, this expedition was to locate Kyoshin and request his assistance against an immensely powerful foe. "Hokage-sama, you know Kyoshin as well, don't you?" Ino's face showed a trace of displeasure. "Could you not exploit the bond between us?" To be frank, she somewhat disliked this kind of matter. Yet Tsunade handled such youthful sensitivities with ease. "This is not exploitation. It's a stratagem of beauty." "A stratagem of beauty?" A faint blush crept onto Ino's cheeks as she shyly queried. "So, you're willing to let me marry there?" After all, she was one of Konoha's ninja clans. The relationship between Konoha and Iwagakure was rather ordinary. If Ino were to go there, Iwagakure would also possess the Yamanaka clan. This would be an enormous loss for Konoha. Thus, this matter formed a barrier between Ino and Kyoshin. Now that Tsunade spoke thus, did it mean she did not mind Ino going to Iwagakure? We shall see. Tsunade's attitude toward this was relatively relaxed. "Just don't spread our secret techniques there." Ino's excitement was immediate. "That's a small matter." "Settled then, Hokage-sama. You must not go back on your word." Her steps grew lighter. The squad advanced along the northwestern road, accelerating their pace upon leaving Konoha. The figures of the group darted amidst the branches. Tsunade inquired of Sasuke, "What exactly are Otsutsuki Urashiki's abilities?" Recalling the previous battle, Sasuke spoke calmly. "He wields a fishing rod and a fish basket as weapons. The fishing rod is red with a golden hook at the tip, capable of hooking away an opponent's chakra. The stolen chakra is stored in the fish basket, which he can use at will." Tsunade frowned. "Hooking away chakra? How does one defend against such a power?" Sasuke replied, "One must move swiftly to avoid being struck by the hook or block it with a physical weapon. But the hook is very agile, making it difficult to completely evade." He continued, "The fish basket is even more troublesome. It can store and reflect ninjutsu. The techniques you use against him may be bounced back to strike you. He also possesses the ability to freeze time." A trace of disbelief tinged Tsunade's voice. "Time manipulation transcended conventional ninjutsu. How do we counter that?" Sasuke explained. "It requires extraordinarily fast reflexes to interrupt the technique before he activates it. Alternatively, one must possess sufficiently powerful chakra to forcibly break free from the time-freezing constraint." He added, "In my world, only a handful of people can accomplish that." Tsunade pondered for a moment. "Kyoshin should be able to." Her voice bore no special emotion, as if stating an indisputable fact. Sasuke grew more curious. "You have such confidence in him? You'll know when you meet him." In truth, Sasuke held little hope. The Mangekyo Sharingan was indeed powerful, but the Eternal Mangekyo, Rinnegan, and the Multitomo Rinnegan, though Kyoshin was a prodigious Uchiha without siblings, the upper limit of his Sharingan was the Mangekyo, which would eventually cause blindness. However, Itachi and Obito were not weak, and the fact that Kyoshin could defeat them suggested he possessed formidable Mangekyo abilities. A complex gleam flickered in Sasuke's eyes. His thoughts drifted to his own universe, flashing past faded, distant faces as he carefully recalled those long-ago memories. Yet he found no information about Uchiha Kyoshin, neither before nor after the clan's annihilation. It was reasonable to infer that Kyoshin in his universe had perished on the night of the massacre. If that Kyoshin had survived, would he have grown into such a powerhouse? Would he have altered the course of the entire ninja world? Boruto trailed behind the team, unable to help but mutter softly upon hearing Tsunade's words. To think the Hokage would place such trust in a shinobi from another village. Did she have no confidence in her own people? Boruto curled his lips and continued, "He is just a kid, 12 or 13 years old. What could he possibly do?" Though his voice was low, Tsunade heard it. Bang! Bang! A muffled thud sounded as Boruto clutched his head, pain making him gasp, a red bump quickly swelling on his forehead. "This trouble is of your own making." Tsunade's voice was icy and piercing. "If you keep whining, I will kill you all." Then she led the others to seek Kyoshin's aid. Boruto swiftly ducked behind Sasuke, casting a fearful glance at Tsunade, thinking to himself, "Mother Tyrannosaurus." Silence returned to the squad, broken only by the sounds of footsteps and breathing echoing through the forest. Ino quietly approached Naruto's side and whispered, "Who is that?" She pointed at Boruto, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. "He looks so much like you. Could he be the fourth Hokage outside?" Now, Naruto's heritage was nearly common knowledge.